calamity, ominously referred to as divine retribution, has abruptly descended upon the world, unleashing the terrifying beast from the SHANHAI JING to wreak havoc globally. As human civilization teeters on the brink of annihilation, a fortunate few survivors unexpectedly awaken a unique ability known as Pokémon espers. This series will authentically document how humanity acquires the traits and skills of Pokémon to combat these monstrous entities, the dire moments when espers from various regions form defensive lines, the protagonist who shows unique dual esper awakening Mew and Mewtwo, and the pivotal battles that drive the beast back into their abyssal lairs. Following the global transition into the era of Pokémon espers, societal transformations unfold. All content is adapted from true events, offering a comprehensive portrayal of humanity's struggle for survival while harnessing Pokémon abilities in a post-apocalyptic world. Witness how the protagonist wields his rare dual espers to ascend to greatness in this new realm fraught with both peril and opportunity. Chapter 1. Arrival in the New World. Where am I? It hurts. How'd I end up in this dreadful place? A striking young man clad in black athletic wear, approximately 18 years of age, furrowed his brow and rubbed his head as he rose from the grass. However, his words went unanswered, and he gazed around in confusion at the vast, desolate prairie, devoid of any towering edifices, an unsettling silence enveloping him. The handsome youth vigorously rubbed his eyes, unable to fathom the reality before him. Upon reopening his eyes, the same endless expanse of grass greeted him, utterly deserted. What the hell? He exclaimed in despair. What on earth is happening? How'd I end up here? Wasn't I supposed to be at home playing the newly released Pokemon game? Where are my snacks? My game console? My Mew? He slumped onto the ground, his face etched with hopelessness. Exhausted, he thought, let it all end. My name is Hushio, and I am engulfed in despair. It seems I've stumbled into a narrative straight out of a novel. I have transcended from my home to this forsaken land, a place where not even birds dare to perch. If I must transcend, so be it. My previous life held little worth, clinging tone orphan, now transported to this desolate realm. Is this a survival game in the wilderness? Hushio lamented his fate, his heart heavy with discontent. Just then, he noticed a small bag beside him. Rushing to grab it, he felt a flicker of solace. Could this be the fabled golden finger of the transcendent? With trembling hands, he carefully opened the backpack, retrieving its contents with solemnity. A training manual, a compendium of the SHANHAI beasts, 2 cups of instant noodles, 2 sausages, 2 bottles of mineral water, a set of clothing and shoes, an identification card, and, of course, air. Staring at the items, Hushio fell silent, his expression one of utter incredulity. After a moment, in a fit of frustration, he hurled the bag away. This is outrageous. Where's the promised golden finger? Where is the blessing for transcenders? Novels and fairy tales are nothing but lies. What am I supposed to do with instant noodles here? Do I have water to boil? How considerate, pairing instant noodles with sausages. After a tirade of complaints, Hushio resigned himself to reality, reluctantly pulling out the manual to peruse. Greetings, Transcender. You need not concern yourself with my identity. Allow me to inform you that you have now entered a new world rife with formidable SHANHAI beasts, the kind that devour humans. Beastly tides will erupt periodically, ferocious and violent. However, a significant portion of humanity possesses unique abilities, which we refer to as Pokemon espers. You have awakened your Pokemon esper, which will grant you a delightful surprise. Additionally, you have been bestowed with a talent for cultivation, enabling you to amass substantial experience through meditation or combat against the SHANHAI beasts, enhancing your abilities. Consider it a benefit of your transcendence. The latter part of the manual contains instructions on utilizing Pokemon esper energy and combat techniques. Survive well, young one. I have high hopes for you. The manual concluded with a name, Guyu Wuching. Hushio glared at the signature, harboring a deep resentment towards this individual. What nonsense! Yet, the assertion of possessing an esper offered him some consolation. With a newfound patience, he began to delve deeper into the manual, eager to learn how to harness his Pokemon esper's energy and the mentioned combat techniques. As he read, a surge of power enveloped him. This was the method for utilizing his understanding talent, and he swiftly grasped the application of energy. Hushio closed the manual, a smile breaking across his face. It seemed Guyu Wuching had indeed done something commendable by granting him such an extraordinary ability. At that moment, Hushio had mastered the technique, extending his hands to channel energy. A spectral azure light emanated from him, and behind him manifested a creature resembling a small pink cat with an elongated tail. the tip shaped like an olive. Its large blue eyes, triangular in form, exuded an irresistible charm. Overwhelmed with joy, Hu Xiao nearly shouted as he realized that the Pokémon materializing behind him was none other than Mew, one of his favorites. Nicknamed the Little Chameleon. Before he could revel in his excitement, another Pokémon Esper emerged behind him, radiating a starkly different energy than Mew's. While Mew's energy was serene, this new force was fierce and savage. Hu Xiao, startled by the presence of this second energy, gasped in awe. Guyu Wuqing had not deceived him. In addition to Mew, he had been granted an exceptionally powerful Esper. This new Esper was Mewtwo, revered among Pokémon enthusiasts as a godlike figure, immensely popular. Mewtwo's form was humanoid, yet cat-like, its entire body gleaming silver, with purple accents in its eyes, tail, and abdomen. A bundle of external neural fibers extended from its back, exuding an awe-inspiring power. Hu Xiao felt an overwhelming sense of confidence, tempted to proclaim, "Is there anyone else?" He now possessed the credentials to be proud in this world. He wielded two Pokémon Espers, both legendary, and status. Such power was nothing short of divine. After regaining his composure, Hu Xiao regarded his two Espersons aloof and striking, the other playful and endearing, and marveled, "Truly, I am the chosen one." He first merged Mew's Esper with his own essence. His eyes transformed to azure, enveloped in a delicate pink aura. At that moment, he felt a surge of energy coursing through his body and exclaimed, "This power is extraordinary." Is this akin to the strength of the protagonist from the unremarkable me standing at the pinnacle of Pokémon, known as the human-shaped Pokémon? How exhilarating. Next, Hu Xiao switched to Mewtwo, and his physique began to morph once more. His pupils shifted to a pale purple, and a long, violet tail sprouted behind him. A ferocious energy flowed through him, abundant and potent. Hu Xiao's gaze sharpened as his lavender eyes radiated an intimidating presence. Raising his hand, he gathered energy and hurled a sphere of power forth. Boom! A nearby rock bore the brunt of Hu Xiao's attack, cracking but remaining intact. Stunned, he thought, "Is it truly that weak?" After such a grand display, the result was merely a scratch. Hu Xiao had executed Mewtwo's signature move, the Aura Sphere, which was known for its devastating power. Yet, it felt as though he had been drained, yielding only a mere graze. Taking a deep breath, he switched back to Mew's Esper, his pupils shifting back to blue, akin to high-end contact lenses effortlessly interchangeable. Chapter 2. Leveling Up or Upgrading. Transformed into the ethereal Pokémon Mew, Hu Xiao felt as though his very essence had been drained. To his dismay, he found himself unable to utilize Mew's abilities. The first skill that Mew possessed was Transformation, enabling it to mimic any Pokémon it had encountered and acquire one of its skills. As one's abilities advanced, the repertoire of mimic skills could increase, with each level allowing the use of an additional skill. This was a remarkable power, however. Hu Xiao had yet to encounter any other Pokémon, leaving him bereft of opportunities to employ his transformation. Moreover, he found himself stranded in a desolate grassland, devoid of any Pokémon to emulate. Before long, Hu Xiao's energy reached its limit, and Mew vanished, leaving him collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath, utterly drained. With a wry smile, he lamented, "Alas, I have overexerted myself. With my current strength at merely level 1, attempting to support two Pokémon is far too ambitious. It seems I must focus on enhancing my own abilities." Hu Xiao, now brimming with patience, perused the next manual, the record of strange beasts, seeking to comprehend the nature of the world he had entered. However, the more he read, the more his heart sank, and tears threatened to spill. Was this world truly as terrifying as it appeared? Hu Xiao finally grasped the perilousness of his situation. He found himself in what seemed to be a cavern of mythical beasts, a realm rife with danger. His complexion paled at the realization that he had forsaken safer grounds to stumble into this wretched place. If he did not make a remarkable debut soon, he might perish in this cursed locale. Continuing his reading, Hu Xiao discerned the hierarchy of power within this world. Levels 1 to 10 were designated as Spirit Apprentices, 11 to 20 as Spirit Practitioners, 21 to 30 as Spirit Masters, 31 to 40 as Spirit Lords, 41 to 50 as Spirit Kings, 51 to 60 as Spirit Emperors, 61 to 70 as Spirit Sovereigns, 71 to 80 as Spirit Emperors, 81 to 90 as Spirit Saints, and 91 to 100 as Spirit Deity. Kings. The mythical beasts were similarly categorized, yet Hu Xiu found himself a mere novice at level 1. Even with dual souls, utterly powerless against the weight of level disparities and inescapable fate for any Pokemon. A level 1 Mew would be no match for a 100-level Kingler, regardless of its prowess. Hu Xiu sighed, glancing around the desolate expanse, his heart heavy with desolation. The only sliver of hope was that Guyu Wuqi retained some semblance of humanity, providing him with sustenance, water, and techniques to enhance his abilities. As dusk descended upon the silent grassland, the roar of beasts echoed ominously. Hu Xiu's complexion turned ashen twilight marked the hour of the mythical beast's greatest activity, nocturnal creatures that reveled in the night while slumbering soundly by day. Determined, Hu Xiu hastily packed his belongings and, without a backward glance, chose a direction and sprinted forth. Remaining in one place would surely render him a meal for the mythical beasts. Though he was unaware of the exit's location, seeking refuge in a cave seemed a prudent choice. At the very least, it would preserve his life. As he ran, Hu Xiu was grateful for his past as a long-distance runner. Otherwise, he would have succumbed to exhaustion. Fortune favored the diligent, and he soon discovered a cave. After inspecting it for anomalies, he ventured inside, barricading the entrance with stones to secure his safety. Only then did he exhale in relief. In the span of a single day, Hu Xiu had experienced the tumultuous highs and lows of existence, leaving him utterly spent and ravenous. He retrieved a bottle of water from his backpack and drank deeply. However, upon producing instant noodles, he fell into contemplation. He had the noodles, but lacked hot water to prepare them. Without a fire-type Pokemon or the skills to conjure flames, he was at a loss. With no tears left to shed, Hu Xiu resigned himself to chewing the dry noodles. After finishing a packet, darkness enveloped the cave, devoid of any light. He resolved to seek water and food. The following day, relying solely on a single packet of instant noodles and a bottle of water would be untenable. First and foremost, he needed to elevate his strength beyond the pitiful level 1 to ensure his survival. Next, he would seek an exit or encounter an expedition team to guide him to safety. Unable to remain idle, Hu Xiu summoned Mew, its azure eyes illuminating the cave like a flashlight. He retrieved the latter pages of the manual, focusing on combat techniques that might afford him some measure of protection. Hu Xiu's capacity for learning proved commendable, coupled with his prior knowledge of free-fighting techniques. He found the explanations of the combat skills to be refreshingly simple and comprehensible, fostering admiration for Guyu Wuqi. He practiced diligently in the dark, bolstered by the strength provided by his Pokemon, his movements fluid and vigorous. Uncertain of the hour, Hu Xiu could only hear the distant roars and sounds of gnashing teeth outside. After completing his training, drenched in sweat, he surveyed his remaining bottle of water, shaking his head in resignation. It was best to conserve it. Next, Hu Xiu settled on the ground to meditate, following the instructions in the manual to absorb the surrounding energy and elevate his level. Blessed with innate talent for cultivation, he felt an influx of energy akin to a dragon drinking from a stream, flooding into his being, causing Mew and Mewtwo's essence to glow ever brighter. As his energy surged, his level rapidly ascended, from 2 to 3, then to 4. When Hu Xiu opened his eyes, he reveled in the newfound vitality coursing through his body, delighting in the power that accompanied even the simplest movement of his fists. With excitement, he exclaimed, "Were it not for the necessity of nurturing my 2 Pokemon, I might have surpassed level 6. However, it's fortuitous that their energies are shared. Their simultaneous growth is akin to having an innate learning apparatus truly splendid." Despite a sleepless night, the meditation invigorated him, leaving him brimming with vitality. Cautiously, Hu Xiu removed a stone blocking the cave entrance and peered outside. The sun shone brightly, revealing a few bizarre creatures resembling wildcats, possessing a single eye and 3 tails, engaged in playful scuffles, an unsettling sight. Hu Xiu breathed a sigh of relief and opened the record of strange beasts to identify the peculiar species before him. Chapter 3. The Quest for Water, a Struggle for Survival. To be honest, the initial gift of the record of exotic beasts from the mountains and seas included numerous entries on these creatures, which enabled Hu Xiu to swiftly identify the species of the few exotic beasts ahead. Hu Xiu chuckled with glee upon discovering that they were merely the weak Huan variety, quite suitable for a novice like himself to engage repeatedly for experience points. Without further ado, Hu Xiu activated his powerful psychic abilities, his eyes transforming into a delicate lavender hue, and a tail sprouted from his form. With his elevation to level 4, Hu Xiao felt an overwhelming surge of energy and strength. He swung his tail with great force, sending stones flying out of the cave. Suddenly, light flooded into the cave, drawing the attention of the nearby Huan, who, upon spotting Hu Xiao, rushed toward him like starved creatures drawn to a delectable feast. Unfazed, Hu Xiao sensed that these creatures were not as formidable as himself. Channeling the might of his psychic powers, he began to conjure a wave-guiding projectile, hurling it towards the Huan. The impact of the projectile was markedly more potent than when he had first used it at level 1. It detonated amidst the group of Huan, sending them sprawling. In a swift motion, Hu Xiao dashed forward, his fists enveloped in a radiant pink energy, and landed a powerful blow on one Huan, sending it careening away. He then executed a seamless spin, delivering a kick imbued with pink light that sent another Huan flying. Hu Xiao's onslaught didn't cease there. The wave-guiding projectiles continued to rain down, obliterating the last 2 Huan in a flurry of precision strikes. With each Huan that fell from the sky, Hu Xiao felt a surge of pride swell within him. Judging by his estimation, these Huan were around level 2. And even at level 1, he could easily dispatch them with the help of his legendary psychic abilities. After all, the presence of a divine beast like him certainly commanded respect. Feeling emboldened, Hu Xiao approached the fallen Huan to closely examine what these so-called exotic beasts looked like. Reflecting on the manual's notes, he recalled that these creatures might possess crystalline cores. Gazing at the lifeless Huan, he realized he had no tools to extract the cores from their heads. With a resigned sigh, he lamented the absence of weapons, a true bane for a hero. After taking a deep breath, Hu Xiao unleashed another wave-guiding projectile, obliterating one Huan's head. The gruesome sight nearly turned his stomach. The vivid display was undeniably intense, and it took him a moment to regain his composure. Steeling himself, he murmured, "Do not fear. Such encounters will be commonplace. This is merely a small scene. Remain unafraid." As he comforted himself, he scanned the area for any sign of the elusive crystalline cores. Fortune smiled upon him. Among the 5 Huan, one revealed a pale white crystal. Overcome with excitement, Hu Xiao wasted no time and seized the core, gleefully acknowledging its potential worth. He had heard that it could enhance psychic abilities. Although the Huan were of the ordinary type and not psychic, the core's benefits were still considerable. The crystalline cores of exotic beasts were known to possess attributes that could amplify the powers of those with Pokémon psychic abilities, aiding in recovery from injuries and fatigue. If the core matched the user's corresponding attributes, the energy absorbed would be doubled, and the process expedited. However, the availability of these cores was exceedingly rare, even the low-tier ones fetching a high price in the market. Holding the core, Hu Xiao closed his eyes and began to absorb its energy. Soon, the energy within him swelled significantly. A smile crept across his face as he realized he had ascended to level 5, all from the absorption of a single core, with plenty of energy still stored. Truly, these cores were invaluable. Without a backward glance, Hu Xiao departed the gruesome scene, acutely aware of the heavy scent of blood that could attract other exotic beasts. He set his course towards the sun, but the journey was not without its challenges. Numerous weaker exotic beasts, upon spotting Hu Xiao, approached him with glinting eyes, eager to pursue him. In the novice village, Hu Xiao's level was quite commendable, and he unleashed wave-guiding projectiles, one after another, sending many of the beasts tumbling away. Regrettably, none yielded crystalline cores, prompting a sigh from Hu Xiao, who had hoped to collect several for his training. The drop rate was dismally low. As the sun climbed higher, the temperature soared, leaving Hu Xiao parched and famished after continuous battles. He reached for a bottle of mineral water from his backpack and took several refreshing gulps, feeling slightly revitalized. Glancing at the half-empty bottle, he sighed, "Alas, without a reliable water source, survival becomes increasingly difficult. Food is equally scarce. The Huan's meat is unpalatable if this continues. I'll have to resort to grazing." Despite his grievances, Hu Xiao pressed on, determined to continue his journey. Unfortunately, he encountered no signs of life along the way, making him feel abandoned. Yet, perseverance bore fruit. After vanquishing numerous low-level exotic beasts, he accrued 2 ordinary crystalline cores and stumbled upon a serene lake, nearly bringing him to tears of joy. With an exuberant leap, Hu Xiao rushed towards the lake, marveling at its crystal-clear waters. He scooped up a handful and drank deeply. The sweetness was invigorating, instantly rejuvenating him. Confirming the water was safe, he quenched his thirst with greedy gulps. My goodness, it's delightful. However, in his eagerness, Hu Xiao remained oblivious to a creature resembling a common mountain pig, yet with chicken-like claws, stealthily approaching him with a sinister grin. Just as he finished drinking, his psychic senses tingled with alarm. His expression shifted as he swiftly leaped aside, narrowly evading the beast's assault. Chapter 4. The Moment of the Hunt. A feast awaits. After evading the attack, Hu Xiao faced the exotic beast before him with a grave expression. This creature, akin to a wild boar, possessed sharp teeth and claws reminiscent of chicken feet. emanating an energy significantly stronger than that of the Huan. It appeared to be around level 5 or 6. While Hu Shi was still at level 5, caution was paramount in this encounter. This exotic beast was known as the Lili. Taking a deep breath, Hu Shou summoned his psychic powers, becoming enveloped in a mystical aura, his eyes glowing lavender and a tail sprouting forth, readying himself for battle. However, Hu Shou's eyes suddenly sparkled. This raccoon beast appeared to be quite plump. Images of roasted pork chops and grilled chicken feet flashed through his mind, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. This startled the raccoon, which began to seriously doubt the intentions of this human. Humans are notoriously wicked. Enraged, the raccoon charged at Hu Xiu, its sharp fangs looking exceedingly ferocious. Hu Xiu's expression turned grave as he readied a wave projectile, launching it with a single hand toward the raccoon. The projectile struck the raccoon's fangs with tremendous force, shattering them and sending the creature tumbling backward. Seizing the opportunity, Hu Xiu dashed forward. His fists enveloped in a bluish glow, relentlessly pummeling the raccoon's body, which screeched in agony. The raccoon, now thoroughly infuriated, let out a deafening roar, its body shimmering with white light as it stood up and charged at Hu Xiu. A powerful surge of energy coursed through the raccoon's form, causing Hu Xiu's expression to shift. If he were to be struck by such an attack, he would surely face dire consequences. Hu Xiu quickly dodged, his heightened levels enhancing his attack, speed, defense, special attack, special defense, and stamina. Reacting swiftly, he evaded the raccoon's assault and, gathering energy in one hand, launched another wave projectile at the creature. The blast sent the raccoon flying, and it landed on the ground, struggling briefly before falling still. Relieved, Hu Xiu approached the raccoon, smirking triumphantly. You thought you were tough, didn't you? Unfortunately for you, your opponent is me. Ha ha ha. He picked up the raccoon's sharp fang and, looking at the lifeless creature, plunged it down forcefully. Using the raccoon's fang to slice its own flesh, he prepared the meat, unbothered by the mess. After neatly packaging the meat, he filled a water bottle and set off to find a secluded spot to commence his barbecue feast. Hu Xiu discovered a cave, inspected it, and gathered some firewood, but then fell into contemplation. He had everything except for one crucial element, fire. With a sigh, he resigned himself to using the most primitive method, friction, to create fire. He began to rub two sticks together, attempting to ignite a flame. With relentless effort and the speed honed from years of solitude, combined with the extraordinary abilities granted by his powers, Hu Xiu quickly managed to kindle a flickering flame. Overcome with excitement, he exclaimed, "At last, I can enjoy a cooked meal today. What an arduous journey it has been." He skewered the meat onto sticks for grilling. The raccoon's flesh marbled with fat sizzling over the fire, causing Hu Xiu's mouth to water. Though the raccoon did not yield a crystal core, the meat was a valuable prize. Soon, the barbecue was ready, and Hu Xiu devoured it eagerly. Heavens, this is delectable. Often, the finest ingredients are best prepared in the simplest ways. The aroma of the raccoon meat was irresistible. Hu Xiu gorged himself, finishing 5 substantial pieces and even grilling 2 of the raccoon's feet as snacks. Afterward, he reclined on the ground, rubbing his full belly and letting out a satisfied belch. Not bad at all. Finally, I am satiated. This is the most satisfying meal I have had since my arrival, and after a brief rest, I will seal the cave entrance with stones and begin my training. Only by enhancing my strength can I ensure my survival in this treacherous place and find an exit. Promptly, Hu Xiu blocked the cave entrance with stones and began to focus on his training, incorporating the 2 crystals he had acquired. A torrent of energy surged around him, providing a powerful boost to his abilities. Meanwhile, 2 men and a woman were racing toward the cave where Hu Xiu was located. The strikingly beautiful woman wiped the sweat from her brow and complained, "Can we find a place to rest? It will soon be dark, and the beasts of this mountain sea are most active at night. It is perilous." Upon hearing her words, the 2 men halted. One, a wiry fellow, eagerly asked, "Ting Ting, are you tired? Very well, let's find a place to rest. We can search for treasure tomorrow. After all, the beasts in this area range only up to level 8. At most 10. We 3, all level 10 elite spiritual disciples, can navigate this place with ease." The other man, more robust in stature, looked at the woman with possessive eyes and nodded in agreement, adding, You is right. Let us find a cave to rest and prepare something delicious for you. We can continue our treasure hunt tomorrow." Hearing this, Ting Ting smiled with satisfaction, thinking to herself that they were indeed following her lead. Once they secured the treasure, a little charm would ensure they did all the work for her. The treasure would be hers. With a gentle smile, she said, "Then let us go. We will find a cave to rest, and I shall prepare instant noodles with eggs for you." Upon hearing that their beloved goddess would cook for them, the 2 men's eyes brightened, and they eagerly began searching for a cave, completely unaware that Hu Xiu was still engrossed in his training. Having absorbed the 2 crystals, Hu Xiu successfully ascended from level 5 to level 7, with upward momentum still building. possessing a remarkable talent. Hu Xiao's ability to absorb energy surpassed that of the average person. Even a gathering of elite figures would be astounded by his prowess. Hours later, Hu Xiao opened his eyes, feeling the energy return to his body. His gaze sharpened, and his aura grew more robust. With a slight smile, he stretched and remarked, "I must say, this talent truly is extraordinary. I absorbed energy so effectively that I jumped from level 5 to level 8 in a single night. And I am but a hair's breadth from level 9. Chapter 5. The Hidden Treasure, the Versatile Ring. Hu Xiao, satisfied with his progress, approached the cave entrance and gently shifted a stone. The dim light outside indicated that it was still night, the prime time for the mountain sea beasts to roam. Hu Xiao shook his head and returned to the cave, originally intending to continue his training and see if he could break through to level 9. At that moment, his dreamlike abilities unexpectedly manifested. His eyes turned pink, and a pink membrane enveloped his body. Hu Xiao, surprised, wondered what was happening. Why had his extraordinary powers suddenly revealed themselves? The energy of these abilities was exceedingly volatile, as if something were drawing his dreamlike spirit. Taking a deep breath, Hu Xiao ventured deeper into the cave. Meanwhile, in another cave, the two men and the woman, having completed their training, were idly chatting. The wiry man, Yi, turned to Ting and asked, "Could you tell us what this treasure is all about?" The robust man chimed in, "Yes, Ting, please share. We deserve to know what this treasure is, given that we skipped classes to accompany you on this quest." Ting smiled gently and looked at the curious pair, saying, "To be honest, this treasure is not particularly valuable. It is merely rare. You are familiar with the transformations, right? They can morph into various Pokémon and possess extraordinary combat abilities. The Transformations family ascended to become one of the world's elite families, rivaling some legendary beast clans. However, such prominence inevitably attracted the attention of wicked organizations and powerful families, leading to their eventual annihilation. The leader of the Transformations managed to hide their ancestral treasure within this mystical realm, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion. The two listeners gasped in astonishment. No wonder the texts mention the Transformations, capable of changing into any Pokémon form and inheriting their skills and traits. Yet, we have not encountered any of their kind. It seems they have become extinct. Ting nodded in agreement. Indeed, such formidable power will surely incite the resentment of other powerful clans. If they do not obliterate it, who will? A burly man questioned. So, after all these years, why has no one sought the treasure? What exactly is it? It is a ring that can manifest various weapons and serve as a storage device, a purple-grade transformations ring. If it were not restricted to those capable of mastering transformation skills, and if it hadn't been reduced to a white-grade weapon due to battle damage, it would have been seized long ago. Upon hearing Ting's words, both men were taken aback, expressing their dismay. Incredible. Even if we find this weapon, it will be of no use to us. Our abilities cannot utilize it. We can only sell it. And a white-grade weapon still holds some value. Ting cast a disdainful glance at them, perceiving their narrow-mindedness. The weapon grades are categorized into 10 levels: white, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, black, and gold. The Transformations ring, at one time, boasted a purple grade. Additionally, Ting withheld a key detail. The ring's effectiveness is linked to the host strength. The former clan leader possessed an impressive combat power of level 78, a formidable spirit master. Had it not been for severe injuries leading to a decline in strength and eventual demise, the ring would not have downgraded to white grade. While finding a new host capable of utilizing transformation skills might allow the ring to regain its former glory, it seemed implausible since the Transformations family had perished. If not for the purpose of using the ring as a stepping stone to enroll in the Academy City, she would not have embarked on this fruitless quest. Externally, Ting appeared gentle towards the two men, yet internally, she scoffed at their lack of sophistication, how mundane they were. Meanwhile, on Hu Xiao's side, his pink eyes fixated on the wall at the deepest end of the cave. His breath quickened as he sensed something within, akin to the excitement shared with the dreamlike spirit. However, he dared not act hastily. If something lay behind the wall, he would need to shatter it to gain entry. Although his continuous energy blasts could do the trick, it was still nighttime, and such commotion would undoubtedly attract the mystical beasts outside, leading to dire consequences. Thus, Hu Xiao suppressed his excitement, seated himself, and resumed his meditation. Awaiting the arrival of dawn to break the wall and uncover the mysterious object, his intuition insisted that this item was far from ordinary. Only through meditation could he endure the prolonged night. Soon, he entered a state of deep focus, regaining his composure as a surge of energy flowed into him. Before long, Hu Xiao broke through to level 9, yet he did not cease his practice, fervently absorbing energy. The first rays of morning sunlight streamed into the cave, illuminating the stone he had displaced the previous day. Upon opening his eyes, he felt the energy stabilize within him, muttering, as expected. Leveling up is no longer an easy feat. The energy required for advancement has significantly increased. After a night of effort, I have only reached level 9. Still far from level 10. Had anyone else heard Hu Xiu's lament, they would have rushed to confront him. For ascending from level 1 to level 9 in mere days was nothing short of miraculous. Others with notable talents would typically require at least half a month to achieve such a feat, while Hu Xiu lamented his slow progress, which would surely evoke envy and despair in others. Rising to his feet, he gazed at the wall, channeling the powers of the dreamlike spirit, his eyes shifting in hue, and a tail sprouting forth. It's time. Let me discover the treasures hidden within. Hu Xiu raised his hands, energy surging forth, forming energy blasts in each hand. Meanwhile, the trio of 2 men and a woman had gathered their belongings and set off toward the treasure's location. Tingting possessed a map, stolen from her family, which had previously noted the treasure's coordinates. Out of sheer boredom, it had been dismissed as trivial until now, with the Academy City requiring old weapons for research. Securing this treasure could yield significant academic credit, potentially even exempting her from examinations. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and Tingting was determined to seize it. The transformations ring was an excellent key to unlocking that chance. Chapter 6. The Grudge of the Transformations Family. Boom, boom, boom. Hu Xiu's energy blast struck the wall, causing it to collapse, sending countless stones flying as the entire structure crumbled. Before Hu Xiu lay a seemingly unremarkable ring floating in the air. His expression was one of confusion. He had anticipated discovering a grand treasure, perhaps an indestructible sword or a legendary blade, only to find an ordinary ring. However, his dreamlike spirit was quick to react, promptly replacing itself and merging with Hu Xiu. The dreamlike spirit bore a puzzled expression, questioning, "Shall I depart?" The fusion with the dreamlike spirit granted Hu Xiu insight into the significance of the ring. It held great potential for both him and the spirit. Licking his lips, his pink pupils gleamed with excitement as he reached out to touch the ring. To his astonishment, the ring sprang to life, sensing a familiar energy emanating from Hu Xiu, and joyfully leapt onto his finger, fitting snugly. Hu Xiu was taken aback, exclaiming, "What just happened? Did it choose me?" Before he could comprehend it further, the ring transformed into a small blade and pricked his finger, as blood flowed from the wound. The ring seemed to revel in it, greedily absorbing Hu Xiu's essence. Stunned, he felt as if his world was collapsing. When did rings gain the ability to transform into blades? Was he to be concerned about a potential infection? After the small blade had drained his blood, it shimmered brightly and reverted to its ring form, snugly encircling Hu Xiu's finger. Staring at the ring now adorning him, he was left bewildered. Was this truly the legendary bond of recognition spoken of in tales? Was it really this straightforward and forceful? Hu Xiu extended his hand to touch the ring, and it emitted a radiant glow. A peculiar expression crossed his face. This ring could transform into a dagger, but could it morph into other objects? The ring seemed to comprehend its master's thoughts, transforming into a luminous sword, then into a knife, and subsequently into a bow. The array of weaponry that unfolded before Hu Xiu was dazzling. Although he was unaware of the origins of this ring, he recognized one thing: it was indeed a treasure. How astonishingly cool. The ring's display of capabilities did not cease. It forcefully inhaled Hu Xiu's backpack, absorbing it into the ring. Hu Xiu's eyes widened in surprise. What a storage ring. After this impressive demonstration, the ring returned to Hu Xiu's finger, and he was filled with excitement. He had stumbled upon a true gem. As he caressed the ring with affection, he marveled at how, within mere days of arriving in this world, his power had surged. He had acquired a dual spirit with extraordinary abilities, and now possessed a weapon with storage capabilities. Truly, this was an impeccable start. With such capabilities at his disposal, it would be a disservice not to carve out a niche for himself in this world. Although he lacked a golden finger or system, his strength was evident. After all, humans are inherently remarkable. Hu Xiu began to connect with the ring through his thoughts, envisioning a sword. Soon enough, the ring transformed into a sword by itself. Under Hu Xiu's guidance, it morphed into a shield, and then into a red spear. He even experimented with retrieving his backpack from the ring, only to return it, reveling in the experience. Just as Hu Xiu was enjoying himself, he suddenly discovered a letter within the storage space. He extracted it, furrowing his brow as he opened it. The letter read, "If you are able to open this letter, it signifies that you possess the transformation skill, and you are the last descendant of our shapeshifter clan. Our family is now facing imminent annihilation. I leave this letter here to remind you of our clan's vendetta. One day, when you possess the strength necessary to confront our enemies, you must avenge your family. The ring you possess is called the Shapeshifter Ring, a legacy of our clan. The weapon's rank can elevate alongside your strength, transforming into various weapons based on your level. It also has storage capabilities that will enhance as your rank increases. I hope you succeed in avenging our family." After reading the letter, Hu Xiu's expression turned grave. By sheer coincidence, he had acquired a relic of the shapeshifter clan, which had been decimated. The shapeshifter clan possessed the ability to transform, and only they could command this ring. Yet, his own dream spirit was one of the rare few capable of utilizing transformation skills. Such a twist of fate had led the ring to recognize him as its master, who would avenge the deep-seated grievances of the shapeshifter clan. With a wry smile, Hu Xiao addressed the ring. You've certainly presented me with a formidable dilemma. The bond of ownership could not be undone. He had taken possession of a ring belonging to the descendants of the shapeshifters. After a moment of contemplation and internal conflict, he slowly stated, since I have taken your artifact, I cannot shirk my responsibility. We are both endowed with transformation abilities and belong to the same lineage. My dream spirit is also known as the Little Shapeshifter. As I am new to this world and uncertain of my purpose, I will endeavor to locate the remaining members of your clan and assist them in seeking revenge. Upon uttering these words, the shapeshifter ring emanated a brilliant light, seemingly responding to Hu Xiao's declaration. A gentle smile graced his lips as he stroked the ring. Although he remained unaware of the formidable entity that had annihilated the shapeshifter clan, he resolved to do his utmost. This quest had now become a goal in his journey through this world, and with a goal comes motivation. It appeared he would need to strive diligently henceforth. Hu Xiao, who had once been an orphan, had learned to repay kindness, having been helped by others to reach this point in his life. He had cultivated the habit of repaying even the smallest of favors. With his backpack safely stored in the shapeshifter ring, he felt unburdened and was ready to depart from this location. Finding an exit to the city became paramount. Just as Hu Xiao was about to leave, a voice echoed from the cave entrance. You cannot leave. Hand over the items you just acquired here. What you have taken does not belong to you. Chapter 7. The first transformation of the dream spirit. Hu Xiao turned to see two men and a woman eyeing him with ill intent, their gaze particularly fixated on the ring adorning his finger. Sensing their intentions, Hu Xiao furrowed his brow. It was already the third day since he had arrived, and he had finally encountered other humans, but they did not appear friendly. The trio consisted of the treasure hunters, Ting and I. Hu Xiao narrowed his eyes, his hand instinctively resting on the ring, feeling a surge of annoyance at their previous remarks. What do you want? He inquired. I scoffed. We want you to hand over what you found in this cave. Dangerous glimmers flashed in Hu Xiao's eyes as he replied coldly, on what grounds? Ting looked at him with disdain. On the grounds that I am the heiress of the Qin family from Nanai City. Anything I desire is rightfully mine. Hand it over if you know what is good for you. Upon hearing this, Hu Xiao's anger turned to a mocking smile. What if I refuse? Don't be foolish, boy. The burly man, Qiongqi, could no longer contain himself, his face ablaze with fury as he glared at Hu Xiao. Ting and I had already activated their spirit abilities, poised for battle. Ting's spirit was a bobo, with small wings sprouting from her back, while Aisai's transformed into serpent-like slits, adorned with purple markings, indicating his spirit was an abo snake. Qiongqi's muscles bulged, becoming immensely powerful as his spirit enveloped him. Hu Xiao regarded the trio with unease. 3 against 1 was hardly fair, and he could sense their greater strength, likely around level 10. Currently, Hu Xiao was in the dream spirit possession state, and facing an attack from 3 opponents of a higher level posed a significant challenge. Grinding his teeth, Hu Xiao activated his dream skill, Transformation, marking the first time he utilized it. Initially, he had been in a desolate place without the opportunity to copy transformations. Now, he seized the chance to replicate Ting's bobo, sprouting wings from his back and gaining the ability to fly. As Ting and the others witnessed Hu Xiao's sprouting wings, their astonishment was palpable. Wait, how is this possible? Wasn't this man just in a possession state? How could he grow wings? At that moment, the shapeshifter ring transformed into a long sword in Hu Xiao's hand. He brandished the sword, addressing the 3 adversaries. If it's a fight you want, I will gladly oblige. Ting's expression turned grim as disbelief washed over her. How is this possible? Why can you wield the shapeshifter ring? Isn't it meant for the shapeshifter clan alone? Upon finishing her words, Ting cast a glance at the wings behind Hu Xiao, suddenly enlightened, her expression darkening as she continued. No wonder you can use them. You have employed a transformation skill to replicate my extraordinary ability. You belong to the shape-shifting family. I never expected that you were not entirely extinguished. Hu Xiao found himself in a helpless predicament. In this world, only the shapeshifters and the dreamers possess the ability to transform. It seemed they were unaware of the existence of the dreamers, thus he would have to take the blame for it. Summoning his courage, Hu Xiao replied, Indeed, I am. What of it? A greedy smile spread across Ting's beautiful face. Of course, I intend to capture you. Initially, I thought to seize the ring as a stepping stone into the Academy City. However, this is even better. I have discovered remnants of the Shapeshifter clan. With the acquisition of the shape-shifting ring and your capture, we can present you to those prominent families, and they will undoubtedly reward us handsomely. We shall gain entry into the Academy, and our own family will receive their accolades. What a splendid arrangement. Hu Xiao's countenance darkened. It appeared that even before entering the city, he had attracted the ire of this malevolent woman, who clearly intended to use him as a means to her ends. The other two companions also wore expressions of greed. Capturing him would elevate their status exponentially. Qintingting, I, and Qigu began to close in on Hu Xiao incessantly. Qigu ominously declared, "Fear not, advance boldly. I shall provide cover. My unique trait is defenselessness, and my attacks are guaranteed to strike true. I shall launch a surprise attack." Chun Tingting and I nodded in agreement, drawing forth their long swords, which appeared to be mere ordinary white-grade weapons, while Qigu donned a pair of shining gauntlets. They advanced towards Hu Xiao. Though Hu Xiao held a sword, he felt utterly helpless, for he lacked the skill to wield it. Just then, the trio charged forth. With Qin Tingting leading the assault, her sword slicing through the air, summoning a tempest. Whirlwind. Qin Tingting unleashed the first move of her extraordinary ability, summoning a whirlwind. While I unleashed a torrent of purple poisonous needles from his sword, each one aimed directly at Hu Xiao. Hu Xiao raised his sword, channeling his spirit energy into it, causing the blade to emit a brilliant white light. Whirlwind. He too summoned a whirlwind, which collided with Qin Tingting's, while the poisonous needles were thwarted by his own vortex. Unable to breach even an inch. Seizing the opportunity, Qigu lunged forward, his gauntlets radiating with brilliance, and struck Hu Xiao with a powerful punch. The blow landed squarely, sending Hu Xiao staggering backward several steps. Qigu's ambush was successful. Hu Xiao, facing three opponents of higher levels, felt the sting of the impact. As his whirlwind dissipated, the poisonous needles, bolstered by the whirlwind, continued to soar towards him. Hu Xiao spread his wings and took flight, narrowly evading the onslaught. However, within the confines of the cave, his altitude was limited, preventing him from soaring too high. Qigu, casting a sinister glance at Hu Xiao, leaped into the air, his fist glowing fiercely. Unarmed strike. Hu Xiao flapped his wings vigorously, maintaining his position in the air. As he saw Qigu's fist approaching, he steeled himself, channeling energy into his sword for a final, desperate swing. Whirlwind. The force of Hu Xiao's swing unleashed a tempest that stirred up dust throughout the cave, sending Qigu flying backward. Qin Tingting and I shielded their eyes from the swirling debris. Seizing the moment, Hu Xiao made a dash, escaping the perilous confines of the cave. As the whirlwind subsided, Hu Xiao vanished from sight, leaving Qin Tingting seething with rage at the cave's entrance. Qigu, we must pursue him. He cannot have gone far. Even with wings, he cannot sustain his energy for long. Move. Chapter 8. The intense competition in the weapon industry. Hu Xiao had flown a considerable distance, experiencing flight for the first time, yet he had no time to relish it. His sole focus was on survival. However, Hu Xiao resolved firmly that he could not allow them to leave the Shanhai cave. If they did, they would alert others, and he would meet his doom. At present, Hu Xiao felt somewhat secure. Qin Tingting and her companions would refrain from sounding the alarm, for in their eyes, he was merely an easy target, a soft persimmon, unlikely to allow others to claim their achievements. After flying for a while, Hu Xiao descended to the ground and retracted his wings. The exertion of aerial flight drained both stamina and energy significantly, especially with adversaries still lurking nearby. Conserving strength was his best option. Meanwhile, in the air, Qin Tingting flapped her wings in search of Hu Xiao's location. On the ground, I and Qigu were also scanning their surroundings for him. Qin Tingting, gritting her teeth, muttered, "He runs quite swiftly. Once I locate you, I shall make you rue the day." She then shouted to I and Qigu below, "Let us search separately." Given his abilities, he cannot even wield a sword. Any one of us can easily deal with him. When found, signal your location. I and Qigu nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Understood. Tingting. Do take care." Qin Tingting scoffed, "As if you two are worthy of cautioning me." Without a backward glance, she soared away, while I and Qigu diverged in opposite directions. Shapeshifting ring, you have brought me to ruin. For your sake, I, a mere level 9 novice, am being pursued by 3 level 10 spirit disciples, nearly ground into submission. They bully me for my lack of sword skills. It is infuriating. I can barely run anymore. The shape-shifting ring, possessing a certain sentience, transformed at the sound of its master's plight, reshaping itself into a bicycle. Hu Xiao stood astonished. Wow. Not only can it morph into weapons but also into a mode of transportation? Is the weapon industry this competitive now? Without further ado, he mounted the bicycle and pedaled with fervor, his feet moving with such speed that sparks seemed to fly. The bicycle surged forth like an arrow released from a bow. Soon after, I arrived at the scene, observing the tire tracks on the grass, lost in thought. Are people really so bored as to race bicycles in the Shanhai cave? How leisurely. If a larger Shanhai beast were to open its jaws, and I couldn't stop in time, wouldn't I become dinner? I shook his head, choosing not to criticize the unprofessional individuals, and continued running in another direction. He perfectly missed the opportunity to capture Hu Xiao. believing that the shape-shifting ring could transform into weapons, but not into a means of transportation. After riding for quite some time, Hu Xiu found himself at a serene lake. He glanced back cautiously, reassured that his speed had likely put him out of reach. Sighing in relief, he approached the water's edge, disregarding decorum, and dunked his head into the refreshing liquid. Ah, bliss! Hu Xiu gulped down a hearty drink and splashed his face, a time-saving trick. Feeling rejuvenated, he noticed 3 mischievous raccoon-like creatures drawing near. Hu Xiu smiled slightly, murmuring to himself, "Ah, experience and meat have arrived." The versatile ring transformed into a knife, delicately placed in Hu Xiu's hand, while at that moment, the dreamlike psychic entity appeared behind Hu Bin. Grasping the knife, Hu Xiu charged towards the lily creature. Damn it, where did that guy run off to? Chun Tingting had flown tirelessly, having contacted Yi and Qi Gu, but to no avail. Instead, she attracted numerous mountain and sea beasts, fighting and pursuing in a rather disheveled manner. Chun Tingting continued her aimless search for Hu Xiu. Meanwhile, Hu Xiu was beside a lake, roasting meat and preparing for a hearty meal, with 3 lily corpses still warm nearby. Fortune favored Hu Xiu this time, as one of the 3 lily he had slain yielded a crystal core. Additionally, it provided him with a substantial amount of food. What a delightful stroke of luck. As he devoured the meat, Hu Xiu took the opportunity to rest, understanding that sustenance was essential for combat. In a 3-on-1 scenario, Hu Bin stood no chance. Despite his Pokémon psychic entity being formidable, his lack of combat experience and swordsmanship would hinder him. Only in a 1-on-1 encounter did Hu Xiu hold a glimmer of hope. After satisfying his hunger, Hu Xiu stored the 3 lily corpses back into the versatile ring and filled his bottle with water, a critical reserve for any potential escape. Hu Xiu then continued his journey on the bicycle formed by the versatile ring. Soon, after a series of twists and turns, Yi stumbled upon this location, discovering the extinguished campfire and the remnants of roasted bones. Gritting his teeth, Yi thought, living the good life? Huh? Just wait until I find you. I'll make sure to teach you a lesson to vent my frustrations. Yi quickly departed, resuming his search for Hu Xiu's whereabouts. A full day passed without any trace of Hu Xiu, and nightfall was approaching, bringing forth numerous mountain and sea beast hordes ready to revel. Yi, Qi Gu, and Chun Tingting found themselves in different locations, resigned to seek shelter in concealed spots, awaiting the next day to continue their search for Hu Xiu. Hu Xiu, on the other hand, discovered a small cave to hide in. After covering the entrance with stones, he confidently took out the leftover roasted meat from midday and resumed eating. The versatile ring possessed remarkable insulation capabilities. The meat was still warm. After finishing his meal, Hu Xiu extracted the lily crystal core and began to absorb its energy. Strengthening himself was of utmost urgency, especially with someone hunting him. Without power, all was in vain. His psychic entities, Mewtwo and Mew, appeared behind him, greedily absorbing the surrounding energy, which swelled massively. Tingting, how is it going on your end? No luck. That guy is too good at hiding. We'll have to continue searching tomorrow. Same here. How about we leave someone at the exit to wait? I don't believe you'll stay hidden forever. Tingting. Yi and Qi Gu were now at different locations, relying solely on their phones for communication. They all agreed on the idea of blocking Hu Xiu at the exit. After discussion, they decided that the strongest, Tingting, would be assigned to intercept at the exit, while Yi and Qi Gu would remain to search for Hu Xiu. Chapter 9. Oh no, it's tilted. The first rays of dawn seeped into the cave. Hu Xiu drew the energy back into his body. Opening his eyes with a newfound sharpness, the energy within him significantly enriched. Today, Hu Xiu aimed to break through to level 10. Had it not been for that crystal core providing him with abundant energy, his training pace would have delayed the breakthrough by an additional day. Nevertheless, this training speed was already quite astonishing. Hu Xiu chuckled wryly. If it weren't for yesterday's good fortune in acquiring the lily crystal core, I'd probably still be at level 9 today. At present, Hu Xiu resolved to remain in this mountain and see anomaly. Even if he left, he would be pursued. And those 3 would leak his secret, resulting in even more pursuers. However, those 3 would not easily depart, as he was their prime target. Only by eliminating them could he safeguard his secret. He could not allow them to divulge this matter. A murderous glint flickered in Hu Xiu's eyes. Yet he needed to elevate his strength. After preparing himself, he ventured out towards the cave's entrance. Meanwhile, after a night of recovery, Tingting rushed to the mountain and sea anomaly's exit to block the entrance. Yi and Qi Gu also dashed out, beginning their search for Hu Xiu's silhouette in the vast expanse of the mountain and sea anomaly. Today, I must capture you. Then Tingting will see me in a new light, and I can marry a wealthy beauty, stepping onto the pinnacle of life. Ha ha ha. As Yi walked, he fantasized about his bright future, sharing similar thoughts with Qi Gu. Tingting was their goddess. On Hu Xiu's side, he encountered a group of mountain and sea beasts preparing breakfast. Only that breakfast was Hu Xiu himself. The approaching beasts were a type of avian creature resembling a hawk, but with human-like legs, known as Shu Si, capable of flight and attack. These aerial mountain and sea beasts had initially intended to feast on Hu Xiu, but now it seemed breakfast would wear a new hat. Furthermore, Shu Si traveled in packs, and nearly 7 or 8 surrounded Hu Xiu from above and below. Hu Xiu squinted his eyes. This was serious. These Shu Si were considerably stronger than the Li Li and were capable of flight, likely at levels 8 or 9. This promised to be a fierce battle. The dreamlike psychic entity enveloped Hu Xiu, and the versatile ring automatically transformed into a longsword. Armed with the sword, Hu Xiu's blue eyes gleamed with sharpness. Dreamlike skill. Transformation. The transformation skill had another effect. It could record Pokémon for future use. According to his level, Hu Xiu could record a certain number, increasing by 1 for every 10 levels. Thus, Hu Xiu replicated Chen Tingting's Pidgey psychic entity, allowing him to utilize it as well. Soon, wings sprouted from Hu Xiu's back, granting him aerial combat capabilities. He soared into the air, sword in hand, energy coursing through the blade, and struck with a single swing. A whirlwind erupted. The slash generated a gust of wind, catching the Shu Si off guard. Hu Xiu swiftly flew in front of one Shu Si and struck, sending it crashing to the ground, lifeless. With another swing, he cleaved another Shu Si in half. A scene both bloody and brutal. The long sword emitted a radiant glow, transforming once more into a bow. Hu Xiu raised the bow high, channeling energy into arrows. He unleashed 5 arrows toward the Shu Si. The flurry of actions stunned the Shu Si, but after the 5 arrows were fired, only one Shu Si fell to the ground. The remaining 4 exchanged glances, relieved that the arrows had missed them. Oh no, I missed. Hu Xiu, holding the bow, felt quite embarrassed. He had fired so many arrows, wasting precious energy while only hitting one. Now, 5 remained in the air, while the others had been dispatched by Hu Xiu. The remaining 5 were now furious. This human had slain so many of their companions, and they were determined to make him pay. The wings of the Suzy were enveloped in energy, one after another charging towards Hu Xiu. This was the Suzy's offensive maneuver, wing attack. Hu Xiu's expression shifted. 5 of them attacking simultaneously suggested an imminent demise. Summoning all his energy, Hu Xiu knocked an arrow, converting his entire might into a single, ferociously charged energy arrow. With a mighty shout, he released the arrow, which tore through the Suzy like a knife through butter, piercing one after another in a seamless 5-fold penetration, causing them to fall lifelessly to the ground. Breathless, Hu Xiu returned to the earth, having nearly exhausted all his strength. As he descended, his psychic energy dissipated. He no longer had the energy to sustain it. Wiping the sweat from his brow and exhaling deeply, Hu Xiu mused. Once I get out of here, I must diligently study swordsmanship and aim properly. Otherwise, I could meet a gruesome end. With that, he drew his ever-changing ring, now transformed into a blade, sharpening it menacingly towards the Suzy. Fortunately, the 8th Suzy had provided him with 2 crystal cores, and he also retrieved their carcasses into his versatile ring. The Suzy were treasures in their own right, their flesh capable of curing ailments like neck tumors and epilepsy. Once he returned, he could sell them for a bit of wealth, funds essential for his survival. After all, the unfortunate Hu Xiu had arrived in this world with nothing but an ID card, a few tattered books, and a set of clothes. Truly pitiful. As Hu Xiu began to absorb one of the Suzy's crystal cores, he closed his eyes, feeling the energy surge into him, replenishing his previously drained stamina and slightly enhancing his strength. Upon finishing the absorption, he opened his eyes and exclaimed, "These crystal cores are remarkable. It's a pity that to transition from the Spirit Apprentice realm to the Spirit Master realm requires an immense amount of energy. I wonder how many days it will take to achieve that." Meanwhile, I encountered an assault from the beasts of the mountains and seas. However, with his combat experience and swordsmanship, complemented by his psychic abilities, he swiftly dispatched a multitude of the creatures. TCH, I only got 1 crystal core for my efforts. What good is that? Will it allow me to break through to the Spirit Master realm? I've been stuck at this level for 3 months. He grumbled. Forget it. I'll just give it to Tingting. She matters more. As I walked, he soon halted upon spotting a pool of fresh blood ahead, indicating a recent battle. His eyes gleamed, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips. Looks like this little rat has been hiding here. How naughty. Watch how I skin you alive. Chapter 10, Annihilation. One by one. At this moment, Hu Xiu was roasting Suzy meat. Having skipped breakfast, he needed to replenish himself after such a battle. The aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air, and I, in search of Hu Xiu, caught a whiff of the delicious scent, unable to resist swallowing hard. This fragrance is exquisite. It must not be that fool cooking it. He looks utterly clueless, unlike my suave and charming self. I should just go over and buy some from the one roasting meat. If Hu Xiao had heard this, he would have laughed heartily at I's absurdity. Soon, I arrived. Drawn by the enticing aroma, and unexpectedly encountered Hu Xiao. The atmosphere became awkward as Hu Xiao, holding the roasted meat, looked at I in confusion, while I was taken aback to discover the roaster was none other than Hu Xiao. Well, we've been searching for you everywhere, and here you are? Feasting on roasted meat. Hu Xiao sighed, realizing this hasty encounter meant he would have to delay enjoying his meal. Rising, he swept the roasted meat back into his storage space with a flick of his versatile ring. Are you alone? Hu Xiao inquired. I smirked coldly. One is enough for me. Do you think you can defeat me? Surrender quietly, or you will wish you hadn't tea. Are you implying that I am strong, and you can endure? Hu Xiao pondered, then nodded slightly. Exactly, I affirmed. Hu Xiao smiled faintly, recognizing that those who spoke such words often met their downfall. Soon, the psychic entity of the Dream Master enveloped him, his eyes turning a pale purple as a long tail sprouted, energy swirling around him. The overwhelming pressure of the Dream Master made it difficult for I to breathe, leaving him in shock. What Pokémon ability is this? How can it exude such terrifying pressure? The versatile ring transformed into a pair of gauntlets, fitting snugly on Hu Xiao's hands. I haven't transformed. This is merely another of my psychic abilities. If you were with two others, I might feel some trepidation. But just you? I'm not intimidated. I, incredulous, exclaimed, you possess two psychic abilities from birth? How is that even possible? I's own psychic ability paled in comparison to the Dream Master, rendering him nearly breathless. Steadying himself, I drew his sword and lunged at Hu Xiao. Hu Xiao smiled slightly. Now at level 10, he felt confident against I, also at level 10. Gathering energy, Hu Xiao unleashed a wave projectile. I sensed the formidable power behind this attack and was astonished. How can he also be at level 10? He raised his sword defensively against the wave projectile. Crash. Upon contact, the projectile shattered I's sword, sending him flying and causing him to spit blood as he collapsed to the ground. Clutching his chest, I gasped. How can you possess such immense power? It's impossible. There's nothing impossible. You're simply too weak. Hu Xiao retorted, charging forward and unleashing a flurry of punches upon I. With the enhancement of the white tier weapon transformed from the versatile ring into gauntlets, Hu Xiao's wave projectiles intensified, leaving I utterly defenseless. Before long, I found himself on the brink of unconsciousness. Transforming the versatile ring back into a sword, Hu Xiao aimed it at I's throat, demanding, Speak. What are your plans against me? Where are the others? Gasping for breath, I, terrified, began to weep. Please don't kill me. It was all their idea. I was merely coerced. Hu Xiao narrowed his eyes. I recall you pursuing me with fervor. I don't want to hear excuses. Tell me where the others are. The blade pressed against I's throat drew blood. I, trembling, pleaded through tears and snot. I'll tell you. Please don't kill me. Qintingting is lying in wait at the exit of the Mountain Sea anomaly, and Qigu is still searching for you. Please, spare my life. Ignoring I's please. Hu Xiao rummaged through I's pocket, retrieving a mobile phone. This phone seems decent. Do you have anything valuable in your backpack? Yes. I have 6 crystal cores, 10,000 in cash, a gaming console, and food and drink. The phone password is 623,333. All of these are yours. Please don't kill me. Hu Xiao entered the password to unlock his phone, then deftly opened his bag with one hand. He glanced inside and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Upon hearing this, Yi felt a glimmer of hope. So, are you willing to let me go? I promise I won't say anything about this. However, Yi's heart was filled with resentment. As long as he could escape, he would definitely inform his family to take revenge. After all, his father was a formidable level 26 spirit master, and he would ensure that Hu Xiao faced a gruesome fate. Hu Xiao looked at Yi with a faint smile. All right, you can leave, but not on your own accord. I shall escort you. Without hesitation, Hu Xiao plunged a sword into Yi's throat, who stared in disbelief. Life draining from his eyes. Blood splattered across Hu Xiao's face. What a joke. With so many secrets of mine, how could I let you go? Moreover, this is the Mountain Sea anomaly. It won't be long before you are devoured by the beast here. By then, I can deal with the other two. And who would know I was the one who killed you? Hu Xiao stowed Yi's backpack into his versatile ring, took his phone, and departed without a backward glance. In a world where survival is paramount, one must be decisive in killing, otherwise, one risks their own demise, just like the example of the shape-shifting clan. Upon reaching a lake, Hu Xiao could no longer contain himself and began to vomit beneath a tree. The act of taking a life for the first time filled him with both anxiety and dread. Although Yi deserved his fate, the act of killing left a nauseating feeling within him. He leaned over the lake, submerging his face in the water. 1 second, 2 seconds, and after a minute, he finally lifted his head, gasping for air. With a bitter smile he mused, this world truly is terrifying. Once I get out of here, I must continuously grow stronger to protect myself. The outside world. Where can I learn and become more powerful? Meanwhile, on the other side, Aye's lifeless body had already attracted a number of mountain sea beasts, drooling as they began to feast upon him. My goodness, how delicious. Yet, the deaths of Aye, Shintingting, and Chigu remained unknown to each other. Chapter 11. Breakthrough. Spirit Master. At the edge of the lake, Hu Xiao indulged in roasted meat while checking his phone. It had been a while since he last used it, and he felt stifled. He sent a location to Chigu, typing that he had discovered the whereabouts of that guy and requested assistance. Chigu's response was swift, on my way. Upon receiving the message, a cunning smile spread across Chigu's face. This Yi thought he was clever, but in reality, he was just a fool. Such a grand opportunity for me to share in the spoils. He still wants to pursue Shintingting? Truly Navi. If I seize the credit, I can marry a wealthy beauty, elevate my status, and ensure my family's foothold in Nanhai City. As Chigu rambled on, he sprinted toward the designated location. Meanwhile, Hu Xiao had changed into Aye's new clothes, which fit reasonably well. He munched on snacks, sipped soda, and played video games, feeling quite content with life. Now, Hu Xiao awaited Chigu's arrival, planning to ensnare him as well, and then deal with the most threatening Shintingting afterward. Soon, footsteps echoed through the jungle. And with a slight smile, Hu Xiao thought, finally, he's here. Today, I shall achieve a double kill. I'm going to die. Why is this game so difficult? The footsteps grew nearer. When Chigu entered, he found Hu Xiao engrossed in the video game, with no sign of Aye, leaving him puzzled. Upon spotting Aye's gaming console, Chigu's pupils constricted, an ominous premonition coursing through him. Where's Aye? Why is his game console with you? Hu Xiao did not look up, continuing to play. He left and entrusted all his belongings to me. Chigu narrowed his eyes, skeptical of Hu Xiao's words. He activated his wrist-strengthening ability, donning his gauntlets, and warily regarded Hu Xiao. Hu Xiao shrugged. Believe it or not, before he died, he stated that I could take his things. It's all above board. You killed him, Chigu exclaimed, astonished. Although Aye was the weakest among them. Having reached level 10, it was still difficult for him to accept that Hu Xiao had slain him. Reluctantly, Hu Xiao stored the gaming console back into his versatile ring, which transformed into a pair of gauntlets that adorned his hands. Aren't you all planning to capture me for credit? In that scenario, I'd be left with no escape. You all want me dead, so why shouldn't I eliminate you? Besides, I was the one who notified you to come. Hu Xiao stood up, and a powerful spirit resembling a legendary beast manifested behind him, rapidly merging with him. The instant it did, an overwhelming pressure emanated from Hu Xiao, causing Chigu to struggle to breathe. In awe, Chigu exclaimed, "Impossible. How do you possess such strength? Isn't your spirit a shapeshifter? Who is that behind you?" That's a question for Aye, Hu Xiao replied, and in a flash, he lunged at Chigu, launching a fierce assault. In close combat, Chigu was unafraid. His family had established a fighting gym in Nanhai City, and their martial prowess was formidable. Hu Xiao threw punches, but Chigu deftly evaded each strike. His own combat instincts sharp. The two exchanged blows, but Hu Xiao's fighting awareness soon faltered, placing him at a disadvantage. Come on, empty hand slash. Chigu transformed his punch into a palm strike, infused with energy, aimed at Hu Xiao. Unyielding, Hu Xiao gathered energy for a wave orb and shot it directly at Chigu. The two techniques collided, but the wave orb's force was far more dominant. With a crack, Chigu's arm succumbed to the power of the wave orb, twisting into an unnatural shape. Oh, my arm. At that moment, Hu Xiao's versatile ring morphed into a handgun. He aimed for Chigu's leg, converting his own energy into a bullet, and shot through Chigu's leg. Chigu howled in agony, writhing on the ground. General, Hu Xiao aimed at Chigu's head. At this close range, if I can't hit you, then I truly have lived in vain. Bloodied and terrified, Chigu dared not move under the threat of death. Do you realize what you're doing? I am from the Qi family of Nanhai City. Do you know what will happen if you kill me? You will face the relentless pursuit of our families. Hu Xiao chuckled darkly, firing another shot into Chigu's other leg. At this point, do you think I'm afraid? Letting you go would be like releasing a tiger back into the mountains. I don't believe you would let me off so easily, so you should just die? Hu Xiao pressed the gun against Chigu's head, and the looming threat of death made Chigu tremble. Please, spare me. I was wrong. I promise I won't say anything. Whatever you want, I will give you. My backpack has money and crystal cores. I will give you everything. Hu Xiao shook his head and inquired, what is the phone password? 743521. All right, thank you. Goodbye. Your friends still think of you. With a resounding bang, everything returned to dust. Chigu collapsed, and Hu Xiao afforded him no chance. The transforming ring morphed into a pistol, its barrel still emitting smoke. And it slipped once more onto Hu Xiao's finger. Hu Xiao remained unfazed, collected Chigu's backpack and phone, and left without a backward glance. The trio had dealt with two adversaries, while Hu Xiao lay in ambush, using a Yi and Qi Gu's phones to send Qintingting a location message. I have discovered Hu Xiao's whereabouts. Hurry here, and let us surround him. Soon enough, Qintingting received the message, and upon reading the information about the two individuals, she smirked. It appears that I've found my stepping stone this time. These two, under the allure of my beauty, will surely seek to gain from me. I shall simply reap the benefits. With a haughty demeanor, Qintingting proceeded towards the indicated location. At that moment, Hu Xiao was rummaging through Qi Gu's backpack, discovering 8 crystal nuclei. Although they were of a low grade, they sufficed for someone of Hu Xiao's caliber. Holding one crystal nucleus in hand, he began to absorb its energy. A tremendous force washed over Hu Xiao's body, bestowing him with an abundance of power. He felt as if his body had opened a portal, drawing in energy at an ever-increasing rate, leading him to break through the Spirit Apprentice rank and ascend to the Spirit Master level, reaching level 11. Chapter 12. Hu Xiao's new skills. Upon successfully becoming a Spirit Master, Hu Xiao's aura became even more substantial. He opened his eyes, gazing at himself with satisfaction. Remarkable. Just a few days, and I have already advanced to the Spirit Master level. It would be impossible to attain such speed, even with a miraculous item. The disparity between Spirit Apprentices and Spirit Masters, between levels 10 and 11, was indeed vast. Hu Xiao's energy now exceeded that of a level 10 by more than double. Even if a Yi and Qi Gu were alive, alongside Qintingting, Hu Xiao could easily dispatch all three with little effort. Most importantly, after the upgrade of Dream and Super Dream, breaking through to the Spirit Master level granted him new skills, which made Hu Xiao's smile widen with delight. For these were extraordinary abilities. The skill he most coveted from the Dream ability spirit was instantaneous movement. The ability to traverse distances in the blink of an eye is undeniably cool. Instantaneous movement allows for spatial relocation, 10 meters at level 1, 20 meters at level 2, and so forth, increasing as one levels up. Now at level 11, Hu Xiao could move 120 meters. A vital skill for fleeing or attacking, the birth of an assassin. Each breakthrough in rank increases the Spirit Apprentice's distance by 10 meters, the Spirit Master's by 20 meters, and the Spirit Sage's by 40 meters, exponentially doubling the distance. Super Dream's skill was equally impressive, the binding technique, which immobilizes opponents and prevents them from using previously executed moves for 30 minutes. This skill could effectively seal Qintingting's only ability as a Spirit Apprentice, making her an easy target. These two skills left Hu Xiao bubbling with excitement. I reign supreme above all. Hu Xiao resumed playing his handheld game, awaiting Qintingting's arrival. After all, she was merely coming to meet her demise. Not to mention, the games of this era were quite enjoyable, especially the likes of Monster Hunters. A gust of wind swept through the sky, rustling the trees. Hu Xiao shut off his game, a faint smile gracing his lips. It seems she has arrived. In an instant, Hu Xiao vanished from his previous position. Upon Qintingting's arrival, she surveyed the surroundings, finding no trace of anyone. Displeased, she remarked, "What is going on? Where have those two gone? They usually come running at the slightest call. They want to be coming, but no matter, I shall lead you to them shortly." Who? Qintingting gasped, spinning around, only to find an empty space. Suddenly, a figure appeared before her, causing her to stumble back in fright. "You? How could it be you? This is impossible. Where are the others?" The figure was none other than Hu Xiao, whose sudden appearance through instantaneous movement left Qintingting in disbelief. Hu Xiao smiled slightly and replied, "As for the others, they are dead. Is there a need to ask? Should I die as well?" Qintingting, incredulous, widened her eyes. "Impossible. A Yi and Qi Gu are both level 10 Spirit Apprentices. How could you possibly defeat them? This cannot be." Hu Xiao shrugged. "There is nothing impossible. As long as my strength surpasses theirs, that is sufficient. And now, do you really believe you can defeat me all alone?" Qintingting scoffed disdainfully. "I am not like those two. I can easily deal with them. This is even better. Now, no one can steal my glory. If I eliminate you, all the credit will be mine, and I found those too tiresome." With that, Qintingting activated her ability, sprouting wings as she lunged at Hu Xiao with her sword. At this moment, Hu Xiao, in a state of dream ability spirit possession, remained unfazed, a calm smile adorning his face. He instantly moved behind Qintingting. The transforming ring swiftly morphed into a fist guard, enveloping Hu Xiao's hand. He clenched his fist and struck Qintingting squarely in the back. Taken by surprise, she staggered a few steps before collapsing to the ground. With a fierce glare, Qintingting shot daggers at Hu Xiao. "You are dead. I will kill you." Rising to her feet, sword in hand, she channeled all her energy into the blade. With a mighty swing, she unleashed a technique, Whirlwind. A powerful gust swept across the arena. Hu Xiao, unfazed, chuckled. "Is that all you've got? You're destined to lose." Once again, Hu Xiao's figure vanished from his previous position, reappearing in midair, seamlessly switching between Dream Ability Spirit and Super Dream Ability Spirit. His once blue pupils transformed into a pale violet, a tail sprouting from his back, as Hu Xiao unleashed his full power as a spirit master. Coupled with the might of Super Dream, he bore down on Qiongqi, making it hard for her to breathe. With a mere flick of his finger, Hu Xiao declared, "Fighting technique." Qiongqi felt a shock run through her body as her energy dissipated. She realized she could no longer utilize her whirlwind skill. As if some mysterious force had sealed her abilities. Fear gripped her, and she shouted at Hu Xiao, "What have you done to me? Why are my skills sealed? How do you possess the strength of a spirit master? This is impossible. Just days ago, you were merely a level 9 spirit apprentice." Hu Xiao landed gracefully on the ground, smirking as he replied, "Because I am a genius. How difficult can it be to break through to the spirit master level in just a few days?" Qiongqi gazed at Hu Xiao as though he were a demon. Realizing he intends to kill me, regaining her composure, Qiongqi addressed Hu Xiao, "I believe we have a misunderstanding. How about this? I want to disclose these events. Nor will I mention your killing of a Yi and Qi Gu. I can offer you a substantial sum of money. Let us call it even. What do you think? I think your death is the only resolution I seek. You have gone too far. I am not like Qi Gu and the others. I am the grand princess of the Qin family in Nanai City. If you kill me, I assure you that you will never escape this place." Hu Xiao replied with disdain, "If I can't escape, then so be it. Rather than allowing you to betray me, it would be far more practical to eliminate you." Qiongqi gritted her teeth. "Even if my abilities are sealed, with your mediocre skills, do you truly believe you can kill me? Do not jest." Hu Xiao, enraged, laughed bitterly. "Betray? Then I shall witness how you retaliate, you insignificant wretch." With that, Hu Xiao lunged towards Qiongqi, energy coalescing in his hand. A formidable surge of energy amassed in Hu Xiao's grasp. Wave Bomb. The wave bomb hurtled directly towards Qiongqi's body. Having ascended to level 11, Hu Xiao, as a spirit master, wielded a power far superior to that of his time as a spirit apprentice. Qiongqi, a mere level 10 spirit apprentice, was utterly outmatched. Chapter 13. Finally entering the big city, Qiongqi was sent flying by Hu Xiao's wave bomb, crashing to the ground and spitting out blood. Her psychic abilities had deteriorated, and fear was etched across her face. "Please spare me. I promise I will never cross you again. I was wrong to covet your power. Please let me go." The once proud and elegant swan now appeared disheveled and defeated. The transforming ring transformed back into a sword, and Hu Xiao approached Qiongqi, coldly stating, "Why do you not consider what my fate would have been had I not escaped your pursuit? Everything happening now is your own doing. Do not threaten me with your family. It is futile. You will die here and be consumed by the beasts. Who could possibly suspect me?" Qiongqi was utterly terrified. This man before her was a fiend. "Do you think my family is foolish? I am not like Qi Gu and those imbeciles. I possess a talisman. If I die, the talisman will shatter. This talisman is only broken when one is murdered, not when devoured by beasts, as the energy differs." Upon hearing of this talisman, Hu Xiao felt a sense of urgency. If Qiongqi died and those pursuing her discovered the truth, it would spell disaster for him. However, sparing her could also lead to great peril. Observing Hu Xiao's indecisiveness, Qiongqi seized the opportunity and pressed on, "Let us strike a deal. If you spare me, we can let bygones be bygones. What do you say?" Hu Xiao fell silent for a moment, and then a faint smile broke across his face. "I find that unappealing. Killing you would leave energy traces, making it easy to track. Allowing you to be slain by the beasts, however, would leave no trace. How intriguing. I now know what to do." Qiongqi trembled at the sight of Hu Xiao's smile, her body shaking with dread. "What are you planning?" Hu Xiao smiled slightly, and the transforming ring morphed into a handgun. He fired, piercing Qiongqi's arm and leg with energy-infused bullets. "I will not kill you. Instead, I will toss you into the lair of the beasts and let them feast upon you." At this moment, blood gushed from her wounds. An agony consumed her as she gazed at the man before her, fear, dread, and regret flooding her heart. Why did I provoke him? Had I not, I would not be in this predicament. This man was a true demon. Hu Xiao instantly teleported away, only to return cradling Qi Gu's lifeless body. Qiongqi felt her heart sink. Hu Xiao seized her, one hand on each arm. He began to teleport incessantly until he located a gathering place of the beasts. Upon seeing human intruders, the creatures displayed wicked grins. Hu Xiao smiled faintly, tossing Qiongqi and Qi Gu into the fray before teleporting to a nearby tree. Quietly observing the unfolding drama, the beasts charged towards Qiongqi and Qi Gu, grinning maliciously. In her greed, Qiongqi had paid a heavy price. No. Her agonized screams faded into silence. Hu Xiao gazed skyward, bitterly chuckling. This cursed place has truly driven me to such extremes. With a swift teleport, He departed from that location, discovering a cave. After teleporting continuously, he spotted an exit and noted several individuals hunting the beasts. Rather than leaving the mountain sea cave, Hu Xiao found a place to hide. He rifled through Qiongqi's backpack, discovering 12 crystalline cores of various attributes, though none of the psychic type. Along with 20,000 yuan in cash, some jewelry, clothing, and food. He stashed the money, cores, and food into the transforming ring, then extracted Qiongqi's bag. Along with those of a Yi and Qi Gu, destroying their phones with a wave bomb before setting them ablaze, erasing all evidence. Meanwhile, in Nanhai City, Qiongqi's father, Qin Zhu, reveled among a throng of beautiful women, indulging in a life of luxury and excess. Suddenly, a knock at the door interrupted him. A butler entered, accustomed to Qin Zhu's behavior, calmly and respectfully stating, "Patriarch, the young lady has been missing in the mountain sea cave for quite some time. Should we search for her?" Qin Zhu waved dismissively, continuing his indulgences. "My daughter possesses the peak strength of a spirit apprentice. What danger could a mere novice cave pose? Besides, Yi and Qi Gu are with her. What is there to fear? Let us send a few people to check on her." The butler nodded, slightly bowing before exiting the room. The revelry resumed. A Yi's family and Qi Gu's family also dispatched individuals to join the butler in searching the mountain sea cave for any trace of Qiongqi. At this moment, Hu Xiao stood at the exit, where heavy guards were stationed, requiring registration for entry and exit. However, with his teleportation ability, he could act as a complete outlaw. The guards were of low rank and could not sense his energy. Hu Xiao chuckled. "Wonderful. It seems I can embrace my inner outlaw." Taking a deep breath, he began to teleport frantically, swiftly moving outside the exit and continuing his relentless journey. No one noticed his presence. Hu Xiao lost count of how many times he teleported until his energy was depleted, finally catching sight of towering skyscrapers. Tears almost filled his eyes. After enduring so much hardship, he had finally emerged into the realm of human existence. Starting in the mountain sea cave, he had suffered greatly. But now he was free. Thankfully, Hu Xiao had changed into a fresh set of clothes, having burned the old, filthy garments. He was ready to face a new life. Ecstatic, Hu Xiao wandered the bustling streets, his face illuminated by a radiant smile. The only individuals he had encountered in the cave were those 3 unsavory characters, and he could hardly bear to think of them. Strolling through a food street, he savored delicious snacks, his mouth watering with delight. Eventually, he found a respectable inn, produced his identification, and completed his registration. Fortunately, upon traversing into this realm, I discovered that I still possessed an identification card suitable for use here. Otherwise, arriving in this world as a mere vagabond would have been quite disconcerting. Hu Xiao relished a refreshing bath, and then sank into the plush embrace of a grand bed. Indulging in a delightful slumber, completely unaware that chaos had erupted within the Mountain Sea Anomaly. Chapter 14. The Academy Metropolis within the Mountain Sea Anomaly. The steward of the Qin family had unearthed the tattered garments and traces of blood belonging to Qiongqi. The other 2 families also uncovered the shredded clothing of Qi Gu and I. A solemn pallor enveloped each face, laden with suspicion. It was unfathomable that, given the prowess of Qiongqi, I, and Qi Gu, they could fall prey to the beasts of this anomaly. The steward promptly informed the family head, along with the heads of the other 2 clans. Upon receiving this alarming news, the 3 patriarchs surged forth in a fury. Upon witnessing the state of the broken garments, their bodies quaked with barely contained rage. Qin Zhu, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. There is no way the beasts of this place could harm my daughter. She must have been slain by nefarious individuals. Gather them in. We shall excavate every inch to uncover the murderer." The other 2 patriarchs, equally incensed, dispatched a multitude of their kin to commence a search. They even initiated inquiries into the individuals who had recently entered and exited the Mountain Sea Anomaly. However, Hu Xiao, a notorious rogue, effortlessly slipped away, utilizing instantaneous teleportation, leaving no trace for anyone to uncover. This turn of events was anticipated by Hu Xiao, yet he harbored no fear. He managed the situation with remarkable finesse. After an entire night of searching and interrogating countless individuals, no leads emerged. Qin Zhu's confidence wavered as he sighed and addressed the other family heads. "It appears we have overestimated our children's capabilities. A life lost cannot be restored. Henceforth, let us ensure that our other children remain vigilant and accompany one another in perilous places." The other 2 patriarchs nodded in agreement, resigning themselves to the belief that they had indeed fallen victim to the beasts of the Mountain Sea. Yet, the steward of the Qin family harbored a different perspective. He was privy to the real reason behind the young lady's presence in this realm. She had come in search of the multifaceted ring. He remained silent, but before departing, he cast a knowing glance at a certain spot, nodding discreetly. In that very location, a man clad in black stood, clutching a mobile phone that displayed images of Hu Xiao battling Qin Tingting. Upon returning, Qin Zhu summoned his second daughter, Qin Shishir, and solemnly declared, "Your elder sister has perished, consumed by the beasts of the mountain sea. You must exercise caution henceforth, ensuring you are accompanied by bodyguards whenever you venture out." Qin Shishir, possessing a beauty reminiscent of her sister, burst into tears, lamenting, "How could this be? My sister. She was so young, and now she is gone. I feel utterly devastated." Observing his daughter's sorrow, Qin Zhu hastened to console her, "Such is fate. I have but 2 daughters. Losing one weighs heavily upon my heart. Prior to your mother's passing, I vowed to care for you both, and I have failed. You must be strong. I shall bequeath all my estate to you, Shishir. Strive diligently." After Qin Shishir exited, still visibly distressed, her demeanor transformed into a smile upon encountering the steward. "Well done," he acknowledged with a respectful bow. Returning to her chamber, she wiped her tears and donned a sinister smile. "Qin Tingting, at last, you have met your demise. The future of the Qin family now rests in my hands. You thought you could surpass me? Ha! I am grateful to that individual for eliminating you, as it spares me the trouble of sending my minions in the mountain sea anomaly to do the deed. Let us see who can suppress me now. Alas, the multifaceted ring is a pity, but I shall devise a method to reclaim it." Unbeknownst to Hu Xiao, he continued to enjoy a peaceful slumber, relishing the rare comfort of a bed and opting to neglect his training for a day of leisure. When he finally awoke, it was already noon. Rubbing his eyes and stretching contentedly, he tidied himself before departing the hotel, making his way to the library. Since arriving in this world, he had yet to familiarize himself with its intricacies. He selected a tome titled The Encyclopedia of Worlds and began to read with keen interest. This world had once experienced a calamity that shattered its former tranquility, as countless mountain sea beasts unleashed havoc upon civilization, obliterating cities upon which people relied for survival and resulting in unfathomable loss of life. In the aftermath, humanity acquired an unknown power. Creatures reminiscent of animated Pokémon became humanity's extraordinary abilities. With this newfound capability, humans learned the traits and skills of these Pokémon, growing ever stronger and forcing the mountain sea beasts back into their anomaly. Currently, it was known that only around 600 variants of these extraordinary abilities had been identified, with many still awaiting discovery. The potential within these abilities was limitless. For instance, Hu Xiao's own Mew and Mewtwo remained undiscovered, rendering him uniquely exceptional. As Hu Xiao continued to peruse the content, he was struck by the realization that this world bore a remarkable resemblance to the nations of his previous existence, retaining the same names. However, there was one peculiar location, an island situated within the ocean, known as the Academy Metropolis. This locale was extraordinary, a coveted haven for those aspiring to enhance their prowess. Essentially, it was an entire city functioning as a school, sprawling across an area comparable to that of a city itself, nurturing countless prodigies across various fields, making it a place where many would vie to gain entry. Each year, enrollment attracted throngs from around the globe, yet entry into the Academy Metropolis required stringent criteria, with only a select few gaining admission. Moreover, many students faced compulsory expulsion, attributable to the Academy's unique educational framework. The founder of this Academy Metropolis was revered as Feng Xing, one of the world's preeminent powerhouses, known as the Level 89 Spirit Saint, Chu Yiji. With such a formidable reputation, countless individuals yearned to gain access to this revered institution. Recalling that Qin Tingting had mentioned using her multifaceted ring as a means of entry into the Academy Metropolis, Hu Xiao felt an insatiable yearning for this enigmatic institution. Gaining access to such a place could significantly bolster his strength, especially with a spirit saint as the headmaster. How impressive! After concluding his reading, Hu Xiao strode purposefully out of the library, now possessing a clearer understanding of this world. However, his immediate concern was securing a residence in the vast South Sea city, for he could not remain in a hotel indefinitely. With approximately 50,000 in currency and a collection of spirit cores, he was capable of sustaining himself. Hu Xiao sought out a real estate agency, requesting a fully furnished apartment to alleviate the burden of acquiring additional furnishings. The efficiency of the agent was remarkable, swiftly securing a residence for Hu Xiao, albeit in a somewhat remote location on the outskirts of the city. However, the price was quite affordable at 2,000 yuan per month, payable quarterly. After inspecting the apartment, Hu Xiao was thoroughly satisfied and promptly paid the rent. The dwelling, a 2-bedroom unit, was fully equipped with a bed, a sofa, a washing machine, a computer, and even a training room. In this era, the cultivation of Pokémon's psychic abilities was of paramount importance. Moreover, this place was not far from the dimensional rift Hu Xiao had previously visited, while on the opposite side lay a hunter's guild. This area was bustling with individuals living on the edge, hunting exotic beasts from the rift to earn their fortunes. In Nehai City, there were 4 dimensional rifts, aside from the low-level rift Hu Xiao had visited, which posed minimal threat and was located near the city outskirts. The other 3 rifts were secured behind towering city walls. These walls were constructed by humanity to fend off the dangers posed by the exotic beasts, ensuring that the more perilous rifts were kept at bay to prevent beastly onslaughts. Every city was fortified in this manner. The tasks of the Hunters Guild revolved around executing missions within these 4 rifts, hunting the exotic beasts. The founder of the guild was said to be an incredibly enigmatic figure, reputed to possess immense strength and psychic abilities. After tidying up his new home, Hu Xiao prepared to venture into the city to procure essential supplies, clothing, bedding, shoes, and various condiments. He spent the entire afternoon meandering through malls and supermarkets, ultimately returning home with numerous bags in tow. As night fell, Hu Xiao completed the organization of his room and lay comfortably on his bed, a smile gracing his face. At last, he had a semblance of a proper home. After enjoying a dinner he had prepared himself, Hu Xiao retreated to the training room to cultivate his abilities. For enhancing his strength was of utmost importance. He trained throughout the night, and as the sun rose, Hu Xiao opened his eyes, drawing the energy back into his body. He sighed, remarking that after breaking through to level 11, progressing to the next level required an immense amount of energy. He had expended 2 energy cores the previous day, yet still failed to touch the threshold of level 12. Shaking his head, he stepped onto the balcony, where the raucous sounds from the nearby Hunters Guild could be distinctly heard. Intrigued, he listened intently, a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. The guild was quite lively, and their information network must be extensive. They might even know some tidbits about the Academy's capital. In an instant, Hu Xiao vanished from the balcony, and a pink figure materialized below. Moments later, the figure disappeared once more. Within seconds, Hu Xiao found himself at the entrance of the Hunters Guild, clad in pajamas and slippers. The surrounding hunters turned to gaze at him, his attire a curious sight in such a place. Hu Xiao looked around in confusion, frowning slightly before glancing down at his clothes, his face darkening. In his haste, he had forgotten to change. It was an utterly embarrassing moment. Before he could retreat, a gathering of individuals had already encircled him. A group of burly men pointed and laughed, saying, "Little boy, how adorable you are in your pajamas. This is a place for those who live on the edge, not for kids like you. Go back and hug your dolls." Recently, it seemed that children like him often came here to gain experience for a chance at the Academy's capital, only to be terrified by even the smallest of beasts. Hearing these remarks, Hu Xiao's expression darkened, though the last comment held some significance, revealing that some were indeed here for the Academy's opportunity. Ignoring the jeers, Hu Xiao resolutely made his way inside. "Hey, kid, don't you think you're being a bit arrogant?" One of the hunters, irritated by Hu Xiao's indifference, called out. Hu Xiao paused momentarily but chose not to respond, continuing onward. The hunter, now thoroughly incensed, approached Hu Xiao, attempting to seize his shoulder. "You little brat. You think you're tough? Let me teach you a lesson." Just as the hunter's hand was about to make contact, Hu Xiao's psychic Pokémon, Mewtwo, manifested, exuding a powerful pressure that left the hunter gasping for breath. At that moment, Hu Xiao's eyes turned a pale purple, a long tail sprouting forth as he coldly regarded the hunter, the pressure intensifying. "What do you want?" Hu Xiao's prowess was evident, but with Mewtwo's overwhelming presence, the hunter felt utterly dwarfed. As Hu Xiao's strength grew, so too did the oppressive aura of his Mewtwo. This was a unique characteristic of Mewtwo. It instilled fear in opponents, diminishing their ability to wield their powers effectively. The hunter froze, realizing that the young man before him was not to be trifled with. While many his age possessed psychic abilities, none radiated such overwhelming pressure as Hu Xiao. Among the onlookers, a man watched Hu Xiao with keen interest. The hunter swallowed hard. He couldn't afford to lose face in front of so many witnesses, so he summoned his own psychic Pokémon. 2 horns sprouted from the hunter's head, and he began to snort as his energy surged, though it was nowhere near the strength of Hu Xiao's. His Pokémon was Tauros, known for its ferocity. The hunter mustered his courage and declared, "I see you're just entering the ranks of psychics, probably around level 11. I, on the other hand, am a level 15 psychic. If you apologize to me, we can let this matter rest. Otherwise, you'll find yourself in quite a predicament." Hu Xiao nodded, sincerely stating, "I apologize." His words shocked the onlookers and even Tauros. They expected him to retaliate, yet he had genuinely apologized. Hu Xiao then flexed his body, coolly addressing Tauros. "This apology will be rendered after I defeat you. Consider this a prelude." With that, Hu Xiao charged at Tauros with remarkable speed, landing a powerful punch to its abdomen before it could react. Tauros doubled over in pain, shouting, "You little brat, I'll make you pay." It charged at Hu Xiao with its horns aglow, resembling a fierce bull. Hu Xiao stood his ground, gathering his energy as he formed a wave missile, which shot forth toward Tauros. The collision between Tauros' horns and the wave missile created a momentary stalemate. Despite being level 15, Tauros was merely an ordinary psychic, and facing Hushio's legendary Pokémon was a significant disadvantage. After extensive training, Hushio had grown adept at controlling his psychic abilities, and soon the wave missile overpowered Tauros' charge, sending it flying backward. At that moment, Hushio gathered a blue energy at his fingertips and lightly pointed at Mewtwo. The energy, akin to a ray, penetrated Mewtwo's body. Freeze. Upon witnessing this technique, a mysterious man in the crowd's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. It was quite remarkable, an excellent prospect indeed. When Mewtwo stood up again, intending to use his horn to charge, he was astonished to discover that he could no longer execute this move. "What have you done to me?" he exclaimed in disbelief. Hushio smiled nonchalantly and replied, "Nothing much, just a simple freezing technique." At the mention of this skill, shock washed over the faces of those around, including Mewtwo. Goodness, it's the freezing technique. A rare ability in the supernatural realm. Many supernatural beings have failed to master this skill. Indeed, being able to seal an opponent's technique for half an hour was nothing short of a divine art. It was unexpected that this young dandy had already mastered such a skill. His future was boundless. The abilities of Pokémon-like supernatural beings evolve to new heights automatically. Yet each individual's talent varies, resulting in different skills being acquired. For instance, a less talented supernatural being might only learn a basic move like Tackle, while a gifted one could master Ember. Hushio's acquisition of the freezing technique indicated his extraordinary talent, and the nature of his supernatural being was one they had never encountered before. Yet, the overwhelming pressure he exuded was a clear indication of its uniqueness. The onlookers gleefully watched Mewtwo, relishing his misfortune. "Looks like you've hit a brick wall." Mewtwo realized he had indeed encountered a formidable opponent. But now there was no turning back. If he backed down, how could he continue to maintain his standing in the guild? Mewtwo's other skill was Charge, which was weak and utterly ineffective against Hushio's assault. Just as the two were locked in a stalemate, a group of individuals suddenly arrived. The Hunter Guild prohibits private duels. Everyone, cease at once. A middle-aged man with a strong jawline appeared, and his formidable aura left both Hushio and Mewtwo astounded. This was the first time Hushio had encountered someone of the Spirit Master realm. Upon seeing the man, Mewtwo immediately released his supernatural being and stood obediently, resembling a well-behaved student. The middle-aged man then turned his attention to Hushio, who nodded helplessly in response. "Release your Pokémon ability," the man commanded. And Hushio complied. Satisfied, the middle-aged man addressed both of them. "Consider this a warning." With that, he turned and walked away. After the esteemed figure departed, Mewtwo, still stubborn, retorted, "You got lucky this time, brat." He then clutched his abdomen and walked off. Hushio scoffed quietly and proceeded toward the guild's service center entrance. Following Hushio's display of power, the others refrained from mocking him further. His strength was indeed worthy of their respect. The mysterious man in the crowd entered after Hushio. Upon reaching the hall, Hushio was greeted by an array of task listings. There were requests for various types of crystal cores, collection of specific fruits, and hunting of exotic beasts for their meat, each task offering substantial rewards. Hushio's attire, consisting of pajamas, attracted curious glances from those around him, but he paid no mind, focusing intently on the task listings. "Do you aspire to become a hunter?" This question came from the mysterious man in the crowd. Hushio turned to face him, slightly furrowing his brow. "What is it?" The man, a middle-aged figure exuding an air of decisiveness, smiled warmly at Hushio. "I am Lan In, the leader of the Blue Moon Hunter Guild. I observed your impressive abilities and would like to invite you to join us. Our guild offers excellent benefits, including individual and team missions with competitive remuneration. We provide a guaranteed salary, commissions, and exclusive tasks that yield even greater rewards. Moreover, we offer training in swordsmanship, martial arts, and other combat techniques. The hunter profession benefits greatly from teamwork compared to solo endeavors." Hushio's eyes lit up. This opportunity seemed promising, especially the prospect of learning the swordsmanship he lacked. However, he harbored suspicions regarding the man's true intentions, questioning whether he might be a mere intermediary. Sensing Hushio's skepticism, Lan In smiled gently and approached a machine, inserting a card. He then beckoned Hushio over. Upon examining the display, Hushio noted Lan In's impressive credentials, level 28 Spirit Master, with a unique Pokémon-like supernatural being, a level 5 hunter and leader of the level 4 Blue Moon Hunter Guild. After perusing this information, Hushio regarded the middle-aged man with newfound respect. Clearly, he was not to be underestimated. Lan In, noticing Hushio's interest, continued, "Our guild comprises around 100 members, with only myself as a level 5 hunter. The vice captain is a level 4 hunter, while the core strength consists mostly of level 2 and 3 hunters. We have a solid reputation throughout Nanhai City. After all, there are only 4 level 4 hunter guilds in the entire city. So, what do you say? Interested in joining? We can arrange immediate training with pay, and those who work diligently have the opportunity to acquire sword and martial arts manuals, which are invaluable assets beyond one's innate skills. Lanin's words resonated with Hu Xiao, as the prospect of acquiring such manuals was compelling. Additionally, being part of the Hunter Guild would provide ample opportunities to gather information, including matters concerning the Ditto family in the Academy City. Gaining a deeper understanding of the world would undoubtedly benefit him. Chapter 17. If you are a brother. Come at me, Hu Xiao inquired of Lanan. Can you elaborate on the benefits and compensation? I may not be staying in this city for long. Lanan nodded, smiling as he replied, Are you planning to participate in the Academy City selection? Hu Xiao acknowledged this with a nod. That's quite normal. Every year at this time, many young individuals like yourself come to the Hunter Guild to enhance their skills and prepare for the exam. Hu Xiao then asked, Do you know how the selection for Academy City works? Of course, Lanan responded. I was once eliminated myself. It's quite challenging. There's only one test, hunting. You must hunt exotic beasts in designated mountainous regions and collect crystal cores. Those with the most cores gain entry into Academy City. Anyone under 25 from any city worldwide can participate, but there are limited slots. This year, Nanhai City has only 10 available. Hu Xiao was taken aback. With cities from around the world participating, how could one city accommodate so many contestants? Lanan perceived Hu Xiao's confusion and clarified. Academy City can be likened to a small society. Each year, many individuals enter, while many are expelled, whether for study or daily life, purchasing goods, or renting accommodations. Everything requires points, which can only be earned within Academy City. Additionally, students must pay a certain number of points annually as tuition. Many without sufficient points are forced to withdraw. Those who manage to persevere for 3 years can be considered exceptional individuals, true prodigies. Hu Xiao nodded in understanding. Academy City was far more daunting than he had initially imagined. Surviving in such an environment without any skills would be exceedingly difficult. Luan gazed at Hu Xiao and inquired, So, are you still planning to participate in the examination for the Academy City? Hu Xiao lifted his head and smiled faintly. Of course. How could I possibly miss out on such an intriguing opportunity? Luan admired Hu Xiao for a moment and remarked, That sounds splendid. Joining the Hunter Guild will allow you to rapidly enhance your abilities, thus securing your chances of entering the Academy City. Extending his hand, Luan's eyes radiated sincerity, prompting Hu Xiao to reflect that he had finally encountered a trustworthy individual. Hu Xiao beamed brightly and shook Luan's hand. I look forward to your guidance. Luan nodded. Rest assured, we are now comrades. Let us proceed. I will take you to register for a hunter identity. Hu Xiao nodded in agreement and followed Luan to the registration desk. Soon, the receptionist began to register Hu Xiao's identification and asked him, Please demonstrate your abilities so that I can record your level and POKÉMON abilities. Hu Xiao nodded, contemplating his next move. Being endowed with dual abilities, he realized that revealing both could incite considerable commotion. Thus, he decided to showcase only his Mewtwo abilities for now, keeping his other abilities as a hidden card. As Hu Xiao unveiled his Mewtwo abilities, a formidable aura emanated from him, causing everyone in the hall to turn their attention towards him, their expressions grave with curiosity about this unprecedented POKÉMON ability. The receptionist, bewildered, frantically searched her computer, unable to find any records of Hu Xiao's abilities. One's expression mirrored that of the receptionist, as he realized he had stumbled upon a rare gem, a POKÉMON ability unrecorded in their archives. The receptionist, now sweating, stared at Hu Xiao in a daze, wondering if this striking young man could possibly be a descendant of a hidden aristocratic family. I have never seen such a POKÉMON ability, she thought. Suddenly, her demeanor shifted to one of utmost respect as she addressed Hu Xiao, Lord Hu Xiao. May I ask what your POKÉMON ability is so I can record it? Hu Xiao replied, Mewtwo abilities, Psychic type, level 11. The receptionist swiftly noted this down, capturing his image with a camera, her shock palpable as she recognized Hu Xiao as likely being from a hidden lineage, given the rarity of Psychic type abilities. Once registered, the receptionist handed Hu Xiao a card and respectfully stated, This card will keep track of your merits and rewards. Currently, you are a level 1 hunter. Accumulate 500 merits to advance to level 2. After completing tasks, your merits and rewards will be credited to this card, usable anywhere. Hu Xiao accepted the card and smiled gently at the receptionist. Thank you. Her face flushed with surprise at his gratitude. No need to thank me, she stammered. Having displayed an ability that few had ever witnessed, particularly one as rare as Mewtwo, many began to eye Hu Xiao with envy, sensing the unease in the atmosphere. One quickly wrapped an arm around Hu Xiao and announced loudly, Come on, Hu Xiao, it's your first day with the Blue Moon. Let me show you our headquarters. With that, he led Hu Xiao out of the hall. Others, witnessing Blue Moon's swift action, lamented the missed opportunity of acquiring such a promising talent. Meanwhile, Hu Xiao's information was uploaded to the database, marking the discovery of a new POKÉMON ability, Mewtwo, psychic type, with the characteristic of pressure and other unknown attributes. Soon, the higher-ups of the Psychic Ability Regulatory Bureau reviewed this newly uploaded information. An elderly gentleman, full of vigor, gazed intently at the data and murmured, "At last. After so long, we have discovered a new POKÉMON ability, Mewtwo, psychic type, Hu Xiao. This is intriguing." One guided Hu Xiao to a vast warehouse, saying, "Welcome to the Blue Moon Hunter Guild. This is our base, equipped with training facilities that you may use freely. Just so you know, as a level 1 hunter here, the base salary is 5,000 yuan, with task rewards split evenly. For individual tasks, anything obtained from the Mountain Sea Caverns belongs solely to you, while team tasks are divided equally. Different levels come with varying base salaries." Hu Xiao nodded, recognizing the generous terms and feeling reassured by Luwen's character. As Luen led Hu Xiao into the warehouse, the exterior belied the wonders within. A plethora of training grounds, practice areas, rest zones, dining facilities, and notably, numerous gaming computers. Hu Xiao looked at Luen in confusion as Luen awkwardly explained, "It's for entertainment. We believe in balancing leisure and training. Our favorite game is Brothers, Come Hack Me." Hu Xiao understood, realizing why the guild was named Blue Moon. One could almost visualize a group of men, smoking and gaming, shouting, "If you're a brother, come hack me. We are the playful Blue Moon." Feeling somewhat overwhelmed, Hu Xiao questioned the seriousness of this hunter guild. Chapter 18. The Demon Suppression Fist. Luen introduced Hu Xiao to the area, stating, "Usually, some members are training here, but many are currently out on missions. For now, it's just me holding down the fort, but they should return in about a week, and you'll get to meet them." Hu Xiao nodded, satisfied with the facilities. At that moment, one handed Hu Xiao a card, saying, "Here, this is your access pass for the warehouse. With it, you can come and go freely." Hu Xiao accepted the card and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Captain." One felt a rush of pleasure at being addressed in such a manner. Pulling Hu Xiao closer and proclaiming, "Since today is relatively quiet, let me teach you a set of boxing techniques as a little perk." Hu Xiao, pleasantly surprised at the prospect of learning martial arts upon joining, felt a surge of admiration for Luen, recognizing him as a rare and commendable leader. Luen brought Hu Xiao to the training area, his demeanor serious as he stated, "Today, I will teach you a technique known as the Demon Suppression Fist. This technique can utilize energy of any attribute and is among the finest of foundational boxing techniques. I will demonstrate it first, so pay close attention." As Luen's body transformed, a creature with a deep indigo hue appeared behind him. It had a round head adorned with fluffy, wing-like ears, brown eyes, and visible fangs, resembling a turtle-like POKÉMON, Karami Turtle. With the transformation complete, Luen sported a shell on his back, and his ears resembled wings. As he began his demonstration, one explained, "My Karami Turtle is a water type, and the Demon Suppression Fist can harmonize with energies of all elements. Now, I will proceed with the demonstration." Blue energy flowed from Luen's fists as he elaborated. The essence of the Demon Suppression Fist lies in its ability to contain. Each movement harnesses one's energy to form locks that bind the opponent's attacks. With each punch, one's energy manifested like locks, firmly securing his strikes. Hu Xiao, keenly observing, recognized the technique's principles thanks to his innate talent for training and understanding. Hu Xiao stroked his chin, contemplating how each successful defense against an opponent's attack would enhance his energy in succession. Mastery over this energy control was essential. Meanwhile, Luwen continued to demonstrate, explaining, "The most crucial aspect of the Demon Suppression Fist is the final strike. It must unleash all accumulated energy to achieve its maximum effect. This accumulation relies on your ability to successfully defend against your opponent's attacks and whether your energy has been progressively enhanced, creating a continuous effect." Upon finishing his explanation, Luwen gathered his energy, which surged wildly like a torrent, and unleashed a punch that released a stream of energy, flowing incessantly forward. The energy output lasted a full 20 seconds before ceasing. As Luwen withdrew, he exhaled and turned to Hu Xiao, asking, "What do you think? Is the Demon Suppression Fist effective in combat?" Hu Xiao scratched his head sheepishly. "To be honest, I don't know any martial arts or sword techniques. I rely solely on skill outputs. But I must admit, this technique looks quite effective." Luwen nodded, understanding Hu Xiao's capabilities well. From their combat encounters, it was clear that Hu Xiao fought using the powerful abilities of his spirit, revealing a lack of combat experience. However, he struck Luwen as an unrefined gem, untouched and raw. "Thus, I will arrange training for you in the future. Since you've joined us, we are like family. Rest assured, I will clearly outline your training," Luwen said. Hu Xiao expressed his gratitude with a nod. "Thank you, Captain Luwen." Luwen waved his hand dismissively, No need for thanks. Come on, let me teach you. For the remainder of the afternoon, Lawan guided Hu Xiao in practicing the demon suppression fist. Hu Xiao, still clad in his pajamas and slippers, presented a rather whimsical scene. A man with angelic ears and a turtle shell instructing another man in pajamas with a tail, engaged in fervent training. By the end of the afternoon, Hu Xiao's progress astonished Lawan. His capacity to understand was remarkable. After just one demonstration, Hu Xiao grasped the technique, and Lawan only needed to guide him a few times before Hu Xiao mastered it. Each attempt grew increasingly proficient, and by the afternoon's end, Hu Xiao had fully mastered the demon suppression fist. With a final punch, Hu Xiao released a torrent of energy that flowed like water, successfully completing the technique. Lawan, holding his head in disbelief, recalled how he had to train for an entire week just to grasp the basics of this move. Yet Hu Xiao had achieved such a level of mastery in a single afternoon. What an extraordinary learning ability. Seeing Lawan's bewildered expression, Hu Xiao grew curious and wondered if he was indeed learning too slowly. After all, it seemed unreasonable to take so long even with a basic technique. Feeling somewhat guilty, he approached Lawan and lowered his head. Captain Lawan, am I learning too slowly? Upon hearing this, Lawan realized Hu Xiao was engaging in self-doubt. He stood up, patted Hu Xiao's shoulder, and reassured him, "You've done remarkably well. To reach this level in just one afternoon is impressive, even if it still falls slightly short of my own learning experience. Who can't engage in self-deprecation?" Hu Xiao said humbly. "Don't worry, Captain Lawan. I will continue to strive for improvement." Though Lawan felt somewhat insecure, he masked it well and said, "Seeing your dedication, when the other members return, I'll have them teach you a few more techniques. For now, we will conclude our training here. Outside of missions, you have the freedom to allocate your time as you wish, train, practice, or even relax. However, when there is a mission, you must be on call." Hu Xiao nodded in understanding. Lawan retrieved a brand new phone from a drawer and handed it to Hu Xiao, saying, "Here, consider this a benefit of being in the team. You can use this phone to stay in touch moving forward." Receiving the phone, Hu Xiao felt a warm surge of appreciation. Lawan was indeed a good person, generous in teaching him martial arts and gifting him a phone. "Thank you, Captain," Hu Xiao expressed gratefully. Lawan waved him off. "Go on, head home. I might need to find you for a mission later." Chapter 19. Personal Mission. Seeking fire elemental crystals after leaving the headquarters of the Blue Moon, Hu Xiao, now infused with his dreamlike abilities, swiftly teleported home. After all, wearing pajamas in public would not present a favorable image. Once home, he tossed his filthy pajamas into the washing machine, changed into fresh clothes, and sat on the sofa, fiddling with his new phone. Lawan had thoughtfully provided a phone card, allowing Hu Xiao to quickly bind his identification and guild card for immediate use. With the remaining cash, he teleported to an ATM and deposited the money onto his card. Teleporting back to the sofa, he indulged in placing a takeout order. The convenience of teleportation was unparalleled, granting him the freedom to do as he pleased. When the food arrived, Hu Xiao savored his meal, and afterward, he returned to his training room, taking out 2 elemental crystals to absorb their energy. Meanwhile, Lawan was on a phone call. "Today, I encountered a promising candidate. This POKÉMON Spirit has not yet been officially recorded, but its strength is undeniable." "Oh, that sounds promising. Our team is on the verge of pushing to level 5, and we are in dire need of new members," came the voice on the other end. Lawan chuckled. "Let me tell you, you will be astonished. The young recruit we just welcomed mastered the demon suppression fist in just one afternoon." "What? That's incredible!" the voice exclaimed. "Lawan, you've struck gold." With a smile, Lawan replied, "By the way, how are things on your end?" "Fairly well. We've had several encounters, but that guy keeps escaping." Lawan nodded. "This time, we are deploying everyone. We must capture him." "Absolutely. Let us wrap up for today and resume tracking tomorrow." "Oh, and when you return, let us see if that new recruit can learn a more challenging technique. I wonder how long it will take him." "Sounds good. We'll celebrate your triumphant return." Just as Lawan ended the call, another one came in. "Captain, I need a favor. I require 20 fire elemental crystals within 5 days. My son is entering a critical phase of his training and needs those crystals for support. I can pay 10,000 for each." Lawan felt conflicted. He couldn't arbitrarily take on tasks now, especially with his team out on a mission. If anything were to happen, he needed to be ready to support them. With only Hu Xiao remaining, could he send him? Lawan spoke into the phone. "Let me check with my team member. As you know, I have deployed everyone else. Only one spirit user remains here. I will see if he can handle it. If he can, I'll have him set out tomorrow. Remember to update the task at the guild. Thank you so much." After hanging up, Lawan called Hu Xiao. Meanwhile, Hu Xiao had just finished using 2 elemental crystals and was preparing to absorb a couple more to see if he could break through the 12th level barrier. At that moment, Hu Xiao's phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from the team leader. He answered, "Hello, what is it, leader?" "Hu Xiao, there's a mission for you. We need you to collect fire-type crystal cores of spirit level within 5 days. Can you complete it?" Without hesitation, Hu Xiao replied, "Absolutely, 5 days is sufficient. However, I am unsure if the Shanhai anomaly has any fire-type beasts." "Not to worry," said Juan. "In the number 2 Shanhai anomaly in Annihilation City, there is a place abundant with fire and electric-type anomalies. You can head there. I will prepare your supplies for the mission, and you can set off first thing tomorrow morning." Hu Xiao nodded in satisfaction, appreciating the reliability of his leader, who ensured everything was meticulously prepared. "All right, leader. I will depart early tomorrow." "Yes, do come to headquarters in the morning to collect your supplies." After hanging up, Hu Xiao glanced at the few remaining crystal cores he had. Gritting his teeth, he decided, I might as well use them all. Leveling up even once could offer more opportunities. With that, he began to train fervently, utilizing the last of the crystal cores. Meanwhile, Juan promptly prepared Hu Xiao's travel supplies after responding to a customer. The next morning, Hu Xiao awoke to find all the crystal cores fully absorbed. He felt the energy surge within him, his body producing cracking sounds as a glimmer of joy sparkled in his eyes. "Finally, I've broken through to level 12. After using so many crystal cores, it's fantastic." He stood up, elated by the abundant energy coursing through him. Observing the scattered debris around him, he chuckled ruefully. "What a waste. Fortunately, I can procure more supplies from the Shanhai anomaly, as these spirit-level crystal cores are clearly insufficient. Without my exceptional talent, relying solely on these cores would not have sufficed for leveling up." After a light meal, he utilized his teleportation ability to arrive at the Blue Moon headquarters, preparing for his journey to the number 2 Shanhai anomaly. In less than a minute, he found himself at the entrance of the headquarters, but Juan was nowhere to be seen. After a while, Juan arrived, smiling upon seeing Hu Xiao waiting. "Ah, you're quite early. Here is your supply pack. Don't lose it, it's quite valuable." This pack contains spatial overlapping technology, allowing it to hold plenty of items like water, food, power banks, lighters, tents, sleeping bags, and medicines. Juan tossed the pack to Hu Xiao, who slung it over his shoulder and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, leader. Go on, be careful. Completing the mission is secondary. Your life is the most important. Once you reach the city outskirts, you'll see the number 2 Shanhai anomaly." Hu Xiao nodded and turned towards the outskirts. He refrained from showcasing his teleportation in front of Juan and instead walked to catch a ride to the outskirts. An hour later, Hu Xiao stood beneath the massive city wall at the outskirts, waiting in line for inspection to gain entry. The soldiers conducted a thorough check, confirming various identities. After what felt like an eternity, he finally exited. Upon reaching the number 2 Shanhai anomaly, he found it heavily guarded, with even more soldiers than during his last visit to another anomaly. After all, the number 2 Shanhai anomaly housed spirit level and even spirit master level anomalies, and a moment's negligence could turn one into their prey. As he prepared to enter the number 2 Shanhai anomaly, Hu Xiao underwent another round of stringent questioning before being allowed in, with the scrutiny more intense than before. Finally entering the anomaly at noon, he muttered to himself, "Had I known, I would have acted like a rogue and teleported directly in. Think of how much time I could have saved." Inside the number 2 Shanhai anomaly, numerous hunters were present, with sounds of combat echoing throughout. Seizing the opportunity when no one was watching, Hu Xiao swiftly concealed his supply pack within his multiform ring. Notably, after breaking through to the spirit level, the ring sparkled more brightly, revealing subtle patterns that had not been there before. The multiform ring had successfully upgraded from a white level to a red level weapon. White level weapons were already quite valuable, while red level weapons were worth 10 times as much. The most commonly used weapons fell within these two categories, while orange level and above were rare and often priceless. With a thought, Hu Xiao summoned a motorcycle, and the upgraded multiform ring transformed seamlessly into it. This was a significant improvement over the bicycle it had previously become. Pleased, Hu Xiao patted the motorcycle and praised. "Not bad, multiform ring. You've kept up with the times. After your upgrade, you can transform into more impressive forms." In response to Hu Xiao's praise, the motorcycle revved its engine in delight. Climbing onto the motorcycle, Hu Xiao twisted the throttle, and it roared to life, shooting forward like an arrow released from a bow. With such a splendid mode of transportation, he conserved energy, sped up, and significantly enhanced his efficiency. Many onlookers were astonished by the sound of the motorcycle. "What is happening? Aren't we forbidden from bringing any vehicles inside? Why does it sound like a motorcycle? Is someone racing in the wilderness?" Following the map, Hu Xiao sped ahead, catching the attention of several fire-type anomalies. However, his speed was too great for them to keep up, forcing them to abandon the chase. Soon, Hu Xiao felt an increase in temperature, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Checking the map, he halted and surveyed the surroundings, wiping his brow as he murmured. This should be the gathering place for fire-type anomalies. He transformed the motorcycle into a pair of gauntlets, now more potent after the upgrade. Cautiously, Hu Xiu proceeded, remaining vigilant of his surroundings. At that moment, a creature resembling a tiger but with a cow's tail charged at him, flames enveloping its body. Hu Xiu's eyes widened as he recognized it as a Ji. Reacting swiftly, he leaped to evade the Ji's attack and quickly activated his psychic ability, gathering energy for a wave missile aimed at the creature. The Ji, quick to respond, jumped to dodge the attack, revealing its sharp, flame-covered teeth. Smiling slightly at the sight of the Ji, Hu Xiu noted, a formidable opponent, a level 12 anomaly. Let us see if I can extract a crystal core from you. Clenching his fists, energy flowed through them as he prepared for the Ji's assault. With a powerful punch, he countered its attack, locking it in place, and then unleashed a barrage of strikes upon the creature. The Ji's evasion skills were impressive as it dodged many attacks, but Hu Xiu's energy continued to intensify. With a mighty shout, he declared, demon-suppressing fist. As he unleashed the accumulated energy from his fist, it struck the Ji directly. With a pain cry, the beast fell to the ground, yet Hu Xiu's demon-suppression fist continued to unleash its terror, relentless energy crashing into the creature's form. Amidst this onslaught, the beast was rendered lifeless. Once the chaos subsided, Hu Xiu transformed the versatile ring into a small dagger and swiftly sliced through the beast's skull, causing a crystal core to drop. Huzzah! A perfect strike. Hu Xiu gleefully collected the crystal, gazing at the beast's lifeless body with a faint smile. It seems I shall have a delightful addition to my evening meal. He promptly stowed the beast within the versatile ring and continued on his path, buoyed by a promising start that hinted at an early completion of his task. As he journeyed onward, Hu Xiu encountered numerous fire element creatures, primarily beasts akin to the one he had just slain. After a series of battles, he managed to acquire 4 Spirit Practitioner Crystal Cores and 2 Spirit Disciple Cores. With a quarter of the 20 required Fire Element Crystal Cores already in hand, Hu Xiu felt quite satisfied with his progress. However, the intensity of the battles left him exhausted, his stamina severely depleted despite his growing strength. This area was not solely Hu Xiu's hunting ground. He observed various hunters and even teams honing their skills and gathering crystal cores. As night approached, many hunters began seeking rest, and Hu Xiu found a serene lakeside to set up his tent. Others also established their camps nearby, and after a mutual appraisal, they each busied themselves, respecting one another's space. After erecting his tent, Hu Xiu sprinkled a circle of beast-repellent powder around it. This powder offered effective protection against the beasts, albeit for only 6 hours. He knew he would need to reapply it before dawn to ensure his safety. Meanwhile, others roasted meat and engaged in jovial banter, some in teams for their tasks, while others, like Hu Xiu, preferred solitude. Not wishing to reveal his versatile ring, Hu Xiu opted for the provisions he had prepared in advance. After a modest meal, he began observing the other hunters. Most were hovering around level 15, with some even at the Spirit Disciple rank, but their numbers suggested a commendable fighting capability. In contrast, Hu Xiu, a mere level 12, felt rather inadequate among them. He took out his phone, reading a novel while eavesdropping on their conversations. How was the haul today? Don't even mention it. Our team took down over 20 beasts and only yielded 3 crystal cores. We suffered injuries too. What a loss. You think that's bad? I only got 1 core. My luck is abysmal. Have you heard? A fire element spirit master beast has been sighted here. It's already claimed several victims. I heard about that. Didn't a whole hunting team get wiped out? Terrifying. What is there to fear? With our numbers, we can take it down. If it drops a spirit core, it will be worth a fortune. Chapter 21. Crisis descends. As Hu Xiu listened to their chatter, he pondered the implications. A fire element spirit master beast? He had never encountered one of that caliber. However, he dismissed the thought. As a level 12, facing such a formidable foe would likely end poorly for him. After a while, he retreated to his tent and began absorbing the 2 Spirit Disciple Crystal Cores he had obtained. Strengthening his abilities remained his primary focus. That night was eerily calm, devoid of any beast attacks. Hu Xiu even ventured out once to reapply the powder, feeling secure enough to resume his training. At dawn, he rose early, briefly washed up, ate a light breakfast, and, while others still slept, packed his belongings to continue his quest for fire element beasts. Just as he departed, a dark figure darted toward one of the camp's tents. Throughout the morning, Hu Xiu dispatched numerous mountain and sea beasts of varying attributes, yet regrettably, he only secured 3 crystal cores, all of ordinary types, with none from fire element creatures. He sighed. At this rate, will I manage to gather enough in the remaining 4 days? How odd, my luck seems to have taken a turn for the worse. And where have all the fire element beasts gone? Surely they aren't still slumbering. At that moment, the camp prepared to embark on another hunt. Ah, what is happening? What is wrong? Look here, there is a lot of blood. The tents are destroyed, and there are limbs everywhere. Other hunters gathered, their expressions grave as they took in the horrific scene. The sight of blood still fresh and severed limbs scattered about instilled a palpable dread. An older hunter approached, his demeanor somber. This is the work of a mountain and sea beast. It could silently devour the entire Red Fox team, indicating its level is surely above Spirit Master. Remember, all 4 members of the Red Fox team were above level 15. They've encountered a serious threat this time. Panic rippled through the remaining hunters as they exchanged anxious glances. Could it be the fire element beast we spoke of last night? Who knows? I feel the situation is too dire. I'm heading back. News of the Red Fox team's annihilation spread quickly, prompting many hunters to flee the area, leaving only a handful who resolved to stay and continue hunting. As the day wore on, Hushio managed to slay numerous mountain and sea beasts, yet only acquired 2 fire element spirit practitioner crystal cores, the rest being of other types. He sighed in frustration. What is going on? Why are fire element beasts so scarce? If this continues, how can I complete my task? Upon returning to the camp, he found it deserted. The sight of a shattered tent and severed limbs caused his heart to race. Had an attack occurred? The camp had indeed been besieged. The Red Fox team had been entirely consumed, leaving the remaining hunters too fearful to rest there, opting instead for a different location. A voice called from behind Hushio. Turning, he saw a middle-aged man with a grave expression. How could such a thing happen? Hushio asked, astonished. The man replied flatly. It was the work of a spirit master beast. After the Red Fox team was devoured, many hunters fled. Only we remained. When we attempted to hunt, we discovered the remains of those who had escaped. Horrified by the news, Hushio felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. The morning had seen hunters slaughtered, and those who fled had met the same fate. Is it too late for us to leave now? The middle-aged man shrugged and remarked. There are many who share your sentiments. A group has already retreated, leaving nothing but remnants behind. This signifies that our escape from this place is futile. Hushio felt a chill grip his heart as he gazed at the man and inquired, what shall we do now? The middle-aged man replied, we must rally the remaining individuals and form an alliance. This is our only means of survival. If you wish to join us, then follow along. Each additional person increases our chances of survival. Faced with no other options, Hushio, a mere level 12 Spirit Master, realized that opposing the formidable beast above level Spirit Master was a perilous endeavor. He nodded and said, count me in. Let us stand together. The middle-aged man extended his hand and introduced himself. I am Qiongqi, an independent hunter. Hushio clasped Qiongqi's hand firmly and declared, I am Hushio, a member of the Blue Moon Hunter Group. Upon hearing the name Blue Moon, Qiongqi's expression shifted to one of surprise. Ah, a member of Blue Moon. How impressive. Indeed, it is a renowned hunter group in Nanhai City. Hushio scratched his head, modestly responding, I just recently joined. I'm still a novice. Qiongqi shook his head, placing an arm around Hushio's shoulder. No need for false modesty. Those who join Blue Moon are typically not ordinary individuals. Come, let me lead you. After a journey of approximately 10 minutes, Qiongqi guided Hushio to a cave, which was now completely submerged in rocks. Qiongqi's expression darkened. This is bad. Something has gone awry. He immediately summoned his POKÉMON ability, manifesting as a gray spherical rock with prominent stone-like eyebrows, trapezoidal eyes, and muscular arms with 5 fingers. This POKÉMON was a Geodude. As rocks enveloped Qiongqi's body, his muscular arms bulged impressively. He shouted, Rock Smash. His arms glowed as he struck the rocks repeatedly. Realizing something was amiss, Hushio activated his psychic ability, unleashing a wave pulse. After their combined efforts, they managed to clear the debris. However, upon stepping inside, their hearts sank. The interior of the cave resembled a hellish nightmare, with blood splattered on the walls and countless dismembered limbs scattered across the floor. Qiongqi clenched his fists. Damn it. Those vile beasts have slaughtered all the hunters in this cave. Hushio's heart chilled at the horrifying sight before him. Qiongqi's eyes reddened as he turned to Hushio. We cannot linger here. We must find another hiding place. Chapter 22. The grueling 3 hours Hushio surveyed the gruesome scene within the cave, letting out a resigned sigh as he followed Qiongqi in search of a new refuge. It was fortunate that Qiongqi had ventured out to find others. Otherwise, he too might have faced a grim fate. The two remained vigilant during their journey until they discovered a small cave, where they squeezed inside and concealed the entrance with rocks. Hushio sprinkled a thick layer of beast-repellent powder, while Qiongqi produced a flashlight, casting a flickering light that provided a semblance of brightness. Hushio settled down and asked Qiongqi, what should we do next? I don't know, Qiongqi replied, his voice trembling with unease. What I do know is that there are certainly more than one spirit master level beast lurking about. Otherwise, How could so many have fled only to be devoured? Hu Xiao sighed. This situation is becoming increasingly dire. Which spirit master level beast could be responsible? Qiongqi explained. In this cave of beasts, there are only a handful of spirit master level creatures. But I suspect one has recently ascended to that level and is leading a group of subordinates. This is serious. Fortunately, we've notified the guild, and they will send someone to rescue us tomorrow. However, we must devise a plan to survive the night. Hu Xiao nodded and took out his phone to call Blue In. Before he could speak, Blue In interrupted. I am en route to Cave 2. Hold on. Many hunters have been killed today, and the guild has dispatched assistance. I am coming to rescue you, but it will take approximately 3 hours. Stay calm. Blue In's words filled Hu Xiao with a sense of security. With such a reliable leader, what was there to fear? All right, Captain. I'll wait for you. After hanging up, Qiongqi anxiously inquired, Are they coming? Hu Xiao replied, We still need to wait 3 hours. We can hold out. Why does it take so long? How do we hold on? Qiongqi could no longer maintain his calm demeanor, his fear twisting his features into a grimace. Hu Xiao looked at him steadily. Stay calm. It is nighttime, when the beasts are most active. If they are to come here, it will not be an easy task. With reddened eyes, Qiongqi fell silent and began rummaging through his supplies. Hu Xiao also took out some provisions and, after a light meal, began to cultivate the crystal cores he had acquired that day. The stronger he became, the greater his chances of survival. Qiongqi observed Hu Xiao's focus training, his eyes flickering with intrigue. Amidst such dire circumstances, this young man still found time to cultivate. He was indeed formidable. Qiongqi too wished to train, but his anxiety rendered him unable to concentrate, forcing him to sit quietly. As Hu Xiao absorbed all the crystal cores, after an hour, his energy surged uncontrollably, breaking through the threshold and descending to level 13. Qiongqi stared at Hu Xiao in disbelief. Could it be? He absorbed so many crystal cores in just an hour and leveled up. How is that possible? Qiongqi couldn't help but regard this young man with newfound respect. His talent was truly remarkable. Yet, what did it matter at such a critical juncture? Survival was still uncertain. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A formidable force erupted from outside the cave, jolting Hu Xiao and Qiongqi to attention. The intensity of this force sent a shiver down their spines. It was the presence of a spirit master. Hu Xiao immediately activated his psychic ability while Qiongqi summoned his Geodude, bracing themselves for combat. Time ticked by slowly, with no sounds from outside. Only the pulsating force lingering. Suddenly, with a deafening crash, the blocked entrance was violently breached, rocks flying everywhere, and Hu Xiao and Qiongqi were caught off guard, struck by the debris. In that instant, a fierce flame surged forth from the entrance, and the two desperately unleashed their abilities to defend themselves. Wave Pulse, Rock Smash. The combined might of their attacks barely held off the onslaught. Thanks to Qiongqi's output, whose strength was at level 18, the flame subsided. Suddenly, a horde of flaming beasts surged into the cave. Hu Xiao roared, Damn it. Let us go, Demon Suppression Fist. Qiongqi's eyes darted nervously. Yet he gritted his teeth and charged alongside Hu Xiao to confront the horde. Hu Xiao struck one beast after another, each punch infused with energy, sending several beasts flying. As Hu Xiao's energy coalesced to a critical mass, he bellowed, Demon Suppression Fist, full power. A delicate lavender energy surged forth, crashing into the swine-like creatures. Many of these beasts ceased to thrive after Hu Xiao's assault. Meanwhile, Qiongqi executed a powerful strike, sending several of the creatures flying. After finally dispatching a group, both Hu Xiao and Qiongqi were drenched in sweat. Unfortunately, the aberrant beasts of the mountains and seas offered no respite. As another wave surged from the cave entrance toward them, Hu Xiao gritted his teeth, preparing to unleash the Demon Suppression Fist once more. Qiongqi, casting an apologetic glance at Hu Xiao, pushed him forward to attract the beast while she swiftly maneuvered along the cave's edge, darting towards the exit. Don't blame me. If this continues, we'll both be exhausted by these mountain and sea beasts. It's better for me to escape. Hu Xiao stumbled slightly from Qiongqi's push, watching her fleeing silhouette, and roared, Qiongqi, are you still human? At that moment, all the creatures turned their gaze toward Hu Xiao, lunging to attack him. No longer concealing his abilities, Hu Xiao transformed the transmutation ring into a pair of gauntlets, which encased his fists. With a thunderous cry, he shouted, Demon Suppression Fist. Empowered by the red-tier weapon of the transmutation ring, his energy surged violently. Hu Xiao fought fiercely, landing blow after blow, and ultimately releasing all his accumulated energy. A vast number of the creatures were engulfed by the unleashed force. Just then, a chilling scream echoed from the cave entrance. It was Qiongqi's voice. A cold smile crept across Hu Xiao's face. It seems that pushing me out to escape has led to your own demise. You deserve it. He no longer hid his powers, quickly shifting into the dreamlike anomaly spirit, and took advantage of the moment to use instant teleportation to flee the cave. Chapter 23. Spirit Master Level Mountain and Sea Beast, by Fang Hu Xiu teleported outside the cave. His eyes widening as he beheld Qiongqi being torn apart by a horde of mountain and sea beasts. In the distance stood a bird-like creature resembling a crane. Yet with a single leg, adorned with red patterns and a blue body, possessing a white beak, it was named by Fang. It emanated an astonishing energy. Accompanied by a throng of fire-type mountain and sea beasts, all at spirit level and above. The leading by Fang radiated even more potent energy at the spirit master level. Hu Xiu silently mused, so, the one they spoke of who had transcended to spirit master level is indeed Bai Fang. At that moment, Bai Fang wore a cruel smile as it gazed at Hu Xiu, while the fire-type beasts behind it glared menacingly, poised to pounce. Hu Xiu's expression darkened. No wonder he couldn't find the fire-type beasts they were hiding among Bai Fang's ranks. Without hesitation, he teleported to Qiongqi's location, retrieving her combat pack. This is what you owe me for pushing me out. After securing the items, Hu Xiu frantically began to teleport away from this cursed place. The spirit-level mountain and sea beasts were left bewildered, unaware of Hu Xiu's whereabouts. While only Bai Fang displayed a knowing smile before soaring into the air in pursuit of him. Hu Xiu continuously teleported for a kilometer, utterly exhausted. The transmutation ring morphed into a motorcycle, and he mounted it, speeding towards the exit. At that moment, fireballs began to rain down behind him as he deftly maneuvered to avoid them. Glancing back, he saw Bai Fang hot on his heels. Determined, Hu Xiu attempted to use instant teleportation to leap through space with the motorcycle. However, Bai Fang denied him this opportunity, unleashing a torrent of flames toward him. In that crucial instant, Hu Xiu gritted his teeth, teleporting along with the motorcycle to a position 160 meters away, evading the attack. Having successfully leveled up to 13. His maximum teleportation distance had increased to 160 meters. Enraged, Bai Fang accelerated, unleashing flames relentlessly in Hu Xiu's direction. Hu Xiu could only navigate the motorcycle, drifting to evade the onslaught. Drift, drift, oh drift, I weave through the mountains as the rain patters down. Drift, drift, oh drift. I race into the tunnel as the wind whispers softly. I drift through the youthful moments of my life. Hu Xiu exclaimed, smacking the motorcycle. What time is it? Transmutation ring? After your upgrade, why must you install speakers on the motorcycle? This is a life or death situation. Can you be serious and not play drifting songs? The transmutation ring evidently understood its master's command, silencing the music, allowing Hu Xiu to breathe a sigh of relief. Now that is more like it. The cool night turns my yearning into a river, nurturing me like spring mud. Suddenly, the speakers blared to life again. This time with a fitting song, a melancholic tune dedicated to Hu Xiu. Hu Xiu suppressed the urge to dismantle the transmutation ring, focusing instead on escaping, resolving to deal with it later. Meanwhile, Bai Fang relentlessly pursued, launching attacks at Hu Xiu. Although Hu Xiu narrowly dodged each assault, the danger was palpable, with attacks barely missing him. Simultaneously, Hu Xiu sensed an overwhelming spirit master level energy ahead. A smile crept onto his face as he recalled Zhong's words that the spirit master level beasts in this mountain sea anomaly could be counted on one hand. Thus, it was highly likely that he was approaching the territory of another mountain and sea beast. With determination, Hu Xiu pressed the throttle, racing toward the source of that energy. While Bai Fang continued its relentless chase. Soon, Hu Xiu burst into a forest, where numerous mountain and sea beasts were reveling and turned their greedy gazes upon him. Unfazed, he accelerated forward. Before long, he encountered a creature resembling a deer, yet with a white tail, horse-like hooves, human-like hands, and 4 antlers. This beast was also a spirit master-level tyrant, and upon spotting a human charging toward it, it erupted in furious rage. Undeterred, Hu Xiu pressed on toward the creature. Bai Fang closely followed behind. As the beast extended its hand to grasp Hu Xiu, he and the motorcycle vanished from sight, reappearing behind the creature. Bai Fang, having been in hot pursuit, collided with the deer-like creature when Hu Xiu suddenly disappeared. Both Bai Fang and the deer-like beast crashed to the ground. Their respective followers, arriving shortly after, stood stunned, frozen in place. Once they regained their footing, Bai Fang and the deer-like creature glared at each other, seething with anger over the collision. In the wild, 2 tyrants could not coexist peacefully, especially since Bai Fang had intruded upon the territory of another. Instantly, the 2 mountain and sea beasts engaged in combat. Witnessing their leaders clash, the minions also joined the fray, resulting in utter chaos throughout the forest. Hu Xiu finally exhaled with relief, leaping onto a tree to observe the carnage unfolding below. Now, Hu Xiu could finally take a breather, pulling out a sausage to munch on while simultaneously popping open a bottle of ice-cold soda. The battle below was particularly fierce when Zhuaru clawed at Bai Fang. Bai Fang retaliated with a bite, while their minions fought with increasing ferocity. Hu Xiu, with a gleeful expression, watched and thought, Continue fighting. The more brutal, the better. Once it's over, I shall reap the rewards. 20 minutes passed, and although many of the minions had fallen, both Xiaoru and Baifeng bore numerous ghastly wounds. The situation had escalated to a point of no return. Glancing at the time, Hu Xiao noted that another 20 minutes remained until reinforcements would arrive. He then completely relaxed, closed his eyes, and began to envision a weapon, curious to see if the shape-shifting ring could conjure it. Soon, the ring emitted a radiant glow, transforming into a sniper rifle. Hu Xiao raised the rifle, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. Not bad at all. The shape-shifting ring comes equipped with an 8x scope and a silencer. I eagerly anticipate your performance tonight. Whether I can secure a victory depends on you. He began to aim, converting his energy into bullets, targeting Baifeng and Xiaoru's minions. With a resounding bang, a monstrous beast fell to the ground. Thanks to the combination of the scope and silencer, it was as if divine assistance guided his shots. He took down one after another without being detected. Every shot Hu Xiao fired resulted in a headshot, allowing him to eliminate a significant number of the formidable beasts. Meanwhile, Baifeng and Xiaoru were engaged in a tumultuous battle, nearly out of breath. The two beasts were battered, their bodies covered in gruesome wounds. To their astonishment, they realized that all their minions had succumbed and lay lifeless on the ground. Fueled by fury, Baifeng and Xiaoru charged at each other. Convinced that the other's minions had caused their losses, Hu Xiao was elated, thinking soon. If the fighting gets any more intense, I'll step in to collect the bounties. The sight of the scattered carcasses was a treasure trove for him. The number of beasts promised a bountiful harvest of energy crystals. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. With the ability to teleport, he could execute any grand maneuver. After a few minutes, both Baifeng and Xiaoru lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. Hu Xiao smiled slightly. It was time to act. He lifted his sniper rifle, channeling all his energy into a single bullet. Aiming at Baifeng, he declared, "Die, Baifeng." He pulled the trigger, the bullet striking Baifeng's vulnerable spot, ending his life. Without hesitation, Hu Xiao gathered energy again, aimed at Xiaoru, and pulled the trigger, extinguishing Xiaoru's life as well. Hu Xiao sighed in relief. It was not an everyday occurrence to witness such a scenario where the clam and the clam digger benefited from the struggle. He leaped down from the tree, sharpening his knife, the shape-shifting ring transforming into a blade, as he began to harvest the fallen beasts with fervor. This foray proved exceedingly fruitful, netting him nearly 30 fire-type energy crystals, over 20 earth-type crystals, and most importantly, Baifeng and Xiaoru had dropped high-level crystals. Hu Xiao was overjoyed, nearly soaring with happiness. Not only had he successfully completed his mission, but he had also made a significant profit. Just then, an urgent phone call rang. It was from Luan. "Hu Xiao, where are you? We've arrived, but we can't see you." Hu Xiao sighed and replied, "I'm currently in Xiaoru's territory, chased by Baifeng. You might want to search that area. Many hunters have perished, and I was the only one who managed to escape. What is the situation on your side? How did you end up in Xiaoru's domain?" Luan inquired. "I'm fine. Baifeng and Xiaoru are fighting each other, and I took the opportunity to collect some bounties. I'm no longer in any danger. Consider it a miraculous escape." Luan was momentarily speechless. "You're hiding while two spirit masters battle, and you've come out unscathed? Impressive." After a brief silence, Luan continued, "I'll come to find you. The guild will handle things here. Let me take you back." "All right, I'll wait for you here." At this moment, Hu Xiao felt relaxed, storing all the beast carcasses in his shape-shifting ring, with the most valuable being those of Baifeng and Xiaoru, which could fetch a hefty price. Before long, as Hu Xiao was growing increasingly bored waiting, Luan appeared. Upon seeing Hu Xiao completely unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief. Astonished that Hu Xiao had managed to escape from Baifeng and Xiaoru, Luan addressed him. "It's good that you're back. It doesn't matter if the mission was completed, just as long as you're safe." Hu Xiao, with a blank expression, retrieved the 20 spirit-level fire-type crystals he had prepared earlier and handed them to Luan. While they were fighting, their minions were also engaged, and I seized the opportunity to collect a bounty of crystals. Luan's eyes widened at the sight of the crystals. Such audacity to gather spirit crystals right under the noses of spirit masters. Clearing his throat, Luan remarked, "Well done. You completed the task ahead of time. By the way, what about the bodies of Baifeng and Xiaoru? They can fetch a good price." Hu Xiao pointed to his ring, revealing the two corpses. "They're right here. In my storage ring." "You possess a storage ring?" Luan exclaimed, astonished. Storage rings are precious artifacts, expensive and rare, often owned only by significant figures. Hu Xiao understood he could not hide this forever, so he opted to say it was merely a storage ring, thus concealing the other functions of the shape-shifting ring. Moreover, Hu Xiao trusted Luan's character. Hu Xiao shrugged, saying, "I found this ring. Juan clearly did not believe Hu Xiao's story, but he chose not to press the matter further. Everyone has their secrets, and it's up to them whether to share. Juan, maintaining a serious demeanor, advised, a storage ring is precious. Ensure you conceal it well to avoid attracting the attention of those with ulterior motives. I'll take you to sell the bodies of Baifeng and Zhuaru. They are quite valuable. However, I assume you have quite a few more beast carcasses? Juan glanced around, noting only bloodstains and no other beasts, and remarked knowingly. Hu Xiao chuckled, you can't fool the captain, they're all stored in the storage ring. Juan waved his hand, tomorrow, I'll take you to the auction to sell them. We can earn some extra money. Hu Xiao nodded vigorously, clasping his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Captain. Juan, observing Hu Xiao's demeanor, chuckled and shook his head. You're quite the character. Come on, the mission is complete, and there is nothing left to do here. Let us go out for a late-night snack. Juan's generous nature made Hu Xiao exclaim, Captain, you're so generous. However, during their late-night snack, Hu Xiao overheard Juan continuously reporting to his wife, requesting funds. After much effort, he managed to secure $300, which delighted him immensely. Come, eat, don't be shy, Juan declared grandly. After observing the entire process of Blue In requesting money, Hu Xiao, with a stoic expression, remarked to Blue In, Captain, you are rather unfair. You demand 300 yuan. And in return, you treat me to noodles without even a hat to cover your head. How excessive. Blue In's face flushed with embarrassment as he replied. Having something to eat is already a blessing. What more could one desire? The noodles are merely 10 yuan a bowl, and they are quite filling. Hu Xiao pressed on. And what do you intend to do with the remaining 280 yuan? Blue In sighed and explained, you have no idea how your sister-in-law treats me. My daily allowance is merely 30 yuan. It disappears the moment I buy a meal, and purchasing cigarettes is out of the question. I've worked hard to earn a little extra income, so please allow me to save some money. Chapter 25, Day of Wealth, Auction. Hu Xiao couldn't help but feel sympathy for Blue In. Secretly saving 280 yuan for personal use didn't seem unreasonable at all. After finishing their noodles, Hu Xiao generously offered to pay the bill, which amounted to just 20 yuan for 2 bowls, an amount manageable for him, yet a substantial sum for Blue In, who was facing financial struggles. Gratefully, Blue In looked at Hu Xiao and said, you're a good lad. Rest well tomorrow. In the afternoon, I will take you out. Hu Xiao nodded and, after parting ways with Blue In, returned home. Lying on his bed, he quickly fell into a deep slumber. Exhausted from the numerous experiences he had endured, too fatigued to continue training, he succumbed to sweet dreams. The next day, as the sun rose, Hu Xiao remained in bed, showing no intention of getting up. Even when the system rewarded him for collecting 20 fire-type spiritual cores, he was oblivious. According to the agreement, he received 500,000 yuan and 50 merit points, yet he was still lost in his dreams. It wasn't until around 1 or 2 in the afternoon that Hu Xiao finally dragged himself out of bed, still appearing as if he hadn't slept enough. Rubbing his head, he performed the universal action of checking his phone upon waking. What greeted him was the eye-catching transfer of 500,000 yuan and 50 merit points, causing him to swallow hard. Was it truly this lucrative to be a hunter? Just like that, he had amassed 500,000 yuan. At this rate, he might become a minor tycoon. He sent a message to Blue In, expressing his gratitude for the transfer, stating that without it, he would have been left to eat dirt. Blue In quickly replied with an eye roll emoji, reminding him not to flaunt wealth in front of someone whose allowance was only 30 yuan, as it would only cause him pain. He instructed Hu Xiao to gather at the base by 4 p.m., promising to take him along. After replying affirmatively, Hu Xiao proceeded to freshen up, donning a new outfit before ordering takeout. He sat on the sofa, scrolling through his phone like a carefree idle person. After finishing his meal, he finally left home and made his way to the base. Upon arrival, he discovered that Blue In had driven to pick him up, waving him over. Blue In gestured for Hu Xiao to get in the car. Once seated in the passenger seat, Blue In exclaimed, you're just in time. Today, we have an auction, and both Baifeng and Shuiru's corpses are up for bid. We could fetch a handsome price. You've hit the jackpot. Hu Xiao's eyes lit up. Is it really that wonderful? It seems my luck is indeed extraordinary. Perhaps today I could leap into becoming a millionaire. Blue In nodded. The flesh of Baifeng and Shuiru is highly valuable, especially since both are at the spiritual master level. I envy your fortune, unlike me, who must hand over all my earnings. Their bond had grown significantly, and Hu Xiao jokingly remarked, it's not just about paying taxes, it's about paying your dues. Blue In shot him a disapproving glance. Mind your own business, kid. With that, he sighed, appearing rather forlorn. Blue In drove Hu Xiao to a place called the Golden Turtle Auction House. Hu Xiao looked at the sign, bemused by the unrefined name. Clearly, Blue In sensed his thoughts and said, don't underestimate this place. It's a national chain. The behind-the-scenes owner is a formidable figure, a spiritual emperor-level powerhouse. No one dares to cause trouble here. Hu Xiao nodded seriously. The title of spiritual emperor denoted a top-tier warrior, someone whose mere presence could instill fear. Who would dare provoke such an individual? Upon entering the auction house, they were greeted by several individuals who recognized Blue Yin, indicating his high standing in that establishment. Guided by a staff member, Hu Xiao and Blue Yin entered the collection room to await the arrival of the auctioneer for appraisal. An elderly man with white hair entered and nodded at Blue Yin. It's been a long time since you've come around. Blue Yin, showing respect, slightly bowed and said, Old Master Qi, I need your expertise to appraise these items. Old Master Qi nodded. Let us see what treasures you have. Blue Yin gestured to Hu Xiao, who then summoned the corpses of Bai Fong and Shui Ru from his storage ring, placing them on the table. Old Master Qi's eyes brightened as he reached out to examine them. These are Bai Fong and Shui Ru. Their strength is indeed at the spiritual master level. Such specimens are rare. It appears you've had a substantial harvest. Do you have their cores? The cores from spiritual masters are in high demand and carry great value. Blue Yin looked at Hu Xiao, seemingly inquiring whether they should sell the cores. After contemplating, Hu Xiao decided to sell one of the spiritual master cores while retaining the other for his own advancement. He carefully retrieved a fiery red core from his storage ring and handed it to Old Master Qi. Old Master Qi's eyes gleamed with excitement. This is the core of Bai Fong, a spiritual master-level specimen, truly remarkable. Young man, you've done well to acquire a spiritual master core, especially one from Bai Fong. Impressive, indeed. The city of Nanhai is merely a peripheral location, with four-dimensional caves housing various levels of spiritual beasts. One features spiritual apprentice-level creatures, while two house spiritual practitioner-level entities, with occasional appearances from spiritual master-level beasts. The fourth cave is a spiritual master-level anomaly, but it is fraught with danger. Most of the city's military forces are concentrated around the fourth cave, which is notorious for its formidable beasts, many exceeding level 15, including spiritual master and even spiritual lord-level creatures. The risks are considerable. Ordinary hunters refrain from entering alone, opting instead for group hunts. But the sheer number of beasts can yield cores, albeit at a high cost of human life, making it an unwise venture. Consequently, teams venturing into the fourth cave have dwindled, leading to a scarcity of spiritual master cores, making them especially precious. After examining the specimens, Old Master Qi announced, the starting bid for Bai Fong's corpse will be 500,000 yuan, while Shui Ru's corpse will start at 400,000 yuan. Bai Fong's fire-type core will commence at 1,000,000 yuan. Quite a favorable price. Blue Yin nodded, his eyes gleaming greedily at Hu Xiao. His earnings from tonight's auction would undoubtedly be substantial. Hu Xiao could hardly contain his exhilaration. Within mere days, he had transformed from a state of destitution to a millionaire. What a delightful ascent. Moreover, he still possessed a plethora of cores and meat that he hadn't yet sold. Truly, his fortune was soaring. Chapter 26. Frenzied Bidding. Hu Xiao was immensely pleased with the auction price. Mr. Chen, the elder, took a card from a nearby attendant and handed it to Hu Xiao, saying, Here, this is our Golden Cat auction house card. Today, we invite you to witness this auction. Just to inform you, our auction house will take 10% from the final auction price as a fee. If you find anything you like today, you can purchase it, and we'll deduct it from your funds. Hu Xiao nodded. After all, in the realm of substantial business, decisiveness is key. Suddenly, Hu Xiao had a thought and inquired, Mr. Qi, do you accept the corpses of extraordinary beasts at the spirit master level? Mr. Qi stroked his beard and smiled. Of course, bring them out, and I will appraise them for you. Hu Xiao nodded and promptly presented all the beast corpses from his transforming ring, quickly stacking them into a small mountain. Mr. Qi paused, astonished by the sheer quantity. Lan Yin gasped, wondering just how much Hu Xiao had benefited from this excursion to the mountain and sea anomaly. Mr. Qi began counting, and after a while, he announced, I'll give you a price, 1 million. Deal. Hu Xiao readily agreed. Most of these had been picked up at a bargain, and he was already quite content with such a sum. He had cleared out all his inventory from the transforming ring. Right there, Mr. Qi transferred 1 million to Hu Xiao, instantly making him prosperous. Hu Xiao's savings now reached 1.5 million, not even counting what he might earn from today's auction. This turn of events made Lan N's eyes gleam with envy as he remarked, the auction starts at 7 tonight. We'll come back then. But today, I'm aiming for the big spenders. You lucky fellow, I'm quite envious. With his wallet now bulging, Hu Xiao waved his hand and said, let us go. You choose the place. We shall indulge ourselves a bit. With money to spare, let us be extravagant. Lan Yin rubbed his hands together, saying, of course. We must find some lovely company to unwind. A mischievous grin spread across Lan Yin's face. Hu Xiao gulped. Isn't that illegal? Half an hour later. Strange sounds resonated from a luxurious room. Ah, so comfortable. Indeed, since getting married, I haven't been here. Today, I'm basking in your good fortune. However, what does coming here have to do with marriage? And what about your lovely company? At this moment, Hu Xiao bore an expression of disbelief. As he and Lan En reclined on the sofa, enjoying foot massages from two diligent masseuses, Hu Xiao shot a glance at Lan En, questioning, "Is this what you call lovely company?" Lan En shrugged and pulled out his wallet, revealing a photo of his wife, as if to say, "I have a family. This is my greatest indulgence." Hu Xiao sighed in relief, glad that Lan En wasn't leading him into any illicit activities. "Ah, young man, you have a splendid physique. It's clear you keep fit," commented one of the masseuses, addressing Hu Xiao. Hu Xiao proudly replied, "Well, it's nothing much." As for Lan En, the masseuse advised, "You should take care of yourself, otherwise your wife may have something to say." Lan En was left speechless. At 7 o'clock, Hu Xiao and Lan En entered the VIP room of the auction house, ready to await the commencement of the event. Each auction gathers a multitude of dignitaries and aristocrats. Soon, the entire venue was filled with attendees, and the neighboring VIP rooms were equally occupied. Lan En leaned towards Hu Xiao and cautioned, "Be careful. Those in the adjacent room are not ordinary characters." Hu Xiao nodded in acknowledgement. The auction officially commenced as Mr. Qi took the stage, stating, "Welcome, everyone, to our Golden Cat auction house. Today, we have prepared many precious items, so please bid enthusiastically. Without further ado, let us present our first treasure, the corpse of a spirit master level Xiangliu. Starting bid at 400,000, with increments of 50,000. Gasps filled the room at the sight of a spirit master level Xiangliu. Before long, a paddle was raised, 450,000. Others soon followed. As all present were prominent figures in Nanhai City, capable of bidding without hesitation, the price rapidly soared to 1 million, ultimately closing with a hefty bid from a portly gentleman resembling a general. Hu Xiao gasped, astonished by the ease of earning such money. Next, a corpse of a Baifeng was introduced, which also ignited a bidding frenzy, concluding at 1.2 million. Hu Xiao felt himself on the verge of fainting from happiness, prompting Lan En to pat his back. "Stay calm. It's just a few million. Just wait until your level rises, then you'll understand how quickly money can be spent." At this moment, Hu Xiao noticed that the adjacent rooms remained quiet, indicating a lack of interest in these items. Mr. Qi then presented a box containing the crystal core of the Baifeng. "Ladies and gentlemen, behold. This is the crystal core of a spirit master level Baifeng. A rare find indeed. The starting bid is 1 million, with increments of 100,000. The crowd stirred, as in this remote Nanhai City. A spirit master level crystal core was a rarity, especially one from a Baifeng. The intensity of its flames made it invaluable for fire-type Pokémon abilities. Soon, paddles were raised in rapid succession, the price skyrocketing to 2 million. The influential figures in the VIP area began to place their bids. A middle-aged man with fiery red hair from one of the rooms declared, 3 million. Upon hearing this, Lan En smirked. What a coincidence. This task was assigned by him, to seek out a spirit-level crystal core. With that Baifeng crystal core, he could likely break through to level 31 and become a spirit master. You're in for a windfall. The competition will be fierce, as other families won't allow him to ascend to that level. As Lan En had predicted, other rooms began to raise their bids incessantly, pushing the price to 6 million. In another room, a beautiful woman with a captivating demeanor remarked, "Wadao, you think you can obtain the Baifeng crystal core so easily? Not a chance. I, Shui Pia Piao, want to let you have it without a fight." Wadao gritted his teeth, realizing that other families were intent on obstructing him. Unable to hold back, he raised his bid, 8 million. Chapter 27, The Strange Incense. The prices soared, and Hu Xiao's heart raced as he began contemplating purchasing a grand house and a fine car. In his mind, he fervently shouted, "Come on. Rain down the money upon me. Let the storm come even fiercer." The price was nearing 10 million, with a crystal core initially valued at 1 million, now multiplied tenfold. It was no longer merely about the crystal core. It was a struggle among the pinnacle families of Nanhai City, as they balanced power. Knowing that if Wadao acquired the core, the dynamics would shift dramatically. This is something that other families would prefer not to witness. In the end, Wadao gritted his teeth and offered 15 million directly to secure the crystal core. The other families ceased their bidding, perhaps contemplating their own strategies. Hu Xiao felt as if his heart might stop. 15 million was a sum he dared not even dream of. Meanwhile, Lan En's demeanor grew considerably more serious. This auction was far more intricate than he had anticipated. He turned to Hu Xiao and remarked, "The tides in Nanhai City are about to change. This situation is more complex than we imagined." Hu Xiao nodded, recognizing the undercurrents of several families through this competition. Ultimately, Hu Xiao earned a total of 17.2 million. And after deducting the 1.72 million auction fees, he still stood to profit significantly. His heart raced as he continued to observe the auction. The event progressed energetically, with each item fetching exorbitant prices. However, none captivated Hu Xiao's interest. Soon, the auction shifted focus to an item presented by Elder Qi, which piqued Hu Xiao's attention. Everyone was aware of the energy cubes, which could enhance the user's strength and energy compatibility. This particular batch was provided by Master Mu, a red-tier alchemist from the Alchemist Guild. A box containing 12 cubes began at a starting bid of 500,000, with increments of 50,000. Hu Xiao's expression turned peculiar. In this world, energy cubes were as common as curry rice. Everything seemed to exist here. Lan En, noticing Hu Xiao's confusion, explained. Energy cubes are exceptional items crafted by the Alchemist Guild. They require many precious fruits to create. Although they don't enhance as much as a crystal core, they are still quite valuable, especially regarding energy compatibility, which is of utmost importance. However, I've heard the Alchemist Guild has proposed a new theory on medicinal cuisine to enhance energy. I'm curious if it will succeed. By the way, the effectiveness of the potions varies with the alchemist rank, which is akin to weapon levels. Yet, alchemists are rare. Not a single family in Nanhai City can afford a white-tier alchemist. Hu Xiao felt a strange sensation. It seemed curry rice was indeed about to become a reality. He secretly contemplated purchasing some to try. The bidding commenced, and the coveted energy cubes attracted numerous bidders, quickly surpassing 1 million. Hu Xiao raised his paddle, calling out, 1.2 million. Lan En commented from the side, not bad. Hu Xiao, you're starting to exude that domineering CEO vibe. Hu Xiao shot Lan En an exasperated glance. Truth be told, my heart is bleeding. I regret this. Indeed, 1.2 million for a mere energy cube was excessive. Not like the ones crafted by Hu Bin in that so-called mediocre me standing at the summit of POKÉMON. This price was unjustifiable. Before long, Hu Xiao's bid was surpassed, and he had no inclination to continue. Ultimately, the cubes were sold to the Shui family for 2 million. Following that, the items became increasingly mundane, leaving Hu Xiao yawning in boredom. Just then, Elder Qi presented a peculiar incense burner pendant, declaring, this pendant, named Strange Incense, is a boon for superpower attributes. When carried, it will enhance the power of superpower-based techniques by 20. The starting price is 3 million, with increments of 200,000. The winning bidder will receive 12 unique incense candles, which, when lit in the pendant, will accelerate the cultivation of superpower attributes. The auction starts now. Hu Xiao stared at the strange incense, utterly captivated. It was a treasure for him. Lan En nudged him, urging, why aren't you bidding? This is a fantastic item for superpower attributes. Seize the moment. Hu Xiao's eyes sparkled with possessiveness, his desire for the strange incense overwhelming. He swallowed hard, cursing himself for never having spent so much money before. He raised his paddle, exclaiming, 3.2 million. Lan En cheered enthusiastically. That's it, boss. You're making a bold move. Others turned to Hu Xiao's private room, realizing the rarity of superpower attributes. Curiosity about who sought the strange incense grew. Many attendees showed little interest, as it did not benefit them, resulting in minimal bidding. Ultimately, Hu Xiao secured it for a high price of 4 million. Having never spent such a sum before, his hands trembled. Soon, the door to his private room opened, and a young lady presented him with a tray containing the strange incense and candles, saying, Sir, here is your auction item. Please keep it safe. We will settle the payment later. Hu Xiao nodded gratefully and hung the pendant around his neck, gazing at the 4 million pendant. He felt a sharp pain in his chest. He finally understood Lan En's words. Cultivation truly drained finances. While others wore necklaces adorned with dragons or phoenixes, he wore an incense burner. What a peculiar choice. As the auction concluded, Hu Daoqing hastily departed, followed closely by other families, their intentions unclear. Lan En sighed. Nanhai City may not see peace again. Hu Daoqing is likely to face joint opposition from several families. Hu Xiao shrugged. Hu Daoqing's willingness to spend such a high price on the crystal core indicates he was well prepared. Unfortunately, the balance in Nanhai City will be disrupted. But that does not concern us. Our priority is our own survival. Lan En nodded in agreement, choosing not to speak further. Soon, Elder Qi approached Hu Xiao in the private room, stating, Mr. Hu, after deducting 10% from your auction winnings and the cost of the strange incense, you still have 11.48 million remaining, which has been transferred to your account. Hu Xiao bowed slightly. Thank you for your assistance, Elder Qi. After Hu Xiao and Lan En departed, Elder Qi's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Hu Xiao is no ordinary individual. Chapter 28. Lavishly Spending. Buying cars and houses once outside the auction, Lan and Hu Xiu parted ways, each returning to their respective homes. Lan's wife had already called him several times. If he delayed returning home, he might find himself typing away on a keyboard all night long. After Lan left, Hu Xiu's dreamlike ability manifested, and he began to teleport frantically. He distinctly felt the distance covered by his superpower technique, enhanced by the strange incense, increasing by an additional 32 meters. Hu Xiu quietly rejoiced. The strange incense was a remarkable boon, directly elevating his power by 20. Before long, Hu Xiu arrived home. To be honest, he had never used a key to enter. He always teleported directly through the door. After all, being a lawless rogue had its perks. Upon entering, he gazed at his bank account, ecstatic as he jumped around his home. Goodness, so much money, over 10 million. How many spicy strips can I buy with this? He reveled in his excitement for a while before calming down. No, cultivating is an expensive endeavor. I must manage this money wisely. Opportunities to earn will come in time. My perspective must broaden. From now on, I will always add extra toppings to my beef noodles. As Hu Xiu approached the balcony, gazing at the vibrant lights and lively atmosphere outside, a slight smile crept upon his face. It is best to first acquire a house and a car. At least I will have a place to settle down. Being alone can be unsettling. Having made up his mind, Hu Xiu resolved to view a property the very next day and purchase a vehicle, envisioning a life filled with cultivation and adventures. Suppressing his excitement, he made his way to the training room to commence his practice. This time, however, he brought forth an exotic incense and placed it upon the floor, inserting a special aromatic candle into it and igniting it with a lighter. A unique fragrance wafted through the air. Upon inhaling this scent, Hu Xiu felt every pore in his body open up, leading to a significantly accelerated absorption of energy. What a remarkable find, he thought, seizing the moment to extract 2 spirit-level crystal cores, fervently absorbing their potent energy. The tumultuous energy surged around him. That night, Hu Xiu's efficiency in energy absorption was unparalleled. He quickly finished both crystal cores and took out 2 more to continue his endeavor. After a night of intense cultivation, if Hu Xiu had previously experienced a rocket-like speed in his training, he could now be likened to teleporting to the moon. By dawn, he was on the verge of reaching level 14, the exotic candle having burned out just as the sun began to rise. Hu Xiu nodded in satisfaction. This was indeed a marvelous discovery. The combination of the exotic incense, candle, crystal cores, and his extraordinary talent was undeniably a recipe for astonishing progress. With a renewed sense of vigor, Hu Xiu proceeded to the bathroom for his morning routine. After changing into a fresh outfit, he stepped outside, for he had significant matters to attend to. First, he ventured down to a noodle shop, where he enthusiastically ordered, "Boss, 1 large bowl of beef noodles, with an extra 20 pieces of beef on top." After relishing the hearty meal, Hu Xiu felt a sense of accomplishment as he swiftly made his way to the city center's real estate office. The advantage of teleportation was undeniable. As long as he had enough energy, he could reach anywhere in the blink of an eye. Upon arriving at the real estate center, he was warmly welcomed by a pleasant young lady who inquired, "Sir, are you here to view properties?" Hu Xiu nodded in affirmation, stating, "Yes, I am interested in a well-decorated apartment." The young lady smiled and replied, "Not a problem. All our new houses are fully furnished, requiring only some personal furniture. Do you have any additional requirements?" After a moment of contemplation, Hu Xiu expressed, "I need a training room, preferably with a gym as well." Upon hearing this, the young lady's eyes sparkled. It seemed he was not short of funds, and such specifications would typically start at a small villa. Her demeanor became noticeably more respectful as she suggested, "Given your requirements, I would recommend a small villa. It may be a bit pricey, though." Curious, Hu Xiu asked, "How much does such a villa cost?" "I hope it's not too exorbitant." The young lady assured him, "It's quite reasonable for a second-tier city like Shanghai. We have a small villa in the city center, covering 300 square meters, with 3 floors. The basement includes 2 parking spots, a combat area, and gym equipment. The first floor comprises a living room, guest room, kitchen, and a training room, while the second floor features 3 rooms, including an esports room, a study, and a master bedroom, all fully furnished. Additionally, it boasts a nearly 200 square meter garden, ready for immediate move-in. The price is 6 million. After a moment's thought, Hu Xiu found the 6 million price acceptable, especially considering the comprehensive amenities. He turned to the sales lady and asked, "Could you show me the villa?" Her eyes lit up at his request. It seemed promising. She guided him to the property, and upon seeing it, Hu Xiu was thoroughly impressed. The villa exuded elegance, furnished with everything, including the esports room equipped with high-end computers. The crucial training room and combat area met his expectations, leading him to decisively purchase the villa. In a mere 2 days, Hu Xiao had spent over 10 million, a sum he had never before expended in his life. With a sense of satisfaction, he completed the payment, causing the sales lady to gaze at him with admiration. Such a young and affluent man was rare indeed. After securing the villa, Hu Xiao proceeded to an automobile center, where he purchased a renowned brand of SUV. Paying a swift 1 million, he drove off with his new vehicle, relishing the moment. Whistling as he cruised down the road, he pondered the rationale behind his purchase. Despite possessing the skill of teleportation, it was prudent to have a car for future missions when visibility mattered. Hu Xiao then arrived at a grand shopping mall, embarking on a spree, purchasing an array of clothing and essentials before leaving with bags in hand. Upon returning to his rented accommodation, he tidied his belongings and returned the keys to the landlord, departing with an air of nonchalance. The landlord was left bewildered, questioning how a hunter could earn such wealth, to the point of relinquishing his deposits so casually. Chapter 29. The opportunity for a breakthrough to level 5 hunter group once back at his new residence. Hu Xiao parked his vehicle in the underground garage and strolled around his home with a sense of belonging. Truly, being wealthy had its perks. Exploring one's own house could easily be likened to a leisurely post-meal stroll. As he wandered into his room and approached the balcony, he noticed a familiar figure across the way, kneeling before a keyboard. It was none other than Lan. And Hu Xiao couldn't help but feel a sense of irony at the coincidence of living directly opposite him. Seeing Lan's predicament stirred sympathy within Hu Xiao. Lan, while kneeling and engaged in a phone call, maintained a serious expression, albeit with a rather awkward posture. With a commanding demeanor and skilled movements, he seemed quite practiced. After hanging up, he immediately dialed another number. Just then, Hu Xiao's phone rang, and upon answering, he realized it was Lan calling. Hu Xiao, we have another mission. This time, it's a task from the Shui family, requiring the collection of a substantial number of water crystal cores. We are not the only ones tasked with this. Other hunter groups are involved, making competition quite fierce. The price is 5,000 per core. Hu Xiao nodded in acknowledgement. Understood, but could you please stand up while speaking? What do you mean? I can see you kneeling at the keyboard while calling me. Do you believe me? How did you know? Lan exclaimed, glancing around and finally spotting Hu Xiao, who was watching him with a sympathetic expression and waving. Lan was instantly petrified, his illustrious reputation tarnished in an instant. He felt utterly humiliated. With a composed nod to Hu Xiao, he stood up and hastily drew the curtains. Once the curtains were closed, Lan covered his face. The most mortifying experience in the world was having his subordinate witness him in such a vulnerable position. After adjusting his mood, Lan said a word to his wife, and under her exasperated gaze, he arrived at the entrance of Hu Xiao's villa. Lan felt a pang of worry about how to face Hu Xiao. Just as he was still contemplating, Hu Xiao opened the door with a smile, saying, Captain Wan, why are you standing there? Come in and see my new house. Upon noticing that Hu Xiao did not bring up his kneeling incident, Wan felt relieved. This kid Hu Xiao was quite perceptive. Hu Xiao turned around and said, Don't worry, Captain Wan. Although I have a keyboard here, it's too expensive for you to kneel on. After hearing this, Wan's face darkened. Hu Xiao was truly mischievous. Once inside, Wan admired the decor and exclaimed, Hu Xiao, I didn't expect you to buy a house so quickly after getting the money yesterday. That's impressive. We'll be neighbors from now on. Hu Xiao replied, Of course. It's all fate. If I hadn't bought this house, I wouldn't have seen you kneeling on the keyboard. Wan, with a frown, said, Can we not mention that? Once in the living room, Wan casually sat on the sofa and asked Hu Xiao, Are you taking this mission or not? Of course. Why wouldn't I? It's about making money and earning merit. Wan shot Hu Xiao a glance this time. It's not that simple. Many hunter teams are going to help the Shui family gather water crystal cores. The competition is fierce, and some shameless hunter teams might try to steal your prey. But don't worry, hold on for 3 days. When the others from our team return, I'll bring them to fight. Hu Xiao nodded. I suspect the Shui family is collecting those water crystal cores to prepare for the fire family, right? Wan admired Hu Xiao's insight. Clever. You wouldn't believe it. On the way, Daoqing was ambushed. Other families in Nanhai City, like the Shui, Qin, and Lei families, all sent people to intercept him. In the end, Daoqing somehow found a level 30 spirit master who broke through the blockade. Now, the other 3 families are out of options and can only improve their strength as much as possible while Daoqing is in seclusion. Just as Lan finished speaking, the phone rang again, and he completely failed to notice Hu Xiao's changing expression. Upon hearing the Chen family mentioned, Hu Xiao's pupils constricted. Chen Tingting's family. After hanging up, Wan told Hu Xiao, another mission has been added. We're heading straight to the number 3 Mountain Sea Cave. Unfortunately, the Chun and Lei families have also issued missions to collect flying and electric crystal cores in large quantities, offering the same price as the Shui family. We'll come to support you in 3 days. Hu Xiao nodded. This situation was unusual. Wan continued, also, Be wary of the hunter teams that are our rivals, SHANHAI, Juesha, and Meiying. They are all 4th level hunter teams, and we are at odds with them. But don't be afraid. In 3 days, I'll lead a team to find you. We won't be intimidated by them. Hu Xiao's expression grew serious. With so many hunters flooding into the Mountain Sea Cave for loot, conflicts were inevitable, and caution was paramount. Juan patted Hu Xiao's shoulder and said earnestly, I'm counting on you. Hold on. This could be our opportunity to break through to a 5th level hunter team and elevate our standing in Nai City. Later, come to my place. Put the supplies into your storage ring and choose a suitable weapon. I'll also teach you a skill. With your talent, you should learn it in a day or 2. Upon hearing about a new skill to learn, Hu Xiao's eyes lit up, and he nodded eagerly. Captain, that's awesome. Juan said, come on, let's go to my house. You look like you haven't eaten. Come over for a meal and pick out a weapon. Hu Xiao nodded and followed Juan to his home. Upon arriving, Juan sternly called out at the door, Wife, my team member is here. Prepare some good food and drinks. Clearly, Juan's wife, Li Xiaoxiao, maintained respect for him in front of outsiders, responding sweetly, okay, dear. She then kindly glanced at Hu Xiao, who promptly greeted her, hello, sister-in-law. You're truly beautiful. Brother Juan is lucky. This flattery delighted Li Xiaoxiao, and with a beaming smile, she said, you two sit and play for a while. I'll go prepare dinner. Today, we'll have a lavish feast. Thank you, sister. Hu Xiao was eager to please. After all, Li Xiaoxiao had tamed Juan, a level 28 spirit master, quite effectively. Juan led Hu Xiao to the basement, and as they walked, Hu Xiao teasingly remarked, Captain, I must say, your status at home is quite high. Just mention wanting your wife to cook, and she jumps right to it. Juan's face flushed, and he retorted, well, of course. In the basement, Juan had transformed an area into a weapon storage room, filled with treasures he had collected over the years, various martial arts techniques, weapons like meteor hammers, swords, knives, and staffs. The room was a dazzling display. This was Juan's most cherished collection. He grandly said to Hu Xiao, come, see if there's anything you fancy. Take whatever you like as a gift, or you can check the martial arts techniques first before choosing a weapon. Hu Xiao looked around in admiration. Captain Juan, you truly are a wealthy collector. How much do these weapons cost? Wow, there are so many red-level weapons, and even an orange-level one. Impressive. Juan beamed with pride, of course. These are my prized possessions. Hurry and choose. Hu Xiao nodded and began examining the martial arts techniques. However, he wasn't particularly interested in weapons, as he possessed the versatile changing ring, making other weapons less appealing. Yet, he had to maintain appearances and not reveal the ring's true capabilities. He meticulously browsed through the techniques, but none satisfied him, and he shook his head in disappointment. Looking at Juan, he asked, is there a technique that works with multiple weapons? Juan pondered, you are quite particular. It's not impossible, but it is quite challenging. You need to be prepared. He retrieved a manual from a nearby box and tossed it to Hu Xiao, saying, this technique is called critical strike. It can be utilized with various weapons and can yield unexpected effects. It's a mid-level technique, but it's very difficult to learn. Whether you can master it depends on you. Hu Xiao opened the book and read the first few lines. Critical strike. If energy can be concentrated at a single point and continually compressed without breaking, it can achieve great success. Upon hearing these words, Hu Xiao inhaled sharply. The requirements for energy concentration were exceedingly stringent, especially the compression, which was as challenging as Naruto's Rasengan. Luan observed Hu Xiao's expression and said, if you can master this skill, your power will surely increase significantly. Energy compression offers numerous advantages. Hu Xiao nodded, closed the book, and earnestly replied, rest assured, Captain Luan, I will do my utmost to learn it. Juan gestured toward the weapons. First, choose a weapon. Hu Xiao nodded, looked around, and ultimately selected a white-level longsword. He swung it and felt quite satisfied. Juan remarked, this sword is a standard-issue weapon used by the army. It's quite durable and rather impressive, so I shall gift it to you. Hu Xiao expressed his gratitude, saying, thank you, Captain Luan. Captain Luan has always been exceptionally kind to Hu Xiao, constantly offering his assistance, and Hu Xiao feels deeply appreciative. A drop of kindness deserves a fountain of gratitude. At that moment, Juan's wife called out, dinner is ready. Come and eat. All right, we'll be there shortly. Juan said to Hu Xiao, grab your emergency pack. We're going to enjoy a couple of drinks. Hu Xiao nodded, packed away the emergency bag, longsword, and cultivation techniques before following Juan upstairs for dinner. For the first time, Hu Xiao felt warmth during a meal as Juan and Li Xiaoxiao took great care of him, continually serving him dishes and toasting. While eating, Hu Xiao praised Li Xiaoxiao's cooking, which delighted her, prompting her to invite him to their home whenever he could. After dinner, Hu Xiao took the initiative to take his leave, not wanting to interrupt Juan's keyboard time. Upon returning home, the atmosphere turned instantly cold and lonely. shaking his head. Hu Xiu went in his training room to study critical strike. He practiced diligently until dawn, not pausing once. In the morning, Hu Xiu chuckled wryly. Realizing how challenging critical strike truly was, after a night of practice, his attempts to compress energy had all ended in failure. He could only pack his belongings in preparation for his journey to the number 3, with the goal of collecting as many flight, electricity, and water-type crystal cores as possible. After freshening up and having breakfast, he set off towards the location of number 3. One watched the vehicle disappear into the distance before withdrawing his gaze. Safe travels. Hu Xiu. Meanwhile, in the Chun family villa, Chen Shishir sat on the sofa, looking down at a group of people with a commanding demeanor. You are all aware of the recent issues with the Hua family. If we do not rapidly enhance our strength, we risk annihilation. Therefore, we will form a hunter team to search for crystal cores, and you are also to seek out that Hu Xiu from the Blue Moon Hunter team. Make sure to bring him back alive. After the death of her sister, Chen Shishir had taken over her sister's influence, and now she was watching the black-clad individuals who had initially planned to kill Chen Tingting. They had obtained a photograph of Hu Xiu and dispatched agents to gather information about him. Chen Shishir was particularly interested in the transforming ring. Once her orders were given, everyone nodded respectfully and set off towards number 3, with the Lei and Shui families doing the same, sending their own teams to the location. An hour later, Hu Xiu arrived at the parking lot outside number 3, parked his vehicle, and stepped out with nonchalance. However, upon seeing the scene before him, Hu Xiu was taken aback. There were already numerous teams queuing to enter number 3, a long line indeed. Hu Xiu inhaled sharply, realizing that the competition was fiercer than he had anticipated. How long would they have to wait to enter? Feeling a surge of determination, Hu Xiu decided he could not afford to lag behind. Otherwise, he would miss his chance. He found an unoccupied corner, activated his dreamlike abilities, and began to teleport directly through number 3, moving at an incredible speed. The outlaw was officially in action. Hu Xiu lost track of how many times he teleported until he found himself at the edge of a lake. Taking a deep breath, he thought, this is just right. Being an outlaw is indeed exhilarating. Since others had yet to enter, he seized the opportunity to strike first. Looking at the strange creatures in the lake, Hu Xiu's smile widened. As noon arrived, various hunter teams finally made their entrance, while Hu Xiu continued to shoot arrows vigorously, hunting the Leiyu. A creature with the body of a fish but wings of a bird. Numerous Leiyu surfaced, and Hu Xiu was utilizing his transformation skill, adopting the ability of Bobo, soaring through the sky while shooting arrows. Chapter 31. Fierce Competition. Hu Xiu's long-range strategy. The number 3 cave could be described as vast and bountiful, its total volume surpassing that of the first and second caves combined. It was teeming with mountain and sea creatures, and due to their rapid reproduction, the number of such creatures in number 3 had increased significantly. Hu Xiu was exhausted from the relentless shooting. The energy expended had drained him considerably. He flew over the lake to collect the Leiyu, stacking them on the bank until they formed a small mountain. Using a knife, he sliced open each fish, eagerly anticipating whether any crystal cores would emerge. It was akin to unboxing a surprise. He was unsure what treasures awaited him inside. After cutting open all the Leiyu, Hu Xiu found 12 crystal cores, which he deemed quite satisfactory. It was indeed remarkable. He was pleased with the drop rate and stored all the Leiyu and crystal cores in the transforming ring before contentedly heading to another location. Notably, Hu Xiu had replicated Luan's Kame turtle for aquatic combat in preparation for this endeavor. Now that Hu Xiu had advanced to the Spirit Master level, he could transform into 2 forms, Kame turtle and Bobo. Moreover, he could replicate 2 skills, although Chen Tingting's Bobo only had 1 skill, as she had been at the Spirit Apprentice level, possessing only the Whirlwind ability. Finding a concealed spot, Hu Xiu took out 2 crystal cores and began to absorb their energy, replenishing his strength and enhancing his abilities. Shortly after, he opened his eyes. Feeling a surge of power coursing through him, his eyes gleamed with brilliance. This is fantastic. I've reached the threshold of level 14. It seems that I'll be able to level up in just a day or 2. Outside, the cacophony of battle had erupted as other hunter teams arrived, engaging in the hunt for mountain and sea beasts, the commotion resembling a grand war. With a cold snort, Hu Xiu began to teleport continuously. While he may not excel in other areas, his speed was unmatched. Once he reached a deserted area, he checked his map and transformed the transforming ring into a motorcycle. Hu Xiu mounted it and began to traverse towards another location. With the aid of this vehicle, he could maintain a considerable lead over the others. Before long, Hu Xiu arrived at a beach, the vast sea stretching before him, prompting him to marvel at the ability to create such an extraordinary place as number 3. On the beach lay many ordinary-looking turtles, red and black in color, with bird-like heads and snake-like tails, known as Xian turtles. Hu Xiu's eyes lit up with excitement. Huh? Some big fish have arrived. He quickly commanded the transforming ring to morph into a longsword, charging towards the Xian turtles. The dreamlike abilities manifested behind him, rapidly transforming into the Kame turtle. A turtle shell appeared on Hu Xiao's back, his ears sprouted small wings, and sharp canine teeth emerged, giving him an adorably fierce appearance. With sword in hand, he charged towards the Xian turtles. Half an hour later, a group of Xian turtles lay defeated on the beach, their legs in the air. Hu Xiao, utilizing the water-type advantage of the Kame turtle, dove into the sea to continue the fight, watching as mountain and sea beasts surfaced from the depths. With the advantage of the card-mouthed turtle, Hu Xiao moved freely in the water, causing chaos. Though he might not have mastered critical strikes, he could still gather energy effectively. In the water, Hu Xiao unleashed energy sword chi with each encounter, and it seemed he had discovered some insights into executing critical strikes. As evening approached, other hunting groups arrived, only to find scattered corpses and traces of blood, nothing more. The hunters exchanged glances, unsure who had arrived first. Meanwhile, Hu Xiao had long since departed. Finding a cave where he lit a fire, roasting meat, sipping cold soda, cooking self-heating rice, and indulging in canned meat and fruit, a simple yet delightful life. In stark contrast to his earlier struggles, where he had to ration water and eat instant noodles dry, his current circumstances were incredibly favorable. In another encampment, numerous hunting groups had settled, but the atmosphere was far from harmonious, characterized by competition and hostility, even leading to physical confrontations. The Qin family was simultaneously hunting exotic beasts while searching for traces of Hu Xiao. Unfortunately, despite their efforts, Hu Xiao had seemingly vanished without a trace. After finishing his meal, Hu Xiao organized the crystal cores he had collected that day, 20 water type and 5 flying type, totaling an impressive 25 cores. Just then, a call from Luan interrupted his thoughts. How did it go, Hu Xiao? Was today smooth? Luan inquired. It was all right, quite smooth actually. I've already gathered 25 crystal cores. Luan's reaction was immediate and explosive. How did you manage that? There were so many hunters today. Hu Xiao shrugged nonchalantly. It's not a big deal. I have a storage ring. I stashed a motorcycle inside and rode it to distant locations to hunt exotic beasts. By the time they arrived, I had finished. You're quite the clever one. Why didn't I think of that? You're in a different league. Luan praised enthusiastically. He continued, keep up that momentum. We're counting on you. Don't worry. We'll be there in a couple of days. All right. I'll wait for you, Hu Xiao replied. Luan's tone turned serious. Hu Xiao, have you gotten on the wrong side of the Qin family? Hu Xiao was startled, fearing that his actions against Qin Tingting had been discovered. He feigned calmness. No. I don't even know anyone from the Qin family. Luan's tone grew grim. That's what puzzled me. Some hunters I know mentioned that the Qin family is searching for you while hunting exotic beasts. Be cautious in the next few days, once we arrive. We won't be afraid. Our blue moon will stand firm against them. Hu Xiao felt a surge of gratitude. Having support made him feel secure. Luan continued. By the way, there's news about the academy capital. Registration will begin in a week. I'll take you when the time comes. Hearing this, Hu Xiao was exhilarated. Great, Captain Luan. Thank you for all your help. Don't be so polite. If you keep it up, I might get angry. It's just a small matter. Stay low-key these days. Leave the rest to us. When we arrive, everything will be manageable. We must become a level 5 hunting group this time. Chapter 32. The Qin family's pursuit. After ending the call with Luan, Hu Xiao took a deep breath. Realizing that the Qin family had indeed discovered Qin Tingting's demise at his hands. This was troublesome, exceedingly so. How had he been found out when he thought everything was perfectly executed? This was a perplexing puzzle for Hu Xiao. He calmed himself and lit the peculiar incense, holding 2 crystal cores to begin absorbing their energy. Words were futile. He needed to enhance his strength as quickly as possible and break through to level 14. In the early morning, around 5 a.m., Hu Xiao opened his eyes. A surge of energy broke through his limits, propelling him to level 14. Feeling the progress in his power, he beamed with joy. With more strength comes greater assurance. Glancing at the time, he hastily consumed a bit of food and set off on his motorcycle. Today, his goal was to venture into the electric forest to seek out electric-type exotic beasts. He had to stay ahead of the other teams. The early bird catches the worm, and he was eager to witness the sunrise over Nehai City. With a song in his heart, Hu Xiao galloped forward, trailed by a pack of exotic beasts eyeing him hungrily. It was still a time of revelry for the beasts, and they could not resist the sight of such a tempting target. Hu Xiao smiled at the pursuing creatures. You think you can catch me? He leapt from his motorcycle, which transformed into a longsword in his hand. With a swift motion, he summoned his dreamlike abilities, his eyes shifting color as a pink membrane enveloped him. In an instant, he teleported behind a beast, compressing energy for a critical strike, albeit an incomplete one. Concentrating all energy at the sword's tip, he swung lightly, unleashing a massive wave that sent several exotic beasts flying. In rapid succession, he teleported to another beast, striking it down. He continued this pattern, slashing one after another until they were all defeated. This round yielded 3 crystal cores, though they were all of the ordinary variety. After collecting the cores and stowing the bodies in his versatile ring, he ventured deeper into the forest. This forest was unique, with trees crackling with electricity, exuding an aura of danger. Upon entering, Hu Xiu was immediately confronted by numerous exotic beasts charging at him, accompanied by a barrage of electrical attacks. Is that all you've got? Underestimate me at your peril. Witness my blade. Hu Xiu teleported once again, evading every electrical assault as he launched his counterattack. With the ability to teleport, his agility soared, and he eagerly anticipated breaking through to level 21 and discovering the extent of his newfound power and skills. An hour later, Hu Xiu had lost count of the exotic beasts he had slain, feeling thoroughly exhausted. He stored all the corpses along with over 20 electric-type crystal cores in his ring and found a secluded spot to recuperate. At this time, most hunting groups were just waking up, unaware that someone had already gathered a significant number of crystal cores. By noon, Hu Xiu was stirred awake by the commotion outside, where frantic voices echoed, "What is going on? Can't we catch a break? Why are there so few exotic beasts here? Someone must have gotten ahead of us. Didn't you see the blood on the ground? I want to know how they dealt with those corpses." In a concealed location, Hu Xiu wore a triumphant smile, embodying the adage that the early bird catches the worm, signifying that opportunities favor the diligent. Much like the steadfast novelist, Guyu Wuqi, who unwaveringly updates their works daily. Subsequently, Hu Xiu overheard the murmurs of others. What exactly is the Chun family searching for? They seem to be looking everywhere. I don't know, but they must have uncovered something significant and are currently in pursuit. Upon hearing these words, Hu Xiu's expression darkened, realizing that the Qin family was still in search of him. Ah, look, there's a cave. Let's investigate. Perhaps there lies some treasure within. Just as someone was about to enter Hu Xiu's cave, he had already activated his teleportation ability and fled in haste. Once again, Hu Xiu reappeared in a desolate area, transforming his shape-shifting ring into a motorcycle, which he rode swiftly. Enjoy the fumes of my exhaust. Unbeknownst to him, a figure clad in black captured the scene on camera. Speaking into a walkie-talkie, the figure stated, "I have located Hu Xiu. Everyone, converge for pursuit. I just witnessed his ring transform into a motorcycle. It's definitely him." With a slight smirk, the figure observed Hu Xiu's retreating figure. "Can you teleport? You're quite a formidable opponent." With a sudden burst of speed, the figure sprouted wings and soared after Hu Xiu. The black-clad individual's hair elongated, and their wings expanded, their gaze sharp and commanding, far surpassing that of Bobo. This was Bobo's evolved form, Bai Bai Niao. Clearly, the black-clad figure's strength had exceeded level 21, belonging to the realm of spiritual masters. Following Hu Xiu's departure, other members of the Qin family advanced towards the direction indicated by the black-clad figure. Hu Xiu sped towards another location, characterized by an abundance of flying beasts. He remained oblivious to the fact that he was being followed. The figure in black sneered, "You were truly unfortunate to encounter me." They dove towards Hu Xiu's direction. Cyclone. With a flap of their wings, they summoned a tempest that surged towards Hu Xiu. Upon hearing the sound, Hu Xiu turned around, his pupils narrowing in realization this individual could fly, and they were exceptional. Unable to evade in time, he was swept away, motorcycle and all. Just as he was about to hit the ground, he teleported to a distant location, landing safely. The shape-shifting ring returned to his finger, glaring at the figure in black. Hu Xiu demanded, "Are you from the Chun family?" The figure shrugged, "You guessed correctly. Your information is quite well informed." Hu Xiu's gaze turned icy. "Why do you wish to attack me? We seem to have no enmity." The figure chuckled sinisterly, "Are you so certain there is no hatred? I captured photographic evidence when you killed our young lady. Did you think your actions went unnoticed? I'm not here for revenge, but rather to fulfill our second lady's orders to bring you back. In fact, she should be grateful to you for eliminating a rival." Chapter 33, Flight and Pursuit by a Spiritual Master. Upon hearing this, Hu Xiu realized his exposure and that he had been manipulated. They had intended to kill Qin Tingding from the outset, merely using him as a pawn. Hu Xiu could only lament the chaos of their circle. "Since I facilitated your cause, why seek me out?" The figure shrugged, praising Hu Xiu. "I witnessed your rapid ascension from a spiritual apprentice to a spiritual adept in just a few days, reaching level 14. Such speed is unparalleled, and with your shape-shifting ring, you possess extraordinary talent." Hu Xiu, upon hearing this, became increasingly wary of the figure. The figure observed Hu Xiu's movements, chuckling. "Do you believe that once found, you can resist? Are you aware of the disparity between a spiritual adept and a spiritual master? If you are wise, accompany me back to the Qin family. Otherwise, I shall break your limbs and drag you back. The choice is yours." "Is that the only two options available?" Hu Xiao inquired. The figure shook his head. No other choices remain. With a smile, Hu Xiao replied, then I must apologize, for I choose the third option. With that, he teleported away, executing a series of rapid teleportations, vanishing from sight. The figure blinked in surprise. No wonder they had been unable to locate Hu Xiao. He could teleport. Shaking his head, the figure muttered, it seems you've copied an extraordinary skill. However, I doubt you can escape far. With wings unfurled, he ascended into the air to search for Hu Xiao's location. Secret technique, scent tracking. While conversing with Hu Xiao, the figure had locked on to Hu Xiao's scent. A malicious grin spread across his face. Fascinating, truly fascinating. Following the scent, he charged forth, simultaneously making a call. You all need not come. Continue your search for the crystal cores. I shall handle Hu Xiao. After a series of teleportations, Hu Xiao finally found himself in a forest, where he settled beneath a large tree to recuperate. How absurd. Do I possess such a significant reputation that a spiritual master has been dispatched to hunt me? You are mistaken. It's not your reputation, but rather that you are exceptionally elusive, which is why I was sent. Turning his head, Hu Xiao spotted the insufferable figure in black grinning at him. How did you find me? Hu Xiao asked, astonished. The figure shrugged. That is simply my keen sense of smell. You will never escape my grasp. Surrender willingly. Hu Xiao shot him an incredulous glance. Dream on. Once again, Hu Xiao vanished from sight. Growing impatient, the figure declared, if you wish to play this game, next time I shall not hold back. He pursued Hu Xiao, convinced that this time luck would not be on his side. After only a few teleportations, Hu Xiao found his energy waning. He was left with no choice but to consume 2 crystal cores while continuing to run. Here you are. Aren't you capable of teleporting? Why not continue? Taunted the figure in black. Ignoring him, Hu Xiao concentrated on absorbing the energy from the crystal cores while sprinting frantically. The figure conjured a whirlwind with a wave of his hand, launching an attack at Hu Xiao. The powerful gale sent Hu Xiao flying. His body tossed like a leaf in the wind, disoriented. But that was not the end. The figure's wings unleashed another assault. A sinister smile adorned his face as his wings, bathed in a radiant glow, surged towards Hu Xiao. With narrowed pupils, Hu Xiao abandoned his energy absorption and began teleporting, reappearing beside a lake. With determination in his eyes, Hu Xiao thought, you rely on scent to track me, huh? Then I shall take refuge beneath the water and see how you can detect my presence. His dreamlike abilities began to shift, transforming him into a seemingly innocent yet fierce turtle. Now attuned to the water element, he possessed the ability to breathe underwater. Without hesitation, Hu Xiao plunged into the depths. Sinking gradually, Hu Xiao swam deeper into the water, and the peculiar creatures of mountains and seas lurking beneath the surface gazed at him with greedy eyes, advancing toward him. Meanwhile, on the surface of the lake, a figure clad in black observed intently, gritting his teeth. This young man possesses a sharp mind. To think he could use the water to mask his scent. I wonder how long he can hold his breath. Moments turned into minutes, 1, 2, 10, until the lake returned to its tranquil state, save for the numerous corpses of water-based beasts that floated nearby. The black-clad figure's eyes widened in disbelief. Good heavens. Has he emulated the water-type Pokémon's unique abilities, allowing him to remain submerged for so long? How on earth am I to follow him down there? Frustrated, he sat at the edge of the lake, determined to see how much longer Hu Xiao could endure. Having just vanquished several creatures and secured 2 crystal cores, Hu Xiao found himself momentarily free from threats. He swiftly settled upon a stone submerged in the lake, the weight of his shell anchoring him firmly in place. Without hesitation, he retrieved the incomplete crystal core and resumed his absorption. An hour later, with energy fully restored, he opened his eyes, confident that the figure in black awaited him outside. The thought of emerging only to meet his demise left him anxious. Calling for help was futile, even if his phone remained dry. How could it possibly receive a signal from such depths? These companies are truly negligent. They should install signal stations underwater. Helpless, Hu Xiao resolved to bide his time. With a determined expression, he produced a spirit master-level crystal core. This, he deemed, was his most valuable possession. I must rely on this. Absorbing it could enhance my strength. With power, everything else will fall into place. As he began to absorb the spirit master-level core, an overwhelming energy erupted from within, surging violently into his body. The water around him churned chaotically, forming a vortex. Within this whirlpool, Hu Xiao's form radiated a fiery red, as if the very essence of the karmic turtle was on the brink of being scorched. Creatures that had dared approach him were driven away by the formidable energy. Yet, Hu Xiao's expression twisted in agony. This power was beyond his capacity to bear. Chapter 34. The Cave Beneath the Lake. Mysterious Armor. Hu Xiao's complexion fluctuated between crimson and pale as the ferocious energy stretched and contracted his body. His level surged, breaking through level 15, but it did not cease there. An hour later, his entire being was flushed with a deep red hue. He had finally weathered the most arduous phase, and the energy began to temper. The crimson hue gradually faded as the spirit master-level energy continued to wash over him, fostering his ascension. He firmly cemented his progress at the pinnacle of level 16. Unable to advance further until the spirit master-level core was completely expended. Opening his eyes, he reveled in the newfound strength coursing through him. Is the spirit master-level core truly this effective? It catapulted me to level 16 in an instant. If Captain 1 were to witness my rapid growth, he would surely be left speechless. At that moment, Hu Xiao's teleportation ability had significantly amplified to a staggering 220 meters. And with the additional 20% boost from the peculiar incense, his mobility reached an impressive 260 meters. Such an enhancement greatly facilitated his escape. Rising to his feet, he was immediately aware of the mini mountain and sea beasts surrounding him, watching with predatory intent. A sly smile crept across Hu Xiao's face. Now was the time to test the might of his level 17 prowess. The shape-shifting ring transformed into a long sword, and he concentrated energy at its tip, compressing it relentlessly. With newfound mastery over energy control, thanks to the earlier tumultuous absorption, he ensured not a single spark escaped his grasp. As the energy reached an alarming density, he unleashed it with a decisive swing. A small white burgeoned into a vast aura, enveloping the surrounding beasts. The energy detonated, shattering countless creatures into mist, and crystal cores rained down like confetti. A critical strike, executed flawlessly, as Hu Xiao navigated through the water to collect the fallen cores. He mused on the potency of his critical strike. It was undoubtedly effective, yet the energy expenditure was substantial. He had nearly depleted half his stamina in that single instance. As he swam and gathered the cores, he noted that his collection of water-type crystals had surpassed 30, comprising 25 spirit-level and 5 apprentice-level cores. Suddenly, a glimmer beneath the lake piqued his curiosity. He swam closer, spotting what resembled a small mountain protruding from the depths. What a peculiar sight! Does a mountain truly exist within a lake? He pondered, marveling at his own luck in replicating the abilities of the karmic turtle. Without it, he might have met an untimely end. Approaching the underwater mountain, he discovered that the source of the light was merely a crystal core. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished to find it was a psychic-type spirit-level core. As he beheld the mountain, he noticed a grand entrance, exuding an air of authority. Could this truly be a treasure trove? He mused. A psychic core emerging from a lake defies all logic. Is this the hidden lair of some formidable figure? Driven by curiosity, he attempted to push open the door, but it resisted all his efforts. With hands on his hips and a mischievous grin, he quipped, "You think a mere door can deter me? I am the notorious Zhang San. No, Hu San." In an instant, his figure vanished, reappearing within the confines of the chamber. Glancing back at the door, he was met with dismay. It was not a door at all, but rather a massive rock blocking the passage. Who possessed such a twisted sense of humor? No wonder he had struggled to open it. The architect of this place evidently had no intention of providing a proper entrance. With a firm resolve, Hu Xiao dismissed the karmic turtle's abilities, for there was no water in this space. Indeed, it felt entirely isolated. Intrigued, he retrieved a flashlight, illuminating the cavern's depths as he ventured forth. Suddenly, the cave erupted with a brilliant light. Hu Xiao shut his eyes tightly. When he opened them again, he found himself in a strange, vibrant realm, clearly not of this world. Impressive. You have discovered this place, unlike those brutish fools who would simply smash through the door. If they had attempted such a thing, they would have been annihilated by the ward I placed upon the rock behind the door. Who is speaking? Hu Xiao exclaimed, turning nervously to locate the source of the voice. Nothing was visible at first, until a striking silver armor came into view. This armor was unique, capable of fully equipping its wearer from head to toe. The helmet featured a sleek black visor, exuding an aura of coolness. At that moment, the armor stirred, startling Hu Xiao significantly. My goodness, all-powerful Arceus, this is extraordinary. The armor moves on its own. He chastised himself for being so easily frightened. Suddenly, a ghostly figure emerged from the armor, resembling a small, elderly man with a receding hairline and white hair. Hu Xiao instinctively took a few steps back, his face a mask of terror as he stared at the apparition. Who are you? What is this madness? The old man stroked his white beard and replied, Believe it or not, I am indeed a ghost. The directness of the statement left Hu Xiao in shock. There was no time for mental preparation. As the apparition floated closer, inspecting Hu Xiao with a nod of approval, he waved his hand. Instantly, Hu Xiao's psychic Pokémon and dream Pokémon appeared behind him. The old man exclaimed in admiration, remarkable. A natural dual psychic ability. Such innate talent, and both are psychic types with impressive strength. Hu Xiao, still apprehensive and alarmed, demanded, Who are you? What do you want? His mind raced with wild thoughts. This old man was a ghost, What were his intentions? He looked rather lecherous. Was he after his body, aiming to seize his soul? The old man, seemingly possessing telepathy, rolled his eyes in exasperation and replied, "What nonsense are you imagining? Lecherous? I possess an ethereal aura, you know. I'm merely here to find a successor. To see if a fated individual can inherit my armor." He lamented the confusion of the younger generation's thoughts. Chapter 35, Iron Armor Psychic? Master Hudi. Hu Xiu continued to scrutinize the old man with skepticism, clearly unconvinced by his ghostly claims. Would a being intent on possessing someone openly admit such intentions? He vowed not to believe this old man's fabrications. Indeed, he suspected the old man truly was a ghost. The old man, feeling helpless, lamented the current state of affairs where his words were met with disbelief. In his prime, he commanded storms. And now even the spirit kings and their acolytes had to bow to him. Without further ado, the old man waved his hand, and the armor shot toward Hu Xiu. Panic washed over him. This was utterly unfair. As he attempted to teleport away, he discovered his powers were rendered useless. No way. I also wield psychic powers. I can still use a binding spell. I shall accept this examination of the precious armor, he thought. Stop. Hu Xiu's desperate shout fell on deaf ears as the armor swiftly enveloped him from head to toe. The dream Pokémon retreated, leaving only the psychic Pokémon, which was also covered by the armor. The sheer power of the armor was beyond Hu Xiu's capacity to bear, and he began to scream in terror. The old man observed the scene, shaking his head with a chuckle. Your physical prowess is insufficient, yet you managed to endure the armor. Remarkably compatible with your Pokémon abilities. He mused. It seems I have created a masterpiece beyond just the metamorph ring. I can finally rest in peace. Ha ha ha. At that moment, the old man noticed Hu Xiu's ring. Is that not the metamorph ring? How does he possess it? Only the metamorph Pokémon can utilize it. The old man quickly regained his composure, a smile gracing his lips. A second Pokémon with the ability to transform. What a delightful surprise. At this juncture, Hu Xiu was entirely clad in the armor and felt an overwhelming surge in strength. His attack, defense, and speed all improved by 20%. When he turned to observe his psychic Pokémon, he was taken aback. The creature was now surrounded by the armor, looking extraordinarily striking. Hu Xiu's expression turned peculiar as he recognized the armor's resemblance to the one created by Team Rocket's leader, Sakaki, to control Mew well. Impressive. Congratulations, child, you've managed to control the psychic armor. This armor, much like your metamorph ring, is made from an extraordinary material. Both possess a unique ability. They can continuously enhance their quality. As your level increases, so does the armor's caliber. I never expected to see the armor find its rightful owner after so many years. I can finally find peace. Ha ha ha. Hu Xiu, now devoid of doubts, inquired, So, did you create both the metamorph ring and the psychic armor? The old man nodded with pride. Indeed, these are my finest creations. Alas, my lifespan was too brief to witness their full potential. With a look of serene acceptance, he gazed warmly at Hu Xiu. But today, meeting you brings me great joy. Your potential is immense. I believe you will utilize them well. Clad in the armor, Hu Xiu understood that both the metamorph ring and the psychic armor were extraordinary artifacts, hinting at the formidable nature of the old man before him. With deep respect, Hu Xiu expressed, "Thank you for bestowing this armor upon me. I shall endeavor to uphold its legacy." The old man's figure began to fade, yet his smile remained intact. "You are a good child. I trust you." The psychic armor provides a comprehensive enhancement of abilities. Currently, at your spirit level, it boosts your strength by 20%. Each time you ascend a realm, the enhancement increases by 10%. With each upgrade, the armor's form will evolve. Do not fear its destruction. It will automatically restore itself, requiring only your psychic energy for nurturing. Furthermore, the armor comes with a unique technique called Ninefold Waves of the Mind. With your current power, you can learn the first wave, which possesses unimaginable effects. There are 2 Spirit King level psychic cores in the cave. They are yours, but do not use them just yet. Your physique cannot withstand it. You must strengthen your body. Also, I have a treasure map leading to the origin of the 18 elemental fires, including the psychic fire. Acquiring it will only benefit you, be it in alchemy, forging, or combat. It will empower you to become a formidable lord. Once your strength grows, you must seek it out. Hu Xiu listened intently to the old man's words, nodding in understanding. The old man smiled gently at Hu Xiu. "Young one, I have high hopes for you. I must take my leave. It is time for me to depart to where I belong." As his figure slowly vanished, becoming transparent, Hu Xiu urgently inquired, "What is your name?" "I am Hu Di Ling Sheng, the Long Sun Xiaozi." With that, tranquility returned to the cave, and the strange space dissipated. Before Hu Xiu lay a dark abyss, seemingly endless. He murmured to himself, "Hu Di Ling Sheng, Long Sun Xiaozi." As Hu Xiu illuminated the cave with his flashlight, he discovered a bed within, upon which lay a set of desiccated bones, accompanied by a solitary treasure chest. Clearly, this was the resting place of the esteemed Qiongqi. With a sigh, Hu Xiu felt his armor form dissipate, transforming into a wrist guard that adorned his wrist. He tenderly caressed the wrist guard, then touched his ring. Reflecting on the debt he owed to Master Qiongqi, as both of his prized creations now rested in his possession. With another sigh, Hu Xiu extended his hand and unleashed a wave of energy, creating a sizable opening in the ground. He approached the skeletal remains and spoke softly, "Master Qiongqi, I beg your pardon." Carefully, he laid the bones into the newly formed pit, covering them with the surrounding earth to grant them peace. Next, Hu Xiu turned his attention to the treasure chest. His versatile ring morphed into a saw, enabling him to slice open the lid and produce a rectangular wooden plank. Using a small knife, he inscribed upon it the words, "Tomb of Hudiling, Saint Qiongqi." Gazing at the makeshift tombstone, he vowed, "Master Qiongqi, may you rest in peace. I shall utilize your remarkable creations, the versatile ring and the super armor, with utmost diligence. Please trust me." Chapter 36. Confrontation with the Spirit Master. Overwhelming power. After voicing his thoughts, Hu Xiu glanced back at the treasure chest, which had lost much of its mystique, its lid now severed. It no longer commanded the same presence. Inside, 2 Spirit King-level crystal cores shimmered with a captivating glow. The formidable aura of the Spirit Kings elicited a gasp of admiration from Hu Xiu. Spirit King level, what an extraordinary elevation, if converted to currency. How many ambitions could this fulfill? With meticulous care, he stored the 2 Spirit King crystal cores within his versatile ring for safekeeping. Before turning his gaze to the lone treasure map, the nature of the supernatural fire remained a mystery to him, though its esteemed reputation, as lauded by Qiongqi, suggested it was indeed something of great value. A fleeting glance at the map revealed its obscure nature. The Longyan mountain range, concealed beneath the sea, posed a formidable challenge to access. After perusing the map, he too secured it within his versatile ring. Plopping down onto the ground, he began examining the wrist guard. Eager to master the 9 layers of mental waves as instructed by Master Qiongqi. As he touched the wrist guard, the technique flowed seamlessly into his mind, and he shut his eyes to absorb the knowledge. Meanwhile, beyond the lake, a figure clad in black remained vigilant, unblinking as he awaited Hu Xiu's emergence. Resolute in his belief that Hu Xiu would not evade him. On another front, Juan was frantically attempting to reach Hu Xiu by phone. His face etched with concern. "Answer the phone. I've called so many times, and he is still out of service. Where could that rascal have gone? I hope nothing has happened." Juan then contacted another team member, his voice urgent. "Where are you? There's been a situation. We must head to the 3rd anomaly tonight. Hu Xiu's phone is still unreachable, and I'm worried he may be in trouble." After agreeing to meet at the 3rd anomaly, he instructed, "Bring your gear. We leave immediately." Once Luan hung up, he hastily gathered supplies, muttering, "Hu Xiu, you must not come to harm. Whether it's the Qin family or anyone else, we won't stand for it." Li Xiu, aware of the gravity of the situation, donned her backpack with a serious expression. Turning to her husband, "We must bring Hu Xiu back. That child is so pitiful, without parents." Juan nodded emphatically, "We must rescue him." Within the interior of the water mountain, Hu Xiu opened his eyes, his expression peculiar. "Indeed, the master is remarkable. The 9 layers of mental waves are astonishing. I shall test it shortly. Once I enhance my strength, I will confront that spirit master in black." A sly smile crept across Hu Xiu's face. It seems the spirit master may not be as formidable as presumed. Without hesitation, Hu Xiu began absorbing the recently acquired super crystal core. The absorption of its supernatural attributes felt increasingly effortless, with efficiency doubling. As he completed the process, Hu Xiu's energy surged, and he found himself ascending to level 17. A confident grin spread across his face. Level 17. Qin family's lackey, just wait. After consuming a few provisions, he restored his energy to peak levels and executed a swift teleportation to the lake's edge. "You finally emerged. I thought you might be hiding like a turtle." The black-clad figure nearly wept with relief at Hu Xiu's appearance, having waited an eternity, scarcely daring to blink. Hu Xiu's retort struck a chord within him. Indeed, he was no turtle, but rather a formidable force, imbued with extraordinary powers. With a cold scoff, Hu Xiu regarded the figure. The black-clad man, grinning mischievously, declared, "You would do well to surrender, otherwise, I shall make your life a torment." Hu Xiu narrowed his eyes, glinting with danger. "What if I refuse? Then don't blame me for my ruthlessness." The black-clad man, infused with the power of his avian spirit, sprouted massive wings. His hair transforming into a striking blend of yellow and red, exuding an avant-garde aura. Armed with a long sword, he lunged at Hu Xiu. Hu Xiu's expression hardened. His dreamlike abilities manifested behind him, his tail emerging as his eyes shifted to a pale violet. Touching his wrist guard, he proclaimed, "Super armor, transform." The wrist guard radiated with light, enveloping him in a complete suit of armor. This is exhilarating. At last, I can transform like an armored warrior. Hu Xiu's spirit companion, Dream, also donned a layer of armor, exuding a cool and imposing presence. The black-clad man's sword struck Hu Xiu's armor, creating sparks, yet Hu Xiu remained unfazed. Brushing off the dust from his armor. Astonished, the black-clad figure queried, "What manner of armor is this? Why has my spirit never encountered such a thing?" Hu Xiu coldly replied, "The dead need not know so much." His versatile ring morphed into a long sword, and Hu Xiu charged at the black-clad figure. With the enhanced speed granted by his armor, Hu Xiu's movements were a blur, prompting the figure to quickly ascend to evade the attack. Sweat dripped from the black-clad man's brow as he stared in disbelief at Hu Xiu. "This is impossible. You were only level 14. How did you break through to level 17? Did you ride a rocket? And what is this armor?" Enough chatter. Hu Xiu concentrated, launching waves of energy projectiles toward the black-clad figure. Frantically dodging, the figure gathered his energy in his wings, a blinding light emanating as he charged at Hu Xiu. Hu Xiu scoffed, continuously amassing energy at the blade's tip, compressing it to its utmost limit. With a decisive swing, he unleashed a torrent of energy at the black-clad figure. A critical hit. Upon sensing the terrifying energy approaching, the black-clad man's expression turned grave. He clasped his wings together in defense. However, the overwhelming force proved too great for his defenses. He was sent hurtling away, crashing downwards. Mewtwo, a divine beast in its own right, possesses an unparalleled level of attack power that far exceeds that of ordinary Pokémon psychics. At this moment, with its abilities augmented by 20%, a mere level 21 Spirit Master stands no chance. The cloaked figure fell heavily to the ground. Disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at Hu Xiu, muttering, "Impossible. Impossible. How could a mere spirit user defeat me, a Spirit Master?" Hu Xiu revealed a hint of a menacing smile, retorting, "What is impossible? Everything is possible." His pale violet eyes, akin to the depths of the ocean, summoned forth a terrifying surge of psychic energy, akin to crashing waves. The first wave of the mental ninefold surge manifested as flying swords, hovering in the air, each one piercing towards the cloaked figure. The overwhelming mental force rendered him immobile as countless blades struck him, leaving no trace of blood, and he collapsed to the ground, devoid of any visible wounds. His gaze lost its focus, becoming vacant. This was the terrifying aspect of the mental ninefold surge, destroying one's opponent with sheer mental might. Exhausted after executing this technique, Hu Xiu felt utterly drained. The first wave alone had depleted his stamina. While formidable, the technique left him in a state of near incapacitation. He was astonished by the sheer power of his own attack, which had exceeded his expectations. Contemplating the situation, Hu Xiu realized that, in terms of ranks, the Demon Subduing Fist and the critical hit were clearly on par with the Flying Sword technique. He had stumbled upon a significant advantage. Approaching the cloaked figure's lifeless body, he silently rifled through the man's belongings, discovering over 10 crystals of water, electricity, and flying types, as well as a computer, nothing more. With a look of disdain, Hu Xiu remarked, "You are a Spirit Master, yet this is all you possess? Do you even honor your title?" He then kicked the corpse into the water, turning away from the scene. Suddenly, Hu Xiu's phone rang, revealing over 50 missed calls, all from Blue Inn. Alarmed, he immediately answered, "Captain Blue Inn." Upon hearing Hu Xiu's voice, Blue Inn was filled with relief and excitement, saying, "What happened? Why didn't you answer? Did something go wrong? Don't worry. I'm on my way with the main team. We can enter the third anomaly soon. Just give me your location, and we'll come to your rescue." Hu Xiu felt warmth in his heart at Blue Inn's urgency. "I'm fine, Captain. I was being pursued by members of the Qin family, so I hid for a while." Furious, Blue Inn replied, "Those damned Qin family members dare to target our people? They must be seeking their demise. We'll be there shortly. Just send us your location." Hu Xiu swallowed nervously but smiled. "The crisis has passed. You can take your time." After a moment, Blue Inn nodded. "All right, we'll be there soon." He did not inquire further regarding the resolution of the crisis, respecting Hu Xiu's privacy. After ending the call, Hu Xiu felt deeply moved. They were originally scheduled to arrive the next day, but upon realizing he was unreachable, Blue Inn had rushed over with his team. Taking a deep breath, Hu Xiu began to sprinkle a layer of beast-repellent powder along the lake's edge. He then pulled out an assortment of meat from the mountain sea beasts and began to grill it. Hu Xiu intended to prepare a hearty dinner for the exhausted team members. The diverse array of meat sizzled and emitted a tantalizing aroma, tantalizing the senses. Shortly thereafter, the sounds of footsteps echoed through the forest. Turning to look, Hu Xiu saw Blue Inn and several unfamiliar members of the team. Upon confirming Hu Xiu's safety, Blue Inn sighed with relief. "I'm so glad you're unharmed." The other Blue Moon hunters regarded Hu Xiao with curiosity, eager to see if this young man was as remarkable as Blue Yin had described. With a gentle smile, Hu Xiao said, "I'm doing well. Come, everyone must be hungry. I've prepared plenty of grilled meat." The delicious aroma of the roast meat made the hunters' mouths water, and they eagerly gave Hu Xiao their thumbs up. "Little brother, you're quite considerate." The hunters began to indulge in the feast, while Blue Yin and two other hunters remained seated. With a slight smile, Blue Yin introduced, "Let me introduce you to our vice captain. This lovely lady is my vice captain, Lan Ying, a level 25 spirit master with the POKÉMON psychic ability Night Arena." Lan Ying appeared to be under 30, exuding a unique charm and confidence. And this is her husband, a well-known duo in our hunting team, Wei Hua, a level 26 spirit master with the POKÉMON psychic ability Night Arena. Wei Hua looked quite serious, with a sturdy physique and a stern demeanor. The two nodded at Hu Xiao. Hu Xiao clasped his hands together. "Pleasure to meet you, Vice Captain Lan Ying and Vice Captain Wei Hua." Lan Ying smiled slightly. "I've heard your POKÉMON psychic ability is an undocumented Mewtwo. Young man, your future holds great promise." Wei Hua continued to observe Hu Xiao intently, his gaze unwavering. After a few pleasantries, Lan Ying and Wei Hua joined the others in enjoying the meal. Blue Yin pulled Hu Xiao aside, his expression serious. "How did you escape from the Chun family's pursuit?" Sensing Blue Yin's sincerity, Hu Xiao felt inclined to trust him. Resolutely, he replied, "Captain Blue Yin, I trust you and hope you can keep this confidential. Is that acceptable?" Blue Yin smiled, "I can assure you." Nodding, Hu Xiao began recounting how he had inadvertently acquired the armor and defeated the Qin family's spirit master in black, detailing the conflict with Qintingting. After listening, Blue Yin chuckled wryly. "Hu Xiao, you're quite the character. 2 legendary weapons have found their way to you. It's no wonder the Qin family 1T let it go easily. This also involves the rivalry between the second and eldest daughters of the Qin family. However, do not fear. Qin Shishir 1T dare unleash her full might against you, as she wishes to avoid exposure. Publicly, the Qin family cannot harm you. But do remain vigilant." Hu Xiao nodded. "I understand." Blue Yin regarded Hu Xiao with admiration. "You've done well. You've already reached level 17. Having advanced from level 14. At this rate, you'll soon become a spirit master. Very impressive. However, the assessments for the Academy City will be a bit easier for you." Upon hearing about the Academy City, Hu Xiao's eyes lit up. "When does registration begin?" Blue Yin chuckled. "Don't worry. Registration starts next week. You've already met the requirements, as anyone above level 15 can apply, and you're only 18 years old. Already at level 17. You have nothing to fear." Hu Xiao nodded, feeling reassured. He then inquired, "Boss, what shall we do tomorrow?" With a slight smile, Blue Yin replied, "Of course, we'll sweep through the mountain sea beasts, collecting crystals of all attributes. If we encounter any spirit masters, we'll team up to eliminate them. The more crystals we gather, the better. Our goal is to become a level 5 hunting team." The following day, after the Blue Moon Hunter group had completed their rest, a formidable assembly of over 100 individuals commenced a sweeping expedition in the SHANHAI anomalous caves. The arrival of such a large contingent from the Blue Moon Hunter group instilled a sense of panic among the other hunter groups, leaving them uncertain about their prospects for success. The 3 level 4 hunter groups, SHANHAI, Juesha, and Meiying, were equally unsettled by the Blue Moon's numbers and began to frantically scour the area as well. Tensions escalated among the 4 groups, leading to frequent skirmishes. However, Hu Xiao's formidable combat prowess quickly earned him the respect of the other Blue Moon members, even prompting a more amiable demeanor from Wei Hua. With Hu Xiao's charismatic personality, he soon integrated seamlessly with the group. Meanwhile, the Qin family dispatched individuals to search for the whereabouts of the mysterious black-clad spirit master, ultimately discovering remnants of the individual in a nearby lake. This information was relayed to Qin Shishir, whose beautiful visage contorted in rage upon hearing the news. "What are you all doing?" "Useless. Absolutely useless. The spirit master is gone." Infuriating. After ending the call, Qin Shishir was consumed by fury, violently smashing items in her room. "Don't think I can't deal with you, Hu Xiao. The shape-shifting ring is mine." Simultaneously, the Hua family fortified their defenses, facing significant pressure from the other 3 families. Hua Daoqing opened his eyes, his demeanor markedly transformed, having broken through to level 31, achieving the status of a spirit master. A slight smile graced his lips. "Is this the power of a spirit master? Indeed formidable. Once I stabilize my realm, it will be the end for your 3 families. Congratulations, head of the Hua family, on successfully breaking through to level 31 and becoming a spirit master." A youthful man, whose demeanor exuded a lewdness that suggested unsavory intentions, appeared before Hua Daoqing. Hua Daoqing respectfully acknowledged him. "This is all thanks to Leader Qin Yu's assistance. Without your protection during my breakthrough, our family might have been annihilated." Xiangliu waved his hand dismissively. A trivial matter. Now that your Hua family is part of our organization, we certainly cannot allow you to be destroyed. Rest assured. We will send reinforcements when the time comes. However, let us not annihilate the Qin family. That girl Qin Shishir has joined us now, and we will all be fighting on the same front. I must say, that girl is quite tender. She certainly brings me some delight. Qiangliu's final remark was accompanied by a rather lascivious expression, raising Hua Daoqing's eyebrow without changing his countenance. That's splendid. With the Qin family's addition, our organization will only grow stronger. Leader Qin, I've brought some lovely ladies from the club for your enjoyment. Upon hearing this, Qiangliu became animated, patting Hua Daoqing on the shoulder with a hearty laugh. At last, you understand me, head of the Hua family. After Qiangliu departed, Hua Daoqing's smile faded. The Qin family truly harbors ambition. Qin Shishir, you play your cards well, publicly uniting with other families to attack us while secretly collaborating with Xiangliu to strike back, inflicting wounds upon two powerful families. How ruthless. None of the hunter groups were aware of these developments or the impending situation in Nanhai City. The Blue Moon Hunter Group continued their relentless hunt for the anomalous beasts, successfully slaying 2 Spirit Master-level creatures, though disappointingly, neither yielded any core crystals. This scarcity explains why hunting Spirit Master-level beasts is often deemed unworthy. The risks and time involved do not guarantee rewards, rendering these beasts quite rare. Soon, the large-scale hunting operations concluded. Although many anomalous beasts remained, the agreed-upon time had elapsed, necessitating departure and settlement of accounts. During this period, Hu Xiao had become well acquainted with the members of the Blue Moon Group, even impressing the 2 vice-captains with his combat abilities, who frequently praised Blue In for having discovered a gem in him. As they left, they returned with a bountiful haul. Hu Xiao contributed the dozens of core crystals he had initially collected to the team as contribution. Privately, Blue In transferred 500,000 yuan to Hu Xiao, expressing that this was a reward for his hard work. Notably, Blue Moon had made it clear that flying-type core crystals were not to be sold to the Qin family, evidently to avenge Hu Xiao. The Blue Moon team had amassed over 1,000 core crystals, utilizing most of the anomalous beast carcasses for team building, even roasting and consuming the 2 Spirit Master-level bodies. Hu Xiao experienced remarkable progress, benefiting from the nourishment of the anomalous beasts and the practice with core crystals, which enabled him to break through to level 18 within a few days, an astonishing feat that astonished the members of Blue Moon. Upon arriving at the Hunter Guild, the 3 major families gathered to reclaim the core crystals. Other hunter groups had contributed numerous core crystals, with the Qin family's collection being relatively easier to amass, thus surpassing the others in quantity. The Qin family members stood tall and proud, while the Shui and Lei families gritted their teeth, knowing the formidable Blue Moon Hunter Group had yet to arrive. Before long, Blue In led the main contingent into the guild, drawing the attention of many onlookers, particularly those from rival hunter groups who regarded Blue Moon with palpable resentment. Despite the frequent conflicts, no group had managed to best Blue Moon, and the newly arrived Hu Xiao had further intensified their frustrations. However, Blue In and Hu Xiao paid no heed, approaching the 3 major families directly. The Qin family had sent their steward, who, upon seeing Hu Xiao, felt a jolt of surprise. This fellow was still alive and well. Yet, what did it matter? He was still obligated to gather core crystals and serve as their laborer. Viewing Blue In, the 3 families saw a veritable god of wealth. Blue In waved his hand, placing several large chests before the Shui and Lei families. Here you go, 540 water-type core crystals and 550 electric-type core crystals. They are yours. The Shui and Lei families were elated, giving enthusiastic thumbs up. Indeed, the Blue Moon Hunter Group is exceptional. Thank you. The Qin family stood in shock. Why are there none for us? What is going on? The steward cleared his throat. The Blue Moon is indeed formidable. Blue In remained expressionless, nodding at Hu Xiao. Hu Xiao, please provide the Qin family's core crystals. Hu Xiao struggled to suppress laughter, fully aware that this was a blatant humiliation aimed at the Qin family. Yet it was also a moment of personal satisfaction for him. He retrieved a handful of core crystals from his pocket, carefully counting out 10 and placing them on the Qin family's table. Here are 10 flying-type crystals, all we managed to acquire, and they are Spirit Disciple level. The Qin family gaped at the pitiful 10 Spirit Disciple level flying-type core crystals, their anger boiling over. A glance at the overflowing crystals from the Shui and Lei families underscored the stark contrast. The Shui and Lei families reveled in their misfortune, chuckling at the Qin family's plight. Old Qin, 10 Spirit Disciple level crystals isn't too shabby. If you don't want them, just give them to us. We're not picky. Indeed. Anything is better than nothing. Don't forget to thank the Blue Moon Hunter Group. Old Qin felt his intelligence being insulted, glaring daggers at Hu Xiao and grinding his teeth. Thank you. For what? The Blue Moon Hunter Group suppressed their laughter. aware that it would be inappropriate to chuckle at the current situation unless they could no longer restrain themselves. Hu Xiao waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's no big deal. If it weren't for the difficulty in collecting flight-type crystal cores, I wouldn't even consider offering you the apprentice-level ones." Upon hearing this, both families perked up. The Blue Moon mercenary group had only provided spirit crystal cores, yet now there were apprentice-level cores. The Qin family looked as though they had just swallowed something bitter. Difficult to collect? What do they think the flying beasts in the sky are? It's blatant bullying. Suddenly, the Shui family inquired, "Young brother, if you have apprentice-level crystal cores, we are willing to purchase them at a high price, 20,000 for each, regardless of attribute." This proposition made Hu Xiao's eyes light up. Apprentice-level cores had become less useful to him, and he was ready to make a move. Hu Xiao's eyes sparkled. "Any attribute will do?" Both the Shui and Lei families nodded in unison. "Absolutely." Hu Xiao promptly retrieved a large bag of crystal cores from his belongings and tossed it onto the table. These were cores the Blue Moon Hunter Group had casually acquired. Initially intended for extra income, but with such a lucrative offer, he decided to part with them. The Shui and Lei families began dividing the cores, revealing numerous flight-type cores, which left the Qin family seething with rage. 10 flight-type cores? The Blue Moon Hunter Group was clearly trying to humiliate us, insincere and untrustworthy. The Shui and Lei families wore expressions that indicated they were keen to make the Qin family appear foolish. After the division was complete, the Shui and Lei families smiled at Hu Xiao. "Very well. We will register your reward and ensure it is distributed. The Qin family will also handle the registration." The Qin family remained silent, clearly uncomfortable, as the number of crystal cores the Shui and Lei families possessed far exceeded theirs. One smiled slightly. All right. Wan and Hu Xiao exchanged knowing glances at the Qin family's sullen expressions. Once all rewards were registered, the Blue Moon Hunter Group emerged as the biggest victor, surpassing the standards for a level 5 hunter group and becoming the first level 5 hunter group in Nanhai City. All hunters celebrated, and some even pondered the possibility of joining the Blue Moon Hunter Group. Only the Juesha and Meiying hunter groups wore expressions of despair. From now on, the Blue Moon Hunter Group would stand unrivaled. That evening, Wan booked an entire restaurant to celebrate. The atmosphere was filled with joy as everyone drank merrily, with even Hu Xiao becoming tipsy. Notably, Hu Xiao's hunter rank had also risen to level 2, significantly increasing his salary. Various powers sent gifts to congratulate them, with the Shui and Lei families being especially generous. Even the Qin family begrudgingly delivered gifts, though Qin Shi was visibly angered upon seeing the crystal cores. However, at this critical juncture, the Qin family dared not offend the Blue Moon Hunter Group. They could only swallow their grievances, especially with the impending great battle, where they might still need the Hunter Group's assistance. They could not afford to create enmity with the Blue Moon Hunter Group. Blushing from the drink yet exhilarated, Wan exclaimed, "Brothers, our efforts over the past few years have not been in vain. We have become a level 5 hunter group. We are now in a position of respect, with numerous families vying for our cooperation and presenting us with an overwhelming amount of business. Starting tomorrow, we have 3 days off, and then we will get busy, earn big money, and celebrate the new year." The brothers responded enthusiastically, knowing this was the most rewarding moment they had experienced. Hu Xiao, unable to handle his alcohol, was in a daze, leaning on Wei Hua's shoulder, loudly declaring, "Let us do this. Keep pushing forward." Seeing Hu Xiao in such a state, everyone laughed. They cherished this young man for his strength, humility, and hard work. Wei Hua patted Hu Xiao on the head. As the night deepened, everyone was quite intoxicated, and the gathering gradually dispersed. Wan and Hu Xiao returned home together, as their residences were quite close. However, Wan had also consumed a fair amount, so he hailed a cab. In the end, it was Wan's wife who paid for the cab fare, helping Wan and Hu Xiao to bed. They embraced each other tightly. Sleeping soundly, Li Xiaoxiao entered, smiling helplessly. "Shall I take my leave?" The following morning, Hu Xiao's head throbbed painfully, and Wan felt the same. Both opened their eyes simultaneously, exchanging looks of confusion that morphed into terror, culminating in panic. "Ah!" They both shouted in unison, gazing at one another, their faces etched with despair. Li Xiaoxiao walked in. Displeased, "What are you two up to? Hurry and come eat." Wan and Hu Xiao glanced at their clothes and their surroundings. The clothes are fine, and nothing hurts. All is well." They both sighed in relief, sharing a silent understanding as they rushed to the bathroom to wash up. After a quick breakfast, Li Xiaoxiao remarked, "Wan, aren't the people from the Academy City arriving today? Hurry and take Hu Xiao to register. We can't delay the child's education." Wan nodded and turned to Hu Xiao. "Hu Xiao, go change your clothes. We'll drive to register." "All right." At that moment, Hu Xiao realized a pressing issue. His vehicle seemed to be parked at the third anomaly's lot, forgotten and likely accruing hefty parking fees. Just the thought of it made his heart ache. Even though Juan had rewarded him with 2 million yesterday, the thought of the parking fees was still distressing. Hu Xiao asked, "Captain, is the parking fee at the third anomaly high?" Juan paused, then replied gravely, "Quite high. After a few days. It will probably be over 1,000 cores. That's my living expenses for a year." Hu Xiao felt as if he had suffered a monumental loss. As if he had lost billions. After changing clothes, he and Juan took a bus to retrieve the car from the city gate. As Hu Xiao paid the parking fee, his heart felt like it was being sliced. It was all money. Chapter 40. Registration? Seed candidate reserved. Driving under Juan's guidance. Hu Xiao arrived at the registration location in the Academy City. The area was jam-packed with people, all eagerly observing and many undergoing registration tests. This venue was also the most famous shopping street in Nanhai City, where a large testing platform had been set up in the center to cater to the Academy City attendees, complete with luxurious snacks and massage chairs for the instructors. Many young people stood in line, as the Academy City's testing was straightforward, involving a bone-touching age and level assessment. Only those who qualified could proceed to the next round. With only 10 spots available for entry into the Academy City, the Academy City is a place long yearned for by many. Every graduate emerges with a level above Spirit King. Many nations vie to recruit these exceptional graduates, a true leap toward success. Li Wuzhen, POKÉMON Psychic Spirit Pippi. Level 16, age 20, qualified. Xiaoyu, POKÉMON Psychic Spirit Pangolin, level 18, age 22, qualified. Lu Tian, POKÉMON Psychic Spirit Bada Butterfly, level 19, age 22, qualified. Jia Bao, possessing the extraordinary Pokémon, the Psychic Bulbasaur, stands at level 18, age 19, and is deemed qualified. Yen Qingshan, with the Psychic Coal Turtle at level 16, age 26, unfortunately does not meet the standards. Lu Cheng, wielding the Psychic Gem Starfish, is level 23 and 24 years old, and is also qualified. The previously expressionless teacher, reciting the information, could not help but glance at Lu Cheng, pondering the origin of such remarkable talent. This exceptional performance astonished many, including members from the 4 prominent families, albeit they were all below level 20. The sudden emergence of Lu Cheng's prowess prompted exclamations of amazement. Lu Cheng, however, remained unfazed, collected his number, and departed. Hu Xiao observed Lu Cheng's exit, a trace of gravity flickering in his gaze. This individual was not to be underestimated. Meanwhile, Hu Xiao continued to wait in line with a sorrowful expression. An hour later, as the queue progressed, joy for some met despair for others. Until it was finally Hu Xiao's turn. During the bone test, a young teacher nodded at Hu Xiao and began to examine him, coldly stating, "Age is not a problem." 18 years old. Hu Xiao then stepped onto the platform, where 2 teachers instructed him, "Do not be nervous. Place your hand upon the stone tablet and release your Pokémon's psychic powers." Hu Xiao swallowed nervously, nodded, and placed his hand on the stone tablet. With deliberate focus, his psychic Mewtwo materialized behind him. The overwhelming pressure emanating from Mewtwo left the audience gasping for breath, many registration candidates wide-eyed in astonishment. The teachers exchanged knowing looks. It was indeed him, the newly emerged psychic Mewtwo, recently recognized by the Psychic Supervisory Bureau as a rare psychic type. This was indeed formidable power. A new star had risen in Nanhai City. Following the test, the 3 teachers exhibited a markedly amiable demeanor towards Hu Xiao. One young teacher handed him his number, stating, "Here is your number. Report next Monday at 8 a.m. at the number 4 Mountain Sea Cave for the assessment. Use this time to prepare food, drinks, and medicines. Do not be late." Hu Xiao smiled slightly and nodded. "Understood, teacher." After Hu Xiao's departure, the 3 teachers convened, expressing their astonishment. "Incredible. This contestant is remarkable. Just the presence of that Mewtwo is enough to instill fear." Therefore, designating him as a seed candidate was indeed prudent. Hu Xiao approached Juan, who nodded approvingly. "Well done." "Hu Xiao, congratulations." Hu Xiao shook his head, replying, "This is merely the first round. The final decision on joining the academy will be made next Thursday at the No. 4 cave." Juan acknowledged, "No worries. Although the number 4 cave is perilous, your previous performances at the Mountain Sea Caves have been commendable and seasoned. You will surely excel. Remember, if you encounter formidable opponents, flee without hesitation." Hu Xiao nodded. After all, it was through fleeing that he had salvaged an opportunity to obtain a Spirit Master level crystal core. Juan patted Hu Xiao's shoulder. "Now, do not dwell too much on this. Your priority is to train diligently for the upcoming expedition to the cave and achieve excellent results." Hu Xiao nodded earnestly, just as Juan was about to say more. His phone rang. Upon glancing at the caller ID, Juan's expression turned serious as he answered, "Yes, must it be this way? This isn't merely about money. Your actions will disturb the situation in Nanhai City." After a lengthy discussion, Juan hung up, his countenance grave. "Hu Xiao, noticing Luan's demeanor, furrowed his brow. What is it, Captain? Luan replied gravely. This week, Nanhai City is on the brink of upheaval. The Shui family just called, inviting us to join them against the Hua family, who have successfully ascended to the Spirit Master level. Hu Xiao was taken aback. He had witnessed the power of Spirit Master level crystal cores, which could elevate one's strength significantly. Given that the Hua family's elemental affinity aligned with the fire attribute of the Bifang crystal core, their breakthrough into the Spirit Master level was unsurprising. However, it disrupted the equilibrium in Nanhai City. Hu Xiao inquired, "What should we do, Captain Wan?" Wan shrugged. The Jusha, Meiying, and SHANHAI teams have allied with the Shui and Lei families, all seeking to partake in the spoils. Chapter 41, Betrayal. Hu Xiao's expression darkened. It seems we have no choice but to participate. If they defeat the Hua family and eradicate them, the other three families will undoubtedly support their respective hunter teams, making our lives difficult. Luan nodded in agreement, frustration evident in his demeanor. I share your sentiment. Despite becoming a level 5 hunter team, we remain ensnared by their control. If we withdraw, the united front of the 3 hunter teams and families would be too much for us to withstand. Hu Xiao fell silent, feeling the discomfort of being coerced into action. Even as a leading figure in the Nanhai City hunter team, he found himself manipulated. This coalition was beyond the capacity of the Lanyue hunter team to endure. Luan forced a smile. Regarding Hu Xiao, what do you think we should do? Hu Xiao slowly responded. We must go. There is no alternative. The Lanyue hunter team is not just you and me. There are over 100 others. We cannot afford to be targeted. With the Hua family as a cautionary example, I do not wish for the Lanyue team to become the next target. Wan nodded, his expression inscrutable. Let us proceed. Today, the Shui, Lei, and Chen families have invited us to discuss strategies against the Hua family. I will summon Lan Ying and Wei Hua to join us. Hu Xiao nodded in agreement. Yet, Luan's fists remained tightly clenched. The feeling of being threatened was far from pleasant. After Hu Xiao drove to pick up Lan Ying and Wei Hua, they armed themselves and headed to the Nanhai Hotel. As the most renowned hotel in Nanhai City, it was here that the Shui, Lei, and Chen families had convened for their banquet. The 4 of them remained silent during the journey, each bearing a grim countenance. Upon arrival, Hu Xiao entrusted the vehicle to a valet before they entered the hotel suite. At that moment, the leaders and vice leaders of the Jusha, Meiying, and SHANHAI teams had already taken their seats. Upon noticing the entry of the Lanyue hunter team, they scoffed derisively. Undeterred, Luan and his companions found a place to sit. Soon, the heads of the Lei, Shui, and Chen families arrived. The patriarch of the Lei family, Lei Ting, was a burly man with a gaze filled with menace, exuding the aura of a brute. The head of the Shui family, Shui Pia Piao, was a stunningly beautiful woman, once renowned throughout the city of Nanhai. Chen Zhu, the patriarch of the Chen family, was rotund and exuded an air of wisdom, embodying the visage of a successful capitalist. This time, Chen Zhu had brought along his daughter, Chen Shishir. Upon first laying eyes on Hu Xiao, a flicker of anger crossed her face, but it quickly vanished. Hu Xiao, beware, your time is near. Upon seeing the 3 family heads, the leaders of the Jusha, Meiying, and SHANHAI groups immediately showered them with flattery. Brother Chen, you seem to have gained quite a bit of strength lately. You look even more formidable. Sister Shui, your beauty continues to blossom. My heart races at the sight of you. Brother Lei, I must say, your prowess is truly impressive. The compliments delighted the 3 family heads. However, Lan Yin and his companions remained expressionless, offering no response. Hu Xiao, on the other hand, internally criticized the absurdity of the situation. Were these people blind? Chen Zhu, as rotund as he was lauded for his strength, while Shui Piapiao's crow's feet and heavy makeup went unnoticed. And Lei Ting, while indeed strong, was clearly weakened by indulgence, his demeanor unsteady. Noticing the indifference of the Lanyue hunter group, the 3 patriarchs frowned slightly, but refrained from expressing their anger. Recognizing the importance of the Lanyue group, they greeted Lan Yin and his companions with enthusiasm, to which Lan Yin responded with a polite smile. Once everyone was seated at a grand table brimming with sumptuous dishes crafted from rare mountain and sea beasts, the atmosphere was tense as all eyes were fixed on the 3 patriarchs. Lei Ting chuckled. Let us first deliberate on how to deal with the Hua family. Once we reach a consensus, we shall celebrate. Indeed, Shui Piapiao affirmed, if the Hua family does not cease their aggression, they may very well annihilate us. Hua Daoqing has already reached level 31, and his realm is stable. Moreover, he has managed to recruit a level 30 expert from somewhere. Our situation is dire. Even if we wish to spare them, they will not hesitate to strike us first. We must take the initiative. Chen Zhu slammed his hand on the table, declaring, the balance we have painstakingly maintained in Nanhai City is now disrupted. We cannot predict what will unfold next. We are the top figures here, the 4 major hunter groups and 3 prominent families. I hereby declare that the Qin family will join the fight. Once we defeat the Hua family, there shall be ample rewards. I, the Shui family, shall also participate. I, the Lei family, shall join as well. The leaders of Jusha, Shanhai, and Meng also stood, proclaiming their support. The only group yet to declare was the Lanyu hunter group. And all eyes turned to Lan Yin. He exchanged glances with his teammates. Lan Yin and Wei Hua reluctantly nodded, while Hu Xiao remained expressionless. Calmly, Lan Yin addressed the assembly. Very well, we shall agree. At that moment, applause echoed from outside the private room. Ah, splendid. You are already plotting my downfall. With that, the door flew open, crashing against the wall, revealing Hua Daoqing, along with the enigmatic expert Xiangliu, and a group of formidable individuals exuding a threatening aura. Suddenly, a transformation occurred. The waitstaff within the room brandished weapons, also eyeing the guest with ill intent. Furious, Shui Piao turned to Chen Zhu, demanding, "What is the meaning of this? Did you not fill the Nanhai Hotel with your people?" Chen Zhu chuckled, rising with his daughter to approach Hua Daoqing, and retorted to Shui Piao and the others, "My people are here to ensure we capture you all in one fell swoop." Chen Shishir nestled into Chen Yu's embrace and whispered a few words, causing Chen Yu to glare menacingly at Hu Xiao. This unexpected twist caught everyone off guard. They had not anticipated the Chen family's betrayal. The expressions of the hunters changed drastically. How had the situation deteriorated so rapidly? Shui Piao and Lei Ting were enraged, with Lei Ting pointing an accusatory finger at Chen Yu, exclaiming, "Chen Zhu, how dare you play us like this?" Shrugging with a slight smile, Chen Zhu replied, "Only the strong can ally with the strong. Do you truly believe you are worthy?" Chapter 42. A keen eye for people. Shui Piao and Lei Ting were instantly incensed, glaring coldly at Chen Zhu and Hua Daoqing. The leaders of Jusha, Shanhai, and Meiying were filled with disbelief. How had this betrayal occurred? Hu Xiao and Lan Yin exchanged astonished glances, their confusion palpable. At that moment, Chen Yu approached, draping an arm around Chen Shishir, glancing at the others with a nonchalant demeanor. "Why resist? You might as well surrender. With the alliance of the Hua and Chen families, along with my prowess, do you truly believe you can withstand us?" Chen Shishir, nestled against Chen Yu, cast a venomous glare at Hu Xiao. Shui Piao and Lei Ting gritted their teeth, with the hot-tempered Lei Ting retorting, "What are you? I have no fear of you." Their original plan had been to unite the Shui, Lei, and Chen families, along with the 4 major hunter groups, to launch an assault on the Hua family. Even if Hua Daoqing was a spirit master, a coalition of spirit adepts would be sufficient to contend with him. Moreover, any of the family heads could defeat Chen Yu, especially with the support of the hunter groups, ensuring victory. Now, however, with the Chen family's betrayal, the situation had taken an unexpected turn. Furious, Chen Yu glared at Lei Ting. His anger ignited. He had never been insulted in such a manner. "Old man, how dare you speak to me like that? Do you not know who I am? You will regret this." As Chen Yu prepared to act, he was restrained by both Chen Zhu and Hua Daoqing. "Calm down. Chen Yu, take a breath. You can deal with him later. Let us handle the situation for now." After hearing their words, Chen Yu snorted disdainfully and continued to hold on to Chen Shishir. Hua Daoqing cast a cold smile at Shui Piao and Lei Ting. "You two are still unaware of who you have offended. However, we shall settle our scores soon." Hua Daoqing revealed his spirit master-level prowess, flames erupting from his head like a fiery mane, adorned with fiery symbols across his body, resembling a fiery deity. The intensity of his spirit master aura dominated the room, causing the hunters to pale. At that moment, Chen Zhu turned to the hunter groups, stating, "You are all formidable teams. I hope you choose wisely in whom to ally with. Make the right choice, and I shall offer you double what the Shui and Lei families can provide. Choose poorly, and do not blame us for being ruthless." A naked threat, these hunter groups, seasoned by trials, were not easily intimidated. In that moment, the leader of the Phantom Guild slammed his hand on the table and bellowed, "Chen Zhu, what do you take us for? Do you think we would act that way?" Chen Zhu, without lifting his eyelids, responded 3 times. The leader's expression instantly morphed into a radiant bloom, squinting with a smile. What an accurate guess. Without hesitation, he approached Chen Zhu, indignant. "This is outrageous. How could you?" "Chen Zhu, I must confront you." Indeed, the leader was not alone in this matter. Soon, the leaders of 3 hunter guilds, accompanied by their vice leaders, stood beside Chen Zhu, casting hostile glares at the Shui and Lei families. Shui Piao and Lei Ting watched the betrayal of the 3 guilds with a mixture of anger and concern. They were infuriated by the shamelessness of the hunters, yet worried about their own precarious situation. It was likely that the individuals they had placed among the ranks had already been dealt with by Chen Zhu's people. Now, both Shui Piao and Lei Ting felt a disheartening sense of being besieged from all sides. witnessing the allegiance of the 3 hunter guilds. Qiongqi and Huadaoqing felt a swell of pride. However, Qiongqi's gaze then fell upon the only unyielding guild, the Blue Moon Hunters. Narrowing his eyes, he addressed Lan In, "Leader Lan In, how are your considerations progressing? By the way, things have changed. The Blue Moon Hunters are now a level 5 guild. The first in the South Sea. Naturally, the price must be higher than that of other guilds. Let us make it 4 times. Lan In scoffed disdainfully. Rising to his feet, while Hu Xiao, Wei Hua, and Lan Ning also stood up, glaring at Qiongqi. Lan In articulated each word with precision. "Qiongqi, listen closely. I, Lan In, and my guild members cannot be swayed by mere money. Moreover, the one thing I detest most in this life is betrayal." Qiongqi's eyes narrowed dangerously as he looked at Lan In. "Lan In, I respect you as a man. Don't make foolish decisions." On the side, Huadaoqing, who still had some rapport with Lan In, interjected, "Old Lan, we've known each other for a long time. Grant me this favor, help a brother out." Lan In's gaze turned cold. "Huadaoqing, don't flatter yourself. You are no longer the person I once knew. Power has changed you." Huadaoqing's expression hardened, becoming equally frigid as he shrugged. "If you insist on this path, don't blame me for being ruthless." Flames began to envelop Huadaoqing's fists, the heat distorting the air around them. Shui Piapiao and Lei Ting stepped forward to stand beside Lan In, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, Leader Lan In." Lan In disregarded them, simply stating, "Let us save the gratitude for after we survive." Shui Piapiao and Lei Ting nodded, showcasing their prowess as peak level 30 spiritual masters. Shui Piapiao's Pokemon spirit appeared as a prince penguin, while Lei Ting's resembled a fully grown lion, his face, hind legs, torso, and rear legs adorned in blue, covered mostly in a fluffy coat of black fur. Wei Hua and Lan In exchanged glances, their Pokemon spirits manifesting as Nidoqueen and Nidoking. Lan In summoned his comic spirit, preparing for battle. Hu Xiao deduced that Qin Shishir would refrain from revealing her Pokemon in such a scenario, fearing exposure. Thus he felt emboldened to manifest his own Pokemon spirit. The imposing presence of his Mewtwo soon clashed against the Soul Spirit Master-level presence in the arena. The pressure of the fiery dragon creating a standoff, neither side yielding an inch. Hu Xiao's lavender eyes glimmered as a long tail sprouted forth. At that moment, Qin Shishir whispered something to Qiongqi, who cast a malicious glance at Hu Xiao, poised to strike at any moment. The impending battle was palpable as both sides completed their spirit manifestations, ready to engage. Chapter 43. The Fierce Battle. Binding Technique. Qiongqi's Beedrill spirit materialized, appearing somewhat bulkier, yet still showcasing the might of a peak level 30 spiritual master. Others followed suit, brandishing their weapons and summoning their spirits, filling the room with an air of impending carnage. Shui Piapiao and Lei Ting expressed their gratitude to Lan In. "Thank you for standing by us, Leader Lan In." Lan In snorted. "We simply cannot abide by their kind." Stealthily, he advised Hu Xiao, "Find a chance to escape. You cannot endure this battle. I, along with Wei Hua and Lan In, will create an opportunity for you." Instantly, Hu Xiao's eyes reddened. "No, we shall all return together. Rest assured. I possess a secret weapon that can contend with spiritual masters, and with so many spirit users, I can assist you. We are a team. We must advance and retreat together." At this, Lan In smiled, as did Wei Hua and Lan In. Lan In laughed heartily. "What a noble sentiment. Let us carve a bloody path together, Hu Xiao." Hu Xiao grasped his wrist guard and shouted, "Armor, transform." The guard detached from his arm, revealing a suit of white armor. The armor swiftly enveloped him from head to toe. The Mewtwo spirit behind him was also undergoing an armor manifestation. This spectacle left everyone in shock, their expressions grave as they watched Hu Xiao's transformation, breaths quickening. Just observing Hu Xiao in this armor, they understood it was no ordinary item. Greed appeared on their faces, especially Qiongqi, who licked his lips, eager to slay Hu Xiao and seize the armor. Hu Xiao, with a backpack slung over his shoulder, reached inside, pretending to retrieve a weapon. In reality, his shape-shifting ring had transformed within into a longsword, which he drew forth. A crimson longsword materialized in his grasp. "It seems you all have chosen to drink the bitter cup instead of the sweet." Firedouching scoffed. The two factions clashed violently. Shui Piapiao engaged Qiongqi, Lei Ting confronted Firedouching, while Lan In, Wei Hua, and Lan Ning battled against the respective leaders of the hunter guilds. Meanwhile, Shui Piapiao and Lei Ting's subordinates charged towards the vice leaders and their men, embroiled in a fierce melee. Qin Tingting also joined the fray. While Qiongqi eyed Hu Xiao greedily. "You face me. Where do you think you can flee?" Qiongqi's Pokemon spirit emerged. A quadrupedal beast entirely clad in impenetrable gray armor, designed for defense and offense, with an arched notch in its back armor, an iron rhinoceros. Qiongqi himself was enveloped in gray armor, spikes protruding from his back and a massive horn sprouting from his forehead. Brandishing a sword, he lunged at Hu Xiao. The power of a peak level 30 spiritual master radiated from Qiongqi. Perish. Hu Xiao's pupils contracted, although his armor augmented his strength by 20%. He found himself utterly outmatched against Qiongqi's level 30 prowess. Gritting his teeth, Hu Xiao pressed forward. Their swords clashed with a resounding impact, releasing a fierce wave of energy that sent Hu Xiao hurtling backward. Qiongqi smiled triumphantly. Kid, you're still too young to challenge me. Hu Xiao, struggling to support himself with one hand on the ground, found the effort overwhelming. Qiongqi swiftly swung his sword, unleashing a technique known as mud shot. The energy from his strike dispersed into numerous mud-shaped projectiles, hurtling towards Hu Xiao. Gritting his teeth, Hu Xiao quickly evaded the assault. With a swift gesture, Hu Xiao cast a strange spell, a radiant beam striking Qiongqi, immobilizing him with a binding technique. Seizing the opportunity, Hu Xiao sealed Qiongqi's mud shot. Enraged by the sealing of his abilities, Qiongqi propelled himself forcefully off the ground, causing the earth to tremble as a torrent of earth-based energy surged forth. Fortunately, the Nanhai Hotel was of sturdy construction. Otherwise, such an attack could have easily collapsed the floor. The ground smash was a widespread offensive, affecting many, including Hu Xiao, who fell to the ground with a spurt of blood, suffering from the impact. Undeterred, Hu Xiao lightly touched Qiongqi again, casting the binding technique once more, sealing Qiongqi's ground smash. Qiongqi, infuriated, pointed at Hu Xiao and challenged, "Is that all you can do? Dare to use another skill?" With 2 of his 4 abilities sealed by Hu Xiao, Qiongqi was beside himself with rage, charging at Hu Xiao with his sword. The two clashed fiercely, their swords clashing with a tumultuous ferocity. Had it not been for Hu Xiao's psychic armor, he would have long succumbed to Qiongqi's razor-sharp swordplay. Qiongqi's attacks grew increasingly ferocious, compelling Hu Xiao into a defensive stance. Meanwhile, the battles involving Lan Ying, and Wei Hua concluded swiftly, as the leaders of the 3 hunter factions posed no challenge and were swiftly slain. After the skirmish, witnessing Lei Ting struggling under the onslaught of Wadao Qing, one turned to Wei Hua and Lan Ying, urging, "You two hurry to assist Hu Xiao. I will aid Lei Ting." Nodding in agreement, Wei Hua and Lan Ying rushed to join the fray between Hu Xiao and Qiongqi. With their arrival, Qiongqi's eyes flared crimson. The involvement of 2 spirit master-level fighters and a near equal in strength shifted the dynamics precariously. Meanwhile, Shui Piapiao fought fiercely, easily overpowering the debauched Qin Zhu. The battle had become a deadlock. Hu Xiao, Wei Hua, and Lan Ying regrouped. Concerned, Lan Ying inquired, "Hu Xiao, how are you holding up?" Hu Xiao smiled faintly. "I'm fine, just lost a bit of blood. It's nothing serious, we can easily take him down together. You two should force out his skills while I seal them with my binding technique." Wei Hua and Lan Ying nodded, charging towards Qiongqi. As a married couple, Wei Hua and Lan Ying exhibited exceptional teamwork, forcing Qiongqi into a retreat. Enraged, Qiongqi unleashed a powerful attack, Rock Strike. Hu Xiao's eyes lit up with opportunity. Recognizing that Qiongqi was finally losing control, gathering energy in his hands, he fired a wave bullet towards Qiongqi's technique, while Lan Ying and Wei Hua simultaneously launched their own counterattacks. In a swift turn of events, Qiongqi's Rock Strike was shattered by the combined efforts of the trio. Seizing the moment, Hu Xiao pointed at Qiongqi, sealing his Rock Strike. Qiongqi roared defiantly, "Do not presume that sealing my techniques will render me powerless against you." Overwhelmed by the relentless assault, Qiongqi could no longer contain his fury. An astonishing surge of energy erupted from him, sending Wei Hua and Lan Ying sprawling, while Hu Xi was also knocked back, spitting blood. At that moment, Qiongqi resembled a vengeful deity, declaring, "You dare to challenge me? Mere mortals who haven't even reached the pinnacle of Spirit Master? Hu Xiao, let's see how many techniques you can seal. This attack is not one of my Pokémon abilities. Go ahead and try." Wiping the blood from his lips, Hu Xiao felt a tinge of helplessness in the face of Qiongqi's overwhelming power. The previous strike had transformed Qiongqi's energy into seismic waves, yielding devastating results, clearly surpassing intermediate techniques. Exchanging glances, Wei Hua and Lan Ying pressed on, engaging Qiongqi in fierce combat. Witnessing their determination, Hu Xiao gritted his teeth and rose. Sword in hand, his gaze hardening as he confronted Qiongqi. Channeling energy into the tip of his sword, Hu Xiao concentrated it until it reached its zenith, shouting, "Stand back, critical strike." Wei Hua and Lan Ying swiftly withdrew, allowing Hu Xiao's strike to fly. Qiongqi, caught off guard, was struck directly. Empowered by his armor's 20% boost, Hu Xiao's strength rivaled that of a spirit master and combined with the potency of his Pokémon abilities. The blow inflicted significant damage upon Qiongqi. Clutching his chest, Qiongqi gasped for breath as blood flowed freely, laughing maniacally at the sight of his own blood. He bellowed, "You insignificant pests actually think you can wound me? I will ensure your demise. The wounded Xiangliu descended into madness, brandishing his sword and launching a frenzied assault on the three. His strikes were lethal, each one a testament to his fury. At that moment, Qiongqi was struck by Shui Piao, losing an arm and a wing. The debauched Qiongqi was no match for Shui Piao, and his allies were unable to come to his aid. Most disheartening for Qiongqi was that Hua Daoqing merely cast a cold glance in his direction, indifferent to the fate of the Qin family, viewing it as an opportunity to seize more for himself. Hua Daoqing continued his battle against Luan and Lei Ting with unhurried composure. Seeing her father injured, Qin Shishir's eyes hardened as she stealthily approached Shui Piao from behind, intent on a surprise attack. Unlike her inept sister, Qin Shishir possessed considerable combat prowess, boasting a formidable level of 17. However, attempting to ambush Shui Piao at this level was a naive endeavor. Nonetheless, Qin Shishir had a secret weapon, a mysterious poison dagger, a gift she had procured through relentless flattery towards Qiongqi. A single strike from it could spell death for a spirit master within 10 seconds if struck. However, Hu Xiao noticed her intentions and his expression darkened. This Qin Shishir is truly cunning, attempting a sneak attack. He warned Wei Hua and Lan Ying, "You two hold on. I'll see what Qin Shishir is up to." Acknowledging Hu Xiao's concern, they resumed their fierce battle with Qiongqi. At that moment, Hu Xiao realized the urgency. Qin Shishir had already thrown her dagger at Shui Piao. Scanning his surroundings and seeing no one watching, Hu Xiao swiftly switched to his POKÉMON ability, manifesting his dream form. His armor transformed into bracers, returning to his hands. In an instant, he teleported to intervene. As the dagger approached the floating water, Hu Xiao swiftly struck it towards Qin Shishir with his sword. Coincidentally, the dagger flew directly into Qin Shishir's arm. In disbelief, Qin Shishir gazed at her arm as the poison rapidly spread, transforming her flesh into a dark purple hue. Terrified by her transformation, she collapsed to the ground, her eyes wide open, unblinking in death. Her anguish cry drew the attention of Qiongqi and Qiongqi, who were all too familiar with that sound. At this moment, Hu Xiao had seamlessly transitioned into his POKÉMON psychic form, his armor swiftly enveloping him, unnoticed by anyone. Upon seeing Qin Shishir lying prone, her body darkened. Both Qiongqi and Qiongqi were overwhelmed with rage and sorrow, charging towards Hu Xiao in unison, vowing to kill him. "I will slay you." Shui Piao realized she had been saved by this member of the Blue Moon Hunter group and coldly retorted to Qiongqi, "Your opponent is me." She continued her assault against him, while Qiongqi struggled to break through the defense of Lan Ying and Wei Hua, engaging them in fierce combat. Hu Xiao cast a glance at Qin Shishir's lifeless body before dashing towards Qiongqi. Fueled by fury, Qiongqi unleashed his only unsealed technique, gathering energy into a formidable force, a culmination of his entire power. The energy of his peak level 30 combat prowess was manifesting vividly. The sheer intensity of this energy rendered Wei Hua and Lan Ying gravely concerned. Qiongqi, in a fit of rage, shouted, "You have provoked my wrath. Perish." Right angle drill. Qiongqi charged forward, bracing himself, while Lan Ying and Wei Hua wore grim expressions, fully aware that they could not withstand such a terrifying attack. Resigned to their fate, they prepared to perish alongside Qiongqi. Just then, Hu Xiao placed a hand on Wei Hua and Lan Ying's shoulders, smiling as he said, "You simply need to collect the spoils. Leave this to me." With a sudden force, he flung them aside as his psychic energy surged violently. Hu Xiao's eyes sharpened as he spread his arms wide, proclaiming, "Mental wave, first wave, sword like a gale." This technique was Hu Xiao's ultimate trump card. The power of sword like a gale was so immense that it could effortlessly annihilate a spirit master. At this moment, Hu Xiao summoned every ounce of his energy, enhancing its potency beyond his previous use. Countless streams of psychic energy transformed into swords, launching towards Qiongqi. When Qiongqi's right angle drill collided with the sword like a gale, the relentless onslaught of flying swords relentlessly battered against the drill. Qiongqi struggled to channel energy into the drill, but it was futile. The sword like a gale continuously dismantled the energy of the drill. In terror, Qiongqi exclaimed, "What is happening? How can a mere spirit master withstand my strongest skill?" Hu Xiao smirked coldly, not just withstand, but crush. Moments later, cracks appeared in Qiongqi's horn, slowly fracturing. In horror, Qiongqi watched as his horn shattered, and countless flying swords surged towards him. The multitude of swords pierced Qiongqi's body, leaving no trace of blood behind. His eyes glazed over. He could not fathom why someone who had yet to reach the spirit master level could obliterate him. With Qiongqi's collapse, silence enveloped the scene. Hua Daoqing and Qiongqi, both aware of the situation, were filled with dread. Hua Daoqing's expression turned frantic as he exclaimed, "You actually killed him. Do you know who he was?" Qiongqi's identity and value were of immense significance. Should the organization discover his demise, their fury would be unbearable for him. Zhu also grasped the gravity of the situation. His legs trembling as Shui Piao seized the opportunity to stab a sword into Zhu's heart. With his fall, the Qin family was no more. The Qin family of Nanhai City vanished into oblivion. Lan In and the others looked in astonishment at Hu Xiu. Having witnessed the terrifying spectacle of his psychic sword systematically annihilating Xiangliu, leaving not a single drop of blood, the ferocity of Hu Xiu's technique instilled fear in everyone, far exceeding their expectations. However, after executing this technique, Hu Xiu's vision blurred, and he collapsed. The psychic armor and psychic abilities automatically dissipated. Wei Hua hurriedly caught Hu Xiu. Gazing at him with a complex expression, the power he had exhibited was such that if he and Lan Ning had faced it, they would have met a grim fate. Hu Xiu was truly formidable. At that moment, Hu Daoqing stood alone. The alliance had been decimated, the Qin family obliterated, and the members of the Hu family nearly annihilated. The instability posed by the Blue Moon Hunter group had shifted the tides. Had they allied with the Hu family, the outcome would have been different. Shui Piao, Lei Ting, Lan In, Lan Ning, and Wei Hua, 5 formidable spirit masters, fixed their gazes on Hu Daoqing. Hu Daoqing chuckled coldly. All your calculations have gone awry. But it matters not. Do you think you can contend with me, just a handful of spirit masters? Allow me to demonstrate the vast chasm between a spirit master and a spirit lord. Hu Daoqing's energy began to surge, the surrounding air growing increasingly scorching, and the very fabric of space twisted ominously. The 5 watched with apprehension as Hu Daoqing revealed a power beyond their imagination. Meanwhile, Hu Xiu, having expended a significant amount of mental and physical energy, succumbed to unconsciousness and was placed in a safe spot by Wei Hua. With a triumphant laugh, Hu Daoqing gathered flames into a massive character. Behold my spirit lord's skill, great character explosive flame. The Nanhai Hotel lay in ruins, on the brink of becoming a mere relic. The great character explosive flame surged forth, an amalgamation of terrifying flames that filled the 5 with dread. Fissures appearing in the surrounding walls as the air turned searing hot. The great character explosive flame advanced towards the 5. Shui Piao's face paled as she urged. This move is too powerful. We must all unleash our strongest skills to withstand it. They nodded in agreement. Lei Ting, crackling with electricity, bellowed, 100,000 volts. Lan In and Shui Piao concentrated their water energy, declaring, wave of water. Though Lan Ning and Wei Hua were the weakest among them, their combined attack was still formidable. Together, they enhanced their allies' abilities, amplifying their power significantly. As the 2 sides clashed, despite the water skill's advantage over Hu Daoqing, the Spirit Lord showed no fear, pushing through. The great character explosive flame shattered the wave of water and 100,000 volts, severely injuring Lan In and the others. They fell like kites with severed strings, crashing heavily against the walls before tumbling to the ground. Like a god of fire, Hu Daoqing coldly regarded them. This is the might of a spirit master. You, a mere rabble, could never hope to match me. Prepare to meet your demise. Laoan and the others fixed their gaze upon Hu Daoqing. Perceiving the disparity between a spirit master and a spirit sorcerer to be but a single level, yet the difference was as vast as the heavens and the earth. Before a spirit master, all words were meaningless. Hu Daoqing, with a mocking tone, proclaimed, Die. A colossal character of fire materialized, symbolizing his judgment upon them. In haste, Laoan urged Lan Ning and Wei Hua, I will buy you time. You must take Hu Xiu and flee, quickly. Upon hearing this, both Wei Hua and Lan Ning understood his intent. With reddened eyes, they declared, We will not abandon you. We are a team, and we shall face this together. Laoan, overwhelmed with anxiety at their refusal, implored, What of Hu Xiu? He is still young, brimming with untapped potential. Can you bear to let him perish alongside us? I would rather die than allow that to happen. Wei Hua, gazing at the unconscious Hu Xiu, gritted his teeth and grasped Lan Ning's hand, saying, Let us go. Just then, a bolt of lightning surged toward Hu Daoqing. The ferocious energy obliterated the flaming character he had conjured. Hu Daoqing was taken aback, exclaiming, Who dares to interfere? Hu Daoqing, do you think you can slay our Hunter Association's elite team of level 5 without my consent? Laoan turned abruptly, elated at the arrival of a savior. Lan Ning and Wei Hua trembled at the sound, realizing their fortune had turned. With a shattering of glass, a middle-aged man, expressionless, soared through the window. His wings were triangular above and fan-shaped below, fluttering incessantly as he flew. Upon recognizing him, Hu Daoqing's complexion darkened. Why are you here? The Hunter Association has refrained from meddling in such matters. The mysterious man, Li Gang, snorted coldly, though our association has a policy against interference. The Blue Moon Hunter team belongs to us. Furthermore, 3 team leaders have been slain, and the Blue Moon team bears suspicion. I am here to escort them for an investigation, and your obstruction gives me just cause to act against you. His reasoning was impeccable, If any conflict arose, it would merely be a matter of executing my duty. Hu Daoqing's face contorted with rage as he glared at Li Gang. Are you certain you wish to obstruct me? Li Gang replied, his demeanor unyielding. It is not you I seek to hinder, but rather you who obstruct me. Should Hu Xiu awaken to see this man, he would undoubtedly be astonished. This was the very individual who intervened during Hu Xiu's earlier conflict with Mewtwo at the Hunter Association's entrance. At that time, Hu Xiu had perceived him as merely a spirit sorcerer. Had he witnessed him now, he would surely realize the vastness of his own perspective. Hu Daoqing see that at Li Gang's impassive expression, yet he was helpless. Li Gang was the president of the Nanhai Hunter Association, a figure of spirit master caliber. Engaging in conflict with him would be folly. Hu Daoqing, with a cold smile, mused that today's failure to seize dominance in Nanhai would result in his family being besieged henceforth. Moreover, Hu Xiu's act of killing Xiangliu was a grave matter. Perhaps seeking refuge with an organization was the wisest course, allowing him to return stronger. Very well, Li Gang, out of respect for you, I shall spare them today. We shall meet again, and that will be your end. With that, Hu Daoqing leapt from the window without a backward glance. Li Gang watched Hu Daoqing depart in silence, refraining from any action. Aware that his intervention had already breached the Hunter Association's regulations, he turned to Lei Ting and Shui Piao, saying, you two shall handle the aftermath here. As for the matters concerning the Hua and Chen families, ensure they are resolved thoroughly. And regarding the slain team leaders, the compensation must not be diminished. The two nodded obediently, wary of overstepping. This man was a true authority. Li Gang then addressed Lawan, your situation is grave. The Hunter team's involvement in family affairs, though provoked, requires you to confess fully. Resistance will be met with severity. You will be placed in the association's confinement room until tomorrow morning when the trial begins. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lawan watched as Wei Hua carried the unconscious Hu Xiu, departing with Li Gang. Leaning closer to Li Gang, Lawan whispered, please send some medicine my way. Our injuries are severe, and we are quite famished, dear brother-in-law. Li Gang's eyelid twitched, but he nodded in agreement. Indeed, Li Gang was Lawan's brother-in-law. As Lawan's wife, Li Xiuxiu, was Li Gang's biological sister. However, Lawan's ascent to the pinnacle of the Nanhai Hunter team had nothing to do with Li Gang. Li Gang was known for his unwavering fairness, treating everyone equally. I shall call Xiuxiu and inform her that you are in confinement again. She need not wait up for you, he stated. The term again was particularly apt. As prior to marriage, Lawan had been a rebellious troublemaker, frequently landing in confinement. That place was all too familiar to him. Yet, this troublemaker had managed to win his sister's heart, a fact Li Gang could never comprehend. Rubbing his head, Lawan implored, brother-in-law, would you kindly afford me some semblance of dignity before Xiuxiu? Li Gang ignored him, dialing the phone. Sister, your husband has landed himself in confinement again. Rest assured. It is not due to a vice raid, and even if it were, that is not our jurisdiction. But if it were, do you think he would still be in confinement? I would have him eliminated on the spot. After this, Li Xiuxiu rambled on. And a smile graced Li Gang's face. He only appeared tender when conversing with his sister. Subsequently, he emotionlessly handed the phone to Lawan, who swallowed hard before answering. Ah, my dear wife, it's really nothing. We were coerced. It's primarily the Qin, Shui, Hua, and Lei families acting unscrupulously. Fear not, we are fine. It is merely Hu Xiu who has fainted, but it's nothing serious. He shall awaken after a good rest. Yes, you are correct, my love. Rest assured. I shall return tomorrow to pamper you with a back rub and foot massage, he continued jovially, as if I were concerned about pocket money. I care about you. Li Gang chuckled at Lawan's antics, now understanding why his sister had unconditionally followed him. The beauty of love is often found in the mundane details of life. Under Li Gang's guidance, Lawan and the others revisited the dim confinement room. With a contented smile, Lawan remarked, this place feels familiar, with a comforting scent. He sprawled across the solitary hard bed. Wei Hua, irritated, retorted, move aside. Your nostalgia aside, do you not see Hu Xiu is still unconscious? Let the bed be. Lawan sheepishly jumped off the bed, gently laying Hu Xiu down instead. With a wry smile, he lamented, I feel sorry for him. He has been dragged into this tumultuous battle with us. Lanning sighed and remarked, however, the performance was truly commendable. It even saved my husband and me. Had it not been for Hu Xiu's brave intervention, Wei Hua and I would not have been able to withstand Xianyu's assault. Wei Hua nodded in agreement. Lan Yin observed Hu Xiu sleeping and chuckled, saying, this child harbors too many secrets, yet as a person, he is exceptionally good. Soon, Li Gang arrived with medicine and food, advising, after you eat and clean up, make sure to rest promptly. We must proceed with the necessary processes tomorrow. Lan Yin playfully nodded in acknowledgement. That night was far from tranquil. The entire situation in Nanhai shifted dramatically. The Chen family was obliterated, the whole family fled, and 3 hunter leaders perished, creating significant repercussions. Meanwhile, the Shui and Lei families seized the opportunity to assimilate the two clans, establishing themselves as the new dominant forces. Simultaneously, Daoqing found himself in a mysterious church, where a man clad in a priest's garb stood with his back turned. "You have arrived, Daoqing." Upon hearing this, Daoqing knelt down, filled with remorse as he said, "I apologize for failing to capture Nanhai." The man sighed and replied, "No matter. It was only a matter of time. Chen Yu was merely a minor character. His death is inconsequential. You hold greater value. Henceforth, you shall assume his position." Chapter 47. The gifts from the Shui and Lei families. The following morning, Hu Xiu finally awakened, plagued by a throbbing headache. The previous day's battle had left him utterly drained. "You are awake. You truly can sleep well. Hey, it seems those herbal concoctions from the tree fruits were indeed effective. How does it feel to be so completely exhausted?" Upon opening his eyes, Hu Xiu was greeted by 3 large faces, 2 of which were rather displeased, Wei Hua and Lan In. Rubbing his head, Hu Xiu replied, "I'll be fine. I should recover by tomorrow." Wei Hua patted Hu Xiu's shoulder and expressed, "Thank you, Hu Xiu. Had you not stepped forward, Lan In and I might have been transformed into butterflies." Hu Xiu retorted, "What a ridiculous metaphor. Transforming into butterflies, reminiscent of Liang Shanbo and Zhu Yan. Waking up to such mushy sentiments is unbearable." He waved his hand dismissively. "We are all family. We rise and fall together." Lan In nodded and said to Hu Xiu, "Very well, let us proceed. We must face the president's inquiries. Afterward, I shall have my sister-in-law prepare some nourishing soup for you." Hu Xiu nodded in agreement. Upon exiting the confinement room, Lan In glanced back with reluctance. Wei Hua, annoyed, remarked, "Let us go. This is my and Lan Ying's first time in confinement, and I do not wish to return. There is no need for your nostalgia." Lan In scratched his head and responded, "Previously, I spent over 10 days in there each month. I've formed quite an attachment." Upon arriving at the president's office, Hu Xiu was astonished to see Li Gang, the very man who had intervened in his battle. Noticing Hu Xiu's surprise, Li Gang gestured for them to sit. "Please, answer my questions truthfully. Honesty will be met with leniency, while resistance will incur severity." The 4 of them sat obediently, behaving like good students, responding to Li Gang's inquiries with sincerity. An hour later, as Li Gang tapped his fingers on the table, he addressed Lan In, "Given the circumstances, a lighter punishment is warranted. The Blue Moon Hunter Group is to refrain from accepting tasks for the next 2 months. Reflect on your actions." Lan In nodded appreciatively. This was indeed a lenient punishment. Li Gang continued, "The Zhu Sha, Mei Ying, and Shanhai groups are now leaderless, although the Lei and Shui families have compensated them. Nanhai City cannot afford to lack a 4th-tier hunter group. Therefore, Lan In, devise a plan to recruit them as affiliates of Blue Moon." Hearing this decision, the members of Blue Moon were elated. It presented a splendid opportunity to enhance their overall strength. Lan In confidently proclaimed, "Leave it to me. In 2 months, I will deliver satisfactory results." Li Gang nodded and waved his hand. "You may leave now." Once outside, Lan In stretched and remarked, "I never expected that we would benefit so greatly from this ordeal." The other 3 nodded in agreement. They had struck gold this time. Lan In smiled and said, 2 months of rest is just what we need. We haven't had a break in ages in our pursuit of reaching 5th tier. This is perfect. Wei Hua and I can even go on a little trip." Wei Hua nodded, gazing affectionately at his wife. Hu Xiu sighed, feeling the air thick with a sour scent. After exiting the Hunter-S Guild, Wei Hua and Lan In departed, while Lan In drove Hu Xiu's car back home. Hu Xiu was still too weak to drive. Upon arriving home, Lan In parked the car in Hu Xiu's garage and pulled him along, saying, "Come, let us go to my house for dinner. My sister-in-law has prepared soup to nourish you." During the meal, Li Xiu treated Lan In and Hu Xiu to a delightful spread, evoking a sense of ravenous hunger in both. They devoured the food with gusto. Watching them enjoy their meal, Li Xiu smiled gently, pouring more soup into their bowls. "Here, drink up. This soup is very nourishing." Lan In and Hu Xiu nodded appreciatively, relishing every sip of soup and mouthful of rice. Once they had eaten their fill, they leaned back, satisfied. Hu Xiu gave Li Xiu a thumbs up, saying, "Sister-in-law, this is delicious. Your culinary skills are truly remarkable." Delighted by the compliment, Li Xiu responded, "You must come often. I'll prepare whatever you desire." Hu Xiu beamed, feeling a sense of home here, an experience he had never known before. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Li Xiu went to open the door, greeted by a chorus of flattering voices. "Ah, Sister Xiu, long time no see. How have you been?" "Madam, it is an honor to meet you. I am Lei Ting, the head of the Lei family. Today, I am truly privileged." A flurry of compliments bombarded Li Xiu, leaving her feeling somewhat dazed. Lan In and Hu Xiao exchanged glances, nodding to each other. It seemed today was a lucrative opportunity. The visitors were indeed Lei Ting and Shui Piao, who, upon seeing Hu Xiao and Lan In, casually took their seats. Li Xiao prepared tea and served fruits before retreating to her room to rest. Lan In looked at the two guests and inquired, "Head of the Lei family, Madame Shui, what brings you here today?" Lei Ting replied boisterously, "We are here to express our gratitude. Without your assistance, we might have faced dire consequences." Shui Piao chimed in, "Indeed. We owe you a great debt." Then, with a wave of his hand, Lei Ting's subordinate brought several boxes and placed them on the table. Shui Piao followed suit, presenting more boxes. Even a fool could discern the contents of these boxes. Lan In's eyes lit up as he exchanged a glance with Hu Xiao. They carefully arranged the boxes, totaling 8, which represented their well-deserved reward. Dividing them amongst themselves, Lan In, Hu Xiao, Wei Hua, and Lan Ning each received 2 boxes, a fair distribution. Upon seeing that Lan In and the others accepted the boxes, Shui Piao and Lei Ting exchanged glances filled with delight. Lan In stated, "We gratefully accept your compensation. Thank you." Thunder chuckled, "It's not over yet. Our gratitude to you cannot be limited to just this." Shui Piao looked at Hu Xiao with a smile. "Indeed, and Hu Xiao even saved my life. Had he not knocked down Chen Shishir's dagger, I might not have made it." She presented 2 boxes to Hu Xiao, saying, "Hu Xiao, as a practitioner of the superpower system, there is a scarcity of resources for you. I couldn't procure much, but here are 10 superpower crystal cores for your cultivation. Additionally, this box contains 12 energy cubes, which will aid you in your training. Please accept them." Hu Xiao nodded, expressing his gratitude. These gifts were precisely what he desired, especially with the impending assessments. Enhancing his strength was crucial for securing a place in the Academy's capital. In Chapter 48, leveling up to 20 in a week, Thunder also gifted Hu Xiao 10 superpower crystal cores and 100 essential peculiar incense candles, a substantial offering indeed. Moreover, Lan In, Lan Ning, and Wei Hua had also prepared generous gifts. In this harmonious atmosphere, Shui Piao and Thunder eventually departed from Lan In's home. After they left, Hu Xiao and Lan In exchanged glances at the bounty before them and burst into laughter. "Hu Xiao, you've struck it rich this time. With so many superpower crystal cores, a week of focused training might just allow you to break through to level 20, given your talent," Lan In remarked. Hu Xiao nodded, feeling pleasantly surprised by this unexpected fortune. Hu Xiao turned to Lan In and said, "Captain, don't overlook your share. You have plenty too. This haul is quite profitable." Lan In, beaming with delight, replied, "Absolutely. With no tasks to undertake for the next 2 months, I might as well indulge and enjoy myself." Just then, a voice echoed from the stairs. "I heard someone is going out to play." Li Xiao stood there, amused at Lan In's predicament. Lan In, sweating and trembling, shot a guilty glance at Hu Xiao, sensing something amiss. He pointed at Hu Xiao and said to Li Xiao, "It was Hu Xiao's suggestion. I was trying to stop him. Just as I was about to speak, you interrupted." Hu Xiao quipped, "I've seen shamelessness before, but this is on another level." Unjustly bearing the blame, Hu Xiao found Lan In's funds completely confiscated by Li Xiao, leaving him in silent agony as he watched his money vanish. With a heavy heart, Hu Xiao returned home, collapsing onto his bed and drifting into a deep slumber. The following Monday marked the Academy's capital assessments, and the thought thrilled Hu Xiao. He slept soundly until evening, only awakening when Lan In called him for dinner. After the meal, Hu Xiao retreated to his training room, where his cultivation setup was nothing short of luxurious. With his innate talent combined with the peculiar incense and superpower crystal cores, his progress was remarkably efficient. Lighting the incense, he held 2 superpower crystal cores, absorbing their energy with fervor, a truly extravagant arrangement. For the next few days, Hu Xiao spent his time either dining at Lan In's home or diligently practicing in the training room, rarely stepping outside. This concerned Lan In, Lan Ning, and Wei Hua, who feared he might overexert himself. Li Xiao treated Hu Xiao like a younger brother, daily preparing nourishing soups for him. On the 3rd day of his training, Hu Xiao successfully broke through to level 19, yet he showed no signs of slowing down, continuing his dedicated practice. 20 superpower crystal cores felt woefully inadequate, barely sustaining his training for 7 days. However, on the final day, Hu Xiao finally reached level 20, just 1 level away from becoming a spirit master. Yet that level represented a daunting chasm, requiring more energy than what 20 superpower crystal cores could provide. Nevertheless, his rapid ascent in levels was astonishing, transitioning from a novice to the pinnacle of a spirit practitioner in a remarkably short period, an unimaginable feat. Upon opening his eyes, he drew all the energy back into himself, and his 2 superpower spirits appeared even brighter and more formidable. Filled with joy, Hu Xiao thought, "Just 1 more level, and I will acquire a new skill. How wonderful!" He stepped onto his balcony, basking in the bright sunshine. Having achieved his breakthrough on the last day, he still had half a day left to rest and prepare. The balcony was his favorite spot, allowing him to witness Lan En's amusing keyboard antics. At that moment, Lan En was once again kneeling before the keyboard, presumably for another misstep. Hu Xiao watched with amusement, though a hint of fear crept in. Was marriage truly this harsh? What joy was there in romance if it hindered his teleportation speed? Lan En noticed Hu Xiao, and the two exchanged knowing glances. Having grown accustomed to Hu Xiao's teasing, Lan En allowed it without protest. Just then, Li Xiao walked in, casting a sharp glare at Lan En. She called out to Hu Xiao, "Xiao, come eat. Today's dishes are all your favorites." Hu Xiao smiled brightly, replying, "Sure thing, Sister Xiao, I'm on my way." Addressing Li Xiao as Sister Xiao and Lan En as Brother Lan fostered a sense of closeness among them. Both Lan En and Li Xiao treated Hu Xiao like their own little brother, nurturing a warm relationship. During dinner, Li Xiao continuously served Hu Xiao dishes while admonishing him. "Xiao, you need to pace yourself with the training. Practicing all the time worries me. I fear you might overreach." Meanwhile, Lan En rubbed his knees and raised an eyebrow at Hu Xiao, saying, "Well done, Xiao, you've reached level 20. Your talent for cultivation is truly enviable." Hu Xiao, brimming with pride, replied, "Of course. After all, look who I am." Lan En sighed, reminiscing, "When I first met you, you were just a fledgling spirit practitioner. Now you've transformed into the pinnacle of your level, with a car, a house, savings, and exceptional weapons. I envy you." Hu Xiao chuckled inwardly, thinking, "Of course, I'm the protagonist of this story." Li Xiao added, "Reaching level 20 is excellent. It will make your journey into the fourth mountain sea anomaly much safer, increasing your chances of entering the Academy's capital. But don't let your guard down. Remain vigilant." Hu Xiao nodded earnestly. "Sister Xiao, I will be cautious. I just wonder what tasks I will face in the anomaly and what rules apply." Lan En reassured him, "You needn't worry about that. I haven't mentioned this. But you are a designated candidate. Even if you don't complete your tasks, you will still gain entry to the Academy's capital. Your superpower spirit is unprecedented, and many influential figures in the Academy's capital are interested in you, including military personnel." Hu Xiao felt a twinge of anxiety. "Will they slice me up for research?" Lan En laughed heartily. "Not at all. Your superpower spirit is like a treasure to them. They wouldn't dare to harm you. In fact, they will need you as a vital asset in the future." Hu Xiao nodded, feeling somewhat reassured, but he remained curious as to how Lan En knew about his designation. In Chapter 49, Hot Pot in the Anomaly, Hu Xiao, unable to contain himself, finally spoke. "Brother Lan, how did you know I was pre-selected?" Lan En smiled faintly and replied, "You must understand, there are no secrets in this world. The people of the Academy City are merely human, and they are most interested in wealth. The Shui and Lei families have long bribed them to obtain the list, and your name is prominently featured. Money can indeed sway even the most obstinate." Hu Xiao nodded, refraining from further inquiries. Lan En continued, "That being said, with your abilities, completing the task will be a mere formality. Show them what true dominance looks like." Upon hearing this, Hu Xiao's eyes filled with determination. "No more words. I despise being labeled as someone who takes shortcuts. I shall prove myself through my own strength." Lan En slapped the table in approval. "Well said. Prepare your survival essentials today. We depart tomorrow. We shall await your triumphant return." Hu Xiao nodded vigorously, his gaze brimming with combat spirit. In the half-day that followed, Hu Xiao procured numerous items, placing them directly into his storage ring. He acquired an assortment of snacks, food, pots, and the largest bottles of mineral water, over 20 of them. He even brought along a bed, which was somewhat excessive. But then again, having a storage ring afforded one such indulgences. The next day, Hu Xiao strolled confidently towards the number 4 anomaly, unencumbered by any bag, wearing headphones and listening to music. Upon arrival, he found the area teeming with people, as countless family members gathered to bid farewell to their children, hoping they would succeed in the assessment and gain entry to the Academy City. Lan En and the others were not worried about Hu Xiao's chances of passing the assessment, so they did not accompany him. The 3 instructors of the Academy City stood upon the platform, addressing the candidates. "You 100 contestants are the elite selected from Nehai City. However, there are only 10 spots available this time, making the competition fierce." Among these elites stood Hu Xiao, who observed the others with a vigilant demeanor. They were all rivals. Yet, Hu Xiao remained undaunted, exuding an air of fearlessness. The instructors continued, "This time, we have placed 10 specially crafted invitations in various corners of the number 4 anomaly. If you can find one and exit the anomaly with it, you will become students of our Academy City. You may compete, battle, and resort to any means necessary to obtain them." Upon hearing this, Hu Xiao's gaze sharpened. Was it truly hidden somewhere within this anomaly? Observing the eager competitors around him, he sighed. It seemed inevitable that chaos would ensue as they scrambled for the invitations, revealing the depths of human nature. Without further ado, please enter the Shanhai anomaly. And do exercise caution. The beasts within are of spirit-level strength, and many are spirit masters or even spirit lords. Remain vigilant, but fret not. We have dispatched numerous experts to protect you from the shadows. They shall intervene only if you are in mortal danger. With that, one contestant after another hastily entered the Shanhai anomaly, leaving only Hu Xiao and another man who ambled in at a leisurely pace. This man was Lu Cheng, a spirit master whom Hu Xiao recognized from the previous assessment. Lu Cheng nodded slightly at Hu Xiao before heading in a different direction. In this realm, where the Academy City personnel were everywhere, Hu Xiao dared not reveal his varied storage ring nor teleport at will. Doing so would undoubtedly stir up a tempest. He ventured forth in another direction. Meanwhile, the three instructors outside discussed which contestants might advance. Did you sense Hu Xiao's power? Remarkable. He's already at level 20. And he has only 18. One instructor remarked. It's certain he will advance, and Lu Cheng's Spirit Master strength guarantees his success as well. The fate of the others remains uncertain. However, the locations of our invitations are cunningly concealed. It may take them several days to locate them. Thankfully, we have made arrangements so that the Shanhai beasts will avoid confrontation. Otherwise, they might have been devoured. Back inside the Shanhai anomaly, battles erupted everywhere. The roars of beasts and clashing swords filled the air as everyone fought desperately to find the invitations. Hu Xiao soon encountered a group of spirit-level Shanhai beasts. Yet, with his current level 20 prowess, he dispatched them effortlessly, swiftly resolving the skirmish. However, this band of beasts yielded only a ground-type crystal core, which Hu Xiao collected expressionlessly, pondering the low drop rate with a frown. On another front, some less capable contestants had already been eliminated, nearly falling victim to the Shanhai beast's onslaught. Thankfully, experts from the Academy City rescued them, but this meant they had lost their qualifications. Throughout the day, Hu Xiao focused on traversing the anomaly, encountering Shanhai beasts along the way and eliminating them with precision. As night fell, he glanced at his map, feeling despondent. The number 4 Shanhai anomaly was vast, and finding the invitations felt akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Resigned, Hu Xiao sought refuge in a cave, sealing the entrance with stones and dusting it with powder before setting up his bed inside. He lit several lamps, illuminating the cave. Reflecting on the day's hardships, he decided to treat himself to a hot pot meal. He produced a table, microwave, pot, and a diesel generator alongside an array of ingredients, and began preparing the hot pot, relishing the feast. Outside, the instructors guarding the contestants munched on bread while discussing Hu Xiao's situation. Look at Hu Xiao. He seems quite capable. I heard he trained with the Blue Moon Hunter group, and he is quite alert. Indeed, but do you smell that aroma of hot pot? One asked. Now that you mention it, it does smell delightful. Wait, that scent is emanating from the cave. Goodness, could Hu Xiao be cooking hot pot in there? Don't forget he has a storage ring. One of the instructors, possessing psychic abilities, immediately began to sense the situation. After a moment, he wore a peculiar expression. You may be right. Hu Xiao's life is truly enviable. He is enjoying hot pot, has a bed, and drinks. Suddenly, several instructors found their bread unappetizing in comparison. Chapter 50. Hu Xiao's Blissful Anomaly Life. The instructors, inhaling the fragrant aroma of hot pot, were nearly drooling. Is Hu Xiao being too ostentatious? A hot pot meal? His quality of life is exceptionally high. What can we do? He has a storage ring. Do you? Why don't we slay a Shanhai beast and roast some meat to eat? Excellent idea. After satisfying his hunger, Hu Xiao tidied up briefly, washed his face with water, soaked his feet, and then laid down on the bed, holding 2 crystal stones while lighting peculiar scented candles, beginning his absorption process. In a place where the temperature fluctuated dramatically between day and night, having a bed was an unparalleled luxury, while other members of the families huddled in fear. Too terrified to practice their skills for fear of ambushes by the otherworldly beasts, they spent a restless night. As dawn broke, Hu Xiao opened his eyes and sighed. Indeed, there were no psychic crystals to be found. The energy provided by crystals of other attributes was insufficient. Staring vacantly at the pile of useless crystals on the ground, he tidied up and resumed his journey. He was uncertain of the whereabouts of the invitation, but it was unlikely to be hidden in a nearby place. It must be concealed deep within some location. Hence, Hu Xiao set his sights on searching the innermost parts of them. Along the way, he encountered numerous otherworldly beasts, most at the spirit level, which he dispatched one by one, collecting 3 crystals in the process. Upon reaching the edge of a lake, Hu Xiao paused to regroup and rest before setting off again. Just then, a creature resembling an owl, with a human face for eyes and ears, swooped down from a tree toward him. Before he could turn around, he sensed a surge of psychic energy. Instinctively, Hu Xiao spun around and struck with his sword. successfully deflecting the attack. Upon seeing the creature, his face lit up with excitement. It was a rare psychic beast known as the. However, sensing its power, his expression turned grim. It possessed the strength of a spirit master. Without hesitation, Hu Xiao invoked his psychic abilities, donning a psychic armor that enveloped him entirely. Faced with such a formidable and rare opponent, he could not let this opportunity slip away. Eagerly, he charged at with his sword. Its eyes transformed into a deep azure hue, and it unleashed a psychic assault. Yet, sharing the same attribute, Hu Xiao boldly countered, colliding with the force using his armor, which absorbed the impact without consequence. Though was taken aback, what was happening? Hu Xiao gathered an immense amount of energy, compressing it into a single strike that cleaved through a critical hit. The beast was sent flying, yet its ability to fly allowed it to regain altitude. Now wary of Hu Xiao smirked. His strength had increased significantly, and the energy he wielded was formidable. The power bestowed by the divine beast was indeed not to be underestimated. Irritated by Hu Xiao's demeanor, spread its wings, releasing energy recklessly as it charged toward him. Hu Xiao stood firm, lightly gesturing to seal the creature's psychic force, and swiftly conjured a wave missile to strike it. The collision of this wing attack with the wave missile was effortlessly thwarted by the 20% enhancement from his armor, even sending the hurtling backward. At that moment, Hu Xiao smirked coldly, gathering energy at the tip of his sword, compressing it further before unleashing a devastating blade of energy toward the. Perish, he declared, delivering a critical blow that cleaved the creature in two, leaving it lifeless on the ground. With the defeated, Hu Xiao eagerly approached its remains, hoping it had yielded a crystal. This was a spirit master level crystal. Though the lowest tier, it was still immensely valuable, especially as a psychic crystal. After 2 days of bad luck, fortune finally smiled upon him. The had indeed produced a crystal. Trembling with excitement, he retrieved the azure crystal, its brilliance radiating high-quality psychic energy that moved Hu Xiao deeply. Meanwhile, his observing instructor was astonished to witness Hu Xiao effortlessly dispatch a spirit master level beast, questioning the absurdity of a mere peak spirit wielder overcoming such a formidable opponent. It was indeed remarkable, suggesting Hu Xiao's unique abilities were extraordinary, placing him on par with the prodigies of the academy. With the crystal in hand, Hu Xiao pondered the presence of psychic beasts at the spirit master level. Surely they would have a retinue of spirit level minions accompanying them. Excited by the prospect, he abandoned the search for the invitation and began scouring the area for more psychic creatures. After a while, he discovered several malevolent in a forest, albeit only at the spirit level, likely the minions of the spirit master. Licking his lips, Hu Xiao charged forward with his sword, swiftly dispatching them all. Yet, despair washed over him as he surveyed their lifeless forms. None had yielded crystals. Had his luck run dry? After such an extensive hunt, not a single crystal had dropped. Resigned, he finally understood why crystals were so precious. Many had simply met with misfortune. With no other option, Hu Xiao continued on his path. That day, several competitors were eliminated. The previous night's anxiety had severely affected their rest, leading to dismal performances. As night fell, Hu Xiao sought refuge in a cave, treating himself to a delightful dinner of steak and red wine. Despite the lack of tangible rewards, he believed he deserved to indulge. Even in the harsh environment of he insisted on living a refined life. Outside, the instructors of the academy could only catch a whiff of the delectable aroma, swallowing their saliva in envy. Hu Xiao, however, was reluctant to use the spirit master level crystal just yet. Upon reaching that level, he knew he would require time and seclusion to absorb the energy, lest he risk losing control. He was not keen on missing the competition due to a hasty advancement, even if he doubted one crystal could elevate him to such heights. Moreover, Hu Xiao needed time to consolidate his recently accelerated growth. He took out several crystals of different attributes and began absorbing their energy, embarking on a journey of self-cultivation on his bed. While other competitors munched on rations, braving the cold winds and remaining vigilant against the otherworldly beasts, Hu Xiao luxuriated in comfort. His experience felt less like a trial and more like a holiday, as 2 more days passed with everyone else achieving nothing. Even the faintest hint of the invitation remained elusive. Many competitors were in poor spirits, and half had been eliminated for lack of ability. In contrast, Hu Xiao thrived, even gaining a couple of pounds. Over these 2 days, he had traversed an unquantifiable distance, slaying numerous beasts, including 2 at the spirit master level. Yet none had dropped crystals, only a few spirit level ones as consolation. However, as he ventured deeper into the routes, the encounters with spirit level beasts diminished, while the likelihood of encountering spirit master level opponents increased. Even Hu Xiao encountered an assault from 2 spirit master level beings. Although he succeeded in vanquishing them, he sustained considerable injuries. Fortunately, Hu Xiao had prepared an ample supply of medicinal supplies, enabling him to manage his wounds and recover swiftly. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, Isn't it a bit extreme to conceal the invitation deep within this place? What if something goes awry? What if I encounter a Spirit Lord level opponent? Dealing with even 2 Spirit Master level beings is already quite challenging. After a night of rest, Hu Xiu restored himself to his peak condition. He found himself at the base of a towering mountain, the highest peak indicated on the map. Hu Xiu was utterly certain that an invitation must be hidden atop this mountain. With a sigh, he wondered if anyone else had successfully located an invitation. Just as he was about to ascend the mountain, a figure appeared. It was Lu Qing. Upon seeing Hu Xiu, Lu Qing greeted him with a smile. It seems you've been doing quite well. Not sensing any malice, Hu Xiu nodded in acknowledgement, replying, "You're not doing too shabby yourself." Lu Qing smiled faintly. "Not bad. It appears we share the same thought. There must be an invitation atop this mountain. But what if there is only one?" Lu Qing asserted confidently. "That is impossible. There must be at least 2. Both of us have explored these paths and found no sign of any invitations. This mountain is different. It harbors a Spirit Lord level beast within. They wouldn't place just one invitation here, knowing that it would be unfeasible to seize it in the presence of a Spirit Lord. Therefore, there should be at least 2. Shall we collaborate?" After hearing this, Hu Xiu chuckled. Lu Qing was indeed a formidable Spirit Master, and collaborating could only be advantageous. Hu Xiu nodded, a pleasant collaboration. The 2 ascended the mountain in pursuit of the invitation. Meanwhile, the observing instructor nodded with satisfaction. It seems these 2 have grasped the strategy. However, they are still somewhat naive. We placed 4 invitations on this mountain. After all, how could 2 individuals possibly contend with the Spirit Lord? He mused. It appears they may be a bit impulsive. Well, let us observe how they handle the situation. The true terror of this mountain dawned upon Hu Xiu and Lu Qing as they realized that not a single Spirit Master level being was present. All around them were Spirit Master level beasts. Their faces turned pale as they exchanged glances. Hu Xiu laughed nervously, saying, "Given the danger here, there must be an invitation. Now we need to devise a strategy. So many Spirit Master level beasts are indeed quite frightening." Lu Qing nodded in agreement. "You're right. While I can take on 3 at once, it's still quite a strain." This statement, however, sounded rather boastful. Hu Xiu shot Lu Qing a glance, thinking, "Oh, so you're trying to show off." Hu Xiu cleared his throat and replied, "I might not be as capable as you. I'm merely a small spirit practitioner, barely able to defeat 2 Spirit Masters." He emphasized the last 2 words with particular weight. Lu Qing paused, caught off guard by Hu Xiu's words. Feeling a tinge of envy, Lu Qing remarked, "If we round it off, that means we can take on 5 at once. I think that is feasible." Hu Xiu looked at Lu Qing in horror, thinking, "Is that how you do the math? Shouldn't we conserve some stamina and strategize on how to stealthily obtain the invitation?" Just as they continued their discussion, oblivious to their surroundings, several Spirit Master level beasts had already encircled them. When Hu Xiu and Lu Qing turned to look, they were stunned to find exactly 5 Spirit Master level beasts surrounding them. Hu Xiu glared at Lu Qing, saying, "Did you summon these beasts with your words?" "Just as you mentioned, there are indeed 5 Spirit Master level beasts." Lu Qing was equally astonished, never expecting that his words would manifest so literally. "What do we do now?" Lu Qing asked, bewildered. "This is my first time facing such a scenario." Hu Xiu retorted, "I'm in the same boat. What else can we do? Fight." Hu Xiu immediately activated his dream ability, manifesting the pressure of his divine beast, which left Lu Qing in awe. No wonder Hu Xiu claimed he could take on 2 Spirit Master level beasts. His POKÉMON abilities were remarkably powerful, but Hu Xiu was not finished yet. His wrist guards transformed into a suit of armor, enveloping him completely. Even his POKÉMON ability took on a similar armor, exuding even greater pressure than before, leaving Lu Qing utterly astonished. Impressive, truly magnificent. Lu Qing soon regained his composure, channeling his POKÉMON ability, resulting in a gem appearing on his forehead and a hexagram-like ornament forming on his back. Hu Xiu declared, "Let us proceed as you suggested. I'll take on 2. You take on 3. With that, Hu Xiu surged forward like a shooting star, engaging the 2 Spirit Master level beasts in battle. Lu Qing also charged ahead, launching a fierce assault on the remaining 3. The 2 fought with fervor, Lu Qing's style being particularly amusing as he spun rapidly, unleashed water gun attacks, and shrank in size, utilizing his signature moves to great effect. Ultimately, through his cunning tactics, Lu Qing managed to eliminate 3 Spirit Master level beasts. Meanwhile, Hu Xiu engaged in a war of attrition, continuously sealing the opponent's abilities until he finally unleashed a powerful strike, sweeping them away. Chapter 52. The second ascent ends in failure. After an arduous battle, both Hu Xiu and Lu Qing bore the marks of their struggle. They exchanged glances, the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Hu Xiu cleared his throat and suggested, "Shall we find a place to rest? We can head to the summit tomorrow. This area is too perilous for a direct assault. We must rely on our wits." Lu Qing nodded in agreement. "I concur. They rummaged through the 5 Spirit Master level beasts, eventually acquiring 2 Spirit Master level cores, which they split evenly. Lu Cheng remarked, "I never expected our luck to be this good, yielding 2 Spirit Master level cores." Hu Xiao was equally surprised, noting how fortunate the encounter had been. He cast a sidelong glance at Lu Cheng, saying, "Now I understand why you can take on 3. That shrinking ability is truly cunning." Lu Cheng smiled slightly. "As long as we win, any ability is a good ability." Hu Xiao nodded and led Lu Cheng down the mountain to reevaluate how they could ascend safely. Having already faced an assault from Spirit Masters at the foot of the mountain, they could only imagine how many more they might encounter at the summit. Even the strongest among them could hardly withstand such onslaughts. Were it not for the watchful eyes of those in the Academy City, Hu Xiao would have used instant teleportation to ascend directly and retrieve the invitation without hesitation. After all, a rogue spirit practitioner is not to be trifled with. Alas, Hu Xiao feared exposure. Should anyone discover that he possessed dual abilities, he would likely become a subject of intense scrutiny, especially given the nefarious intentions lurking in the shadows. Upon returning to a cave, Lu Cheng skillfully blocked the entrance with stones while leaving ample gaps for ventilation. Hu Xiao recognized immediately that Lu Cheng was a seasoned veteran. Hu Xiao, unfazed by defeat, directly retrieved a bed, a table, pots, and an array of ingredients from the ever-changing ring, even arranging a stack of beer. With a raised eyebrow, he said, "Lu Cheng, tonight we shall feast on hot pot and enjoy some beer while we discuss how to ascend to the mountain peak." Lu Chen was taken aback, truly treating this place like home, and the accompanying amenities were quite impressive. It was the first time Lu Cheng had witnessed such a display. He had lost, and it was a thorough defeat. Before long, the hot pot was ready, its fragrant aroma causing Lu Cheng to swallow hard. He gave Hu Xiao a thumbs up, finally conceding, "Do you have beef rolls? I crave that delicacy." After a delightful meal, the bond between Hu Xiao and Lu Cheng deepened significantly. Once they finished eating, they began to strategize at the table. Hu Xiao remarked, "As for this mountain peak, we only have one route to ascend. However, the number of spirit beast level entities is overwhelming. We must devise a plan to reach the summit." Lu Cheng nodded. "How about taking an unconventional route and climbing straight up the mountain?" Hu Xiao considered this. "That could work. I'm not afraid. Let us charge right up." Lu Cheng slammed the table. "Great. Tomorrow we will scale the heights." That night, Hu Xiao lay on the grand bed, holding the spirit beast level crystal core acquired with Lu Cheng that day. Lighting a peculiar incense candle, he began to absorb its energy fervently. Lu Cheng, seated on the floor, also commenced absorbing the spirit beast level crystal core he had obtained. The night passed swiftly, and Lu Cheng, through the core, broke through to level 24. Meanwhile, Hu Xiao, though not achieving a breakthrough, found himself on the threshold of one. He smiled contentedly, knowing that upon returning and absorbing the super energy crystal core, he could ascend to level 21 and officially become a spirit master. How splendid! As their levels increased, Hu Xiao gradually recognized the drawbacks of his POKÉMON spirit abilities. Their potency came at a cost, requiring significantly more energy than others. After their training, the two exchanged glances, packed their belongings, and set out for the mountains once more. This time, they decided against the mountain trails, donning gloves and fervently scaling the rocky walls. They climbed relentlessly, and it seemed their strategy was sound, taking an unconventional approach. Indeed, they were out of reach of the ground-dwelling sea beasts, but the airborne ones were no less formidable. Soon enough, they reached the halfway point, drenched in sweat. Realizing that climbing was no simple task, they exchanged glances and agreed, "Shall we take a break?" After a moment of rest, they resumed their ascent along the rocky wall. But the energy here was far more intimidating, causing Hu Xiao to swallow nervously. "This is rather terrifying. The energy here is far denser than at the base. There are likely many powerful spirit masters around." Lu Cheng concurred, "But we have no choice. We must reach the peak, grab the invitation, and make our escape." Before he could finish, a swarm of Suzy appeared in the sky, launching an attack on Hu Xiao and Lu Cheng. Their faces drained of color as the leader of the Suzy was a spirit master, with a horde of smaller minions behind. Unfortunately, a group of spirit beast-level creatures soon appeared behind Hu Xiao and Lu Cheng, eyeing them hungrily. Lu Cheng turned to Hu Xiao. "What do we do now?" Hu Xiao replied tersely, "What else can we do? Run." Without hesitation, Hu Xiao dashed down the mountain, and after a moment's hesitation, Lu Cheng followed suit. Their POKÉMON abilities surged, granting them unprecedented speed, leaving the Suzy behind. Once they managed to return to the cave, both were utterly exhausted. Collapsing on the ground and gasping for breath, Hu Xiao stated, "This strategy won't work. Our stamina can't support our ascent, especially with the aerial beast obstructing us. We need a new plan." Lu Cheng reflected, "We acted hastily this time, but we're clever. Surely we can think of a better solution?" After dinner, the two sat in chairs at the table, brainstorming ways to reach the summit. Hu Hu Xiao rubbed his temples, formulating an idea. He asked Lu Cheng, "How long does it take to close oneself off and ascend to Spirit Master status?" Lu Cheng paused before responding, "About 3 days to solidify my abilities. Those with good talent can do it in 1 or 2 days. I solidified mine in just 2 days. Are you planning to break through?" Hu Xiao nodded. "Indeed. There is no other choice. Once I become a Spirit Master, our strength will significantly increase, and I've devised a solid plan." Lu Cheng inquired curiously, "What is your plan, Hu Xiao?" With a serious gaze, Hu Xiao explained, "For the next couple of days, I need you to protect me while I break through to level 21. After that, we 1T ascend together. We'll split up. You can use your shrinking ability to avoid detection from the mountain beasts, allowing you to reach the summit easily. Then, you'll drop a rope halfway up, and I'll climb up to grab it and descend quickly. This way, we can reach the peak together." Lu Cheng's eyes lit up at the idea. Excellent plan. Climbing while small minimizes risk, and once your strength increases, you can hold your ground at the halfway mark. Once you have the rope, you can ascend rapidly. We'll coordinate perfectly. Hu Xiao nodded in agreement. Exactly. We must succeed this time. So what are you waiting for? Upgrade quickly. With your talent, 2 days should suffice. Hu Xiao affirmed, realizing he needed to expedite his plan. He intended to upgrade only after returning, but circumstances demanded action now. More strength meant greater security. He produced the Super Energy Spirit Master level Crystal Core, the key to his upgrade. Hu Xiao settled onto the bed, igniting the peculiar incense candle and commencing his fervent absorption of energy. With Lu Cheng present, Hu Xiao restrained himself from revealing his dreamlike abilities, while Lu Cheng stood by like a loyal guardian. Yet, he could not help but marvel at Hu Xiao's formidable powers, contemplating the necessity of informing his brother Di about Hu Xiao's prowess. If his brother could replicate Hu Xiao's abilities, he would undoubtedly gain immense strength. As Lu Cheng observed Hu Xiao, he perceived him as a treasure, resolving to foster their connection further. The overwhelming pressure from Hu Xiao's Pokémon abilities solidified Lu Cheng's determination. Stealthily, he took out his phone and sent a message to a contact labeled D Brother. During an assessment, I encountered a remarkable individual named Hu Xiao, the latest wielder of the extraordinary Dream Pokémon powers. His strength is undeniable, and I am certain he will prove invaluable. After relaying this information, I quickly received a response. All right, please conduct further evaluations. If all is well, I shall await you in the Academy's capital. Following this, Lu Cheng fixed his gaze on Hu Xiao, not once blinking. On the following dawn, Hu Xiao's energy surged violently, a clear indication of an impending breakthrough to the Spirit Master level. Observing the peculiar incense extinguish, Lu Cheng gingerly reignited a stick for Hu Xiao and stationed himself outside to safeguard him. The observing teachers nodded in approval, realizing that the two had developed a tacit understanding. It was unexpected for Hu Xiao to choose this moment to break through. Yet it seemed plausible that they might indeed secure an invitation. As noon approached, the energy intensified further, yet all of it coalesced within Hu Xiao, marking his official ascension to the Spirit Master level. Lu Cheng looked on, astonished at Hu Xiao's talent, which exceeded his expectations, as the breakthrough occurred with astonishing rapidity. However, Hu Xiao kept his eyes shut, the energy from the crystal core continuing to surge. He remained in seclusion, utilizing this energy to solidify his newfound strength. By the break of the next day, Hu Xiao persisted in his meditation, the energy within him becoming denser and more manageable. Lu Cheng continuously lit new sticks of the peculiar incense, aiding Hu Xiao's cultivation. When night fell, Hu Xiao finally absorbed all his energy and opened his eyes, a fleeting flash of pink and pale purple illuminating his gaze. He had successfully consolidated his level and crossed the threshold into the realm of Spirit Masters. Lu Cheng, witnessing Hu Xiao's completion of his seclusion, was left speechless. The speed of his breakthrough and consolidation, nearly 2 days, was indeed remarkable. With a gentle smile, Lu Cheng congratulated Hu Xiao on reaching the Spirit Master level. Hu Xiao, filled with joy, expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your protection and for lighting the incense, which accelerated my cultivation." Lu Cheng waved his hand dismissively. "It was nothing, a minor task. We may very well become classmates and support each other in the future. Tomorrow, we can ascend the mountain as planned." Hu Xiao nodded confidently. "Absolutely. Those spirit beast foes will be no problem." He brimmed with self-assurance, having just solidified his level and discovered that both his transformational ring and psychic armor had surpassed the red level, advancing into the orange tier. This was an extraordinarily rare classification. Possessing such weapons felt like owning a vast treasure trove. The stronger he became, the mightier his weapons would be. Most significantly, the upgrade to the psychic armor granted a 30% enhancement, affording Hu Xiao the capability to challenge foes beyond his level. Furthermore, he unlocked the second wave of the ninefold mental surge, the white wave that unleashes a torrent of psychic energy, an exceptional area attack skill. But Hu Xiao's gains did not end there. He also acquired the skills inherent to the Dream Pokémon and the Extraordinary Dream. The Dream skill was purely based on chance, where the effect was random, yet still a valuable asset. The Extraordinary Dream's ability invigorated Hu Xiao, allowing him to project powerful psychic force against opponents, occasionally diminishing their special defenses while delivering formidable damage. Elated with his bountiful rewards, Hu Xiao felt as though he could take on 10 adversaries single-handedly. In celebration, he hosted a lavish hot pot feast that evening, albeit with just the two of them. Hu Xiao delightedly showcased his ability to manipulate objects with his psychic power by levitating ingredients into the pot, an impressive feat that left Lu Qing envious. Although his gem starfish possessed psychic attributes, its initial 3 skills lacked any psychic-based abilities. After all, to control objects, one must possess skills related to telekinesis. After their meal, Hu Xiao suggested, "Let us retire early tonight. Tomorrow we proceed according to plan. We must secure that invitation." Chapter 54, The Business Opportunity of Earning Excess Invitations. The following morning, Hu Xiao and Lu Qing arrived at the base of the mountain together. Lu Qing nodded at Hu Xiao, and before his eyes, his body began to shrink gradually until he became a diminutive figure. Despite his reduction in size, Lu Qing's speed remained undiminished. After nodding at Hu Xiao, he dashed towards the summit without a backward glance. Once Lu Qing had departed, Hu Xiao began to warm up, summoning the Extraordinary Dream Pokémon's powers, with the psychic armor enveloping him. However, the armor had transformed. An apparatus resembling a cylindrical chamber appeared at its center. Hu Xiao tested the waters by channeling his psychic energy into the cylinder. In an instant, he became a blur, crashing into a wall. Bewildered, he realized it was an accelerator. This enhancement could propel him skyward. The thought of such upgrades filled Hu Xiao with exhilaration as he gazed at the mountain peak, convinced that success was imminent. An hour later, he spotted a rope suspended halfway up the mountain, indicating Lu Qing had successfully reached the summit. Hu Xiao raised a thumb in admiration, acknowledging the clever use of his shrinking ability. After a brief stretch, he directed his energy into the cylinder and swiftly scaled the mountain wall, moving with such speed that he nearly left a phantom trail in his wake. Grasping the rope, he surged upward and soon found himself beside Lu Qing, who was utterly dumbfounded. "Goodness, are you a gecko?" Lu Qing exclaimed, having witnessed Hu Xiao's rapid ascent, which resembled a predator's attack, startling him considerably. Hu Xiao, slightly annoyed, replied, "Is it that surprising? Have you not spotted the invitation yet?" Lu Qing shook his head. "I haven't examined it closely, but it should be around here, possibly within that cave." He gestured toward a cave at the mountain's peak. Hu Xiao swallowed nervously. "I sense the presence of powerful beings from the Academy's capital. The aura emanating from within seems formidable. The Spirit Master might be lurking in there." Lu Qing nodded in agreement. "I too believe the Academy's capital houses formidable entities. However, just look outside. There's no place to display invitations without risking them being blown away." Sighing, Hu Xiao pondered, "Then we have no choice. Why don't you shrink and venture inside to scout? If you locate it, I can retrieve it using my psychic powers, and we can make our escape." Lu Qing's eyes brightened as he nodded. "Excellent idea. I shall proceed." Assuming the role of the scout, Lu Qing entered the cave to commence his search. Left alone, Hu Xiao gazed around, marveling at the endless expanse of grassland, reflecting, "Truly, one can see the vastness of the world from such heights. Enough with the musings. Hurry up and follow me." "I found it." Lu Qing emerged from the cave, his expression revealing his exasperation at Hu Xiao's idle contemplation. Hu Xiao scratched his head, a sheepish smile on his face. "I couldn't help myself. I couldn't help myself." "So, did you find it?" Little Do Ding. Lu Qing nodded. "I found it. You wouldn't believe what I just experienced. The spirit beast inside was a formidable entity, sleeping peacefully. I dared not even breathe in its presence. But I have good news." "What good news?" "Inside, there are not just 2 invitations, but 4. Hu Xiao's eyes brightened, his mind racing. "This is great. Do you want to make some money?" Lu Qing looked puzzled. "How?" Hu Xiao explained, "With 4 invitations, we each take 1. And we sell the other 2. That would definitely yield some profit." Lu Qing's face lit up with excitement. "You're right. It's a chance to make money. And as for them, they wouldn't dare challenge us. They are simply not a match for 2 spirit masters like us." The two reached an agreement, sharing a conspiratorial smile. Under Lu Qing's guidance, Hu Xiao ventured deeper into the cave, where the aura of power intensified with each step. They proceeded cautiously, treading carefully. After a while, they reached their destination, and Hu Xiao gasped in astonishment. The beast before them was a gujiao, resembling an ordinary eagle but with horns on its head. It exuded an aura of ferocity. This naturally powerful spirit beast was born with the strength of a spirit master. To make matters worse, this particular gujiao was at the spirit lord level, sending chills down Hu Xiao's spine. Adjacent to the Gu Jiao lay 4 radiant red invitations. Hu Xiu swallowed hard and whispered to Lu Cheng, "Jump onto my shoulder and hold on tight. Once I grab the invitations, we need to run for our lives. I'll charge in to take them, but it's likely I want to escape. The only option is to use telekinesis to retrieve them. It might sense the disturbance. But by then, we should already be fleeing. This is our only chance." Lu Cheng nodded, leaping onto Hu Xiu's shoulder with a firm grip. Hu Xiu took a deep breath, his eyes glowing with blue light as he reached out with his mind, carefully guiding the invitations into his grasp. At that moment, the Gu Jiao, sensing an intruding energy, abruptly opened its eyes. Realizing the festive little cards were no longer beside it, it let out an enraged roar. But unfortunately, Hu Xiu and Lu Cheng had already vanished from sight. The furious Gu Jiao charged after them, but by the time it reached the mountain's peak, there was no trace of its pursuers. All it could do was emit a furious cry. Meanwhile, Hu Xiu had accelerated, sprinting with Lu Cheng on his back. With the aid of his superpowered armor, he dashed down the mountain, leaving a bewildered crowd of spirit beasts in his wake. Hu Xiu continued his relentless pace, not stopping until he reached the base of the mountain, fearing the Gu Jiao might catch up. An hour later, exhausted, he finally halted. Arriving at the lake where he had initially battled the spirit beast with superpower attributes, Lu Cheng, having completely zoned out, sat on Hu Xiu's shoulder, looking utterly despondent. Hu Xiu, exasperated, said, "Why don't you get off? I'm utterly worn out." Lu Cheng, dazed for a moment, hopped down, resuming his original size. "Hu Xiu, you're so fast." Hu Xiu lay on the ground, panting heavily. "You think that's fast? You must be joking." After resting for a while, Hu Xiu finally recovered. Gazing at the 4 invitations in his hands, nearly brought to tears. Obtaining these was no easy feat. I almost attracted the attention of a spirit lord. That was terrifying. He handed one invitation to Lu Cheng. "Here, this is yours. We'll sell the other 2. Lu Cheng beamed as he took the invitation. "Of course. Thanks. Now, should we find some people to bid on these invitations?" Hu Xiu pondered for a moment and proposed, "Why don't we hold an auction? Highest bidder wins. But we first need to locate those interested." Lu Cheng nodded confidently. "Leave the searching to me. I have a plan and will ensure everything is arranged perfectly." Hu Xiu replied, "Great, I'll leave this to you. But remember, we split the profits evenly." Lu Cheng shot Hu Xiu a knowing glance, as if to say, "All right then." He then turned away, stating, "Prepare yourself. We can start the auction this afternoon." Hu Xiu smiled as he watched Lu Cheng depart. This person is quite amusing. Meanwhile, the observing teachers exchanged glances. "Do you think their auction for the invitations is against the rules?" "Not at all. Didn't we say that any means to acquire the invitations is permissible? There's no other stipulation. This doesn't count as a violation. However, I truly did not expect them to devise such a strategy to obtain the invitations. Quite clever, indeed." Sitting alone, Hu Xiu extracted 2 spirit crystals and began absorbing their energy to restore his strength. After a short while, he finished absorbing both crystals, regaining much of his energy. Though he was far from fully replenished, it was clear that spirit-level crystals no longer sufficed for his current needs. Hu Xiu sighed. "It seems I will only benefit from spirit master-level crystals moving forward. My powers have become so formidable that even spirit-level crystals cannot replenish my energy adequately. What a pity." Recalling a pile of energy cubes he had yet to use, he pulled one out and consumed it. However, it provided little benefit. It was merely a red-level energy cube, offering no significant energy boost, similar in effect to an ordinary spirit crystal. Nevertheless, Hu Xiu felt somewhat revitalized. As he gazed at the remaining energy cubes, he mused, "I wonder how effective the cubes above the red level are. They seem quite profitable. Perhaps I should investigate further." While waiting for Lu Cheng to return with people, Hu Xiu found himself bored, but soon a number of spirit beasts charged at him, providing some entertainment. As a spirit master, dealing with these spirit-level beasts was as effortless as slicing through vegetables. With a powerful sweep of his telekinesis, he dispatched several beasts in an instant. A straightforward and brutal display of might. Using his telekinesis to control a small blade, he began dissecting the fallen beasts, searching for crystals. Luck was on his side. As he uncovered 2 crystals, with a simple mental command, they floated into his hands. Throughout the battle and retrieval of the crystals, Hu Xiu remained seated, appearing rather nonchalant. Before long, he heard hurried footsteps approaching, filled with urgency. Before he even saw Lu Cheng, his voice rang out, "Xiu, I've brought the people. Let us get ready for the auction." Hu Xiu turned to see a group of eager individuals rushing toward him, excitement evident in their expressions. Hu Xiu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Ah, it seems that Lu Cheng indeed possesses remarkable capabilities. He has successfully brought people here." Lu Cheng's recent venture has attracted over a dozen contestants. The group, their gazes fervent, approached Hu Xiu, clamoring for extra invitation cards. Do you happen to have 2 spare invitations? Name your price. We will buy. Hu Xiao exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Cheng, both unable to suppress their smiles. This venture was bound to be immensely profitable. Clearing his throat, Hu Xiao announced, "Indeed, I possess 2 invitation cards. But they were procured with great difficulty from the clutches of a beast of the Spirit Master level. Therefore, we shall conduct an auction. The highest bidder shall prevail." With a flourish, Hu Xiao activated his storage ring, conjuring a table adorned with an array of snacks and beverages. The contestants were utterly astonished. Could it be that having a storage ring conferred such advantages? The quality of life was evidently remarkable. Hu Xiao gestured for everyone to sit, encouraging them to indulge in the refreshments, as it would enhance the ambience of the auction. Eagerly, they settled down, devouring the delightful provisions. After days of anxiety within the, where meals were scarce, the abundance before them was a true feast. Observing their satisfaction, Hu Xiao nodded approvingly, although they appeared ragged. The glimmer of gold chains and wristwatches they wore betrayed their wealth. Hu Xiao cleared his throat once more, stating, "Let me be clear. The bidding shall commence at a starting price of 500,000. This is not excessive, is it? Each increment shall be 50,000. Let us begin." The contestants, none lacking in financial resources, eagerly engaged in the bidding, swiftly transferring funds via mobile devices or contacting family for support. Knowing parents would spare no expense for such opportunities, the price escalated to 1 million rapidly, and the bid showed no signs of abating. Ultimately, a rotund young man secured the first invitation for a staggering 2 million. Hu Xiao promptly produced a QR code, facilitating the transfer of funds, money for goods. As it should be, the jubilant young man, his eyes gleaming with delight, dashed towards the exit, fearful of being outpaced. The second invitation saw even fiercer competition, ultimately fetching 3 million. In this round, Hu Xiao and Lu Cheng amassed a remarkable 5 million. Their smiles were unyielding, radiating satisfaction. However, as the two departed with their invitations, others' eyes gleamed with mischief, likely intent on pursuing them for their hard-earned rewards. Chapter 56. The quest for continued wealth. This group dared not confront Hu Xiao and Lu Cheng, aware that 2 Spirit Master level powers would easily dispatch them. Instead, they sought to target the 2 fortunate bidders. Watching the crowd disperse, Hu Xiao and Lu Cheng joyfully began to divide their spoils, Hu Xiao generously transferring 5 million to Lu Cheng. "I enjoy partnering with you. We make quite the fortune, Brother Xiao." Lu Cheng chuckled. Hu Xiao pondered for a moment, inquiring, "Do you happen to know how many individuals have obtained invitations thus far?" Lu Cheng replied, "As I scouted for buyers earlier, I noticed 4 individuals had successfully left with invitations. We still possess 4, and it is said that 2 remain on Thunder Plains, guarded by 3 Spirit Master level beasts. They failed to acquire them and are currently organizing another expedition." Upon hearing this, Hu Xiao's eyes gleamed with inspiration. Lu Cheng, recognizing the spark of a bold idea forming, shared a conspiratorial smile with him. An hour later, they found themselves on Thunder Plains, where they witnessed a group already engaged in battle with 3 Spirit Master level beasts. However, their lack of coordination rendered their efforts futile, and many were injured, a chaotic and perilous scene. Hu Xiao shook his head, remarking, with such combat prowess, "It is a wonder they are not utterly defeated." Lu Cheng shared his disdain. "They are simply too weak." He turned to Hu Xiao, suggesting, "Shall we intervene? It is evident they cannot succeed." Hu Xiao replied, "Patience, let them exhaust themselves further. Once they fully comprehend their own limitations, we shall step in, ensuring our acquisition of the invitations goes unchallenged." Lu Cheng nodded in agreement. The world revered strength, and thus, it was a colorful tapestry of competition. As time passed, the contestants gradually succumbed to fatigue, retreating from the fray. Hu Xiao, sensing the moment had arrived, declared, "Now is our time. Charge forth, Lu Cheng." With a nod of affirmation, they surged into the fray. With a flash of blue light in his eyes, Hu Xiao unleashed his formidable psychic energy upon the 3 beasts. Lu Cheng, utilizing his agility, spun rapidly, colliding with each beast in succession. Hu Xiao followed suit, channeling energy into his sword, compressing it vigorously before unleashing a devastating blow upon the 3 creatures. Presently, he could face these Spirit Master level beasts without the need for armor. His capabilities sufficed. Lu Cheng, leveraging his dexterity, maintained a relentless assault with his water gun and rapid spins. In this moment, Hu Xiao discerned the location of the invitations and summoned them to his grasp with his psychic power. A smile graced his lips as he proclaimed, "It is time to conclude this. Activate the super armor." His wristband radiated with brilliant light, transforming into an elegant suit of armor, fully encasing Hu Xiao while amplifying his already formidable presence. As torrents of psychic energy surged around him, he resembled a god of war, conjuring swords from the energy to strike at the 3 beasts. Once the assault concluded, the three creatures lay motionless, devoid of visible injuries, yet their eyes dimmed in defeat. Hu Xiao turned to Lu Qing, urging, "Hurry, dissect them. Let us see if they possess any crystal cores." On it, Lu Qing eagerly approached the task, fortune smiling upon them as he extracted 2 crystal cores, an exceedingly fortunate outcome. He promptly handed the more potent core to Hu Xiao, who graciously accepted it, their seamless partnership having fostered an unspoken understanding. However, the remaining contestants observed this exchange with discontent, vocally protesting, "How can you do this? We fought hard for those spoils, and you merely swoop in to claim them. Indeed, hand over the crystal cores and the invitations at once. There is no honor in such opportunism." Hu Xiao maintained an unchanging demeanor, his smile unwavering, yet the surging energy within him coalesced into numerous swords, aimed at the competitors before him. "If you possess the courage, dare to speak again." In an instant, silence enveloped the crowd, none daring to utter a word. No one was willing to confront Hu Xiao, fully aware of their inability to triumph against him. Satisfied, Hu Xiao nodded. "Now that's more like it. All day I witnessed you squabbling like fledglings, devoid of any true prowess, yet you still seek invitations? Dream on. However, if any of you are willing to bid generously, I shall grant it." The onlookers exchanged glances, and one bold individual stepped forward, saying, "Is this permissible by the Academy?" "This was discovered by us." Lu Cheng, with a cheerful demeanor, approached and remarked, "Oh, quite audacious. Aren't we? Just moments ago, I witnessed you sprawled on the ground, drenched in water. Look around and reflect on who vanquished the sea monsters before spouting nonsense. If you don't desire it, be gone. Continue this ruckus, and I'll ensure you truly roll away." The man's face shifted between shades of green and white, gritting his teeth in silence. Hu Xiao chuckled. "The bidding starts at 1 million, with increments of 100,000. Let the auction commence. Only 2 invitations remain." It was a jest. With only 2 invitations left, how could one not seize the opportunity to profit? Lu Cheng fanned the flames, urging them to dig deeper into their pockets. 8 invitations had already been sold, and the last 2 would grant the winners access to the Academy's capital. What a bargain for merely a bit of money. Once their strength increased, what could they not acquire? Lu Cheng's words stirred their hearts, and the bidding intensified. The scarce invitations caused the price to surge to 3 million, ultimately being snatched up by a wealthy young heir for 4 million. Hu Xiao and Lu Cheng exchanged glances filled with delight. They had struck gold. The final invitation represented their last opportunity, and Lu Cheng continued to stoke the fervor, amplifying their sense of urgency. Chapter 57. Farewell, Military Training. Under Hu Xiao and Lu Cheng's encouragement, the bidding for the last invitation spiraled into madness, with sums climbing higher and higher until a desperate competitor secured it for 6 million. The profits left Hu Xiao and Lu Cheng in a state of disbelief. After receiving their earnings, they shared a knowing glance and departed from the scene, leaving the ensuing chaos behind. Hu Xiao transferred 5 million to Lu Cheng. Their venture had indeed yielded bountiful rewards. With flushed faces, they gazed at their account balance as they made their way towards the exit. Hu Xiao never anticipated such a lucrative opportunity from a mere visit to the 4th sea monster cave. Transforming into a spirit master while amassing 7,500,000 yuan and a trove of crystal cores, including a spirit master level core. What a bountiful harvest. The observing teachers exchanged wry smiles, recognizing the conclusion of the event. Now we can finally indulge in hot pot after watching Hu Xiao and his companions feast these past few days. Their earnings have truly been remarkable. Indeed, the most astonishing part is that Hu Xiao has now reached level 21, having broken through to the Spirit Master rank. Not long ago, what level was he at? His progression is astonishingly rapid. He is truly a prodigy. By the afternoon, Hu Xiao and Lu Cheng emerged from the cave, proudly displaying their invitations. Several teachers, fully aware of Hu Xiao and Lu Cheng's accomplishments, could only chuckle at their unexpected fortune. One teacher announced, "Competitors Hu Xiao and Lu Cheng have successfully obtained their invitations and are now students of the Academy's capital." This declaration elicited envious reactions from many eager parents, wishing their child's name had been called. Meanwhile, Lan En, Li Xiaoxiao, and the couple Wei Hua and Lan Eng, waiting for Hu Xiao's return, wore expressions of pride. They had not misjudged him. Hu Xiao had succeeded. Upon reaching a teacher for registration, he smiled and said, "Congratulations. You are now students of the Academy's capital. Take the day to bid farewell to your families. Tomorrow at 8 in the morning, you will gather to commence a month of military training. Do not underestimate this training. Outstanding performance can earn you additional points in the Academy, giving you an advantageous start for survival." Hu Xiao and Lu Cheng nodded, familiar with the Academy's point system. Without points, studying and living in the Academy would pose significant challenges. Furthermore, at the end of the year, they would be required to pay a certain number of points to remain enrolled. Failure to do so would result in automatic expulsion. The demands were quite stringent, and the military training would determine how many points they could initially secure. After bidding farewell to Lu Qing, who departed for an unknown destination, Hu Xiao spotted Lan In and the others, waving as he approached them. Lan In excitedly patted Hu Xiao on the back, exclaiming, "Well done. I told you. You are exceptionally gifted. Now you've broken through to level 21 and secured a place at the Academy's capital. I'm truly envious." Wei Hua joined in, congratulating Hu Xiao. "Remember to come back and visit us. The Blue Moon Hunter Group cannot do without you." Hu Xiao nodded, assuring them, "Rest assured, I am a Blue Moon member. You won't be rid of me." Li Xiaoxiao and Lan Ning looked at Hu Xiao with warmth and affection, gently saying, "All right, Hu, you must be tired. Let's head home. Today, we celebrate your achievements, as tomorrow you embark on a journey where we may not see you for quite some time." Everyone nodded in agreement. Yet there was no sense of loss or sorrow, only joy for Hu Xiao. That evening, Li Xiaoxiao and Lan Ning prepared a lavish feast, and the atmosphere was filled with laughter and merriment. As the drinks flowed, Lan In, Wei Hua, and Hu Xiao engaged in lively conversation, their spirits soaring as they exchanged stories and banter, reveling in each other's company. Hu Xiao felt a profound happiness. No longer was he alone as he once was. Now, he was surrounded by a wonderful group of friends, and this brought him immense joy. Moreover, Lan Ning and Li Xiaoxiao kindly packed his belongings, ensuring that everything he needed, clothes, shoes, and various essentials, was neatly organized. Hu Xiao would simply need to carry his suitcase when he departed the next day. That night, after a lengthy chat with Lan Ning and the others, Hu Xiao finally returned to rest. He entrusted the keys to his villa and car to Li Xiaoxiao for safekeeping, feeling reassured as he collapsed onto his bed and drifted into slumber. At 6 in the morning the next day, Hu Xiao awoke and stored the carefully packed belongings prepared by Li Xiaoxiao into his spatial ring. After freshening up, he made his way to the dining area. In the restaurant, Li Xiaoxiao, Lan Ning, Wei Hua, and Lan In sat together, watching Hu Xiao. The breakfast table was adorned with a delightful array of dishes. Lan In called out, "Xiao, you must have slept soundly. Come eat breakfast. Your sister Ing and sister Xiao woke up before dawn to prepare this for you. Hurry. Eat up, and afterward, we'll take you to school." Hu Xiao stared blankly for a moment at Lan In and the others, tears streaming down his cheeks uncontrollably. The thought of going to school and having breakfast felt like a luxury to him. No one had ever shown him such concern. Especially the last remark about taking him to school shattered his defenses. In his previous world, Hu Xiao had always carried his backpack in solitude, enviously observing other students whose parents accompanied them to school and awaited them after classes with delicious treats in hand. Such moments had become his most unattainable dreams, yet today, they had materialized. Seeing Hu Xiao in tears, his friends panicked and hurried over to comfort him. Fully aware of his orphan status and the lack of care he had experienced throughout his life, wiping his tears, Hu Xiao managed to smile and said, "I'm fine now. Let us have breakfast together." Today's meal was particularly delightful for Hu Xiao, marking his happiest breakfast yet, surrounded by friends. After they finished eating, Lan In, Li Xiaoxiao, Lan Ning, and Wei Hua drove Hu Xiao to school. Upon reaching their destination, a bus awaited them, and Lu Cheng was already on it. Waving at Hu Xiao, reluctantly, Hu Xiao bid farewell to Lan In and the others, embracing each one in turn. Lan In patted Hu Xiao on the shoulder, saying, "Do your best, and remember to call home often." The others echoed similar sentiments. Hu Xiao nodded earnestly, glancing back 3 times before boarding the bus. A new journey awaited him. Chapter 58. The rigorous military training. The bus contained precisely 10 individuals, all of whom had received invitations for this event in Nanhai City. Among them were a few familiar faces, as they were the ones who had provided substantial financial support to Hu Xiao and Lu Qing. Hu Xiao and Lu Cheng sat side by side, engaging in casual conversation. "Hu Xiao, what do you think this military training will be like? Strict or lenient?" Hu Xiao replied nonchalantly, "If it's not strict, that would be surprising. Who knows what they have in store for us?" They've even placed the invitation beside a mountain sea anomaly of the Spirit Master level. What else could they possibly do? Lu Qing nodded in agreement. Hu Xiao shrugged. "Why worry? We'll face whatever comes our way and earn as many points as we can." At that moment, a teacher seated at the front addressed the students. "This time, you will undergo military training alongside students from several other cities. There are a total of 50 of you. But only the top 3 will earn the title of outstanding student and receive the most points. You must strive to excel and not fall behind your peers. Every year, new students from the Academy City participate in military training simultaneously with students from various cities worldwide. This time, the cities involved included Nanhai, Hangzhou, Lushi, Heisai, and Wuqing. However, among these 5 cities, Nanhai was the weakest. The other cities boasted several Spirit Master level students, while only Hu Xiao and Lu Qing represented Nanhai. The disparity in strength was evident, and overall, the Nanhai students felt somewhat outmatched. After 4 long hours of travel, the bus finally arrived at the military camp, and Hu Xiao felt a wave of nausea from the journey. Upon disembarking, they reached the camp, which was adjacent to a heavily guarded mountain sea anomaly. Lu Qing's expression changed as he glanced at the map, whispering to Hu Xiao, "This place is unusual. The anomaly here is home to spirit beasts of at least spirit master rank. Some are even at the spirit lord level, far more terrifying than the No. For anomaly back in Nanhai. Why on earth are we sent here for training?" Hu Xiao was equally astonished. Is it really that dangerous? The lead instructor guided them directly into the camp, where other students began to trickle in as well. Inside the camp, several soldiers were training and observing the new recruits with keen interest. The instructor led the students to a training ground, where they formed 5 rows, each representing a different city. Other soldiers stood by, watching with amusement. At that moment, a stern-looking man with a scar across his face stood on a platform, surveying the group. Hu Xiao's expression shifted. He sensed that this officer was formidable, likely possessing terrifying combat prowess, at least at the Spirit King level. The scarred man slowly addressed the students. "I am your instructor, Tu Yong, a level 47 Spirit King, specializing in the Pokémon ability of the Blazing Monkey." The crowd gasped. Encountering a Spirit King was a rare occurrence, especially one known for his prowess. Tu Yong had single-handedly dismantled several cult organizations, earning significant respect internationally. Realizing they were to be trained by such a figure, excitement bubbled among the students, leading to animated chatter. Tu Yong furrowed his brow, his imposing aura silencing the crowd. Quiet. His presence immediately subdued many, leaving faces pale and breaths held. Tu Yong continued, "Disorganization and lack of discipline will not be tolerated. Do not assume you are exceptional simply because you have entered the Academy City. Here, you are nothing. All actions must follow orders. If you understand, respond with received." The students, fearful of defying Tu Yong, shouted in unison, "Received." Satisfied, Tu Yong nodded before announcing, "I will oversee your military training, and I will be the one to grade you. Rest assured, I will keep you busy. You have 20 minutes to put your belongings in order at the dormitory, make your beds, and gather at the cafeteria. Someone will escort you shortly. Now move." With that, the students sprang into action, as the dormitory was just a short distance away. They raced to complete their tasks within the tight time frame. Upon reaching the dormitory area, they found all doors open. An instructor called out, "You will have the privilege of sharing a room with one other person. Choose quickly, make your beds, and within 10 minutes, we will head to the cafeteria, which is a bit far from here." Hu Xiao and Lu Cheng exchanged glances and dashed into a nearby dormitory with decent lighting, swiftly making their beds. Both were adept at self-sufficiency, and their bedding was arranged in no time. After only 5 minutes, Hu Xiao and Lu Cheng stepped outside. While others were still struggling to finish their tasks, the instructor observed Hu Xiao and Lu Cheng emerging, glanced at their room, and nodded in satisfaction. "Well done. You two may head to the cafeteria and wait. Just walk straight for 1 kilometer. You have 13 minutes. There's ample time." Hu Xiao and Lu Cheng exclaimed, "Understood." They instantly transformed into fleeting shadows, rushing towards the direction indicated by the instructor. The instructor watched their retreating figures with approval, thinking to himself, "Very promising." At the same moment, 2 more individuals exited, and the instructor first scrutinized their dormitory. With an impassive expression, he remarked, "Reorganize, unsatisfactory. Your bedding looks like spoiled tofu." Hu Xiao and Lu Cheng sprinted towards the cafeteria, fearing the potential consequences of tardiness. Upon their arrival, they found Tu Yong waiting outside the cafeteria. Noticing their punctuality, Tu Yong checked the time and nodded, satisfied. "Good. You two have arrived on time. Take a moment to rest here. You may enter for your meal when the time comes." Hu Xiao and Lu Cheng saluted respectfully and replied earnestly, "Yes, sir," without concern for the dirt. They seated themselves on the ground. After glancing at the time, they stood at attention for 5 minutes as a few other students gradually trickled in, barely completing the task. After 10 minutes, nearly half the group had arrived, albeit with considerable effort. Tu Yong then announced, "All right, you may enter for your meal. You have 20 minutes to finish. And those who have arrived must form a line. Ignore the others." Everyone nodded in agreement, and Hu Xiao and Lu Cheng stood up, joining the others as they proceeded into the cafeteria. The tables were laden with 2 hearty dishes of soup, which looked quite appetizing. Without further ado, Hu Xiao and Lu Cheng began to eat. After all, the most important thing was to satisfy their hunger. Once they finished their meal, they wiped their mouths and dashed outside, awaiting their next instruction. Tu Yong observed their actions, and his regard for them rose significantly. Upon exiting, Hu Xiao and Lu Cheng noticed that those who had failed to arrive on time were all running laps, their stomachs growling in hunger. 20 minutes passed swiftly, and most had returned to form a line, though a few lagged behind. Tu Yong's expression darkened, and as those who had been punished for their tardiness rejoined the group, he awaited the stragglers. After a brief wait, the tardy students finally appeared. You will all run 20 laps. Tu Yong's stern voice echoed as he addressed the sluggish individuals. Bewilderment spread among them, and one audacious student protested, "It was only 2 minutes late. Does that warrant 20 laps? Tu Yong's expression turned icy. 30 laps. You will not rest until you have completed them. Do you think 2 minutes is insignificant? During the Beast Tide, it was merely a 10-second delay that cost numerous lives. Do you grasp how many could perish in 2 minutes? The choice is yours. Run or leave." The students remained unconvinced, one defiantly retorting, "What's the big deal? I refuse to comply." Tu Yong's eyes glinted with cold resolve. "Very well, you may leave. From this day forth, the academy and the military will no longer have any use for someone like you. You are permanently blacklisted." His words, though lightly spoken, sent shockwaves through the crowd. The defiant student stammered, "On what grounds? You lack such authority." Before Tu Yong could respond, an observing instructor approached, his face stern as he addressed the student. "Lingu, pack your belongings and leave. Your enrollment at the academy is revoked, and you will never be admitted again." With that, 2 capable instructors escorted Lingu away. This individual was effectively finished. The instructor, visibly incensed, addressed the remaining students. "I do not care where you come from or how powerful your connections may be. Remember, soldiers must not be disrespected. Without them facing the ferocious beasts, how could you enjoy a peaceful life? Here, you are all soldiers and must obey orders without question. Next time you falter, you will be dismissed." A heavy silence fell over the group. The instructor's words resonated with truth. Every mountainous region is guarded by soldiers who tirelessly protect everyone for their safety. Tu Yong then instructed, "Why are you still standing there? Get running, unless you wish to follow Ling Ji's example." With this cautionary tale in mind, the other students complied and began to run. Seeing the timely arrival of the remaining students, Tu Yong's expression softened slightly. "Our military training will last for 1 month, commencing today. Your task is to maintain a standing posture. You may not cease until I say so, but you can use this time to cultivate your skills." Upon hearing this, all students exchanged bewildered glances. Should they not be wielding weapons? They had already been standing for some time. At this moment, the sun blazed at its peak, and even a brief period of standing would cause sweat to pour down. "Attention, stand at ease." All students moved in unison, and Hushio obediently stood still, refraining from any movement. Several instructors began to patrol, scrutinizing every row of students for any signs of restlessness. Tu Yong circled around, stating, "Anyone who dares to move will be swiftly dealt with by my officers. Be warned, you may cultivate your skills, provided you remain still." Hushio, feeling somewhat bored, entered a meditative state, and many others, including Lu Cheng, followed suit. Tu Yong smiled, eager to see how long they could endure. As the sun's heat intensified, many students began to frown, sweat streaming down their faces, and their focus waned, leading several to abandon their cultivation. The discomfort in their legs became unbearable. Only Hushio and a few others of Spirit Master caliber managed to persist, with Hushio, drenched in sweat, remaining undeterred in his practice. At that moment, a few individuals began to fidget restlessly, only to be swiftly kicked out by vigilant instructors, resulting in cries of distress on the training ground. Yet, they returned promptly to their positions. As time ticked away, numerous students struggled to maintain their composure, enduring several kicks for their transgressions. Lu Qing eventually succumbed to fatigue and exited his cultivation state, unable to continue. However, Hushio gritted his teeth and pressed on, remaining steadfast in his practice. Sweat soaking his back. After another hour, only Hushio was left in a state of cultivation. The others had, to varying degrees, faced consequences for their movements, including Lu Qing, who also received a reprimand. Tu Yong observed this with growing satisfaction for Hushio. Yet, another hour passed, and Hushio could no longer endure. With his eyes now open, he felt as if he had just taken a refreshing shower, drenched in perspiration. Nevertheless, he remained in position, unwavering. Several instructors began to murmur among themselves, "This fellow is impressive, able to last so long. Indeed, quite remarkable. Ah, the potential within him. I find myself reluctant to reprimand him even when he fidgets." An hour later, as the sun nears its descent, some have succumbed to exhaustion and fainted. While Hushio has reached his limits, his consciousness fading, his eyes barely open. Ultimately, Hushio swayed slightly, which caught the instructor's attention. However, the instructor feigned ignorance. Yet Tu Yong extended his foot and delivered a kick to Hushio. Hushio collapsed to the ground, feeling that although Tu Yong's kick appeared fierce, it bore no pain upon impact. Chapter 60. The Gathering at 3 in the morning. Despite falling, Hushio mustered the strength to rise once more, standing resolutely in place. Tu Yong was taken aback. His intention with that kick was to hold Hushio accountable for his words, treating all equally. Nevertheless, Tu Yang harbored a selfish hope that this action would compel Hu Xiao to join the others who had fainted in rest, as he believed he had done well enough and had reached his own limits. However, he did not anticipate Hu Xiao's determination to persist. The looks from Tu Yang and the other instructors were filled with approval. This student is exceptional. Tu Yang glanced at the time and stated, "All right. That will be all for today. You may rest well tonight. After dinner, return to your dorms to recuperate. Tomorrow morning, military training commences at 6. As soon as Tu Yang's words fell, everyone, including Hu Xiao, sprawled on the ground, unwilling to move. Lu Qing gave Hu Xiao a thumbs up, signifying his admiration for Hu Xiao's endurance. Hu Xiao, utterly fatigued, could hardly lift his hands. Some students were in an even worse predicament, having missed lunch. Now both exhausted and famished. After a considerable pause, they regained enough energy, and Lu Cheng and Hu Xiao supported each other as they made their way to the cafeteria. Tonight's meal consisted of the exquisite meat of the mythical beast from the mountains and seas, an aromatic delight. After swallowing hard, Hu Xiao and Lu Cheng began to indulge heartily. The meal was utterly delicious, and Hu Xiao consumed nearly 5 bowls before feeling satisfied, patting his belly in contentment. This food is exquisite, and the meat of the mythical beasts invigorates the body, truly effective for those above the spirit master level, Hu Xiao remarked. Lu Cheng nodded. Indeed. I never expected the military to be so generous with our meals. I feel my stamina has significantly restored. At that moment, the students in the cafeteria began to notice changes in their bodies, erupting into exclamations of astonishment. After their meal, Hu Xiao and Lu Cheng, having regained considerable strength, returned to their dormitory for rest. In their shared room, each occupied a bed. Both were utterly spent from the day's exertions. Merely standing had nearly drained them. Before long, they fell into a deep slumber. At 3 in the morning, the alarm blared suddenly. Both Hu Xiao and Lu Cheng, being naturally alert, leapt from their beds and swiftly donned their attire. As they dressed, Lu Cheng inquired, "What is happening? Why has the alarm sounded?" Hu Xiao shook his head. "This is an old drill. The military frequently employs this tactic to assess our vigilance. I know if we don't hurry, we shall face punishment soon." Hu Xiao and Lu Cheng were fully clad and assembled, being the first group to arrive. Tu Yang glanced at the time, his expression impassive as he declared, 1 minute. "You took 1 minute. Too slow." Quickly, the other students trickled in, many appearing disheveled, some still bleary-eyed. Tu Yang's voice rang out sternly, "Too slow. I anticipated you would arrive in roughly 40 seconds, yet even the fastest took a full minute. This is unacceptable. All of you shall be punished. 10 laps around the field before returning to sleep." A chorus of lamentations erupted from the students, their expressions one of despair. "No. Not at 3 in the morning. That is too strenuous. We could perish." Hu Xiao turned to Lu Chen and said, "Let us go. They still haven't learned their lesson. We'll finish our laps quickly and return to sleep." Lu Cheng nodded, trailing behind Hu Xiao as they sprinted towards the field. Following Hu Xiao's lead, several others joined in, all aware that in the military, absolute obedience to orders is paramount. Those who complained, unfortunately, found themselves under Tu Yang's stern gaze. "I have stated before that obedience is imperative in the military. It appears you have not yet grasped this. You shall run 20 laps, no rest until completed." With that, Tu Yang's oppressive aura descended upon the group of students, rendering their faces pale, and with gritted teeth, they began to run, silenced by fear of further reprimand. Hu Xiao and Lu Cheng, possessing considerable stamina, soon completed their 10 laps. Approaching Tu Yang, they saluted and announced, "Report, instructor, we have finished 10 laps." Tu Yang nodded. "Well done. You two performed admirably. You may return to rest." "Yes." The two hastily returned to their room, shedding their clothes and collapsing into bed. Hu Xiao bore a wry smile. This feeling of déjà vu from middle school military training was becoming increasingly vivid, yet it remained rather enjoyable. As Hu Xiao pondered, he drifted into slumber. At 6 in the morning, the alarm blared throughout the camp, a signal for the new recruits to rise. After enduring the trials of the previous day, they were utterly exhausted, sleeping soundly. Many struggled to awaken, even Lu Cheng could hardly hold on. Upon being startled awake by the alarm, he sat up before promptly dozing off again. Hu Xiao, having awakened, quickly dressed and noticed Lu Cheng had fallen back asleep. Amused, he picked up his slipper and tossed it at Lu Cheng's face. "Wake up, no more sleeping. It's time to assemble." The slipper struck Lu Cheng, jolting him awake. And he began to dress while grumbling, "Could you be a bit more gentle? Just throwing a slipper at me is excessive." Hu Xiao shot Lu Cheng a glance. "Getting you awake is an accomplishment in itself. No need to be picky. Let us go. It's time to assemble." This time, Hu Xiao and Lu Cheng moved swiftly, exiting their quarters and gathering with greater speed than the previous night. Tu Yang, upon seeing them, rarely nodded in approval and said, Good job. Go wash up. Then have breakfast. Assemble at the cafeteria entrance in half an hour. I will announce the upcoming training schedule. Hu Xiao and Lu Cheng saluted before hastening to wash up. Eager to enjoy a hearty meal, sensing intuitively that the day's training intensity would be considerable. After Hu Xiao and Lu Cheng departed, others gradually arrived. Aside from the earlier groups, Tu Yong allocated 30 minutes for them, while the rest were given only 20. When Hu Xiao and Lu Cheng finished washing up, they entered the cafeteria, where the food was delectable. However, some students devoured their meals even quicker, fearing they wouldn't have enough time. As the 20 minutes elapsed, Hu Xiao and Lu Cheng noticed that apart from a few tables, most had already rushed out, with some even sprinting away while clutching their trays. Clearly, the students had been thoroughly intimidated by Tu Yong's stern methods, which were beyond their capacity to endure. Chapter 61. The daily routine of military training. With a span of 30 minutes, Hu Xiao managed to satiate his hunger. After finishing his meal, he and Lu Cheng swaggered out, returning to their formation amidst the envious gazes of their peers. Tu Yong, observing that everyone had gathered, remarked, "Excellent, you all are present. There is a slight improvement compared to yesterday. Now, I shall discuss the competition for this month." Finally, the most crucial matter had arrived. Tu Yong spoke slowly. "You must have noticed that the meat you consumed comes from Spirit Master level beasts. Each day, several teams venture into the Spirit Beast caves to hunt these creatures, and you will take turns to join them. Each team will consist of 6 members, divided into 3 groups. The crystal cores you obtain will belong to you. The more you kill, the more you bring back, which will enhance your scores while you are under my supervision. Today, you will familiarize yourselves with the training regimen, and tomorrow, I will assign you to take turns." The expressions of the crowd darkened. Everyone present had hunted spirit beasts before. Yet in this realm filled with entities above the Spirit Master level, it remained quite formidable. Tu Yong continued, "It is currently 6:30 in the morning. You are to run 10 laps, but you must don our specially designed spirit restraining armor. You may rest only when you have completed the laps. After lunch and a brief rest in the afternoon, you will resume standing at attention, with the same requirements as yesterday. For this month, you need only focus on completing these tasks. Do you all understand?" "We understand." Although their faces were etched with despair, none dared to defy Tu Yong's orders. Shortly thereafter, a group of officers approached, distributing the spirit restraining armor to Hu Xiao and the others. As the name suggests, this armor is designed to suppress the use of supernatural abilities, compelling everyone to rely solely on their physical prowess for running. This prospect made Hu Xiao's countenance shift. His physical capabilities were not particularly robust, often relying on his formidable POKÉMON abilities for output. This would be a significant challenge for him. Once clad in the spirit restraining armor, all energy coursing through their bodies dissipated completely, rendering their supernatural abilities unusable. Tu Yong remained expressionless, stating, "This armor serves as an additional burden for you. Its weight reaches 20 kilograms. Now, begin running your 10 laps." The group commenced their arduous run, with Lu Cheng managing slightly better, but still wearing a pained smile. "This is exhausting. 10 laps might just kill us." Hu Xiao gasped for air as he ran, having only recently embarked on the journey of a spirit disciple. Despite some improvement in his physical condition, enduring such a weight proved to be immensely challenging. He had no time to converse with Lu Cheng. Lap after lap, many struggled and gradually resorted to walking, unable to keep up the pace. Hu Xiao too found himself running at a painfully slow speed, struggling immensely. Lu Cheng, concerned, suggested, "Xiao, if you can't keep going, should we take a break?" Hu Xiao waved his hand, insisting, "I'm fine, I can manage. You keep going." Lu Cheng shrugged and continued running ahead. Tu Yong noticed Hu Xiao's struggle and furrowed his brow. As he had anticipated, while Hu Xiao excelled in many areas, his physical fitness lagged behind. Other instructors observed Hu Xiao's condition, shaking their heads. "His physical fitness needs improvement. He must train harder," one remarked. "Indeed. Such a promising talent shouldn't be wasted." Tu Yong allowed a faint smile to grace his lips, lost in thought. An hour later, Lu Cheng and a few others with better physical fitness completed their 10 laps and settled down to rest. However, Lu Cheng kept a watchful eye on Hu Xiao, who was now visibly struggling, having only completed 7 laps with 3 remaining. Yet he persisted, while some had collapsed, unable to rise. Tu Yong and several instructors nodded in approval at Hu Xiao's determination. Another hour passed, and Hu Xiao felt a burning sensation in his throat, his body on fire. He was nearing the end of his final lap, but he was not the slowest. Many others were still struggling, some even having to be splashed with water to awaken them from their fainting spells before resuming their run. Hu Xiao relied solely on his incredible willpower to push through. Upon completing his last lap, Hu Xiao collapsed on the ground, unable to lift a finger. Lu Cheng rushed over, removing Hu Xiao's spirit-restraining armor, while 2 instructors carried him to a cooler area to recover. Medical staff administered energy cubes to him, rapidly restoring his strength. Tu Yong observed Hu Xiao and nodded in approval. Once Hu Xiao regained much of his strength, he sighed in relief, chuckling, "I nearly ran myself to death." "You could have feasted in celebration." Lu Cheng patted Hu Xiao on the back, saying, "You still have time for jokes. Let's rest a bit. We need to prepare for dinner, and after that, we'll stand at attention again." Hu Xiao nodded. "Let us not wait too long. Dinner is still an hour away. I'll take a quick nap. I'm exhausted." With that, he leaned against a tree and fell asleep. The dinner bell rang, and all the hungry trainees sprang to their feet, ready to embrace their fate. Hu Xiao and his companions surged towards the dining hall like zombies, devouring their meals with gusto. The food was incredibly delicious, and Hu Xiao's appetite had visibly grown. He finished 7 bowls of rice before feeling satisfied. After their meal, they enjoyed 2 hours of rest before resuming their standing at attention at 2 o'clock. Returning to the dormitory, Hu Xiao collapsed onto his bed, sleeping soundly. Since arriving at the military camp, he no longer felt sore legs or a stiff back, and his bad habit of excessive phone use was resolved. In no time, the 2-hour rest period elapsed. Hu Xiao and Lu Qing wiped the drool from the corners of their mouths and rushed outside to assemble. The atmosphere in the dormitories was chaotic. After the previous day's punishment, no one dared to dawdle. Soon, the formation was complete. Tu Yong nodded approvingly. "Excellent. There has been significant progress today. Now, everyone, at ease, stand at attention. You may practice until you finish your meals." Everyone moved in unison, and Hu Xiao and Lu Qing entered their practice state. Despite the scorching sun, they persevered. They stood at attention for a full 4 hours, with several still unable to resist fidgeting, earning themselves a reprimanding kick from the officers. Hu Xiao, however, maintained exceptional stability, remaining in his practice state without faltering. Lu Cheng, in the final hour, still couldn't hold on and exited his practice state. Chapter 62. The discovery of the dreamlike spirit. Time passed swiftly, and Hu Xiao found himself immune to external distractions, completely immersed in the ocean of practice. At last, upon Tu Yong's command, the day's standing at attention session concluded. Everyone gazed at Hu Xiao as if he were a monster. This man was extraordinary. Tu Yong was quite surprised that Hu Xiao could, in such a short span of days, effortlessly enter a state of practice, something he had not anticipated. Hu Xiao, unfazed, felt delighted by the continuous deepening of his strength. Thinking to himself, by the end of military training, I should be able to break through to level 22. After a delightful dinner, as Hu Xiao and Lu Qing were about to return to their dormitory, Tu Yong approached Hu Xiao and said, "Follow me." Hu Xiao and Lu Qing exchanged puzzled glances. Hu Xiao gestured for Lu Qing to return on his own before following Tu Yong. As they walked, Tu Yong remarked, "You are quite impressive." Hu Xiao, taken aback, quickly replied, "Thank you for your kind words, instructor." Tu Yong ignored the compliment and continued, "However, your physical condition is lacking. It could be described as a hindrance. Yet, I admire your perseverance, so I intend to find a way to enhance your physical abilities. You are entirely qualified to use that item." Tu Yong's gaze was intense as he looked at Hu Xiao. Confused, Hu Xiao asked, "What item?" Tu Yong remained silent, leading Hu Xiao into a facility where the personnel greeted Tu Yong with military respect. Upon seeing Hu Xiao, they too wore expressions of curiosity. Hu Xiao followed Tu Yong in a daze, unsure of what was to transpire. Soon, they arrived at a laboratory bustling with researchers engaged in various studies. A bespectacled man approached, addressing Tu Yong with polite curiosity. "What brings you here, Lord Tu?" Tu Yong, maintaining his stoic demeanor, replied, "Tu Jian. I have brought someone for a physical examination." Tu Yong was astonished, saying, "You found a suitable candidate so quickly? This item is quite precious. Are you really going to allow him to use it?" Tu Yong pointed incredulously at Hu Xiao. Lost in confusion, Hu Xiao could only wonder about their conversation. Tu Yong nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it is he." Tu Jian's eyes gleamed with excitement as he remarked, "Young man, you are fortunate. We have developed something remarkable." Hu Xiao, bewildered, thought, "What on earth is happening?" Tu Yong explained, "This is my brother, Tu Jian, a national researcher. They have developed a genetic enhancement serum called Frenzy. Once activated, it will instantaneously augment the user's physical abilities across the board, and I have chosen you to utilize it." Tu Jian nodded proudly, stating, "This is a groundbreaking invention. You are indeed lucky." After hearing this, Hu Xiao thought, "Frenzy? The name sounds quite audacious, but I wonder about its effectiveness." Tu Yong cautioned, "This substance does carry certain risks, but rest assured, I will enhance your physical condition this month to better prepare you for the serum. Consider whether you wish to proceed. If not, it's no issue." Without hesitation, Hu Xiao declared, "Then take me for the examination. I wish to try it." Tu Yong smiled, nodding. convinced he had made the right choice. Tu Jian shrugged and proceeded to conduct a comprehensive examination of Hu Xiao. As Tu Yong and Tu Jian reviewed Hu Xiao's overall data, Tu Jian's expression grew serious. He remarked to Tu Yong, "This child is extraordinary. He is the user of the Super Dream psychic ability." Tu Yong nodded silently, already aware, as the nation had shown keen interest in Hu Xiao's extraordinary capabilities. Observing Tu Yong's impassive demeanor, Tu Jian casually remarked, "I bet $100 that what I am about to say will astonish you." "Impossible," Tu Yong interjected decisively. Tu Jian smiled slightly. "This child harbors a significant secret. It is astonishing that we encountered such a rare probability." Upon hearing this, Tu Yong recognized the situation was far from simple. "Please, do share." Tu Jian's expression turned serious as he continued, "I just analyzed Hu Xiao's data. He possesses not just one, but two psychic abilities, and the second is equally potent." "What did you say?" Tu Yong was taken aback, astonished that Hu Xiao could possess two psychic abilities. Tu Jian shrugged nonchalantly. "I told you, you would be surprised. This child has limitless potential." Tu Yong, eager, exclaimed, "He has two psychic abilities. My heavens, this matter must remain concealed. No one else can know. I must speak with the leadership to have Hu Xiao join the Red Dragon organization for his protection. He will undoubtedly become a pillar of the nation." Tu Jian smiled. "I share your thoughts, and it is essential. Have you forgotten the massacre of the shapeshifter family?" Tu Yong fell silent, pondering. "Why do you say that?" Tu Jian's expression turned grave. "This is a lifelong scar for our country. It allowed foreign families to exploit vulnerabilities, leading to their annihilation. This is the extraordinary aspect of transformation abilities. However, in analyzing Hu Xiao's second psychic ability, I discovered it is not a shapeshifter, yet it possesses transformation capabilities." Upon hearing this, Tu Yong could no longer remain seated, standing up with intense focus. "Are you certain?" 100%. Tu Yong laughed heartily. "It seems we have struck gold this time. Such tragedies shall not recur. I will discuss this with the leadership tonight." After the examination, Hu Xiao's complexion paled. He realized he had acted hastily, as he might have exposed his dream psychic ability during the test. Once outside, Tu Yong and Tu Jian regarded Hu Xiao with keen interest. Hu Xiao sensed that something was amiss and remained vigilant. Tu Yong reassured him, "Hu Xiao, fear not. Trust in our military. We will safeguard your psychic abilities." Tu Jian nodded in agreement. "We vow this in the name of the Red Dragon." Only then did Hu Xiao relax his guard. Tu Yong said, "Come, Hu Xiao, let us find a secluded place to discuss." Hu Xiao nodded in agreement. They entered a secure chamber, where the three of them sat down. Tu Yong began, "Hu Xiao, we sincerely invite you to join our Red Dragon organization." Chapter 63, The Red Dragon Organization. Hu Xiao furrowed his brow slightly. "The Red Dragon Organization?" Tu Yong nodded. "The Red Dragon Organization is a crucial entity within the nation, dedicated to addressing various threats to national security, and I am a member. We require talents like you to join us." Hu Xiao frowned. "What if I decline to join?" Tu Jian was taken aback, exclaiming, "How can you think that way? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Hu Xiao shook his head. "I'm sorry, but I have no intention of joining." Tu Yong sighed softly. "No matter. Take your time to consider it. During this period, I will train you to harness the capability of frenzy. You may return for now." Hu Xiao nodded. His reluctance to join stemmed from a lack of belonging. He did not wish to be a part of an organization that felt unfamiliar. All he desired was to attend school peacefully, make friends, and fulfill the matters concerning the shapeshifter family. Hu Xiao had no grand ambitions. After his departure, only Tu Yong and Tu Jian remained. Tu Jian remarked, "What should we do? The kid is unwilling to join." Tu Yong shook his head. "It's all right. He will come to a decision in time. I will report to the leadership to keep them informed." Tu Jian nodded. "Go ahead. I will continue with my research." Tu Yong returned to his quarters and promptly dialed a military phone. Soon, a commanding voice responded. "What is it, Tu Yong?" Tu Yong solemnly stated, "Commander, today we have identified a suitable candidate for the Berserk, and during the assessment, we discovered he possesses two extraordinary abilities. This individual is the owner of a Mewtwo, and his other ability is not inferior to Mewtwo." There was silence on the other end, only the sound of heavy breathing. What was the outcome? Tu Yong managed a bitter smile. He did not agree to join the Red Dragon organization, and we found out that his other ability includes a transformation skill. After a long pause, the voice on the other side replied slowly, "Regardless of whether he joins the organization, ensure his protection. The calamity involving the Ditto family must not repeat itself. Anyone who dares to disturb us shall face our wrath." Upon concluding the call, Tu Yong fell into silence, gazing at the sky, lost in thought. When he returned to the dormitory, Lu Cheng began to inquire about Hu Xiao's activities with Tu Yong. Hu Xiao shook his head and said, "Nothing much. He just asked if I wanted to join the Red Dragon organization and mentioned improving my physical fitness. Lu Qing's eyes widened. They invited you to join the Red Dragon organization? That's a dream come true for many. Hu Xiao replied, I declined. Lu Qing's eyes grew even wider, his voice rising. What? You actually refused? Hu Xiao nodded. All right, I'm tired. I don't wish to join any organization. I'm going to sleep. Sighing at Hu Xiao's demeanor, Lu Qing also lay down to rest. The following day, individuals were dispatched to form teams for hunting spirit master-level beasts, while Hu Xiao and the others continued their military training. Tu Yang kept his promise, providing Hu Xiao with additional training in the evenings. His unique insights into physical conditioning greatly benefited Hu Xiao. After training, Hu Xiao would engage in conversations with Tu Yang, and their relationship grew significantly closer. Before long, a week had passed. Hu Xiao, now clad in spirit-locking armor, found running to be considerably less strenuous. The military training had become almost effortless for him. One evening, after finishing Tu Yang's training, Hu Xiao casually initiated a conversation. Instructor 2. What prompted you to join the Red Dragon organization? Surprised by Hu Xiao's inquiry about the organization, Tu Yang reflected, when I was 30, I was merely an ordinary officer. At the peak of spirit master level, I had a happy family and a lovely daughter. A smile illuminated Tu Yang's face as he spoke. However, his expression shifted to one of anguish. But that happiness was short-lived. A wave of spirit beasts descended upon Quanqing, plunging the city into chaos. My wife and child perished within it, and I was nearly consumed by the beasts myself. Yet, I was ultimately rescued by the Red Dragon organization. At that time, my life was engulfed in darkness, having lost my dearest loved ones. I longed for death. However, my brother, Tu Jian, brought someone to me who changed my perspective. That person was Commander Yuan Jing of the Red Dragon organization. Sadness etched across Tu Yang's face. A once strong man now appeared vulnerable. Commander Yuan Jing took me to a cemetery filled with the graves of Red Dragon organization members who sacrificed their lives. It was overwhelming. He explained that these individuals perished on various missions to protect others, striving for a peaceful nation. My wife and child are also here. They too sacrificed everything. I was in agony, just like you, contemplating death. Yet, I came to realize that if I were to perish, who would safeguard this peace? I must carry on the will of my loved ones. With tears welling in his eyes but not falling, Tu Yang gazed skyward. What truly resonated with me were Commander Yuan Jing's words. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. We cannot allow our tragedy to repeat itself in others. This statement profoundly impacted Hu Xiao, leaving him in stunned silence as he stared at Tu Yang. Thus, I joined the Red Dragon organization to prevent such tragedies from recurring. This is my purpose for living, Tu Yang declared. Hu Xiao remained silent, fixated on Tu Yang. Regaining his composure, Tu Yang said, Perhaps you cannot fully grasp this yet. But one day you will understand. Now, let us make the most of our time and continue training. Hu Xiao nodded, resuming his training under Tu Yang's guidance. As Hu Xiao trained diligently, Tu Yang saw in him a glimmer of hope for the future, envisioning him as a pillar of strength for the nation. During this time, Hu Xiao and Lu Qing ventured into the spirit beast realm, successfully hunting spirit master-level beasts. Their synergy resulted in an impressive haul of over 10 spirit beasts, astonishing many. Hu Xiao's joy was palpable as his strength continued to grow, bolstered by the military training and Tu Yang's evening sessions. As the military training drew to a close in 3 days, Hu Xiao's rapid progress saw him reach the pinnacle of level 21 Spirit Master. On the brink of breaking through to level 22, his bond with Tu Yang had deepened, to the point where Hu Xiao affectionately referred to him as Brother Tuesday. Tonight was significant. After testing, Hu Xiao had met the criteria to utilize Berserk. He was about to receive the Berserk Serum. Tu Jian was busily conducting various tests, ensuring that every aspect of Hu Xiao's physical examination was meticulous. This was his magnum opus, the inaugural use of Berserk, and there could be no room for error. Hu Xiao felt like a lab rat, being maneuvered by Tu Jian. Tu Yang chuckled, Xiao, don't take it to heart. Tu Jian becomes quite serious during research. A bit eccentric, but you can trust that he would never jeopardize a life. Hu Xiao swallowed hard and nodded. At that moment, Tu Jian exclaimed, Wonderful. Hu Xiao's compatibility is at an astonishing 98%. We can proceed with the injection. Ecstatic, Tu Jian bounced around before approaching Hu Xiao, attaching various instruments to him. He produced a syringe filled with an unknown liquid, the Berserk Serum. This substance would unleash latent potential, greatly enhancing strength. Tu Jian looked intently at Hu Xiao. Are you ready? This is no trivial matter. Hu Xiao nodded, swallowing hard. I'm ready. Can you hurry? The injection itself isn't frightening. It's the waiting that is. Tu Jian sheepishly scratched his head. All right. I'll administer it now. Tu Yang nodded reassuringly at Hu Xiao. Don't worry. Everything will be fine. Hu Xiao closed his eyes and nodded. Zhu Yan solemnly brought the syringe closer. Once injected, you will feel a surge of heat throughout your body. Just endure it. Hu Xiao nodded, allowing the needle to pierce his skin, feeling a chilling sensation that quickly transformed into heat. The heat intensified, and Hu Xiao's skin flushed crimson. Zhu Yan had already injected all the berserk potions into him. Yet, Hu Xiao maintained a tranquil demeanor, as if he could withstand the rising temperature. Tu Yong and Tu Jian anxiously observed the changes in Hu Xiao, alongside the various bodily data displayed on the computer. Dr. Tu, Hu Xiao's condition is excellent. He shows no signs of discomfort. Tu Jian finally exhaled in relief, his face brimming with pride. His berserk potion had succeeded, as no unforeseen incidents occurred. The redness on Hu Xiao's body gradually faded. He fell into a deep slumber, his snoring echoing through the room. Tu Yong, puzzled, turned to Tu Jian and asked, "What is happening? Why is he still asleep? Is this a success or a failure?" Tu Jian, with a look of joy, replied, "Of course, it's a success. Hu Xiao's adaptability is remarkable, and his compatibility is exceptionally high. There were no fluctuations. He simply needs the night for the energy to integrate into his body. It seems he will have to rest here." Tu Yong nodded in agreement. "That's fine. It allows this kid to rest well. He has been training tirelessly from dawn till dusk, without proper rest." Tu Jian shrugged. "That's the nature of military training. After the berserk injection, Hu Xiao's level will rise. The potion contains a significant amount of energy from crystal cores, so let him consolidate his strength." A smile of contentment spread across Tu Yong's face as he observed Hu Xiao's sleeping form. He performed admirably this time. Even if he doesn't train for a few days, his assessment scores will still be the highest. His endurance, tenacity, and the number of exotic beasts he has hunted are unmatched by anyone else. We can simply wait for the substantial points rewards. Tu Jian exclaimed in admiration, "Brother, it's been a while since I've heard you praise someone like this. It seems you have high hopes for Hu Xiao. Are you really not letting him join the Red Dragon?" Tu Yong smiled slightly. "Let us wait until he makes up his mind. I have a feeling he will join." Just then, a piercing alarm echoed throughout the military camp, and the expressions of Tu Yong and Tu Jian shifted dramatically. An incident had occurred. Harbin is currently under attack from a tide of exotic beasts. Nearby military units, please proceed to Harbin. The news of the beast tide caused Tu Yong's face to grow grave. How could a beast tide suddenly appear? It was unscientific. Tu Yong instructed Tu Jian, "You stay here and investigate the cause of the beast tide in Harbin, while also keeping an eye on Hu Xiao." Tu Jian, now serious, suppressed all expressions. As a soldier, he knew to follow orders at this moment. He saluted, understood. Tu Yong glanced at Hu Xiao before leaving the laboratory to assemble on the training ground. Countless soldiers were already gearing up, and within a short time, the assembly was complete, including students from the academy. Lu Qing, noticing Hu Xiao had not emerged, grew anxious. Tu Yong surveyed the assembled troops and the new recruits, nodding with satisfaction, his expression now serious. "Did you all hear that? The beast tide has commenced. I want to say much more. Aside from Team 3 and the academy students remaining here to guard, the rest will follow me to Harbin. We all understand the terror of the beast tide, so I ask everyone to prepare for the worst and never falter." The members of Team 3 wore expressions of reluctance. This camp had 6 major teams, yet not everyone could be deployed. A terrifying area filled with exotic beasts needed protection, and the academy students were merely children, having never seen battle. Tu Yong addressed the academy students. "We appreciate your cooperation with Team 3 over the next few days. We have already graded your scores. If we do not return, someone will inform you later. I wish you all well in your studies after this military training concludes." His words, devoid of embellishment, caused the academy students' eyes to redden. There was a strong possibility that some familiar instructors would never return. It was unclear who initiated it, but many students began to shout, "Victory! Victory!" Their voices reverberated through the skies. Chapter 65. The Spirit King Level Exotic Beast, Qiongqi. Tu Yong, along with several troops, advanced towards Harbin. The remaining soldiers watched the warriors depart, saluting until they could no longer hold their position. This night was destined to be tumultuous. Since the onset of the beast tide, the military had urgently mobilized numerous units from nearby areas to withstand the tide in Harbin. The Red Dragon organization had also dispatched personnel towards Harbin. However, it would take time, and among the assembled forces, Tu Yong, the Spirit King at level 47, represented their strongest combat power. The situation was becoming dire. Harbin's own forces could merely hold on, witnessing the beast tide threaten to breach the walls. Inside the city, chaos reigned as terrified citizens hurriedly gathered their belongings, leading their children to shelters under the guidance of military personnel. Occasionally, a few exotic beasts infiltrated the city, wreaking havoc. Although most were held at bay, some still slipped through. One beast was savagely biting a human arm, relishing its meal, its eyes glinting with menace. The military, furious, rushed forward and killed the beast. But such occurrences continued to unfold within the city. Once prosperous, Harbin had transformed into a nightmarish landscape. All units prepare for battle. Team 1 will search the city for stragglers and escort them to safety. Teams 2, 4, and 5 follow me to eliminate these monstrosities. Zhu Yan commanded as they arrived. Witnessing the dire state of Harbin igniting their fury, standing atop the barricade, Zhu Yan gazed down at the densely packed horde of beasts. His face a mask of cold determination. Behind him, a flaming monkey emerged, its body primarily reddish-brown, adorned with white fur on its head, chest, lower legs, and feet, while golden, swirling scales decorated its shoulders, chest, hands, and knees. It rapidly fused with Zhu Yan. Flames enveloped each strand of his hair as swirling armor encased him, exuding an aura of dominance. Zhu Yan drew his weapon, a seemingly unremarkable staff, yet those knowledgeable recognized it as a yellow-grade weapon, with a powerful swing. The staff expanded infinitely, crashing down upon the ground and injuring a multitude of exotic beasts. Zhu Yan's assault was far from over. A torrent of fire energy surrounded him, gradually coalescing into a colossal character. With a subtle gesture, Zhu Yan commanded the inferno to descend upon the earth once more. Countless exotic beasts were engulfed by his fiery character as Zhu Yan stood invincible, resembling a deity of war. Upon witnessing the arrival of the Beast King, everyone erupted in cheers, chanting his name. Beast King, Beast King. Zhu Yan raised his hand to quiet them, his face betraying no emotions. Calmly, he declared, "Brothers, let us fight together and vow to defend Harbin to the death." At that moment, within the laboratory, Zhu Yan was in a state of utter distress, tirelessly investigating the reasons behind the outbreak of the beast tide in Ha City. What on earth was happening? It was enough to drive one to despair. His hair was disheveled, and he appeared utterly haggard, yet his eyes were fixed on the computer screen, intent on his frantic research. Meanwhile, Hu Shou slept soundly, seemingly oblivious to the turmoil of the real world. In his dreams, he indulged in cake, each bite granting him a sense of enhanced power, leading him to continue feasting. Suddenly, Zhu Yan glanced over in astonishment as a surge of energy began to coalesce around Hu Shou. Hu Shou had leveled up, successfully breaking through to level 22. Seeing Hu Shou's advancement, Zhu Yan wore a bittersweet smile. You are certainly enjoying yourself, sleeping and leveling up, completely unaware of the death toll outside. Then, as if a light had been switched on in his mind, Zhu Yan murmured to himself, "Breakthrough, breakthrough. I understand now. I have disowned the cause of this beast tide outbreak." He began to feverishly search the computer for the clues he had just uncovered. Before long, Zhu Yan shouted, "I found it." But his expression quickly turned grave as he muttered, "Spirit Emperor level, Spirit Emperor level." At that moment, Ha City was engulfed in the relentless sound of gunfire. "What did you say, Zhu Yan? Are you certain? A Spirit Emperor level beast is orchestrating this tide." Zhu Yan affirmed, "I am certain. I have surveyed all potential causes for the beast tide and zeroed in on one specific event. A volcanic eruption occurred a few days ago in the Mountain Sea anomaly in Ha City. After organizing and collecting data, I can now say with 100% certainty that a Mountain Sea beast has broken through to the Spirit Emperor level, most likely the volcanic overlord, Qiongqi." Upon hearing this name, Zhu Yan fell silent. The fiery overlord Qiongqi had unexpectedly ascended to the Spirit Emperor level, and few could contend with such a formidable foe. Zhu Yan slowly spoke, "I need 1 minute to pinpoint Qiongqi's location. I will handle it. If I can slay it, the beast tide should cease." Zhu Yan hurriedly interjected, "Brother, Qiongqi is a Spirit Emperor level being, while you are merely a Spirit King. You should take a few powerful allies with you. Do you understand the vast disparity in strength between a Spirit King and a Spirit Emperor? One dwells in the heavens while the other is rooted in the earth. Stop your prattling. We are in dire need of personnel at the front lines, and no one is available to assist me in eliminating Qiongqi. Time waits for no one. I will confront it myself, and soon Commander Yuanjing will arrive with the Red Dragon organization. I just need to hold out." Zhu Yan could only sigh, "Fine. Give me 1 minute to lock onto Qiongqi's position. Brother, return safely." "Understood." After hanging up the phone, Zhu Yan swiftly transmitted the coordinates. Once Zhu Yan received the location, he addressed the others, "You all must hold the line here. I am going to confront that Spirit Emperor level Qiongqi. Damn it, I will fight it." With that, Zhu Yan transformed into a blur, moving rapidly through the tide of beasts. Wherever he passed, numerous strange creatures fell to the ground, his figure bravely swimming against the tide. This beast tide had persisted throughout the night, and as the sun began to rise, the assaults of the beast showed no signs of abating. The troops could only endure, their hopes resting squarely on Zhu Yan's shoulders. Meanwhile, in the military camp, everyone wore expressions of profound gravity, appearing utterly dispirited. As they watched the news of Ha City broadcasted on television, their hearts tightened in unison. Chapter 66, Resolution. How long have I been asleep? Hu Xiao awoke, momentarily disoriented by the familiar surroundings. Was everything resolved? Had he already received the Berserk Potion? Why did he feel no reaction? Surely this couldn't be real. Wait. Why was he already at level 23? How had he achieved this breakthrough? Who could explain what had transpired? He had merely taken a nap. And in the midst of slumber, he had leveled up. You are finally awake, Hu Xiao. You have no idea what transpired during your few hours of sleep. Tu Jian, though utterly fatigued, felt a twinge of annoyance at Hu Xiao's energetic demeanor. Noticing Tu Jian's exhaustion, Hu Xiao asked in confusion, "What happened? Where's brother Tu?" With a bitter smile, Tu Jian replied, "After you injected the Berserk Serum, you fell into a deep sleep." Then the alarm sounded. Something significant happened. A beast tide erupted in Ha City, and most of the personnel from this camp had been dispatched. Hu Xiao's pupils constricted. How could this happen? What triggered the beast tide? A Spirit Emperor level beast has ascended, leading the mountain sea creatures in this tide. Tu Yong has gone to confront the Spirit Emperor level mountain sea beast alone, but you know Tu Yong's strength. He is merely a level 47 Spirit King. He stands no chance against a Spirit Emperor level beast. He can only delay the inevitable, which is a perilous course of action. As Tu Jian's brother, he felt a mix of anger and concern for Tu Yong facing such a formidable foe alone, yet he couldn't help but admire his brother's bravery. Well done. Hu Xiao's eyes brimmed with worry. The chasm between a Spirit King and a Spirit Emperor was vast. Tu Yong's decision to engage in battle with the Spirit Emperor was fraught with danger, risking his very life. Tu Jian, observing Hu Xiao's expression, shrugged. There is nothing we can do now. We must rely on my brother's strength to hold on until the other members of the Red Dragon organization arrive. It should be manageable. Though Tu Jian spoke nonchalantly, the worry in his eyes was palpable, and Hu Xiao noticed. Tu Jian was anxious but felt powerless to leave. With a soft sigh, Hu Xiao prayed for Tu Yong's safety. All right, Tu Jian waved his hand. You should return to your squad. I'll keep watch here. Hu Xiao nodded, glancing at Tu Yong's current position. Each soldier had a red spirit token that could pinpoint their location and indicate whether they were alive. When a soldier perished and no spiritual energy remained, the token would shatter, and the red dot would vanish. Hu Xiao could clearly discern Tu Yong's location, as it was evident that a lone figure standing far from the crowd could only be Tu Yong. As Hu Xiao stepped outside, his mind was consumed with thoughts of the beast tide's repercussions in Tu Yong's words. With great power comes great responsibility. He resolved to act in a manner that would leave him without regret. Clenching his fists, a thought emerged. Should he offer his assistance? But he quickly suppressed that impulse. Arriving at the training ground, typically bustling with activity, he found it eerily quiet. In the cafeteria, he noticed a large group of people fixated on the television. Not a word spoken, an oppressive silence enveloped them. Lu Cheng managed a strained smile upon seeing Hu Xiao. In this beast tide, several instructors we knew will never return. They made the ultimate sacrifice. Others began to speak in hushed tones. I just saw Instructor Li, the one who loved to sing. He was just devoured by a mountain sea beast while protecting his comrades. Instructor Chen, who always brought us fruit, also sacrificed himself to protect a stranded individual. We are utterly useless, unable to assist in any way, merely waiting here. It infuriates me. It's despicable. Hu Xiao listened to the words of the crowd, falling into silence as familiar faces vanished, sacrificed. Their joyous laughter and familiar gestures were now but echoes of the past. They laid down their lives for the safety of the people, dedicating everything to protect this nation and ensure the well-being of its citizens. Instructor, please allow me to join the military. I no longer wish to attend the academy in the capital. My parents were just saved by Officer Xiao, but he lost his hand to a monstrous beast. I am heartbroken. Some of the students here hailed from Ha City, and witnessing their loved ones being hunted by these creatures on television, teetering on the brink of death, was an unbearable experience. This fellow student felt it acutely. Hu Xiao was momentarily stunned. The image of this student overlapped with that of Tu Yong, who had once faced a similar helplessness and confusion. Taking a deep breath, Hu Xiao stood up and silently walked toward the exit. He had come to a realization of what he must do, act in a manner that would leave no room for regret. He did not wish to witness the sacrifice of one familiar soul after another. He sought to avoid leaving any regrets behind. As Hu Xiao rushed outside, Lu Chen quickly followed, grasping Hu Xiao's hand. Where are you going? Don't be impulsive. That place is not for us. Hu Xiao smiled softly. There is nothing that cannot be done. If I defy orders, so be it. I am not a soldier now. You stay here. I will go ahead. I merely wish to do what I can, leaving no regrets. With that, a small pink cat appeared behind Hu Xiao, its tail twice the length of its body, tapering to an olive shape. Its large blue eyes sparkled with a dreamlike quality. This was the first time Hu Xiao revealed his second Pokémon ability to Lu Cheng. Hu Xiu smiled at Lu Cheng. Please keep this a secret. Otherwise, I might end up as a subject of dissection. I must go now. With those words, Hu Xiu's figure vanished, leaving Lu Cheng in a state of disbelief, rubbing his eyes. Wasn't Hu Xiu's ability a Mewtwo? How could another Pokémon ability suddenly manifest? The unknown pink cap Pokémon ability? The earlier disturbance must have been a teleportation. Hu Xiu, you are quite adept at concealing your powers. Zhu Yan had just emerged and witnessed the appearance of Hu Xiu's second Pokémon ability, prompting him to observe closely. He pondered the effectiveness of teleportation in warfare. Wondering how far Hu Xiu could move, perhaps he could buy Tu Yong some precious time. Chapter 67. Motorcycle transforms into car. Hu Xiu had now reached level 23, significantly enhancing his teleportation distance. Each level in the Spirit Master tier increased his range by 40 meters, allowing him to teleport up to 380 meters at a time. Teleporting thrice would cover over a kilometer, a remarkable efficiency. Hu Xiu executed teleportation multiple times, swiftly reaching the roadside. Glancing at his transform ring, Hu Xiu smiled. It has been a while since you made an appearance. Let's showcase your new capabilities. The orange tier weapon transform ring transformed not only into a motorcycle but now into a compact car as well. Hu Xiu's eyes lit up as he circled the vehicle, marveling at its modernity. Indeed, you have evolved. The motorcycle has become a car. Impressive. After opening the door, Hu Xiu entered, seamlessly engaging the clutch, shifting gears, and accelerating. The car roared to life, and as he grasped the steering wheel, he mused, at this rate, if I reach the level of Spirit Lord, I might become a sports car, and as a Spirit King, I could soar. Transform ring, you are truly remarkable. Delighted by the praise, the transform ring seemed to accelerate in response. Hu Xiu sped down the road, approaching Ha City, which lay in ruin, stripped of its former glory. Clenching his teeth, he felt the weight of his fists tighten upon witnessing such devastation. The car quickly reverted to the transform ring, which he slipped back onto his finger. The beast tide was intensifying, and the military struggled to hold the line. Unless they eliminated that accursed Spirit Emperor-level beast, the tide would not cease. The Mewtwo ability materialized behind Hu Xiu as he caressed his wrist guard, which swiftly transformed into armor, adorning him. Tu Yong's position appeared to be within the mountains. He would need to navigate through the beast tide to reach it, a daunting task indeed. Hu Xiu smiled faintly as energy surged into the armor's booster. Assuming a running stance, the booster converted the energy into propulsion, launching Hu Xiu forward. Soon, he plunged into the beast tide, and countless soldiers shouted at the sight of the man clad in mysterious armor, urging him to retreat. Ignoring their warnings, Hu Xiu accelerated and teleported through the throng, miraculously evading the attacks of the monstrous beasts, racing towards Tu Yong's location. At that moment, Tu Yong was bloodied, one arm hanging limply, seemingly broken. Yet, his gaze remained resolute, fixed on the formidable mountain sea beast before him. It resembled a tiger, adorned with spiky fur, its massive form exuding an overwhelming pressure. Its aura terrifying. This was Qiongqi. Qiongqi reveled in the confrontation, its eyes glinting with cruelty. You, a mere Spirit King, dare to challenge me, a Spirit Emperor? You must have a death wish. Faced with Qiongqi, Tu Yong felt utterly powerless. His attack seemed pitifully weak against such a creature. While he could muster courage against ordinary Spirit Emperors, facing one of the four great ferocious beasts, like Qiongqi, was a different matter altogether. It was inherently superior to typical mountain sea beasts. The mountains trembled under the ferocity of their battle, rocks tumbling from the cliffs. Tu Yong sighed. I have overestimated myself. I wonder how much longer my body can endure. Well, I shall hold out a bit longer. Raising his staff with one hand, he unleashed a torrent of fire energy. Invoking a secret technique, Flame Mountain. Flames erupted from Tu Yong's staff, filling the sky with crimson clouds. He swung forcefully, conjuring a massive mountain of fire that surged toward Qiongqi. The sheer magnitude of energy caused Qiongqi's expression to shift slightly. With a roar, Qiongqi unleashed a wave of sound, gathering a terrifying energy that coalesced into a beam of light aimed directly at the Flame Mountain. This simple beam, imbued with a fearsome aura, effortlessly shattered the fiery mountain. This attack was known as Destruction Ray, one of Qiongqi's signature moves, and its power did not wane, continuing its advance toward Tu Yong. As the white light barreled toward him, Tu Yong felt his teeth clench in desperation. He could not evade this impending strike. Tu Yong could only raise his staff, blocking it in front of him, as fiery energy formed a barrier to shield him. Yet, whether it could withstand the impending attack remained uncertain. Life and death hung in the balance at that very moment. Just as the crisis reached its peak, a figure appeared behind Tu Yong, seizing him and vanishing from their original position. The destructive beam of light missed its target. The newcomer was none other than Hu Xiu, who had swiftly transported Tu Yong to his safe location. Fortunately, I made it in time. You should thank me, brother too. I just saved your life, Hu Xiao said, his voice laced with relief. Tu Yong was taken aback, not expecting Hu Xiao's sudden arrival, and it dawned on him that Hu Xiao had just executed a teleportation. Hu Xiao, noticing Tu Yong's astonishment, chuckled, "What's wrong, brother Tu? Don't you recognize me?" Realizing the gravity of the situation, Tu Yong shouted, "What are you doing here? Don't you know how dangerous it is? Who told you I was here? Do you have any idea what kind of beast you're facing? It's a Spirit King level creature. You're out of your depth coming here." Concern filled Tu Yong's eyes with Hu Xiao's abilities. Confronting the monstrous Qiongqi was tantamount to lighting a candle in a restroom, futile. Hu Xiao glanced back at the Spirit King level beast, Qiongqi, swallowing hard. It was indeed terrifying. In an instant, he switched his psychic powers back to his dream form and directed a point at Qiongqi, casting a binding spell. He successfully sealed Qiongqi's recently unleashed destructive light. However, this act only fueled Qiongqi's fury, and the pressure of its Spirit King level aura bore down upon Hu Xiao. Tu Yong observed Hu Xiao with a calm demeanor. "You're in trouble now. You've successfully provoked it." Hu Xiao, though frightened, forced a smile. "It's all right. I can teleport. I'll lead you away and buy some time until the Red Dragon organization arrives." No sooner had he spoken than Hu Xiao felt an intense gaze upon him, a large black eye materializing in his mind. "It seems you have caught Qiongqi's attention." Chapter 68, The Needle of Death. "What?" Hu Xiao's smile vanished. He felt as if he were ensnared. Tu Yong sighed and addressed Hu Xiao. "You shouldn't have come. Do you know why didn't he escape? Because of Qiongqi. Its black gaze prevents opponents from fleeing. Within its designated range, even if you can teleport, you can't escape." Hu Xiao gulped, anxiously glancing at Qiongqi. "This time, I truly kicked a hornet's nest." "Forget it, Hu Xiao. I'll handle it and draw its attention. You just focus on dodging. Don't let Qiongqi catch you." With that, Tu Yong stood tall, wielding his staff, and charged toward Qiongqi, showcasing his Spirit King level strength. Hu Xiao clenched his fists, realizing he hadn't been able to assist. Instead, he had put himself in jeopardy. Facing a creature like Qiongqi, whose black gaze held such power, was profoundly daunting. Understanding his own abilities were insignificant compared to Qiongqi's, Hu Xiao felt like an ant, utterly trivial. However, leaving Tu Yong to confront Qiongqi alone was not an option. With a fierce determination, Hu Xiao switched his abilities back to his dream form. He began to wiggle his fingers, since upgrading to a Spirit Master. He had yet to utilize his new skill, the Finger Wave. Hu Xiao now hoped to summon a healing ability to aid Tu Yong, thereby increasing their chances against Qiongqi. As he waved his fingers, a gentle stream of water energy flowed from his fingertips. Hu Xiao's eyes lit up. Fortune smiled upon him as he conjured the life water drop. He directed the energy toward Tu Yong, and Tu Yong's wounds began to visibly heal. Feeling as if he had just taken a refreshing bath, Tu Yong cast a surprised glance at Hu Xiao. Yet, Hu Xiao had no time to acknowledge Tu Yong. At that moment, Qiongqi had fixed its gaze upon him. The beast opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of flames directed at Hu Xiao. This was an attack of Spirit King caliber. A moment's negligence could spell disaster. The looming threat of death made Hu Xiao's body tense, his heart racing as he felt the blood within him surge. A powerful force began to well up inside him. Was this the onset of his rage mode? It felt exhilarating. Although Hu Xiao could still teleport, he was limited in distance. Nonetheless, evading attacks was relatively easy. In an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing beside Tu Yong. Hu Xiao was astonished by his transformation. His body was now brimming with energy, and his reflexes, speed, and strength had all seen remarkable enhancement. Though his racing heartbeat made him fear he might collapse, Tu Yong regarded Hu Xiao, expressing gratitude. "Thank you for earlier. I didn't expect you to possess the life water drop skill. My stamina has significantly recovered, but this place is still perilous. Even with your rage mode, we won't be enough to face it. Take my phone and inquire about the Red Dragon's whereabouts." After speaking, Tu Yong handed his phone to Hu Xiao, wielding his weapon with one hand as he continued to assault Qiongqi. Holding the phone, Hu Xiao noticed the screensaver was a younger Tu Yong, accompanied by a beautiful woman and a charming child, exuding happiness. Hu Xiao momentarily froze before dialing the number. At that moment, Qiongqi was in a furious rampage, launching relentless attacks toward Tu Yong, with Hu Xiao caught in the crossfire. While on the call, Hu Xiao adeptly used his teleportation to evade Qiongqi's strikes. The call connected swiftly, a calm voice emanating from the other end. "What is the situation, Tu Yong? What is happening over there?" I'm not Tu Yong. He is currently engaged in battle with Qiongqi. Instructor 2 has already sustained a severe injury, and we're at a considerable disadvantage." "I understand. Hold on for another 20 minutes. We're on our way at full speed." After that, the call ended abruptly. Hu Xiao paused for a moment, then shouted to Tu Yong, "Brother 2, hold on for 20 minutes. They're almost here." Tu Yong nodded, quickly moving to Hu Xiao's side, and unusually smiled at him. Hu Xiao, tell me, can you hold out for 5 minutes? This question left Hu Xiao utterly bewildered, but he nodded nonetheless. Tu Yong's face radiated warmth. As long as you can hold on, that's good. Do you remember what I told you before? The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. Do what you must without regrets. Hu Xiao nodded, looking resolutely at Tu Yong. I understand. That's why I came. I don't want any regrets. Good boy, good boy. If my child were still alive, he would be about your age. Hu Xiao, remember this saying well. At this moment, Tu Yong's smile was exceedingly gentle, his gaze soft as it rested on Hu Xiao. Hu Xiao felt something was amiss. Tu Yong's words sounded like a final farewell. Suddenly, dark spots began to appear on Tu Yong's face, causing Hu Xiao's expression to change dramatically. He urgently exclaimed, "What is happening?" Tu Yong waved his hand gently, a soft smile gracing his lips. Do you truly believe that I alone could withstand the might of a spirit emperor for so long? It is sheer willpower that has sustained me. However, I have resorted to using the death needle on myself. Otherwise, I fear I would not have made it this far. The dark aura continued to spread across Tu Yong, his breath growing faint. How could this be? Why would you do such a thing? If you cannot win, then flee. Hu Xiao trembled at the sight of Tu Yong. Just moments ago, he had been perplexed as to why the life water had no effect on Tu Yong's hand. The death needle, which Tu Jian had mentioned during their training sessions, was a tool issued to every soldier in the nation. It could restore the user to their peak condition, but it was a desperate measure, to be used only when facing certain death. For it was akin to making a pact with the Grim Reaper, granting a maximum of merely 2 hours of life. Tu Yong spoke nonchalantly. If I were to flee, who would stand against Qiongqi in the entire Ha city? How many lives would be lost then? I cannot bear to witness that. To sacrifice my life for the sake of others is a worthy exchange. Hu Xiao wanted to say more, but Tu Yong interrupted him. His demeanor calm. I estimate I can hold on for another 15 minutes. The remaining time is in your hands. I apologize, but I must ask you to persevere. Please take care of my phone. It's been a pleasure to know you, and I look forward to your future growth, though I regret I shall not witness it. Chapter 69. The Death of the Butcher King. After uttering his words, Tu Yong charged towards Qiongqi without looking back. Grandson, you've become a bit too arrogant, haven't you? Let me teach you a lesson. Tu Yong raised his weapon, flames erupting around him. Although he still possessed the strength of a spirit king, it was evident that his level was continuously declining, now hovering around level 43. The dark energy surrounding him grew heavier. Hu Xiao stood in shock, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Tu Yong, the legendary Butcher King, now had merely 10 minutes of life left, a reality Hu Xiao found unbearable. Had he not arrived, it was highly likely that Tu Yong would have perished in this desolate place, alone, becoming an unmarked skeleton. No one would remember the hero who valiantly resisted and sacrificed himself here. Gazing at Tu Yong's retreating figure, Hu Xiao was lost in thought. Is this truly worth it? Tu Yong could not bear the thought of dying without anyone to stand against Qiongqi, allowing it to rampage unchecked. As long as he could halt Qiongqi, every sacrifice would be justified. Hu Xiao trembled, tears welling in his eyes as he beheld Tu Yong's bravery. He had never felt such emotion before, a solitary man. A city, silently safeguarding it, confronting the greatest peril without seeking glory or recognition, all for the security of the city. This was Tu Yong's unwavering resolve. Greater power entailed greater responsibility. Ah! Hu Xiao cried out in fury. Hu Bin, tears glistening in his eyes, witnessed Hu Xiao's latent potential manifesting behind him as the armor enveloped him. The shape-shifting ring transformed into a long sword, placing Hu Xiao at the pinnacle of his combat capabilities. In his berserk mode, bolstered by the armor's 30% enhancement, Hu Xiao was now equipped to contend with the Spirit Lord, even to dominate. As Tu Yong battled Qiongqi, he caught sight of Hu Xiao's sudden surge of power and smiled in relief. With such strength, Hu Xiao, I eagerly anticipate your future. If only the Red Dragon had you. Alas, I shall not see your brilliance. Tu Yong bellowed. Hu Xiao, do not come closer. Conserve your strength. The most arduous time is yet to come. I have little time left, so capture this moment on your phone. This is a command. I am your instructor. And you are my soldier. Obey the order. Hu Xiao shuddered, tears brimming in his eyes as he saluted Tu Yong. He understood that Tu Yong had little time remaining and merely wished for him to conserve his strength. Opening his phone and switching to camera mode, Hu Xiao's hands trembled as he recorded Tu Yong's battle. Make sure to capture my heroic form, so the new recruits can see what it means to be the Butcher King, Tu Yong said, before spitting out a mouthful of dark blood, his complexion paling. Tu Yong's vigor waned significantly, yet his gaze remained resolute as he struck Qiongqi with a powerful blow, sending it flying. He fell to the ground, half kneeling and spitting out black blood. His level had plummeted to 41, barely a spirit king, wiping the blood from his lips. Tu Yong flashed a peace sign at Hu Xiao's camera. This is the most flamboyant gesture I have ever made, Hu Xiao. Remember this. Tell the Red Dragon folks that after I'm gone, this will be my farewell photo. They mocked me endlessly, never sparing a laugh. Perhaps this will give them a brilliant smile. Hu Xiao fought back tears and nodded. Brother Tu, you were magnificent just now. Tu Yong smiled at Hu Xiao. His eyes beginning to lose focus, his breath weakening considerably. How much longer do I have? Just 15 minutes. Hu Xiao observed Tu Yong's weary attempt to close his eyes. His heart aching. Pretending to check the time, he forced a smile. Brother Tu, you've done well. You've held on for 16 minutes now, completing your mission. Tu Yong smiled and rose once more. Mission accomplished. How wonderful. Now it's your turn, Hu Xiao. Yet, I still wish to exceed expectations. I cannot simply strike Qiongqi once and call it a day. A torrent of flames engulfed Tu Yong as he prepared for his final move. Here it comes. My ultimate technique. Qiongqi, prepare yourself for the fiery charge. The blazing inferno illuminated the entire mountain, and with tears in his eyes, Hu Xiao raised his phone, fulfilling Tu Yong's request to capture his shining moment. Just as Qiongqi stood, Tu Yong, cloaked in flames, collided with it, sending it flying. Ha ha ha, Qiongqi. Do you now recognize my might? Tu Yong's last strike was a radiant return to form, his energy restored to its zenith. Qiongqi held in agony, slamming into the mountainside. Trapped within, Tu Yong beamed with pride. Did you see my strength? Yet, as he spoke, he collapsed, dark blood streaming from him. In that instant, Hu Xiao teleported to Tu Yong's side, cradling him. Brother Tu, was this worth it? Tears streamed down Hu Xiao's face as he looked at the weakened Tu Yong. Tu Yong smiled serenely. It is worth it, truly worth it. With trembling hands, he withdrew a badge from his inner pocket and placed it in Hu Xiao's hand. During this time, you have truly excelled in both courage and perseverance. I have nothing substantial to offer you. So I present you with the emblem of the Red Dragon organization as a token of remembrance. Holding the badge, Hu Xiao took several deep breaths. Unable to suppress the tears streaming down his face, Tu Yong grasped Hu Xiao's hand weakly and said, remember my words. The greater your ability, the greater your responsibility. Do not leave any regrets. Hu Xiao nodded vigorously, tears continuing to fall as he sorrowfully replied, I will remember, brother Tu. Tu Yong's gaze grew distant, losing focus. And with a faint smile, he said weakly, the King of Slaughter is tired and needs to rest. I can go back to my wife and children. I truly miss them. What a pity I have no successor. At that moment, a hand gently caressed Tu Yong's face. Hu Xiao wiped his tears and smiled faintly, saying, Brother Tu, believe me, I am your successor. You can leave it all to me. Tu Yong smiled contentedly and patted Hu Xiao's hand, saying, it's settled then, Xiao. I entrust everything to you. As soon as he finished speaking, Tu Yong's hand slipped down, lifelessly hanging by his side, his eyes closed. Yet a trace of a comforting smile remained. The era of the King of Slaughter had come to an end. Chapter 70, Life and Death in 10 Minutes. The King of Slaughter forever closed his eyes, and tears flowed incessantly from Hu Xiao. He opened the transforming ring and placed Tu Yong's body inside for preservation. Previously, Hu Xiao had found it convenient to store inanimate objects within the transforming ring, but now, placing Tu Yong's body inside filled him with profound sorrow. Observing the struggling Qiongqi, Hu Xiao's face was filled with hatred. Entering a state of fury, his armor equipped instantly, the transforming ring transformed into a crimson submachine gun. With blazing fury in his eyes, Hu Xiao raised the submachine gun and unleashed a barrage of fire upon Qiongqi. Qiongqi, I want you dead. Each bullet was infused with his own spiritual energy, rivaling that of a spirit lord. Yet, upon striking Qiongqi, they merely tickled, inflicting no real harm. Enraged, Qiongqi erupted in flames, melting the very mountain that had restrained him, breaking free. Though the bullets continued to pelt him, they were merely a provocation, igniting Qiongqi's wrath. His fur bristled as he charged at Hu Xiao. Hu Xiao's pupils constricted, and his psychic power instantly transformed into dreamlike essence, allowing him to teleport away. Qiongqi, missing his target, was infuriated and unleashed a fiery blast in Hu Xiao's direction. Hu Xiao could only continue to teleport, evading the attack, but his escape range was limited, leaving him ensnared in Qiongqi's deadly gaze. With no choice but to dodge within this confined space, Hu Xiao faced the onslaught of Qiongqi's devastating fire attacks. The air thick with heat, his agility allowed him to evade many of the fiery blasts, yet he still sustained injuries. A piece of his armor had turned pitch black, though it shimmered as it continually repaired itself. 2 minutes had barely passed. 8 minutes remained until rescue. These 8 minutes felt like an eternity, filled with anguish. You have forced my hand. Spirit wave of 8 levels, first wave, like flying swords. Countless energy swords materialized beside Hu Xiao. With a mere gesture, they surged toward Qiongqi. Each sword carried terrifying energy. Qiongqi sneered. opening his mouth to unleash a deafening roar, reducing all the swords to ashes. At that moment, Hu Xiao leaped into the air, a faint smile on his lips. He had not expected his previous attack to harm Qiongqi. This next move was the true assault. The overwhelming energy surged through him, gathering as if it were a vast ocean. Spirit wave of 9 levels, second wave, white wave surge. The tumultuous wave of psychic energy crashed upon Qiongqi, swiftly engulfing him. Qiongqi's anguished cries echoed. For the true power of the spirit wave of 9 levels lay not in physical harm, but in the obliteration of spirit. While Qiongqi was formidable due to his rank and innate physical prowess, he was evidently weaker against spiritual attacks. Hu Xiao raised his sword, channeling energy into its tip, and with steely resolve declared, critical strike. He swung the sword down upon Qiongqi. With 2 attacks, Hu Xiao, merely a spirit master, inflicted damage upon a spirit emperor. An extraordinary feat meanwhile, Zhu Yan was in a state of shock, unable to comprehend that he had witnessed the complete disappearance of his brother's signal, signifying his brother's sacrifice. Clutching his head, Zhu Yan wept bitterly. Why are you so stubborn? The other researchers halted their work, equally mournful, silently saluting to honor this fallen hero. Not far from Ha City, a troop was hastening towards its direction. An intelligence officer, donning glasses, approached a stern-looking man exuding the demeanor of a commander and sorrowfully reported, "Commander, the king of slaughter has fallen." This commander was Yuan Jing, the leader of the Red Dragon organization. Upon hearing this news, Yuan Jing remained silent, revealing no emotion, and calmly stated, "Everyone, quicken your pace. I will take care of that beast. The rest is up to you." The others nodded solemnly, understanding that their commander was deeply affected, and an unusual fury burned within him. All hastened their steps towards Ha City. At this moment, 5 minutes remained. Qiongqi's mental state faltered slightly, yet it did not diminish the imposing aura of a spirit emperor. Hu Xiao, having exhausted much of his energy through continuous attacks, could no longer maintain his berserk state. He retrieved an energy cube and began consuming it voraciously, hoping to regain even a modicum of strength to escape Qiongqi's grasp. Hu Xiao was acutely aware that in his current state, he was no match for Qiongqi, and merely managing to hold out for this long was already commendable. Qiongqi, a spirit emperor, truly formidable. One day, I shall bring you down. Gritting his teeth, Hu Xiao inhaled deeply, casting a fierce glare at Qiongqi, who returned the gaze with a menacing expression. To be wounded by a mere spirit master was a profound humiliation for Qiongqi. Flames erupted from his body, igniting the entire mountain. Ultimate fire technique, Oath of Fire. Hu Xiao's expression shifted, gritting his teeth at the realization that Qiongqi was employing a large-scale attack. The flames of the Oath of Fire left Hu Xiao with no refuge, and the convergence of his dark gaze and the flames effectively trapped Hu Xiao, hindering his teleportation. Fortunately, I have one more trick up my sleeve. Otherwise, I would truly be done for. His psychic abilities shifted to dreamlike essence. Transformation. Hu Xiao replicated the gem starfish from Lu Chang, and his body began to morph, a gem appearing on his forehead, adorned with a 6-pointed star at his back. The water element exhibits a certain resistance to fire-type skills, effectively reducing damage by half. This has become Hu Xiao's only means of survival. Shrink, shrink, shrink. Hu Xiao's body continuously diminished in size until he was but a tiny being, hiding beneath a stone. Employing the water gun skill, he formed a protective membrane around himself. Now, he could only endure. If he could hold out for 4 more minutes, he would be safe. Now that I've become so small, let us see how you can find me. Clearly, Hu Xiao's strategy proved effective. After the flames dissipated, Qiongqi could no longer detect Hu Xiao's presence. His eyes filled with confusion. How had he vanished? Chapter 71. The Emergence of Yuan Jing. Qiongqi began to scour the dilapidated mountaintop for Hu Xiao's trace. After 2 minutes of searching without success, Qiongqi was consumed by rage, his gaze shifting to the smoke-filled Ha City, revealing a sinister grin. Hu Xiao, upon witnessing this, felt a surge of anxiety. Surely, he wouldn't head to Ha City? Shaking his head and forcing a bitter smile, he realized there was no escaping this. He began to spin rapidly, utilizing the skill of the gem starfish to collide forcefully with Qiongqi. After being struck, Qiongqi looked perplexed at the spot where he had been hit. Was it possible that even mosquitoes possess such strength in these times? He dismissed the thought, momentarily puzzled but unconcerned. Hu Xiao, growing frantic, wondered why Qiongqi showed no reaction. He continued to spin toward Qiongqi, nearly making himself sick in the process. Qiongqi, irritated by the incessant buzzing of what he perceived as flies, let out a deafening roar that created a shockwave, sending Hu Xiao flying. As Hu Xiao's body expanded back to its normal size, Qiongqi's fury intensified upon recognizing him. Ah, so the flies were you. Hu Xiao coughed up blood. The roar had inflicted internal injuries. Qiongqi, engulfed in flames, charged at Hu Xiao with a blazing assault. Hu Xiao forced a smile. He could no longer muster an ounce of energy, having exhausted himself merely transforming, leaving him utterly powerless to flee. I'm tired. Let it be destruction. Yet, I suppose I have completed Brother 2's task. I held on for 5 minutes. No, I exceeded expectations, having endured for nearly 10. As Qiongqi approached slowly, Hu Xiao closed his eyes, resigning himself to the fact that Brother 2 would have to wait for him. Just then, a thunderous bolt struck from the sky, hitting Qiongqi. He howled in agony, the flames extinguishing, revealing numerous charred spots on his body. Beast, as long as I am here, you shall harm no one. In the sky, Yuanjing descended amidst crackling thunder, adorned with patterns reminiscent of lightning across his form, a lengthy, ponytail-like mane cascading from his shoulders. Hu Xiao opened his eyes to behold the man in the sky, feeling a wave of relief. This must be Yuanjing, the formidable figure Brother 2 had mentioned. Yuanjing glanced at Hu Xiao and nodded slightly, his expression devoid of emotion. This must be the promising talent with dual extraordinary abilities and transformation skills that Tu Yong spoke of. Qiongqi regarded the man in the air warily, the aura emanating from him instilling fear. Yuanjing descended step by step, as if walking down a staircase. Qiongqi, you have slain my comrade and incited a beast tied with the mountain and sea monsters. Your sins are unforgivable. Today, I shall take your life to atone for my brothers and the innocent. Yuanjing's demeanor remained impassive, yet his eyes burned with fury. Without looking back, he tossed a vial of medicine to Hu Xiao. Take this, it will heal your wounds. You've done well. Now, leave the rest to me. Hu Xiao stared blankly as he caught the vial, swallowing its contents, feeling warmth spread through him as a surge of energy healed his injuries. Qiongqi roared at Yuanjing, but his voice lacked conviction. Yuanjing, dissatisfied, waved his hand. A shadow of a fist struck Qiongqi, sending him flying. You coward! Qiongqi was now terrified. A mere shadow of a fist had knocked him away. How terrifying was this man? Hu Xiao gasped. Was he truly that formidable? Just one punch? After regaining his footing, Qiongqi, his face etched with terror, turned to flee. Yuanjing snorted, extending his hand as a net of electricity ensnared Qiongqi, preventing his escape. Qiongqi struggled desperately, but it was futile. Only the searing currents of electricity responded to his efforts. Yuanjing advanced step by step toward Qiongqi, as countless bolts of electricity enveloped the mountaintop, creating a field of electric energy. You were doomed. Had it not been for you, none of this would have transpired. Electric surge. Columns of electricity erupted from the ground, pronouncing Qiongqi's death sentence. Under Yuanjing's terrifying suppression, everything unfolded effortlessly. Countless electric strikes overwhelmed Qiongqi's body. At this moment, Yuanjing's true strength emerged, an emperor-level power. One of the pinnacle experts in Huagua. As the electric storm subsided, only Qiongqi's head remained, under Yuanjing's control, alongside a gleaming crystal core. Yuanjing reached for both the core and the head, claiming them. With Qiongqi's demise, the feral tide faltered, the mountain and sea creatures bewildered. Our leader is dead. What are we even doing? The beast tide scattered in disarray, scuttling back to their lair. The battle concluded. Cheers erupted among the warriors. Members of the Red Dragon team pursued the retreating beasts, venting their fury through combat. Hu Xiao watched in astonishment. Had it been resolved so swiftly? Yuanjing turned to Hu Xiao. You are Hu Xiao, correct? Thank you for holding out for so long. Hu Xiao nodded, silently extracting Brother 2's remains from the multifaceted ring. This man is the true hero. He is the one who sustained us. Yuanjing gazed at Tu Yong's body, his hands trembling, breath quickening. After a deep breath, he said, I understand now. Approaching Tu Yong, he saluted and gently lifted him. Sighing, he addressed Tu Yong. You were always so reckless, yet I truly admire you. Without your support, Qiongqi would have wreaked havoc beyond measure. Thank you for protecting the people of this city. Soon, as the beast tide dispersed, members of the Red Dragon organization gathered around Yuanjing, their eyes glistening with tears as they stifled their sorrow. Paying the highest respect to Tu Yong, Yuanjing, carrying Tu Yong's remains, walked forward, saying, Tu Yong, do you see? Your efforts bore fruit. We have protected Ha City. You may now rest. Hu Xiao silently followed behind Yuanjing, lost in thought. Brother Tuesday, I have completed your task. From now on, I shall take charge. I will certainly uphold your will. Chapter 72, A Tribute to Heroes. The crisis in Ha City has been resolved, and all the citizens have emerged from their shelters. Each person feels a profound sense of survival, embracing one another in tears of joy. How wonderful it is that we are all still alive. The beast tide that besieged Ha City has captured the nation's attention, prompting the government to dispatch a dedicated team for post-disaster recovery efforts. A day later, within the military camp, a heavy atmosphere enveloped the grounds. Today marks the day when heroes return to their eternal rest. The bodies of the soldiers who perished in the beast tide have been brought to the camp, and their families mourn deeply, tears streaming down their faces. The trainees, witnessing this heart-wrenching scene, cannot suppress their emotions, their eyes reddened, gritting their teeth in anger. Hu Xiao remained silent, gazing intently at each hero's body, lingering the longest at Tu Yong's. Tu Jian stares blankly at his brother's remains, speechless, with swollen eyes, having wept until no tears remain. Yuan Jing steps forward and addresses the gathering. The beast tied in Ha City has come to an end, yet some heroes shall never return. They sacrificed their precious lives for the city, for the people. They are heroes, deserving of our everlasting respect. Following this, Yuan Jing reads aloud the list of those who have fallen. The crowd can no longer contain their grief, weeping silently. Hu Xiao takes a deep breath, looking skyward with reddened eyes. Brother Tu, you must be living happily with your wife and children now. Brother Tu Wang, you are in bliss. Leave the matters here to me. Attention. Everyone presents a solemn salute, honoring the heroes with the utmost reverence. The head of Qiongqi has become a burial offering for all the heroes, comforting their spirits. In the military camp today, silence reigns as everyone remains engulfed in sorrow. Hu Xiao, too, sits in the dormitory, lost in thought, staring at the ground. Lu Qing, observing Hu Xiao, gently remarks, Xiao, you went to Tu Yong, didn't you? You faced Qiongqi, right? Hu Xiao offers a bitter smile and nods. It wasn't he exactly facing him. I merely completed Brother Tu's task. The real effort came from him. Enduring with the Death God Needle, Brother Tu was a commendable hero. His sacrifice saved the lives of the people of Ha City. Hu Xiao smiles faintly. Indeed, without him, there would be no Ha City. I now understand his words. Lu Cheng pats Hu Xiao's shoulder. You are a hero too. Surviving is admirable. However, you have so many secrets. How did the new Pokémon anomaly appear without telling me? I was terrified that day. Hu Xiao rolls his eyes at Lu Cheng. With your timid nature, it's no surprise you were scared. Lu Xiaodan, you really are lacking. Lu Cheng retorts, I may be timid, but who among us dares to use the bathroom alone after watching a horror film? Yet you insisted on forming a team. Indeed, military training can be monotonous, but the evenings provide ample time for leisure. Hu Xiao and Lu Cheng often watch movies together at night. After their last horror film, both were so startled that they had to wake each other up to use the restroom, just as they were about to continue their banter. A knock sounded at the door. A voice called from outside. Hu Xiao, are you there? I need to speak with you. It was Tu Jian. Hu Xiao turned to Lu Qing. Brother Jian is looking for me. I'll step out. Lu Qing nodded. Upon exiting, Hu Xiao noticed Tu Jian's downcast demeanor. Brother Jian, my condolences. Brother Tu has merely gone to join his wife and children, but his spirit shall live on through us. Tu Jian managed a smile. Gazing up at the sky, indeed, that rascal has truly become a spirit now. He is probably enjoying an extended vacation with sister-in-law. Humph. I shall begrudgingly continue to carry on his legacy. Hu Xiao placed a reassuring hand on Tu Jian's shoulder. Not just you, but I shall carry on as well. We both must strive. Tu Jian chuckled. Look at that rascal. He owes us a tremendous debt. Come, Commander Yuan Jing wishes to see us. Hu Xiao nodded. Having anticipated this meeting, knowing that Yuan Jing was aware of his secrets, including the multiform ring, the two arrived at Yuan Jing's temporary office. Tu Jian took a deep breath and knocked on the door, feeling a bit anxious in the presence of such an important figure. Come in. They entered the office, where Yuan Jing was gazing out the window. You two are here. Please, have a seat. Yuan Jing turned to face them as they complied. I am deeply saddened and regretful about Tu Yong's situation. I apologize for our delayed arrival. We were occupied with dealing with foreign cult forces at the time. Yuan Jing's expression was filled with remorse. Tu Jian shook his head. You are not to blame. The fact that we could eliminate Qiongqi and bring solace to the souls of our heroes is enough for me. Yuan Jing nodded, producing a box and placing it beside Tu Jian. This is Qiongqi's crystal core. It belongs to your family. Please accept it, or else Tu Yong will surely haunt me. The crystal core, classified as a rare and invaluable treasure of the highest caliber, left Tu Jian swallowing hard. He smiled gently, pushing the crystal core back towards Yuan Jing. I cannot accept this. My brother would scold me. I wish to exchange this crystal core for funds to support the families of the fallen heroes, ensuring my brother would be pleased. Ah, no wonder you are Tu Yong's brother. You share the same spirit. I admire your intention. Rest assured, I will distribute it to all the families of the heroes, but there will be a portion for you as well. Do not decline. Tu Jian nodded, smiling. That sounds wonderful. Yuan Jing then turned to Hu Xiao. Hu Xiao, you possess the multiform ring, do you not? Hu Xiao had anticipated this inquiry and nodded. I suspected as much. Your ability to use it signifies you possess transformation skills. Both Tu Jian and Yuan Jing were aware of Hu Xiao's capabilities, but it was the first time Tu Jian learned of Hu Xiao's possession of the multiform ring, leaving him astonished. Hu Xiao did not hesitate to reveal his abilities, summoning forth his two Pokémon anomalies. Mewtwo and Mew appeared, emanating an overwhelming aura of power. Jing and Zhu Yan's eyes widened in astonishment. Jing murmured, "What a prodigy! What a prodigy!" Hu Xiao stated earnestly, "These two are my anomalies. I stumbled upon the multiform ring, along with a set of psychic armor." Jing nodded, deeply impressed. The two remarkable creations of Master Hu Di had now found their way to Hu Xiao. What extraordinary fortune! Chapter 73. Joining the Red Dragon. Zhu Yan, unable to remain composed, was overwhelmed by the realization that Master Hu Di's prized inventions had been entrusted to Hu Xiao. Jing took a moment, his gaze intense as he regarded Hu Xiao. "Do you realize the danger you are in now?" Hu Xiao nodded. Armed with 2 artifacts and accompanied by 2 Pokémon anomalies, alongside transformation skills, his situation was indeed perilous. The family of Ditto serves as a prime example. Are you familiar with the Ditto family? With the multiform ring in my possession, how could I not know of the Ditto family? Jing sighed deeply, reflecting on the demise of the shape-shifting clan, which remained one of the most significant scars on the nation of Huagua. At that time, the country was beset by internal strife and external threats, allowing several foreign families to take advantage of the chaos, ultimately leading to the clan's downfall. Hu Xiao, upon hearing this, narrowed his eyes and inquired, "Are you aware if the shape-shifting clan has any descendants?" "Yes," Jing replied. "We are diligently investigating in hopes of finding them. The state will do everything in its power to protect them from experiencing such a tragedy again," he continued, revealing a letter found within the shape-shifting ring, which spoke of seeking vengeance against those families responsible for their suffering. After Hu Xiao finished speaking, he observed Jing's reaction. With a cold snort, Jing declared, "You need not look at me that way. We have already devised a plan. When the time is ripe, we shall ensure they pay for their blood debts." Hu Xiao inquired about the families involved, to which Jing responded, "Currently, we know of the Jekka family from the United States and the Uemura family from the island nation. Both are esteemed families in their respective countries. And there is another family from Huagua, though we remain uncertain as to which scoundrel has colluded with them." Hu Xiao nodded, familiar with the 2 families. Realizing that time was of the essence, and that locating the members of the shape-shifting clan should take precedence, Jing looked at Hu Xiao intently and asked, "Is there anything else you wish to discuss?" Hu Xiao met Jing's gaze with determination and stated, "I wish to join the Red Dragon organization." Jing smiled, as did Zhu Yan. Rising from his seat, Jing extended his hand to Hu Xiao, saying, "Welcome aboard." Hu Xiao grasped Jing's hand, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Jing expressed his joy. "I am delighted you have chosen to join us. Your decision is indeed wise. From now on, the Red Dragon shall be your home." Hu Xiao nodded, responding, "I look forward to your guidance in the future." Jing affirmed, "I will encrypt all your information, allowing you to study at the academy without worry. There, you will experience rapid growth in your abilities. We will notify you of any missions, and you will enjoy special benefits from the Red Dragon organization. However, remember, until you reach the Spirit King level, do not reveal your secondary abilities lightly. This is of utmost importance." "Understood," Hu Xiao replied. Upon exiting Jing's office, he felt a weight lifted from his heart. He retrieved the badge given to him by Tu Yong and murmured to himself in the sunlight, "Your will shall continue through me." A day later, the students concluded their military training, an experience they would not soon forget. On the training ground, each student stood with renewed vigor, a stark contrast to their initial arrival. Hu Xiao stood among them, observing the absence of Tu Yong, now replaced by Tu Jian, who announced the performances of the students and the points they had earned. Both Hu Xiao and Lu Qing were hailed as outstanding students, each receiving a reward of 500 points, while others had earned a meager 100 points. After packing their belongings, the students bid farewell to their instructors, reluctantly departing the military camp to board a plane bound for the academy's capital. Hu Xiao carefully stowed away the identification and badge from the Red Dragon that Jing had sent him the previous night. After bidding farewell to Tu Jian, who reminded him about the importance of managing his abilities, Hu Xiao responded, "I will do my best. I, too, will be assigned to the intelligence department of the Red Dragon. Let us keep in touch. Perhaps we will be on the same mission one day." Hu Xiao nodded, "Yes. Until we meet again." After leaving the military camp with Lu Cheng, Hu Xiao glanced back at the unforgettable place. The officers waved goodbye alongside Tu Jian, and Hu Xiao smiled, envisioning the stern-faced Tu Yong returning his farewell with a smile. Waving back, Hu Xiao mused, "The world is an ocean, and fate is the wind. All encounters and farewells are but fleeting waves. I look forward to our next meeting." As Hu Xiao and Lu Cheng boarded the flight to the academy's capital, it was evident that the academy was affluent, chartering a private flight for their journey. The aircraft glided through the skies, heading toward the academy's capital. Once the plane stabilized in the upper atmosphere, A teacher approached to distribute wristbands to each student. These wristbands contained their points and student information. Unlike other schools, the Academy's capital functioned as both an educational institution and a society. Here, points served as the currency. Without them, all aspirations were futile. The Academy had not arranged accommodations or classes for them. Upon hearing this, confusion swept through the students. If there were no classes, what were they doing there? The teacher, with a knowing smile, explained, "To learn, you must pay with points. Various knowledge, alchemical skills, and combat techniques are available, but they require points. Here, you are free to pursue your desires, yet should any acts of murder or robbery occur, you shall find yourselves permanently confined within the Academy's prison. A friendly reminder, there are numerous job opportunities here to earn points. To survive, you must accumulate points, and at the end of each year, you must pay 1,000 points to remain for the next 4 years. I hope you enjoy your time here." With that, the teacher departed, leaving the students in a state of bewilderment. Is this some form of work study? Must it be so harsh? At such a young age, we bear such burdens. We came to study, not to work. The students were clearly unsettled by the situation. Liu Cheng, however, remained unfazed, evidently familiar with the circumstances. He turned to Hu Xiao, stating, "Once we arrive at the Academy's capital, let us find a place to share rent. It will be more economical. We need to start looking for work tomorrow to earn some points." Hu Xiao nodded, equally bewildered. The Academy's capital was even more liberating than he had anticipated. Chapter 74. The Importance of Points. On the plain, many students wore expressions of despair. They had anticipated an exhilarating experience at the Academy's capital, only to be confronted with the stark reality of survival. Gone were the sweet romances. Instead, they faced the relentless grind of life, perpetually worrying about their next meal. The students felt utterly despondent, their eyes filled with envy as they regarded Hu Xiao and Liu Cheng, the fortunate ones with 500 points. It was no wonder they were said to have a head start. With such points, their lives would undoubtedly be more comfortable. Amidst their unease, the plane smoothly descended upon the Academy's capital airport. The students disembarked, their expressions blank and bewildered. After exiting the aircraft, several teachers greeted them with unsettling smiles. "Welcome to the Academy's capital. Enjoy your time here. Should you wish to leave, one-way tickets begin at 5,000 points, and living outside costs 200 points per day. Think carefully about your choices. Until we meet again." With that, the teachers departed, leaving the bewildered students behind. In the vast airport, they appeared pitiable. Liu Cheng turned to Hu Xiao, saying, "Let us go. Hu Xiao, we must find a place to stay." Hu Xiao nodded. Indeed, staying here serves no purpose. Hu Xiao and Liu Cheng left without a backward glance, ignoring the other students. Upon exiting the airport, Hu Xiao was greeted by the sight of towering skyscrapers. A truly magnificent spectacle. Liu Cheng explained that the Academy's capital could be described as a miniature society, replete with numerous enterprises offering job opportunities for students. They could also open their own shops, all aimed at earning points to exchange for weapons, energy cubes, various martial arts manuals, and master teachings. Living here required points, akin to needing money outside. Hu Xiao nodded, reflecting, life is indeed a circle. To thrive, one must accumulate points. Let us head to the city center and see if we can find a reasonably priced place to rent for lodging. I wonder if our points will suffice. With 1,000 points, it should be enough, right? Besides, don't you have plenty of food in your storage ring? That should sustain us. At that moment, all of Liu Cheng's luggage was stored in Hu Xiao's ring, leaving them empty-handed as they ventured out to find transportation. The other students, however, were burdened with heavy luggage, trudging out of the airport looking quite pitiful. Upon reaching the bus station, Hu Xiao's expression soured at the sight of the fares. "What a scam! 20 points per person to the city center? Why not just rob us?" he exclaimed. "Nonsense. It's quicker to earn points than to steal." Hu Xiao sighed, turning to Liu Cheng. "It's nearly 30 kilometers to the city center. That's quite a distance." Liu Cheng grimaced. "So what shall we do? Walk or run?" Hu Xiao shook his head, biting his lip. "Forget it. Let us save some energy. Hold on to me. I'll teleport us there in about 80 jumps." At level 23, Hu Xiao could teleport up to 380 meters at a time. And with the enhancement from the peculiar incense, that distance increased to 450 meters. "Come on, it's just 40 points. Don't push yourself so hard. I know you can teleport, but it shouldn't be used like that." Liu Chen was taken aback. Teleportation was typically the domain of stealthy assassins, not for saving points. Hu Xiao shot him a glance. "Less chatter." With that, he grabbed Liu Cheng and vanished from their spot, teleporting toward the city center. Not far off, two individuals observed Hu Xiao and Liu Cheng's swift departure with bemusement. One of them was Yuan Jing, accompanied by an elderly man who, despite his age, appeared vibrant. The elder remarked, "This boy is quite interesting. He is the one you mentioned, Hu Xiao, possessing 2 Pokémon-like abilities, using teleportation to save fare. Quite amusing." Yuan Jing chuckled. "He knows how to save money and manage his life." The elder smiled. "I appreciate a resourceful child like him. With me around, you need not worry." Xiao Yuan. No family would dare to lay a hand on him. Yuan Jing respectfully clasped his fists. "Thank you, master." The elder nodded. "Let's south go to my place. I shall assess your abilities." After all these years, still just a spirit emperor? How embarrassing. Yuan Jing, in the presence of the elder, resembled a bashful child, scratching his head awkwardly. Soon, the two vanished without a trace. 3 minutes later, Hu Xiao teleported Lu Qing into an alley. Collapsing to the ground, Hu Xiao gasped. "I can't go on. We finally made it to the city center. After 80 jumps, it nearly took my life." Lu Qing looked at him incredulously. "If it weren't for your penny pinching, we wouldn't be in this predicament." Nevertheless, he admitted, impressive. After resting for half an hour in the alley, Hu Xiao felt somewhat revitalized, and together with Lu Qing, they ventured further into the bustling metropolis. Upon entering the city, Hu Xiao couldn't help but marvel at the beauty of the academy's capital, with its towering structures far more splendid than Annihilation City. The crowd was bustling, yet every individual appeared youthful, clearly students. They were no longer novices. Each exuded the aura of business elites, suggesting they had spent considerable time in this academy capital. Hu Xiao mused. "Now I understand why this academy capital is deemed a sanctuary. It has nurtured countless industry elites. Surviving here is no small feat." Lu Qing's expression turned serious. "I just hope we can earn enough points for the masters to teach us." Hu Xiao shrugged. "We'll have to manage. First, we need to find housing, then jobs to earn points." Lu Qing nodded in agreement, beginning to navigate the vast city in search of suitable rental accommodations. Meanwhile, the unfortunate novice students gazed blankly at the station prices, pondering their fate with only 100 points. Some outright gave up, relying solely on their legs, dragging their cumbersome luggage as they walked. After a long search, Hu Xiao and Lu Qing finally found an older building by nightfall. The landlord, a teacher from the academy, addressed them. "You two have arrived. This apartment has 2 bedrooms and a living room, fully furnished and ready to move in. I'll charge you 800 points a month, not too steep, right? Once you miss this opportunity, it won't come again." Upon hearing the price, Hu Xiao and Lu Qing's faces darkened. "Is this price reasonable? Are you joking?" Hu Xiao replied, his face grim. "Can't you lower it a bit? We are novices and don't have that much money." The landlord frowned. "No money, no rental. Should have mentioned you were novices earlier. You've wasted my time." Lu Qing quickly interjected, "Landlord, we do have points. If you could lower the price a bit, we'll take it." The landlord looked skeptical. "You novices can only have about 200 points. Can you really afford it? All right, I'll offer you a friendly price of 700 a month. Deal or not?" Hu Xiao pulled out his QR code, and Lu Qing followed suit, saying, "Scan us. We'll each pay 350. The landlord was taken aback. "You really have the funds." He could only retrieve his scanning machine to process their payment, exclaiming, "Seems you're outstanding students. Congratulations on finding a place. I'll return on the same day next month to collect rent. A day late won't deal. If you wish to learn swordsmanship, come to me for a discount on points, considering I am a spirit king." With that, the landlord departed, leaving Hu Xiao and Lu Qing exchanging glances. Realizing the cost of living here was indeed daunting, as their points rapidly dwindled. Now, they had a combined total of 300 points but secured a month's lodging, which was not a total loss given that others with only 100 points likely faced a dire situation. Many students with just 100 points could only gaze longingly at the opulent buildings, relegated to sleeping under bridges, laying out their bedding, braving the cold winds, and nibbling on the meager rations they had brought with them. Meanwhile, Hu Xiao and Lu Qing each had their own rooms, setting up their beds and enjoying roasted meat from the fantastical beast within Hu Xiao's storage ring while searching for jobs on their phones. Lu Qing sighed in frustration. These jobs are hard to find. Serving, dishwashing, and the most outrageous, being a punching bag. Where are the quick-paying jobs? Indeed, take a look at the profession of freelance hunter. By accepting and completing tasks, one can earn points. However, venturing into the 4 major anomalies of the Academy's capital requires an entry fee of 500 points per person. Hu Xiao remarked indifferently, yet his gaze was fixed on another profession. Lu Qing, feeling despondent, responded, "But that still requires a threshold fee of 500 yuan. And we only have 300 at the moment. Do you deliver food?" Hu Xiao's sudden question left Lu Qing bewildered. "What? Deliver food?" Hu Xiao nodded earnestly, "Yes. Delivering food brings in quick cash. I can teleport to deliver, and we could earn a substantial amount in a day. Once we gather 1,000 yuan, we can hunt the exotic beasts of the mountains and seas, and then we can make a profit." "Are you serious, Hu Xiao?" Hu Xiao nodded solemnly, absolutely serious. Can you think of any other job that is quick to start and pays fast? Lu Cheng shook his head. It's not about the job. It's about you. Is it excessive to use your teleportation skill for food delivery? Such a remarkable ability, and you choose to utilize it for this. Hu Xiao nonchalantly placed his hand behind his head. What's the big deal? We're running low on points. Why worry about this? True. I just feel it's a waste of talent. Hu Xiao dismissed the notion. These are trivial matters. With points, everything will improve. Don't forget. Countless individuals have started from such humble beginnings. Indeed, then let us deliver food tomorrow. Lu Cheng agreed. Moreover, I have already registered our information on the food delivery website. We are now distinguished food delivery riders. Lu Cheng's expression darkened. I see you didn't plan to ask for my opinion. You just decided. That night, Hu Xiao lay under a warm blanket. On the bedside table, an exotic scented candle flickered as he absorbed 2 crystal cores. Now, lacking spirit master level cores. He had to make do with spirit practitioner level ones. Fortunately, Hu Xiao's exceptional talent allowed his cultivation to progress steadily. The next morning, after rising, Lu Cheng soon followed suit. After breakfast, they prepared to commence their food delivery endeavors. With a pained expression, Lu Cheng scanned a shared bicycle using a point and opened his phone to begin accepting orders. The shared bicycles in the academy's capital were quite costly, 1 point for 2 hours. As they stepped outside, Lu Cheng had already spent a considerable amount. Hu Xiao donned a pair of running shoes, warmed up, and checked the orders on his phone. His eyes gleamed with determination. Today, I aim to deliver 100 orders. His fingers moved swiftly, snatching up an order worth 5 points. After confirming the address, he teleported to the location in an instant. Meanwhile, Lu Chu was still contemplating which order to select. A minute later, Hu Xiao returned in a flash. Lu Cheng, astonished, asked, Did you pick up the meal? No. I have already completed an order. Lu Cheng stared at Hu Xiao's excited demeanor, pondering how this world had transformed a prodigy of dual abilities into one who rejoiced over completing a mere food delivery. Life is tough, thus, we must cherish it. Feeling invigorated by Hu Xiao's enthusiasm, Lu Cheng resolved that if he could do it, so could he. He swiftly grabbed an order and pedaled his bicycle to pick up the meal. Meanwhile, Hu Xiao accepted another order and teleported to collect it. Hello, here is your food. Hello, here are your documents. Hello, is your meal ready? The customer is waiting. During the afternoon, Lu Cheng delivered for several establishments, pedaling so fervently that sparks seemed to fly from his feet. Ultimately, he earned 50 points. Hu Xiao surpassed expectations, completing 20 orders and earning 120 points. This was merely a single afternoon. After lunch, Hu Xiao began to absorb crystal cores to recover his stamina, preparing for another round of deliveries. He was more dedicated than during his regular cultivation. Lu Cheng, witnessing Hu Xiao's fervor, couldn't help but smile. It seemed he was becoming addicted to food delivery. Elsewhere, the remaining new students were searching for jobs and places to sleep, looking disheveled and destitute. Some had been recruited by restaurants or clothing stores, while others, like Hu Xiao and Lu Cheng, chose food delivery and earned a fair amount. In the afternoon, Lu Cheng and Hu Xiao set out once more to deliver food. Lu Cheng gradually became more adept, increasing his delivery speed. Hu Xiao, on the other hand, remained relaxed, occasionally teleporting back for a drink or a bathroom break. After a day of effort, Lu Cheng earned 120 points, collapsing in exhaustion. Hu Xiao, however, exceeded 300 points, yet felt too fatigued to speak. At this moment, Hu Xiao's points reached 450, while Lu Cheng had a comparatively modest 270. They were merely 280 points shy of their small goal to enter the Mountain Sea anomalies and earn points. That would be the place to showcase their true potential. Lu Cheng lamented, After a day as a food delivery worker, I truly understand the hardship involved. It is incredibly exhausting. Hu Xiao nodded in agreement. Indeed. Teleporting has nearly made me nauseous. Thankfully, tomorrow we can gather enough points to enter the anomalies and start earning. However, Hu Xiao, did you notice something? I just checked my phone. It stated 500 points per person, but there was also a line in fine print. 1 entry per day, 3-day minimum sale. What? Upon hearing this disheartening news, Hu Xiao's aches vanished as he stood up, snatching Lu Cheng's phone to scrutinize the details. His face displayed a mix of indignation and disbelief. Scoundrels. What shamelessness. A 3-day minimum sale? That means 1,500 for each person. Together, that's 3,000. How many deliveries must we make to earn that? Lu Cheng's expression mirrored despair. This academy's capital is truly toxic. Are you familiar with the delivery routes? Lu Cheng, hearing Hu Xiao's question, nodded hesitantly. After a day of deliveries, I remember quite a few places. Hu Xiao nodded. That's good. We cannot remain idle. Tomorrow we must strive to accumulate 780 points, allowing one of us to enter first and earn a batch of points. Lu Cheng gulped. Are you suggesting one of us goes in alone? Hu Xiao nodded seriously. That's the only way. Otherwise, accumulating 3,000 points may take ages. We must send one person in first. Lu Qing contemplated before suggesting, Hu Xiao, why don't you go? You have a storage ring and can teleport, making you more agile and efficient. I will continue delivering until you return. All right, that sounds good. Tomorrow, we aim to earn enough. And the day after I will set off. I have stocked the fridge with various meats, snacks, and rice. You'll have plenty to eat for the next few days. Okay. Let us rest quickly and prepare for an early start with the deliveries tomorrow. Hu Xiao nodded, shared a light meal with Lu Cheng, and then returned to his room to rest and cultivate. Life unfolds in unexpected ways, with myriad factors determining the degree of one's ordinariness. Rather than resisting, one must embrace it and seek out opportunities. The following morning, Hu Xiao rose early, while Lu Qing was already prepared, riding his beloved bicycle to deliver food. Climb aboard my cherished bike. It shall never be ensnared in traffic, he exclaimed. Enough of the singing. Why are you so slow? I've already completed a delivery. Hu Xiao suddenly appeared beside Lu Qing, holding a bag of takeout. Lu Qing, clearly startled, shot Hu Xiao an exasperated glance. My dear brother, could you refrain from being so alarming? How can we compete? I rely on my legs, while you teleport. Hu Xiao chuckled. Off I go. I must finish my second delivery. With that, he vanished from sight. Lu Qing shook his head with a rueful smile. Looks like I need to step up my game. In the past couple of days, a legend had begun circulating in the Academy City, claiming there was a delivery person who could pick up and deliver orders in less than a minute, a veritable whirlwind in the realm of deliveries. Many students were intrigued, eager to discover the identity of this remarkable individual, rushing to place orders in hopes of encountering this culinary comet. Meanwhile, in the principal's office at the Academy City, situated at the pinnacle of the competitive tower, the elderly teacher Yuan Jing was listening to his secretary report on the situation. This elder was none other than Chu Yizhi, one of the world's top-tier powerhouses, a level 89, spirit saint. As he listened indifferently, he suddenly inquired, what is that Hu Xiao, who possesses two extraordinary Pokémon, doing? The secretary paused, then responded slowly. He has rented an apartment with someone named Lu Cheng and is currently earning points through food delivery. It's said that he utilizes teleportation to make deliveries, and now the outside world is buzzing with tales of him being the culinary comet. Chu Yizhi, caught off guard while sipping tea, nearly choked, delivering food? He is off delivering takeout, and what is this culinary comet nonsense? The secretary, maintaining a stoic expression, replied, he is merely leveraging his unique abilities, albeit at a considerable physical cost. The culinary comet is a character from an anime known for his speed and mastery of the flying thunder god technique, often referred to as the Yellow Flash. An image of Hu Xiao clad in a yellow delivery uniform, racing to deliver an order while others gasped at the sight of the Yellow Flash, formed in Chu Yizhi's mind. How fitting. He scratched his head. Well, let him be. It's all good. Ensuring his own livelihood is essential before he can enhance his abilities. Quite commendable, indeed. Let us continue to observe. Have we located that member of the Ditto family residing in Academy City? The secretary nodded. We have preliminarily identified him, but he is currently out gathering intelligence and has yet to return. However, we have also discovered one of his brothers. Who is it? Lu Qing. Chu Yizhi narrowed his eyes. Isn't that the person who shares an apartment with Hu Xiao? What a twist of fate. I wonder what kind of sparks will fly among these three. It's truly exciting to anticipate. Returning to Hu Xiao, he had achieved something quite remarkable that day, juggling 6 or 7 delivery bags while simultaneously absorbing the energy from crystal cores to replenish his stamina. He had successfully activated his perpetual motion machine. Lu Qin was not to be outdone, pedaling his bicycle so vigorously that the chain began to smoke. By the end of the day, Hu Xiao had earned the title of Yellow Flash, indirectly boosting business for merchants eager to catch a glimpse of him, provided they placed an order first. At 10 o'clock that night, Hu Xiao and Lu Qing returned to their rented apartment, sprawled out on the sofa without a care for appearances. They had exceeded their targets, with Lu Qing earning 260 points, and Hu Xiao an impressive 600 points. Together, they amassed 860 points, having nearly filled their quota of 780 points. With even some points left to spare, Hu Xiao divided the remaining 80 points, giving each of them 40 points. He was now ready to set off for the Mountain Sea Anomaly the next day to earn even more points. Chapter 77, The Mountain Sea Anomaly of Academy City. The following morning, Hu Xiao awoke early, preparing to journey to the Mountain Sea Anomaly. Lu Cheng cautioned, be careful. The Mountain Sea Anomaly is said to be quite formidable. Hu Xiao waved him off. Don't worry, if I can't handle it, I can always teleport away. These are mere trifles. I'm off now. Lu Qing nodded and began another day of food deliveries. The Mountain Sea Anomaly that Hu Xiao was headed to lay on the outskirts of Academy City, primarily inhabited by spiritualists and spirit masters, perfectly aligning with Hu Xiao's capabilities. He anticipated a substantial harvest of crystal cores, particularly those of Spirit Master caliber, which he desperately needed. The anomaly was guarded not by soldiers but by students, as Academy City employed them, rewarding them handsomely with points for their labor. Beside the anomaly, there were task boards listing various missions. Those needing specific items could contact employers for immediate exchanges to earn points. Upon arrival, Huxiao observed numerous students paying their fees to enter the Mountain Sea anomaly. He refrained from rushing in, instead curiously scanning the task board. There were requests for large quantities of crystal cores, searches for the remains of Mountain Sea beasts, and even requests for Spirit Master level crystal cores, among others. After a casual glance, Huxiao decided to leave. The Mountain Sea anomaly was peculiar, akin to unwrapping a blind box. Upon entry, individuals were randomly assigned to different locations, and the encounter with differently attributed Mountain Sea beasts depended largely on luck. After paying 1,500 points, the point collector, expressionless, informed him, "Any crystal cores or other items you acquire within are yours, but remember, you have only 3 days. Exceeding this time will require you to exit and pay again. Even a single hour late counts as an entire day." Huxiao nodded, acknowledging the logic, characteristic of Academy City's practices. Moreover, he had noticed that all the guards were of Spirit Master caliber, with the weakest being late-stage Spirit Masters, quite intimidating indeed. The moment Huxiao took his first step into the Mountain Sea anomaly, darkness enveloped him. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself beside a lake. This was a unique method employed by Academy City, randomly distributing entrants to different locations. To his astonishment, Huxiao realized that numerous spirit-level Mountain Sea beasts were eyeing him hungrily, alongside those dwelling in the lake. Licking his lips, he thought, a splendid opportunity to earn points. The Ditto ring transformed into a long sword in his hand. Armed with the sword, he charged towards the group of Mountain Sea beasts. 5 minutes later, the forest echoed with the roar of an engine. As Huxiao had finished off all the Mountain Sea beasts, continuing his leisurely pursuit in the car formed by his Ditto ring. All the beasts he had vanquished had yielded nearly 10 spirit-level Mountain Sea beasts, along with a plethora of beast remains, which Huxiao collected without hesitation. Before long, a multitude of Mountain Sea beasts, both Spirit Master and Spirit level, began to follow Huxiao, numbering over 20 in total. After witnessing the remarkable effectiveness of his fishing enforcement, Huxiao instantaneously emerged from the vehicle. Clad in armor, he exuded an imposing presence alongside the formidable psychic Pokémon that appeared behind him. Energies of the psychic realm coalesced at Huxiao's side, forming tumultuous waves. With a gentle flick of his hand, these waves surged forth, attacking all the mountain and sea beasts in the vicinity. The white waves surged skyward. Now, Huxiao could nearly unleash this extraordinary technique 3 times, thanks to the substantial energy reserves he had accumulated. With a single strike of the white waves, every single mountain and sea beast fell, regardless of whether they were at the Spirit Master or Spirit Practitioner level, all collapsing without a scratch. It was no joke. Even the Spirit Emperor level beast, Qiongqi, would be affected by such an attack, let alone these lesser beings. How lonely it is to be invincible. With a joyful demeanor, Huxiao approached the fallen mountain and sea beasts to collect their crystal cores. His haul was commendable: 10 Spirit Practitioner cores and 2 Fire-type Spirit Master cores. Coupled with the 10 Spirit Practitioner cores he had gathered in the first wave, he had a total of 20 cores, a bountiful reward. Huxiao did not pause. He continued driving, allowing the roar of the engine to attract more mountain and sea beasts. It would be splendid if he could encounter some Psychic-type beasts, or even those at the Spirit Practitioner level. This would significantly enhance his strength. Indeed, Huxiao's thoughts were validated, as no mountain and sea beast could resist the allure of the engine's roar. Soon, a multitude of them appeared behind him. Yet, Huxiao did not relent. He accelerated, seeking out new mountain and sea beasts. Fortune smiled upon him as he discovered several Spirit Master-level Psychic-type beasts trailing his vehicle. At this point, nearly 50 had gathered, and Huxiao was prepared to make a grand play. Extending his hand outside the window, countless energies morphed into numerous long swords. With a swift motion, he sent all the swords hurtling toward the pursuing mountain and sea beasts. In no time, many of them were struck down and lay motionless. Huxiao teleported forward, unleashing the premeditated white wave technique upon the mountain and sea beasts. Every strike hit its mark, toppling the majority of the beasts. Only a few, gripped by terror, turned to flee. Huxiao smiled faintly, shedding his armor. "Want to run? I don't think so. Who would have imagined that you Spirit Masters would be so feeble? I may be cautious against those above the Spirit Master level, but I will strike hard against the Spirit Masters." Huxiao's psychic Pokémon transformed into Mewtwo. It seems I should make use of the psychic Pokémon I have gathered during this time. Since upgrading to Spirit Master, Huxiao's transformation skills had also advanced, allowing him to shift into an additional psychic Pokémon and gain another skill. He replicated Luqing's Gem Starfish, Qiongqi's Flame Monkey, and, most profitably, the Jirachi from Yuanzhong. When Yuanzhong battled Qiongqi, Hu Xiao had noticed that his Pokémon was, in fact, Jirachi. Out of curiosity, he had replicated it, truly a stroke of good fortune. Now, Hu Xiao was adorned with patterns reminiscent of lightning in hues of blue and black, with a long, flowing mane extending from between his shoulders. The already handsome Hu Xiao now appeared even more striking. The metamorphic ring transformed effortlessly into a pair of gauntlets that encased his hands. As Hu Xiao's fists clashed together, a peculiar smile graced his face, morphing into a streak of lightning as he charged toward a fleeing mountain and sea beast. Chapter 78, Returning Loaded, Escaping Poverty. Plasma Lightning Fist. Hu Xiao swiftly reached the rear of one mountain and sea beast, delivering a powerful blow to its back that rendered it incapacitated. Immediately following, he unleashed the Plasma Lightning Fist upon the other fleeing beasts. All the mountain and sea beasts were swiftly dealt with by Hu Xiao. He splashed his face with a bottle of mineral water, refreshing himself, and proclaimed, "Come forth, my fortune. Let my words manifest, filling me with abundant luck." Thus began Hu Xiao's joyful journey of harvesting crystal cores. The realm of mysticism is enigmatic, however, under Hu Xiao's grand ritual. He procured a considerable number of crystal cores. He acquired 8 Spirit Master level cores, 2 of which were psychic type, alongside over 10 Spirit Practitioner level cores. A truly fruitful endeavor. Hu Xiao collected all the fallen beasts, knowing they could be exchanged for points. An hour later, Hu Xiao found a cave to conceal himself. Rubbing his hands together, he lit a peculiar incense candle and eagerly commenced absorption. After a lengthy wait, the moment he had anticipated had finally arrived. He had obtained the coveted psychic-type crystal core at the Spirit Master level. Grasping it, he began to absorb it with fervor. Soon, the psychic energy flowed through Hu Xiao's body, warm and soothing like the sun. Indeed, the energy that resonates with one's essence is the most suitable. By morning, Hu Xiao had completely absorbed the entire crystal core. While he had not broken through to level 24, he had reached the pinnacle of level 23. Just a step away from advancement. Yet, Hu Xiao did not have the luxury of time to linger. 500 points were needed each day. Who could afford to waste time? Once more, Hu Xiao set out in his little car, continuing his fishing enforcement, attracting a multitude of mountain and sea beasts, and employing widespread skills for harvesting. It was even more efficient than a game of Dynasty Warriors. Over the span of 3 days, Hu Xiao experienced abundant rewards, acquiring numerous crystal cores, both Spirit Practitioner and Spirit Master levels. He intentionally kept the Psychic-type cores and carried 2 commendable Water-type Spirit Master cores back with him. Hu Xiao arrived punctually at the entrance of the mountain and sea cave. Stepping out without a second to spare, he had successfully amassed 1,500 points, utilizing them to their fullest extent. After exiting, Hu Xiao hurried to check the task board for any appealing tasks to undertake. Water-type Spirit Practitioner cores, 30 pieces, offered a reward of 6,000 points, quite reasonable. Considering the cores here were not worth much in points, only those with considerable strength could enter the Academy City. 3 Fire-type Spirit Master cores yielded a reward of 9,000 points. This was splendid, well worth it. They were also purchasing Psychic-type Spirit Master and Spirit Practitioner cores at high prices, but Hu Xiao decided against it. He could scarcely keep enough for himself. The Tina shop was buying crystal cores at lofty prices and accepting various mountain and sea beast corpses. This was promising. Hu Xiao promptly accepted the tasks for the water and fire types and proceeded to submit his findings. Upon receipt of the cores, the management staff promptly credited Hu Xiao with the points. A total of 15,000 points transformed Hu Xiao into an instant wealthy individual. However, with numerous cores and beast corpses still in his possession, Hu Xiao navigated to the Tina shop to make his sales. Upon arrival, Hu Xiao explained his purpose to the staff, who then summoned their manager to authenticate Hu Xiao's items and provide pricing. Without hesitation, Hu Xiao laid out all his crystal cores and corpses, filling several tables to the brim. The manager, unfazed by Hu Xiao's precious storage ring, regarded him with calm indifference. Nodding, the manager inquired, "What is your ranking in the competitive tower?" "Huh? What ranking in the competitive tower?" Hu Xiao wore a puzzled expression, utterly bewildered by this novel term. The store manager, astonished, exclaimed, "You don't know about the battle tower? Are you a freshman?" Hu Xiao nodded. "Yes, I am a freshman." "What is the battle tower?" The manager regarded Hu Xiao with admiration, saying, "Isn't it impressive? Freshmen can acquire so many items." The battle tower is a hallmark of the Academy's capital. It determines your ranking, and each rank offers various rewards and discounts. However, you must accumulate a spending record of 100,000 points to qualify for participation. Currently, only 300 individuals in the entire Academy's capital hold a ranking. Hu Xiao was taken aback. How extravagant. Spending 100,000 points just to have the privilege to compete in the battle tower? That sounds a bit terrifying. The manager shook his head. As a freshman, you may not yet grasp the benefits of ranking in the battle tower. For instance, simply achieving a rank allows you to earn an additional 10% on sales in the shop. You currently have 50,000 points in goods. If you achieve a ranking, we would grant you 55,000 points. Entering the top 1,000 increases your earnings by 20%, and you can reduce your spending by 10%. Reaching the top 100 boosts your sales by 30% and decreases your spending by 20%. If you make it to the top 10, the rewards are astonishing. A 50% increase in sales earnings and a 30% reduction in spending. Isn't that enticing? Hushio swallowed hard. The allure of the battle tower was undeniable. This is incredibly tempting. The manager nodded. Indeed. However, judging by your skill level, entering the battle tower should pose no problem for you. You know you want Jing, right? The supreme leader of the Red Dragons? He was once the top contender in the Academy's arena, which caught the attention of our principal, Chu Xing, who took him as a disciple. Just think about who Chu Xing is, one of the world's elite, a spiritual saint. Hushio felt captivated by the prospect of the battle tower. The manager smiled gently at him. Put in your best effort. I look forward to seeing you shine in the battle tower. I'll transfer 50,000 points to you now. Hushio expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Upon exiting the Tiana shop, Hushio now carried a substantial sum of 65,000 points, and he felt considerably wealthier. He walked home with his chest out and head held high. Just days prior, he had only possessed 500 points, and now he had amassed 65,000. Upon returning home, he found Lu Cheng sprawled on the sofa, utterly exhausted. Hushio, buoyant with pride, announced, Lu Cheng, you won't need to run deliveries anymore. Rest for a couple of days, and then we'll prepare to enter the Mountain Sea Abyss and earn more points. Lu Cheng's eyes lit up at Hushio's arrival. You're back. It seems you had quite a successful haul. Hushio shrugged. It's nothing much, just earned 65,000 points. No big deal. Lu Cheng rolled his eyes. You're being a bit boastful, aren't you? Earning that much, and you're acting all nonchalant. Hushio sprawled on the sofa. Tomorrow, let's just focus on spending. Let's indulge. Chapter 79, Breaking Through Level 24. Lu Cheng, observing Hushio's cocky demeanor, rolled his eyes again. My dear Hugo, earning a little shouldn't make you so conceited. We still need points to learn from the masters. Hushio waved his hand dismissively. We need to save enough points before we learn anything. If we accumulate around 200,000 points, we can compete in the battle tower. The discounts are quite significant. Lu Cheng's eyes brightened. So you already know. I was just about to discuss this with you. Hushio inquired curiously. You knew about this? Lu Cheng hesitated. Yes, I've been delivering recently and spoke with other riders. That's how I learned about the battle tower. Lu Cheng couldn't disclose that it was his older brother who had informed him. The timing wasn't right. Hushio noticed Lu Cheng's unease but chose not to dwell on it. All right then, for now, let's focus on spending points and earning more, both at once. We should buy tickets to watch the battle tower matches. After all, we'll need to enter it eventually, so observing their skills would help us prepare. Hushio nodded. Good idea. However, let us split the points evenly since the cost for entering the Mountain Sea Abyss will be shared between us. Lu Cheng waved his hand. No need to split. Since I didn't partake in entering the Mountain Sea Abyss, just give me 10,000 points. I feel a bit guilty taking more. Understanding Lu Cheng's character, Hushio nodded but decided to transfer 15,000 points instead. Why are you transferring so much? Lu Cheng protested at the amount. It's nothing. Just get ready. We still need to enter the Mountain Sea Abyss. That's when we can really make some money. This is just small change. Don't worry about it. Hushio waved his hand dismissively. While Hushio and Lu Cheng discussed their earnings in the thousands, they did not consider the newcomers who were still fretting about their next meal, some of whom had only recently rented rooms and were living on instant noodles. Meanwhile, Hushio and Lu Cheng were no longer concerned about such trivial amounts. The disparity was significant. Before training, Hushio had given Lu Cheng 2 water-type spirit master-grade crystals. Lu Cheng was deeply touched and accepted the crystals with great care, earnestly saying to Hushio, Shio, I have no way to repay you, except with my youthful and handsome physique. Hearing this, Hushio's face darkened. Get lost. He then promptly shut the door. Lu Cheng, a big man, was left chuckling outside, but he quickly suppressed his laughter, though his brother had warned him about the world's dangers and the need to be cautious. He knew that Hushio was not someone he needed to be wary of. That night, Hushio approached his training with seriousness. The peculiar incense had been lit, and he held a psychic-type spirit master-grade crystal in his hand. Today marked the day Hushio would break through to level 24. He closed his eyes and began absorbing the crystal's energy, feeling the vigorous energy coursing through him. Meanwhile, Lu Qing, not rushing into his training, made a phone call. Hello. Big brother, why aren't you back yet? I'm currently out on a mission and can't return just yet. I've noticed that some individuals in the Academy's capital are searching for me, so my identity may have been compromised. Until I ascertain whether they are friends or foes, I won't return. You need to be cautious as well. Upon hearing this news, Lu Qing's expression turned serious. All right, I'm doing fine here. Just be careful. There was a brief silence on the other end before the voice asked, what about Hu Xiao? Lu Qing smiled. He's great. A true genius with 2 extraordinary Pokémon abilities. We should consider inviting him to collaborate with us. That sounds good, but now is not the time. I need to clarify who is investigating us first. Then I'll return and discuss it with Hu Xiao. Understood. After hanging up, Lu Qing's expression became grim. Who was investigating them? Were they friend or foe? He sighed, shaking his head. It seemed that some people still wouldn't let them be. He resolved to improve his strength first, so that he could seek revenge. Lu Qing pushed such thoughts aside and began to cultivate using the crystal Hu Xiao had given him. As the night passed, Hu Xiao successfully broke through to level 24. And he beamed with satisfaction at his progress. This time, my abilities have once again progressed. I can now teleport over greater distances, making food delivery exceedingly convenient. Lu Qing exited his room with a beaming smile and remarked to Hu Xiao, who was watching television in the living room, Xiao, I've just broken through to level 25. Without lifting his gaze from the screen, Hu Xiao replied, what a coincidence, I've also reached level 24. I'll catch up to you in no time. Lu Qing's expression fell. It's truly infuriating to see how some people surpass others. During the first test, you were only at level 17. And now you've caught up so quickly. It's hard to fathom. Observing Liu Qing's dejected demeanor, Hu Xiao consoled him. You've done remarkably well to break through to level 25. You should be satisfied. As for me, I just happen to possess slightly higher talent and slightly stronger abilities. Not to mention being a tad more handsome. It's nothing extraordinary. Do you think you're amusing? Lu Qing retorted, appearing defeated as he reclined on the sofa. What shall we eat for breakfast? I'm feeling a bit hungry. Hu Xiao waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry. I've ordered takeout. It will arrive shortly. And it's bound to be a feast. Lu Qing swallowed hard and replied, Isn't it a bit excessive to have such a lavish breakfast? Hu Xiao reassured him. I selected it after much deliberation. What is wrong with indulging a little? I even had them add extra ingredients. It's going to taste amazing. Lu Qing's mouth watered at Hu Xiao's words. What did you order? I'm rather curious. Knock, knock, knock. Hello, your takeout is here. Hu Xiao smiled slightly. See? It's arrived. I'll get it. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the delivery person, who looked astonished. You're Hu Xiao. Hu Xiao nodded, recognizing the delivery person. And you are? The delivery person chuckled wryly. We trained together during military training. Hu Xiao suddenly realized. No wonder he looked familiar. The delivery person continued with a hint of envy. I truly admire you. In such a short time, you've secured a place to live and have takeout at your disposal. It's wonderful. Unlike me, who rents a small room and scrimps and saves every day, rising early and toiling late to earn some money to venture into the mountain sea anomalies. Anyway, I have another delivery to make, so I'll take my leave. Don't forget to give a good review. After the delivery person departed, Hu Xiao held the takeout and mused. It's astonishing how each of us is exceptional. Yet we end up working as delivery drivers, such as the allure of this academy city. Lu Qing, however, paid little mind to the delivery person and was instead quite intrigued by the food Hu Xiao was holding. What kind of family are you from that you can afford takeout? He inquired. Hu Xiao smiled proudly. I ordered snail noodles, loaded with ingredients. And I even added spices for an extra kick. What? Snail noodles? Lu Qing was taken aback, thinking it would be a grand feast. Only to find it was snail noodles for breakfast. How hardcore. Hu Xiao eagerly opened the packaging, and a pungent odor wafted out. He then opened another box. Much to Liu Qing's dismay, revealing stinky tofu. Watching Hu Xiao devour the food, Lu Qing swallowed hard, cast a disdainful glance, took a deep breath, and began to eat heartily. Lu Qing's eyes lit up. This flavor is incredible. Soon, the two of them finished their meal in a whirlwind, patting their stomachs with satisfaction. Completely unfazed by the lingering odor in the house, Lu Qing opened a window to air it out. This action caused the landlord downstairs, who was enjoying soy milk and fried dough sticks, to nearly retch at the scent, yelling up, Are you boiling something up there? That smell is overwhelming. Lu Qing retorted. This is what we call a feast. Snail noodles paired with stinky tofu is the ultimate breakfast choice. After their breakfast, Hu Xiao and Lu Qing lounged for a while before Hu Xiao finally opened his phone to purchase tickets for the evening's competition tower event. Goodness. The worst seats are 200 points, and better ones start at 1,000. It's clearly a points grab. Hu Xiao frowned at the prices. Lu Qing, seemingly indifferent, remarked. You still don't understand how the competition tower operates. It's always like this. Everything requires points. Hu Xiao gritted his teeth. Fine, I'll buy them. I have the money, so I'll go for the most expensive. He directly booked a 3,000-point private box, not for any particular reason other than to spend more points. Plus, the box offered a dessert buffet, steak buffet, and wine buffet, which was quite delightful. Hu Xiao's expression hardened as he turned to Lu Qing. Let us skip lunch today and eat at the competition tower. We must make our points worthwhile. Lu Qing nodded earnestly. Absolutely. After spending so much, we must make sure to get our money's worth from the points we worked so hard to earn. Their goals aligned perfectly. It seemed the competition tower event itself had become secondary. At 7 in the evening, Hu Xiao teleported Lu Qing to a corner outside the competition tower. Hu Xiao pondered his failure to realize he could have simply teleported inside, wasting ticket money in the process. What a significant loss. However, there was no time for regret. Transforming his frustration into appetite, he retrieved the ticket code, and together they entered the lavish box. The box was adorned with an array of exquisite delicacies. Hu Xiao instructed Lu Qing, don't fill up on the main course. We can eat steak and lobster to our heart's content, and drink as much wine as we like. Lu Qing nodded seriously and began to indulge in the feast alongside Hu Xiao. Before the competition even officially began, Hu Xiao and Lu Qing devoured 6 steaks and several lobsters, and whenever they felt thirsty, they would crack open a bottle of red wine and drink heartily. This spectacle left the waitstaff outside utterly stunned. As the guests usually maintained an air of elegance, they wondered if a pig might soon be performed for entertainment. Once Hu Xiao and Lu Qing had their faces smeared with food, the first competition match commenced. At this moment, many male spectators stood up, their eyes gleefully fixed on the contestant entrance, shouting, Qingku, I love you, just like rice in a bowl. Meanwhile, some female spectators ignited a spark of jealousy. Hu Xiao and Lu Qing were taken aback by the uproar, exchanging bewildered glances. Who is this Qingku? Soon, the 2 contestants emerged. The first was a burly man, his muscles bulging. The audience erupted with boos directed at him. On the other side of the contestant entrance, a breathtakingly beautiful woman gracefully walked in, her skin luminous as snow, her dark hair billowing like clouds, resembling a peach blossom blooming in winter, radiant, enchanting, and strikingly picturesque. Countless male spectators were entranced by her beauty. Lu Qing was completely mesmerized. She was stunning beyond words. Hu Xiao was equally astonished. Recalling a line of poetry, the heavenly maiden ought to be in the sky, a rare chance to behold her attire and beauty. The entire audience of male spectators fervently cheered for Qingku. The referee stepped forward and announced loudly, the competition tower challenge officially commences. Ranked 1086. Qingku challenges rank 972, Miu Zhuangshi. The match begins now. Miu Zhuangshi, captivated by Qingku's beauty, shook his head, dismissing any unhealthy thoughts, and began to channel his abilities. A powerful aura materialized behind him, merging with him, enhancing his muscles to an exaggerated degree, bursting through his clothes, and showcasing his strength as a level 31 spirit master. With a faint smile, Qingku revealed a super adorable Pokémon, its head, ears, tail, and lower half of its legs adorned in a delicate pink hue, while the inner sides of its ears shimmered in a soft blue. Its eyes sparkled in a pale azure. A charming bow graced both its left ear and neck, with 2 satin ribbons trailing gracefully, enhancing its cuteness. The enchanting Eevee melded with Qingku, who now sported a bow and long satin ribbons on her ears. Her eyes transformed into a mesmerizing light blue, radiating an unparalleled beauty. This transformation intensified the atmosphere in the arena. Lu Qing, observing the metamorphosis, remarked gravely, Qing, one of the top families in Huagua. The little princess of the Eevee family? Quite an impressive background. Hu Xiao, bewildered, could not divert his gaze from Qingku, sensing there was something extraordinary about her. What is the Eevee family? Lu Qing elaborated. The 4 great families of Huagua, though now only 3 remain, as the changeling family has been eradicated. The others are the Eevee family, the legendary Suicune family, and the Dragon family. These 3 families currently represent the pinnacle of influence in Huaxia, with formidable legacies. Lu Qing's tone turned somber as he spoke of the changeling family. Hu Xiao dismissed it, thinking Lu Qing merely lamented the demise of the changeling family. He remarked, alas, one cannot escape the clutches of these illustrious families, blessed with beauty, strength, and significant backgrounds, truly the protagonists. Chapter 81. Pokémon Battle Royale? Lu Qing nodded in agreement. I share your sentiment. Alas, we are not fortunate enough to partake in such grandeur. It seems that Miu Zhuangshi won't last long against her. The match commenced, with Miu Zhuangshi relentlessly swinging his explosive fists at Qingku, yet she effortlessly evaded every strike without a scratch. Act cute. Qingku smiled gently, casting a flirtatious glance, instantly ensnaring Miu Zhuangshi, who faltered as his fists lost their vigor. The cuteness skill, with its charming gaze, lured opponents into complacency, significantly diminishing their attack power. Qiongqi smirked, extending her hand as countless pink fairy energies began to converge. Magical flash. A brilliant light engulfed the entire arena, obscuring Mewtwo Zhuang's figure. When the brilliance subsided, he lay unconscious upon the ground. The referee, glancing at Mewtwo Zhuang's condition, promptly declared, "In this match, Qiongqi is victorious," successfully advancing to rank 972. Qiongqi nodded slightly to the audience before exiting the arena, where applause and cheers erupted from the spectators. Huxiao nodded. "This young lady possesses remarkable strength. She has achieved Spirit Master level at such a young age." Lu Qing muttered, "Could she be anything less? The little princess of the EV family. After all, she has access to unparalleled resources. But it matters not. We likely won't cross paths again. I shall excuse myself to the restroom." Huxiao shrugged and, bidding Lu Qing farewell, exited the box for the facilities. Upon entering the restroom, Huxiao caught sight of a graceful figure by the sink. It was none other than Qiongqi, fresh from the competition. Qiongqi cast a fleeting glance at Huxiao. Disregarding him entirely, while he was handsome, he hardly warranted a second look in her eyes. Unperturbed, Huxiao prepared to enter the men's restroom. Back again? As Qiongqi turned to leave, her bracelet slipped from her wrist, catching Huxiao's sharp eye. "Wait." Qiongqi snapped, turning back with disdain. "What do you want?" "I detest people who attempt to flirt." Huxiao paid her no mind, bending to retrieve her fallen bracelet, his expression impassive as he said, "I believe you misconstrue my intentions. I merely wish to inform you that you dropped something." With that, he tossed the bracelet back to Qiongqi, turning his back to resume his path to the restroom. "Why are you leaving me?" Qiongqi stared at the bracelet in her hand, then glanced at Huxiao, who had already entered the restroom. This was the first instance someone had ignored her, and the man had disdainfully tossed her bracelet back to her. Shaking her head, she departed the restroom. Returning to the box, Huxiao inquired of Lu Qing, "How is the match progressing?" Lu Qing shrugged, "It remains as it is. All competitors are within the top 1,000, yet each one is at least a Spirit Master level. The top 100 will likely boast even greater prowess. More formidable than we can fathom." Huxiao couldn't help but marvel. After all, this is the Academy capital. Only the most select individuals can thrive here. An hour later, after watching 6 or 7 challenge matches, Huxiao and Lu Qing gained a clearer understanding of the prowess within the combat tower. Suddenly, the arena's layout shifted, transforming into a peculiar battleground adorned with grass patches, lakes, and floating coins, alongside several energy-shielded zones. The host announced, "Now, we present the most exhilarating battle in our combat tower, a Pokémon Battle Royale. The victorious team will be awarded a grand prize of 50,000 points." The audience erupted in excitement, eager not only to witness Qiongqi's performance but also this thrilling contest. The host continued, "Allow me to clarify the rules. Each team consists of 5 members, divided into the blue and red teams, competing against one another. The coins scattered throughout the arena can be absorbed using our provided wristbands. Numerous mechanized spirits inhabit the arena. Defeating them will also yield coins, which can be used to energize our protective shields. Once the energy reaches 50, the shields will automatically shatter, allowing entry into the enemy's territory to destroy their crystals for victory. However, bear in mind that any contestant who faints is automatically eliminated. Lethal actions are prohibited. Victory can be achieved through either destroying the enemy's crystal or defeating all opposing members." Upon hearing the rules, Huxiao recalled a game reminiscent of Pokémon Battle Royale, astonished that such a reality existed here. The host, sensing the rising enthusiasm, smiled warmly and announced, "Now, let us welcome the members of the red and blue teams." As both teams entered and took their positions, the host declared, "The match begins." The teams charged forward, each participant manifesting their powers. Among the blue team, one member wielded the Lizard King Spirit, evidently above level 36, voraciously collecting coins, amassing around 50 in no time. The audience erupted in chants, "Muyu, Muyu. Go for it." Before Muyu stood a competitor with a Gyarados spirit. His expression remained impassive, exhibiting an air of cold indifference as he stated, "Secret technique, Leaf Blade Slash." Sharp blades manifested from his arms, slicing through the opponent with an unimaginable speed, leaving no room for retaliation. The opponent collapsed, and Muyu calmly tossed the coins he had collected, effortlessly destroying the barrier. Clear and decisive. Huxiao watched in awe, impressive. That attack was truly swift. Lu Qing nodded in agreement. The Lizard King. Huh? Surname Mu, yet another rising family. A voice resonated from the arena. Muyu, always seeking the spotlight. Now is your time to shine, Xiu. A rotund figure, stout and imposing, charged forward, belly thrust out. With a powerful strike, Dragon Surge, the opposing competitor was sent flying. Lu Cheng's gaze sharpened, This plump individual was no ordinary foe, a dragon-type Pokémon with extraordinary abilities, bearing the surname Zhu Yan. Yet another from one of the three prominent families. This team was formidable indeed. Hu Xiao shrugged. It was merely a matter of coasting to victory. As expected, the Mewtwo team decisively overwhelmed their rivals, shattering their crystal and concluding the battle. After the match, Hu Xiao and Lu Cheng were thoroughly satisfied, having devoured every last morsel of dessert. When the cleanup crew arrived, they were taken aback. What had transpired? Had everything been consumed? The plates were spotless, truly remarkable. Chapter 82. Confession. Hu, I reckon we've eaten enough today to break even, Lu Cheng declared, patting his belly contentedly as they strolled through the streets. Instead of utilizing Hu Xiao's teleportation to return home, he opted for a leisurely digest. Hu Xiao nodded in agreement. I too feel we've recouped our losses. We've enjoyed the match and indulged in a feast. No regrets there. What shall we do tomorrow? Lu Cheng inquired. Tomorrow, we shall rest well. Take a day off to study which mountain and sea exotic beasts to pursue, and set off the day after. The Academy's capital boasted 4 mountain and sea anomalies, each housing diverse and varying strengths of exotic creatures. The one Hu Xiao had visited was ranked 3rd, while the 4th anomaly was filled with numerous spirit apprentice-level beasts, rendering it less appealing given the same entry cost as the 3rd. The 2nd anomaly, however, was home to spirit master-level creatures with an entry fee of 1,000 points per day, requiring a minimum stay of 10 days. The 1st anomaly was even more daunting, guarded by Spirit King-level students, where the weakest beasts were high-tier Spirit Lord level, with a staggering fee of 10,000 points per day, starting from 30 days. Such exorbitant prices deterred many students, prompting them to choose other anomalies. However, the true elites of the Academy often frequented the 1st anomaly, reaping significant rewards, a genuine path to their rise. Throughout the entirety of the next day, Hu Xiao and Lu Cheng deliberated over which mountain and sea anomaly to explore, the 2nd or the 3rd, as they were not qualified to enter the 1st. Ultimately, after much discussion, they resolved to take a bold step and venture into the 2nd anomaly, ready to confront Spirit Master and Spirit Lord level foes head-on. With a consensus reached, Hu Xiao began organizing the items in his multi-transform ring, ensuring they would suffice for a 10-day expedition. Meanwhile, Lu Cheng hurried out to procure essential supplies. Upon Lu Cheng's return, he proudly bore a plethora of medicines and an entire box of river snail rice noodles. I must tell you, after my shopping spree, I stumbled upon a supermarket promotion, buying river snail noodles at a discount. I stocked up on a whole box. We'll be living lavishly. Hu Xiao smirked, recognizing yet another aficionado of river snail noodles. On the following morning, Hu Xiao and Lu Cheng began their relentless teleportation toward the 2nd mountain and sea anomaly of the Academy's capital. The last anomaly Hu Xiao had visited was teeming with people, while this one was considerably less crowded, given the 10-day minimum stay and the requisite expenditure of over 10,000 points. Not many could afford such a price. Thus, Hu Xiao and Lu Cheng would need to part with 20,000 points to enter. Lu Cheng insisted that Hu Xiao not contribute his points, and Hu Xiao acquiesced. They would each cover their own costs. Upon officially stepping into this pricey mountain and sea anomaly, they found themselves in a vast grassland. They exchanged glances, ready to commence their venture. Lu Cheng advised earnestly, Hu Xiao, refrain from using teleportation. It depletes too much stamina and could hinder our performance. With a self-satisfied grin, Hu Xiao replied, I have no intention of using teleportations. I possess a far superior treasure. Let me show you, but do not disclose it to anyone. Rest assured, we are brothers. I would never betray your confidence. Lu Cheng affirmed with a serious nod. Hu Xiao touched his ring, revealing, this ring is no ordinary storage item. It is the legendary multi-transform ring of the Ditto clan, which I acquired in a mountain and sea anomaly in Shanhai City. It recognized me as its master. My 2nd ability spirit is named Dream, which also possesses transformation skills. Furthermore, I have pledged to the Ditto clan to seek out their remaining kin and avenge them. Lu Cheng was taken aback, his mind racing. The multi-transform ring he had sought for so long was in Hu Xiao's possession. No wonder his efforts in Shanhai City had been in vain. Yet, what astonished him most was Hu Xiao's transformation ability, a skill that the Ditto clan had famously honed. Though he belonged to a subordinate clan, he had witnessed his elder brother's transformation prowess firsthand. Hu Xiao's commitment to aiding the Ditto clan brought Lu Cheng comfort. He pondered how to recruit Hu Xiao, unaware that Hu Xiao had principles in supporting the Ditto clan. Hu Xiao leaned closer to Lu Cheng, speaking earnestly, you must keep this a secret, otherwise it could lead to dire consequences. Lu Cheng chuckled, nodding, of course, it's a promise between brothers. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Cheng continued, I may know the whereabouts of one of the Ditto clan members. Hu Xiao's eyes sparkled with interest. Really? Lu Qing bit his lip. Since we are kin, I shall divulge everything. My family is one of the subordinate clans of the Ditto. My cousin is among the remaining members of the Ditto clan, and we are currently seeking strong allies to assist us. Hu Xiao fell silent, transforming the multi-transform ring into a small vehicle. Let us talk inside. This revelation had a profound impact on Hu Xiao. The person he sought was right beside him. Lu Qing entered the vehicle, and Hu Xiao silently lit a cigarette, a pack he had kept for quite some time without smoking. Now, with such news, his mind was in turmoil. After taking a drag, Lu Qing remained quiet until Hu Xiao slowly spoke. Your words have struck me deeply. I am still processing it. Since we are on the same side, and you are my dear brother, please take me to meet your elder brother when you can. Let us see how we can proceed. Lu Qing felt relief wash over him and smiled. Absolutely. Once my brother returns, we shall meet. He has been hesitant to return due to investigations in the Academy's capital. But once the commotion dies down, he will come back. Hu Xiao nodded, starting the vehicle, which propelled them forward. Lu Qing marveled at the vehicle's interior, exclaiming, I can't believe I'm riding in a car made from the multi-transform ring. It's been ages since I've enjoyed such luxury. Hu Xiao shrugged. Fate is indeed peculiar. Let us take it one step at a time. Our primary goal now is to enter the competition tower. That's where we can learn various techniques and knowledge, making it worthwhile. Chapter 83, The Extraordinary Beast of the Mountain and See. Hu Xiao drove steadily forward, while Lu Qing reclined comfortably in the passenger seat, even switching on the stereo to enjoy some lively music. Prepare for battle, Hu Xiao warned, dousing Lu Qing's exuberance with a bucket of cold water. We have several extraordinary beasts from the mountain and sea tailing us, enough to keep us occupied. I'll take the lead, and you handle those fleeing beasts. Remember, they are spirit master level, so exercise caution. With that, Hu Xiao transformed the vehicle back into a ring and slipped it onto his finger. Lu Qing, who had been lounging comfortably, found himself sprawled on the ground as the car vanished, bewildered and nearly missing a feast. Rubbing his head in frustration, he complained. Could you at least give me a moment to prepare? I was just getting comfortable. However, Hu Xiao paid him no mind. The extraordinary dream spirit appeared behind him, and as he brushed his wrist guard, armor materialized to envelop him. A smile flickered across Hu Xiao's face as countless streams of extraordinary energy began to coalesce like ocean waves. Over 20 extraordinary beasts from the mountain and sea charged recklessly toward him. White waves rise. This was Hu Xiao's wide-ranging attack technique. Though his strength was only at level 24, the peculiar incense and extraordinary armor empowered him to contend with spirit master level foes. The surging waves of energy engulfed the beasts, inflicting significant damage. Many with weaker mental fortitude fell instantly, while others sustained severe injuries, realizing they faced an insurmountable opponent. The remaining beasts quickly turned to flee. Hu Xiao smirked, thinking of escaping? Not on my watch. He focused his energy, unleashing a psychic wave that struck one beast down and exerted telekinetic control over the others. Glancing at the still-dazed Lu Qing, he urged, What are you waiting for? Come and claim your share. Lu Qing, having never witnessed Hu Xiao use white waves rise, was taken aback by its power. Upon hearing Hu Xiao's call, he snapped back to reality and rushed forward, brandishing his sword against the extraordinary beasts. Meanwhile, Hu Xiao continued to manipulate the beast's movements with his telekinesis, granting Lu Qing ample opportunity to reap the rewards. With Hu Xiao handling the spirit master level foes, it felt as effortless as slicing through vegetables. Soon, they had dispatched the entire batch of extraordinary beasts. Hu Xiao and Lu Qing began to examine the spoils for spirit master level crystal cores. Among the group, which consisted primarily of grass and ground types, they found a total of 5 cores. Hu Xiao shook his head with a wry smile. The odds are rather dismal. Only 5 cores, and none of them are of any use to us. Lu Qing shot him a look. Be grateful for what you have. 5 cores is already a boon. Look at who can lure extraordinary beasts into a trap, fish them out, and harvest them. It's just us. Hu Xiao shrugged. All right. Let us move on. Hop in. We'll continue to fish for more. If we can manage 2 more waves today, we'll call it a day. With a wave of his hand, he collected all the beast carcasses, transforming the ring back into a small vehicle. Both Hu Xiao and Lu Qing climbed in, continuing their endeavor. After another 2 successful waves, they secured a total of 15 crystal cores, completing their mission for the day. In total, they had amassed 20 spirit master level cores, though regrettably, none were suitable for their use. Nonetheless, both still had some reserves. Hu Xiao possessed 1 spirit master level extraordinary core and 5 or 6 spirit level ones, which would suffice. Finding a cave, Hu Xiao set up 2 beds, arranged a table, and brought out a diesel generator and an induction cooker. Tonight, we feast on hot pot. Lu Qing weakly suggested. How about a pack of snail noodles as a staple? I think that's a splendid idea. to enjoy such a comfortable life amidst the extraordinary beasts of the mountain and sea. Only Hu Xiao and Lu Cheng could manage it. The spicy hot pot and the pungent aroma of the snail noodles mingled together, making it impossible for them to resist. Soon, they had devoured everything, reclining comfortably in their chairs, sipping cola and chatting. I feel like Spirit Master level challenges lack excitement. Should we aim for something bigger? Upon hearing Hu Xiao's words, Lu Cheng swallowed hard. Are you suggesting we tackle Spirit Master level foes? I can't help but think you're getting a bit carried away. Hu Xiao shrugged. Fortune favors the bold, the timid perish. We ought to each secure a Spirit Master level core suitable for ourselves. It would undoubtedly bolster our strength. Lu Cheng gritted his teeth. All right, let us do it. I also want to experience the sensation of a Spirit Master level core. Thus, the Spirit Master level creatures, though seemingly inconsequential, were indeed worth pursuing. One Spirit Master level core could equate to numerous Spirit Master level crystal cores, and the carcasses of the beast were more valuable than the Spirit Master level cores. If they hunted a few more, they could easily amass what they needed. Lu Cheng was swayed by Hu Xiao's reasoning and nodded. Let us proceed as planned. We'll tackle it tomorrow without hesitation. Hu Xiao smiled mysteriously. Excellent. Tomorrow, follow my lead. I've checked the records, and there are plenty of water-type Spirit Master level beasts around, as well as numerous extraordinary attributes. We'll seize the opportunity. Tomorrow we enter the mountains, and the day after, we'll dive into the water. I have no issue entering the water, but won't it be a challenge for you? Hu Xiao grinned mysteriously. Have you forgotten my transformation ability? I've already replicated your extraordinary power. It's all good. Seeing Hu Xiao's confident demeanor, Lu Cheng could only sigh. With that transformation ability, you truly can do as you please. With a new plan in mind, early the next morning, after completing their training, Hu Xiao led Lu Cheng in search of Spirit Master level extraordinary beasts. They soon arrived at a popular destination mentioned online, or rather, a paradise for extraordinary beings, the enigmatic forest. This place was home to extraordinary beasts of the mountain and sea, albeit in limited numbers. However, compared to other areas, it was relatively abundant. Upon arrival, Hu Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. If only spirit-level extraordinary cores weren't so ineffective for me now. I can't afford to overlook Spirit Master or Spirit Master level cores. Hu Xiao and Lu Cheng advanced cautiously. As they entered, they were ambushed by two Spirit Master level extraordinary beasts, though neither possessed extraordinary attributes. Quick and decisive, Hu Xiao exclaimed, dispatching one with a swift strike and successfully harvesting a crystal core. As they pressed deeper into the forest, they sensed several powerful Spirit Master level energies nearby. Before them stood a creature that Hu Xiao had long desired, an extraordinary Spirit Master level beast. Chapter 84, A Terrifying Breakthrough in 10 Days. It was a Spirit Master level beast known as the Yao, resembling a goat with 9 tails, 4 ears, and eyes located on its back. It appeared quite fearsome, and its presence exuded immense power. Currently, it lay asleep with all 4 eyes tightly shut. Hu Xiao and Lu Cheng exchanged glances and proceeded with utmost caution. The extraordinary dream spirit silently manifested behind Hu Xiao, while armor stealthily enveloped him. Gathering extraordinary energy into a multitude of swords, Hu Xiao launched an assault on the Yao. Countless blades targeted only one being, the Yao, each sword striking relentlessly against its formidable form. The monstrous creature, with its 4 eyes glaring furiously at Hu Xiao, let out a pained howl. Meanwhile, Lu Cheng made his move. A jet of water surged forth to attack the beast. The creature's blue gaze flared, repelling the water with sheer force. The versatile ring transformed into a bow. Hu Xiao raised the bow, channeling energy into arrows that he aimed directly at the creature's eyes, swiftly firing 4 shots, each finding its mark and blinding the beast. Now deprived of sight, the creature became agitated, spinning aimlessly. Hu Xiao's dreamlike powers manifested as arcs of lightning enveloped him, adorned with intricate patterns. The versatile ring seamlessly morphed into a pair of gauntlets that encased Hu Xiao's hands. As he struck his fists together, sparks of lightning crackled. With an explosive speed, Hu Xiao vanished and reappeared above the creature, delivering a devastating punch that sent the beast crashing to the ground, never to rise again. A satisfied smile crept across Hu Xiao's face. Done. He began to collect the creature's remains with ease, fortune smiling upon him as he unearthed a powerful psychic core. Holding it aloft, he admired its radiant azure glow, brimming with immense psychic energy, and chuckled. This was all too simple. Lu Cheng, watching from the sidelines, was rendered speechless. Despite being at a higher level than Hu Xiao, it was evident that Hu Xiao could defeat him in mere moments. Lu Cheng felt like a mere spectator, having only contributed a single water jet while the rest of the time he could do nothing but cheer. Amazing. Excitedly, Hu Xiao declared, let us move on, Lu Cheng. We shall tackle the next ones and take down the spirit lords we sense today. Lu Cheng nodded in agreement. All right, you take the lead while I provide moral support. The duo continued their expedition through the forest, and by the end of the day, they had slain 4 spirit lords, obtaining 3 cores along with several from lesser spirit masters. Among the spirit lord cores, 2 possessed psychic attributes, much to Hu Xiao's delight. Upon returning to their cave, as they savored spicy snail noodles and hot pot, Hu Xiao remarked, "Tomorrow we'll dive into the waters, helping you gather more cores. The bizarre forest has been thoroughly explored, and there aren't many psychic creatures left. My fortune will determine my finds, but for you, anywhere with water guarantees a supply of water attributes." Lu Qing nodded. Indeed, those with psychic attributes, as well as fairy, dragon, and ghost types, are exceedingly rare. Today's haul of psychic attributes is quite impressive. Hu Xiao waved his hand dismissively. "I'm content. Tonight, I will consume the cores from the spirit masters first, saving the spirit lord ones for last. That should suffice." Lu Qing replied, "Then tomorrow we shall dive. And I'm eager to see how many spirit lord level creatures lurk beneath the waves." They arrived at the edge of a lake, and Hu Xiao suggested, "Let us stay here. The seaside is too risky. Who knows what spirit king level beasts might emerge, and we wouldn't stand a chance." Lu Qing agreed. Warming up for the task ahead, after their preparations, both Hu Xiao and Lu Qing summoned the gem starfish spirits, initiating a fusion. Crystals appeared on their foreheads, and 6-pointed stars adorned their backs. Lu Qing gazed at Hu Xiao's transformation, filled with envy. Having a transformation ability that enabled him to morph into various powerful spirits made Hu Xiao particularly formidable, unlike others who could only change forms. As they plunged into the water, both were now water attribute users and could breathe normally beneath the surface. The underwater realm was a different world, fraught with peril. As they descended, numerous mountain sea creatures began to take notice of them. Exchanging determined glances, they commenced their slaughtering spree. Despite his lack of proficiency in underwater combat, Hu Xiao wielded his armor with an air of invincibility, creating waves that crashed relentlessly. Lu Qing unleashed his ultimate technique, a water tornado, wreaking havoc upon their foes. This assault yielded 4 water attribute spirit lord cores and 6 or 7 spirit master cores, sending Lu Qing into fits of joy. However, the exertion took a toll on Hu Xiao. Back in their cave, Lu Qing expressed his gratitude. "Bro, today's success was all thanks to you. Otherwise, I wouldn't even recognize a spirit lord core." Hu Xiao responded with a hint of irritation. "I'm exhausted. From tomorrow, let us focus on collecting spirit master and spirit lord cores simultaneously. The psychic ones are mine, the water ones are yours, and we'll save a few of the other attributes." Lu Qing agreed, understood. After dinner, Hu Xiao began to absorb the remaining spirit master psychic cores, while Lu Qing also engaged in the same, although he took much longer to absorb them. Hu Xiao's terrifying absorption ability allowed him to consume 2 spirit master cores overnight, and even a spirit user core on top of that. By the end of the night, Hu Xiao's level surged to the pinnacle of level 24. For 8 days, both Hu Xiao and Lu Qing fought fiercely, relentlessly gathering cores, leaving no spirit lord or spirit master untouched, stuffing their versatile rings to the brim with beast remains. Lu Qing achieved a breakthrough to level 26, solidifying his position at the apex of that level without even absorbing a spirit lord core. Hu Xiao, after consuming 1 spirit lord core, broke through to levels 25 and 26, solidifying his own realm. The duo's rapid progress was nothing short of extraordinary, a remarkable leap in power. Chapter 85. Expenditure and Extravagance. After 10 days, the other students hunting monsters in the mountain sea cave appeared weary and travel-worn. In stark contrast, Hu Xiao and Lu Qing radiated vitality, their faces aglow, even visibly plumper, while others toiled for profit. Hu Xiao and Lu Qing seemed as if they were merely restocking supplies. Upon exiting, Hu Xiao inhaled deeply, exclaiming, "Indeed, the human world is the best, so comfortable." He promptly pulled Lu Qing along, teleporting them to the Tianhe marketplace, ready to offload their spoils. Upon seeing Hu Xiao's vast collection of Spirit Lord and Spirit Master cores, along with a mountain of beast carcasses, many of which were Spirit Lord level, the shopkeeper couldn't help but marvel. "Young man, impressive. A plethora of Spirit Lord cores will earn you a fortune in points. I told you that with effort, you could ascend the competitive tower. I wasn't mistaken. You possess the aura of greatness." With a modest smile, Hu Xiao felt a swell of pride within. They were formidable, unstoppable. After calculating their haul, the shopkeeper awarded both Hu Xiao and Lu Qing 300,000 points each. This venture had proven immensely profitable. Hu Xiao now boasted around 340,000 points, while Lu Qing had also amassed over 300,000. However, the two individuals did not depart from the Tianhe shop. Instead, they began to select suitable items. Lu Qing set his sights on a mysterious water droplet, which could enhance his water-based skills, priced at 200,000 points. This price was reasonable. The quality of this droplet was not particularly high, inferior even to Hu Xiao's peculiar incense, which was of a higher grade. And it could only augment his power by approximately 10%. Each item holds a distinct level, with Hu Xiao's peculiar incense classified as red grade, while the mysterious droplet fell under the white grade. Nevertheless, Lu Qing purchased it without hesitation. Unlike weapons, items are relatively scarce. Even the weakest white grade holds considerable value. Lu Qing cherished the mysterious water droplet in his hand, a broad smile illuminating his face. Meanwhile, Hu Xiao, after a brief perusal, found nothing of interest. He had no shortage of weapons, as his versatile ring could transform into any desired weapon of orange grade. Additionally, he possessed both the peculiar incense and the superpowered armor, rendering him temporarily satisfied. With a resigned shake of his head, he followed the elated Lu Qing out of the Tianhe shop and back home. Lu Qing, lovingly caressing his mysterious water droplet, inquired of Hu Xiao, "Are you sure you don't wish to purchase anything? Isn't spending 100,000 points too little? How will you enter the arena tower?" Hu Xiao shrugged, responding, "It's no big deal. Earning points is challenging, but spending them is trivial. Someone will arrive shortly." Lu Qing, puzzled, asked, "Who?" Before long, a knock resounded from the door. Lu Qing glanced skeptically at Hu Xiao, questioning whether someone would indeed come. Is this even legitimate? Does the Academy City engage in such activities? Swallowing hard, he opened the door to reveal a man clad in a white tank top and baggy shorts. Clutching a large set of keys, the landlord. "Landlord, what brings you here?" The landlord, with a keen gaze fixed on Hu Xiao, stated, "Kid, are you certain you want to rent a villa in the city center? It's 100,000 points a month, and if you rent it, I'll teach you the basics of swordsmanship for free. If you wish to learn sword techniques, I'll give you a 20% discount." Hu Xiao rose from the sofa, offering a slight smile to Lu Qing. "Pack your bags. We're moving." He then turned to the landlord, saying, 100,000 points. "I'll transfer it to you. Remember to teach me the basics of swordsmanship." With that, Hu Xiao retrieved his phone to scan a code and promptly completed the transaction. The landlord was momentarily taken aback by this swift operation. After glancing at the transfer, he swallowed hard and said, "That's splendid. I'll come by tomorrow noon to teach you sword techniques. Now, let me take you to your new mansion." Lu Qing was equally astonished by Hu Xiao's actions. "So this is how it's done. Renting a luxury villa comes with swordsmanship lessons." Indeed, Hu Xiao had little experience with swords. After finalizing the transaction, Hu Xiao and Lu Qing began to gather their belongings from the rental unit. Meanwhile, the landlord sat on the sofa, chuckling at his phone. Clearly pleased to have encountered such a wealthy patron, these two fellows were no ordinary individuals. Once they finished packing, the landlord drove his luxury car, taking Hu Xiao and Lu Qing to their new mansion in the city center. Here is your rental property. It's fully equipped with amenities, a gym, a training hall, a private meditation room, and even a swimming pool, all at your disposal. There are 7 bedrooms and a conference room. You might consider forming a hunting team for expeditions, as many students in the Academy City do. Hu Xiao and Lu Qing nodded in agreement, truly impressed by the splendid abode. The landlord casually tossed the keys to Hu Xiao and Lu Qing, adding, "Remember to pay the rent each month. I'll waive the rent for today and tomorrow as a gesture for the leftover funds from your previous lease. I'll be back at 1 o'clock tomorrow to teach you the basics of swordsmanship." Hu Xiao nodded appreciatively, clasping his hands in gratitude. "Thank you." After the landlord departed, Lu Qing gazed at the villa in awe. Being wealthy is indeed delightful. Just look at this place. It's so comfortable. You really did well to rent this, with complimentary swordsmanship lessons. Hu Xiao replied with pride, "Indeed. This was all part of my plan. I had it figured out long ago. What do you think? Not bad, right?" Lu Qing gave a thumbs up. Impressive. Rather than rushing to register at the arena tower, Hu Xiao and Lu Qing focused on enhancing their strength. With their current points, they could sustain themselves for 3 months, so there was no urgency to register. Improving their strength first, they planned to challenge the competition directly afterward. If they could rank within the top 1,000, the rewards would be substantial, significantly boosting their point income. During the day, Hu Xiao trained in swordsmanship under the landlord's guidance, and at night, he practiced with crystal cores, leading a fulfilling life. Thus, a month passed, and both Hu Xiao and Lu Qing made rapid progress. They exhausted all their crystal cores. Lu Qing reached level 29, having absorbed all the water system crystal cores at the spiritual master level, which accounted for his achievements. Meanwhile, Hu Xiao mastered sword techniques with such remarkable speed that even the landlord praised him as a genius, reminiscent of his own early days. His cultivation also flourished, breaking through to level 29, and utilizing the spiritual master level crystal cores provided him with an abundant energy supply. Hu Xiao's teleportation distance significantly increased, now reaching a maximum of 570 meters, which, combined with the 20 boost from the peculiar incense, totaled an impressive 684 meters. Such substantial progress was indeed remarkable. Chapter 86, Arena Tower Challenge, aiming for the top 1,000. However, despite rapid advancements, the supply of crystal cores fell short, as the quantity required was immense. Especially for Hu Xiao, who possessed the spiritual abilities of a divine beast, the energy demands were staggering. Even a prodigy like him could not withstand such consumption. Unlike the ordinary fire path practitioners, who could break through the spiritual master level with a single spiritual master level fire crystal core, Hu Xiao faced a different challenge due to his unique prowess. Tonight marked a significant occasion, one that would influence the future standings of both Hu Xiao and Lu Qing. They were set to register for the arena tower and commence their challenges. Prepared and resolute, the two ventured toward the arena tower, knowing that successful advancement would enhance their income from selling goods, yielding a considerable amount of points. Upon arriving at the arena tower, they promptly presented their documentation. The receptionist, upon noticing the entry dates of Hu Xiao and Lu Qing into the academy city, displayed a change in demeanor, exclaiming, "These new students are remarkably strong." After recording their information, the receptionist respectfully handed Hu Xiao and Lu Qing 2 gilded membership cards. Hu Xiao, your number is 2,350. Lu Qing, your number is 2351. Should you wish to improve your ranks, I can assist you in registering for today's challenge, or you may issue invitations yourself. The recipient cannot refuse more than 3 times. If they exceed this limit, the card will be temporarily suspended for a week, prohibiting any transactions or challenges. However, if there is a rank disparity of more than 100, the recipient has the right to refuse without penalty. After receiving the cards, Hu Xiao and Lu Qing nodded in understanding. Hu Xiao smiled at the receptionist, stating, "Then please assist us with our registration. We are ready for the challenge today." The receptionist, blushing slightly at Hu Xiao's charming smile, shyly nodded in agreement. "Of course, Hu Xiao, please tell me how high a rank you wish to challenge." Hu Xiao smiled slightly and said, "Please find me an opponent ranked within 1,000. The receptionist paused, momentarily taken aback, and asked uncertainly, "Are you sure you want someone ranked within 1,000? Those in that range are at least at the spirit master level. Are you certain you wish to challenge them?" Hu Xiao nodded earnestly. "I am certain. Please find me an opponent." Upon hearing this, the receptionist had no choice but to search for a challenger. "How about Yi Qing? His rank is exactly 1,000, but I'm not sure if he will accept your challenge, as he has the right to refuse." Lu Qing, not daring to be as audacious as Hu Xiao, was aware of his own capabilities and chose an opponent ranked around 1,500. Soon, Lu Qing's challenger agreed to the match, and he was scheduled for the 12th bout of the day. Hu Xiao's opponent also accepted the challenge. In truth, Yi Qing had already seen the challenge, but looked down upon Hu Xiao's ranking of 2,350. "How audacious to challenge me at such a low rank. He truly does not understand his limits. Well, since I'm free today, I might as well teach this kid a lesson about humility." After accepting the challenge, Hu Xiao was assigned to the 13th match. As challengers, Hu Xiao and Lu Qing sat in the players' lounge, observing the matches ahead. Meanwhile, 2 beautiful women in the audience, donning masks, hats, and sunglasses, were watching the competition. "Qin, what made you think of watching the matches today? This is quite beneath us. The truly good matches are always on the weekends. Now it's just a bunch of novices squabbling," remarked one young lady disdainfully as she watched the event. Qin shrugged. "I was just bored and thought I'd take a look. Besides, our rankings aren't that impressive either, barely within the top 1,000. What if these people challenge us? We should observe the situation first, don't you think, Lon Lon?" Lon Lon sighed in resignation. "Yes, you're right. I, Shuizhe Lon, need to be cautious. If I were to be challenged and defeated by these people, it would be a disgrace for the heir of the Shui clan." So they settled in to watch the matches. The subsequent bouts lacked any remarkable highlights. The fighting was rather mundane. Just as Shuizhe Lon had criticized, novices pecking at each other. Qin felt quite disappointed. These contestants were truly underwhelming. Before long, the 12th match commenced. Lu Qing straightened his clothes and said to Hu Xiao, "Get ready to witness my performance." Hu Xiao smiled faintly. "I wish you success." Lu Qing's entrance garnered significant attention, largely due to his handsome appearance. Although he might not rival Hu Xiao or the author in looks, he was still quite the charming figure. Shuizhe Lon became intrigued and pointed at Lu Qing, saying to Qin, "Look at this Lu Qing. He is rather good looking." Qin scoffed, "Unimpressed, in my eyes. He is nothing exceptional." As the match began, Lu Qing engaged in a fierce battle with his opponent, showcasing his rich experience and skillful tactics. The fight concluded swiftly, with Lu Qing successfully advancing to the 1,500th rank. The audience offered scattered applause, and Shui Zhelan's eyes lit up. Not bad, Lu Qing. Though he hasn't broken into the Spirit Master level, his experience makes him more than capable of challenging those ranked higher. Qin Ke nodded in agreement. Indeed. Lu Qing's prowess far surpassed that of the incompetent fighters they had just witnessed. Lu Cheng returned to the contestant area, elated. Hu Xiao acknowledged him with a nod. You performed admirably. Now it's my turn to shine. With confidence, Hu Xiao strode out into the arena. The announcer declared, in this match, challenger Hu Xiao, ranked 2350, will face Yi Qing, ranked 1000. This announcement elicited incredulous gasps from the crowd. What is this? A direct challenge to someone ranked 1500 above him? Is this a joke? The audience began to murmur, criticizing Hu Xiao for his arrogance. Shui Zhelan frowned. These people truly have no sense of their limits. A challenge to someone 1,500 ranks above him? What if he gets injured, or worse? Qin Ku's brow furrowed, clearly uninterested in the challenger ranked 2350, deeming him reckless. As Yi Qing entered the arena, a sly smile adorned his face as he greeted the female spectators around him. Qin Ke grimaced. This man is no saint. Shui Zhelan concurred. He looks appealing, but his abilities are mediocre at best. Then came Hu Xiao's entrance, met with a chorus of jeers from the audience. Clearly skeptical of someone so ambitious, it seemed they believed he would not endure long. Expecting Yi Qing to leave him with a psychological scar by the end of the match. Chapter 87, Domination. Hu Xiao's fury amidst the jeers. Hu Xiao's expression remained unchanged. Yet, many female spectators were captivated by his looks, exclaiming, he is quite handsome. Shui Zhelan's tone softened, though tinged with regret. You see, Hu Xiao is indeed good-looking, but it's a shame he doesn't seem very bright. Qin Ke, observing Hu Xiao's entrance, was astonished. He recognized him as the person she had encountered in the restroom previously. Truthfully, she found herself quite intrigued by him. He was the first person to disregard her completely, and in retrospect, she felt slightly embarrassed about having berated him. Shui Zhelan noticed Qin Ke's silence as she stared intently at Hu Xiao, a mischievous smile creeping onto her lips. Qin, this man is quite handsome. INSTA-KOs, are you perhaps feeling a flutter of affection? Should you give it a go? At this, Qin Ke's face turned crimson as she pinched Shui Zhelan. Stop saying such nonsense. Meanwhile, on stage, Yi Qing disdainfully addressed Hu Xiao. Kid, are you foolish? You dare to challenge me with your Spirit Master level strength? How laughable. Do you believe I could defeat you in 3 moves? Don't come crying to your mama afterward. With that, Yi Qing erupted into a mocking laugh. Hu Xiao's expression darkened, while he dismissed Yi Qing's earlier remarks. The last comment about his mother struck a deep chord within him. Having never known his mother, that remark pierced him profoundly. The air around Hu Xiao grew heavy with tension as he spoke slowly. Did your mouth migrate from your rear? It reeks. At this, Yi Qing's fury ignited, and he retorted, very well, you will pay dearly for your words. Today, I will show you what true strength is. Hu Xiao continued to gaze coldly at Yi Qing, as if he were merely observing a corpse. The match officially began, and Yi Qing grinned wickedly. Little boy, just watch closely. Bulbasaur, merge. The figure of Bulbasaur materialized behind him, quickly merging with Yi Qing. His appearance transformed, adorned with a vibrant green hue, a large seed on his back, and leaves crowning his head. Brandishing a knife, he pointed menacingly at Hu Xiao. If you know what is good for you, kneel and apologize now, and I might spare your life. Hu Xiao merely flexed his arms and neck, replying, such arrogance will not serve you well. Let us see your true capabilities in the arena. His face bore a cold indifference, his eyes glinting with a hint of murderous intent as he adjusted his wrist guards. The manifestation of the extraordinary dream Pokémon appeared behind Hu Xiao, an overwhelming pressure descending upon Yi Qing. Even the audience felt it, silencing them as if they were obedient children. Shui Zhelan was astounded. This man's extraordinary spirit instilled fear in her waterlord. Qin Ke also sensed it. The pressure was like a blade against their throats, leaving them breathless. Facing this oppressive force, Yi Qing was drenched in cold sweat, trembling uncontrollably. This oppression was absolute. To Yi Qing, Hu Xiao loomed like a giant, suffocating him. Lu Qing's expression grew grave. He knew Hu Xiao was furious. Yi Qing gritted his teeth, attempting to steady his mind. After all, his opponent was merely a spirit master, while he was a spirit sovereign. He had the advantage of rank. What was there to fear? Hu Xiao's face was devoid of expression as a radiant light enveloped his wrist, gradually revealing a suit of armor. The armor swiftly covered every inch of Hu Xiao, and even the dream Pokémon underwent a transformation. The sight astonished everyone. And the armored dream Pokémon appeared strikingly formidable, exuding an oppressive aura that incited a desire to kneel. Yi Qing's face was marked by terror. This overwhelming pressure was beyond his capacity to withstand. Unable to bear it any longer, he buckled at the knees and collapsed. The atmosphere turned bizarre. The armored Hu Xiao smirked slightly, Not bad, but what a pity it isn't New Year, or I could give you some lucky money. Yiqing felt an intense humiliation. By kneeling, he had become a laughingstock among them. With a furious shout, "You brat, I will make you pay." Yiqing sprang to his feet, brandishing his blade and charging at Hu Xiao. Hu Xiao remained impassive, clad in armor. His expression was unreadable. He extended his hand, and an invisible force bound Yiqing, rendering him immobile. With a gentle flick, Hu Xiao hurled Yiqing away. This was the advantage of the psychic realm, mental control. Yiqing crashed heavily against the wall before plummeting down. "I will have your life." Flying leaf blade. Yiqing rose, his eyes ablaze with fury, as countless grass-type energies transformed into leaves that surged toward Hu Xiao. "Is that all you've got? How weak," Hu Xiao remarked coolly. Countless psychic energies coalesced beside him, forming numerous long swords. With the grace of flying blades, the energy-formed swords collided with the flying leaf blade, extinguishing its energy and scattering green shards upon the ground. One by one, the flying swords pierced through Yiqing's body, strike after strike. Hu Xiao had controlled his strength. Otherwise, Yiqing would have faced fatal injuries. Yiqing coughed up blood, and his POKÉMON spirit vanished, leaving him unconscious on the ground. The arena fell silent, all eyes fixed intently on Hu Xiao. This man was no fool. He possessed the confidence to enter the top 1,000. Truly terrifying. Shui Zealand swallowed hard. This man is ruthless, especially with that psychic attack. Yiqing couldn't endure it. No visible wounds, yet so fearsome. Qin Ku's eyes glimmered with newfound admiration for Hu Xiao. He was genuinely powerful, surpassing expectations and securing victory effortlessly. As Yiqing fell, Hu Xiao dispelled his armor and POKÉMON spirit, turning to return to the contestants' area. The referee, momentarily stunned, announced, "In this match, challenger Hu Xiao emerges victorious, advancing to the top 1,000. Let us applaud Hu Xiao." The audience snapped out of their shock, erupting into applause. No one dared to underestimate Hu Xiao now. Qin Ke gazed after his retreating figure, somewhat mesmerized. Shui Zealand exclaimed, "This man is truly formidable. We cannot underestimate those with lower rankings. They all possess hidden strengths. I'm glad I came today. Thank you, Qin." Qin Ke withdrew her gaze, smiling gently. "That's why I invited you to watch the match, to remind you not to be complacent. This place is teeming with hidden talents." After the match, Hu Xiao left the arena, striding confidently toward the contestants' corridor. Having adjusted his mood, he turned to Lu Cheng and exclaimed, "What do you think? My strength is no joke. I secured the match effortlessly." Lu Cheng looked at Hu Xiao as if he were a monster. Such power could only be described as monstrous, defeating a spirit master without a chance to retaliate. Lu Cheng could only give a thumbs up in approval. Qin could continue to watch Hu Xiao depart, her thoughts lingering on his impressive strength. Meanwhile, medical personnel arrived to carry Yiqing away. After checking their rankings, Hu Xiao and Lu Cheng exited the advancement tower, returning to their luxurious villa. Reclining on the sofa, Lu Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. "Xiao, this time we've hit the jackpot. You've made it into the top 1,000. Our crystal sales can rise by 20%. This is fantastic." Hu Xiao settled beside him, leaning back against the sofa. "So tomorrow we'll pack our bags and prepare for a supply run to the Mountain Sea Abyss. It's been a month since our last visit, and with our limited points, we can't afford to be complacent." "Absolutely," Lu Cheng agreed. "Others go to the Mountain Sea Abyss for survival. For us, it's merely a supply run." Hu Xiao pondered. "Didn't our landlord mention forming a hunter-s guild? We should consider that. It could enhance our point earnings significantly." Lu Cheng nodded. "Indeed, it's a viable path. While we may seem to earn a lot, it's merely enough to maintain our living standards. If we wish to delve into profound martial arts or acquire high-level treasures, we genuinely lack the qualifications. Thus, we must carefully plan our hunter-s guild." Lu Cheng sighed. "Who would have thought that a school would push us into becoming business people?" Hu Xiao shook his head, chuckling. "This is the Academy City's ability to cultivate talents across all professions. To grow stronger, one must be self-motivated. Otherwise, many will not take their studies seriously. Teaching is futile if one isn't willing to invest." "You make a compelling point. So tomorrow, let us prepare for the Mountain Sea Abyss supply run, gather sufficient funds, and start recruiting to form our team." At the break of dawn the next day, Hu Xiao and Lu Cheng set off for the Mountain Sea Abyss. Meanwhile, in the highest office of the Academy City, the principal pondered over a document. His secretary, observing Principal Chu Yi's expression, dared not speak loudly. The 4 great sacred lands dare to provoke Academy City, thinking we are easy prey. A group of self-serving individuals, deluding themselves into believing they are divine representatives. Disgusting. Chu Yi was furious. The schemes of the 4 great sacred lands had now reached him. The 4 great holy lands are not established upon the terrestrial realm but within the mystical realms of mountains and seas. The ancestors of these holy lands possess Pokémon abilities of divine caliber, perceiving themselves as the emissaries of the gods, self-proclaimed monarchs who disregard Earth's fate, aiming to dominate it as a bountiful prize. During times of calamity, such as beastly surges, they merely observe with indifference, emerging only to claim their share of the spoils in times of victory. Were it not for certain divine emissaries, such as Qiongqi, who steadfastly defend Earth, it would have long been subjugated by these entities. Recently, an invitation, or perhaps a challenge, has been issued from the schools of the 4 great holy lands. These sanctuaries disdain any involvement with earthly matters, and it is inconceivable for them to send their esteemed kin to study on this planet. Instead, they have established their own academies, infuriatingly employing a number of instructors and elite students whom they have lured away from Earth at great expense. While they fortify their own power, they simultaneously diminish that of Earth, a calculated strategy indeed. The expression of fury was evident on the face of the young secretary. The 4 great holy lands, are they not human? Why do they engage in such inhumane acts? Absconding with the vice principal and a multitude of elite students? What more do they desire? Qiongqi scoffed. Their target is not solely our academy, but extends to other holy lands as well. They seek to ascertain who is the strongest. The secretary timidly inquired, "Shall we participate?" Participate? Of course. With half a year to prepare, it is not merely a duel, but also a team battle. We have ample time. This time, I shall show them what it means to be constrained. A spark ignited in the secretary's eyes. Indeed, why should we fear them? However, we must select our contestants wisely. Qiongqi contemplated. They are sending second-year and first-year combinations. We shall mirror this. We cannot appear weak. Let us disseminate this information, detailing the battle conditions. In half a month, we shall commence selections. First-year and second-year students above level May 25th register, with the top 5 formally becoming members of the representative team and receiving my guidance for 6 months. Those who perform exceptionally will be accepted as my disciples. The news stirred excitement within the secretary, who hesitantly raised her hand. I have a small question. May I participate? Certainly. Qiongqi regarded his secretary, furrowing his brow. How old are you? You are almost 30. It's time to act with maturity. Go now and disseminate what I've instructed. The secretary pouted as she exited the office. Beginning to execute her superior's plan, Qiongqi had already earmarked several candidates, and barring unforeseen circumstances, they would be his choices. He murmured to himself, Huxiao, do not disappoint me, a prodigy with dual abilities. As the news spread, Huxiao and Lu Cheng had already entered the mystical realm, embarking on their 10-day hunting expedition. If all went well, this would be akin to a leisurely outing, with the prospect of lucrative gains. Unbeknownst to them, chaos had erupted in the Academy City following the principal's announcement. Everyone was in a frenzy, eager to sign up for the chance to receive the rare guidance of the esteemed Qiongqi. The opportunity to become his disciple would be akin to striking gold. Chapter 89. The emergence of the Spirit King level 9-tailed fox. While Huxiao and Lu Cheng reveled in their escapades, they remained oblivious to the commotion back at the academy. They continued to explore the scenic vistas, driving with the wind in their hair, fishing as they attracted a multitude of mystical beasts for slaughter, appearing utterly carefree. In just 5 days, they had amassed a significant quantity of crystal cores and numerous beast carcasses, including many water-type and psychic-type cores. Their objective was to gather funds, necessitating a substantial accumulation of points for their operations. Despite their seemingly leisurely activities, Huxiao and Lu Cheng approached their fishing endeavors with utmost seriousness. However, one day, they found themselves ensnared in a predicament, unable to escape a confounding illusion, perpetually wandering in circles, a veritable ghost wall. Huxiao's expression soured. Damn it. What is amiss with this forest? No matter how we navigate, we return to the same spot. Even using teleportation, we cannot escape. Lu Cheng's demeanor turned grave. We must be ensnared by the illusion of some mystical beast, causing us to wander aimlessly. Congratulations, it is likely a psychic type. Huxiao shot him an exasperated glance. In such a serious situation, you choose to jest? Consider this. To trap us in an illusion indicates that the creature is stronger than we are and likely exceeds the Spirit Master level. Perhaps even the Spirit King. Oh, how did I overlook that? So, what now? Are we enough to be a meal for a Spirit King level beast? Huxiao shook his head in disbelief. We haven't even engaged yet. Let us consider our odds. We are both level 29 Spirit Masters. With my armor and the shapeshifting ring, I could potentially slay a high-tier Spirit Master. With effort, even if we cannot win, we should be able to escape. Lu Cheng nodded in agreement. You are the most reliable among us. However, the pressing issue remains. How do we break free from this illusion? I am unsure. But I recall from my readings that every illusion has a flaw concealed within it. If we can locate it, we can unravel the spell. Allow me to sense the surrounding energy. With that, Hu Xiu closed his eyes, channeling the energy around him in search of an exit. He soon pointed in a direction. It lies that way, though the precise location eludes me. We must continue our search. Lu Qing nodded and followed Hu Xiu, sprinting toward the indicated area. Upon entering that location, Hu Xiu felt as though he had stepped into an entirely different world. Welcome back, dear. I have prepared a delightful meal for you. Come and eat. Aren't you supposed to be playing soccer this afternoon? Hu Xiu found himself in a warmly decorated home, where a beautiful woman resembling him smiled at him. Taken aback, Hu Xiu was acutely aware that he had grown up without parents. Yet this woman radiated an aura of safety. Observing his dazed expression, the woman chided gently. Why do you linger? Your favorite fried ribs await you. Are you not going to eat? Just like your father, lost in thought all day, neglecting important matters. Her words stung Hu Xiu, and he felt tears welling up. Such reproachful words were what he had longed to hear, yet they remained a mere wish. Quickly regaining his composure, he inhaled deeply, averting his gaze from the woman, and instead approached the television, seizing the remote. The woman's expression shifted. Do not touch the remote. It is mealtime, not television time. If you continue this way, I shall become upset. Hu Xiu paid no heed to the words of the elegant lady. A bitter smile gracing his lips, tears glistening in his eyes. I truly wish this were all real. However, this deception is far too easily discerned. My surname follows that of the orphanage director, who also bestowed upon me the character Xiu. How could my biological parents possibly know this? As the lady's form began to contort, her visage morphed into the ghastly face of a fox. Hu Xiu decisively pressed the remote control. It's over, indeed. It is the fabled nine-tailed fox capable of beguiling the mind. Upon pressing the remote, the once cozy abode fell into disarray. When Hu Xiu opened his eyes, he found himself back in the forest. Before him stood an irate creature resembling a fox, yet boasting 9 tails. Its roar akin to that of a wailing infant. This was the man-eating 9-tailed fox. At that moment, Lu Qing awoke as well, and a wave of sorrow washed over him as he beheld the scene. What is the matter? You seem quite downcast, Hu Xiu remarked. Lu Qing shook his head, replying, I almost fell for its trickery. Just now, I glimpsed the flourishing state of our family before the massacre. Such a pity, it was all an illusion. As he spoke, the 9-tailed fox fixed its scarlet gaze upon Hu Xiu and Lu Qing, unleashing a sinister shadow orb towards them. Hu Xiu smiled reassuringly at Lu Qing. Don't worry. You won't be alone going forward. I'm here with you. Let us first vanquish this 9-tailed fox. This will be a fierce battle, a spirit king-level challenge. Although it seems to have recently ascended, it is still formidable enough for us to contend with. Lu Qing nodded gravely, drawing forth his long sword, while a gemstone starfish manifested upon Hu Xiu. Water tornado. Lu Qing harnessed his water energy, forming a spiraling vortex to ensnare the shadow orb. Hu Xiu was not idle either. His psychic powers materialized behind him, armor enveloping his form, while the shape-shifting ring transformed into a longsword in his grasp. In that moment, the 9-tailed fox's eyes gleamed with a fierce red light, and Hu Xiu's gaze mirrored this, a pale blue glow coalescing into an intangible energy as they clashed. Mental force. The collision of their powers forced the 9-tailed fox to stagger back, while Hu Xiu coughed up blood, although he could rival high-ranking spirit masters. Facing a spirit king-level foe like the 9-tailed fox was a different ordeal. Meanwhile, Lu Qing's water tornado failed to contain the shadow orb, which erupted violently, sending him reeling several steps back before he managed to regain his footing. Wiping the blood from his lips, Hu Xiu smirked. No wonder it is a spirit king. Its mental prowess is formidable, but I am no slouch either. Countless psychic energies began to swirl around Hu Xiu, forming a wave akin to the ocean. 9th wave of the mind. 2nd wave, white wave rising. The white wave surged forth like a tsunami towards the 9-tailed fox. A flicker of seriousness crossed the creature's eyes as it unleashed a blade of energy, charging towards the wave. The collision of the white wave and the blade resulted in a tremendous explosion. The white wave, relentless like the tide, engulfed the 9-tailed fox, which let out a pained cry. Xiu, you're incredible. This wave sets the stage for my finishing blow. After praising Hu Xiu, Lu Qing raised his sword, lunging at the 9-tailed fox. Observe my Qi Tian sword technique. When Qi Tian strikes, who can rival? Lu Qing's sword, radiant with light, cleaved towards the fox. In its fury, the 9-tailed fox, still reeling from the previous attack, saw Lu Qing approaching and lashed out with its 9 tails, which glowed with a white light, striking Lu Qing fiercely. Before he could employ his own abilities, he was sent flying, crashing into several trees, blood spilling from his mouth, unable to rise. In a moment of desperation, Hu Xiu teleported beside Lu Qing and urgently asked, Are you all right? Lu Qing, panting and weak, shot him a glance. Do I look fine? I'm bleeding. Hu Xiu lifted Lu Qing, saying, Let us retreat. I cannot face it alone. With that, Hu Xiao teleported away, his figure quickly vanishing. Yet, a wicked grin spread across the nine-tailed fox's face. After Hu Xiao's teleportation, he found himself directly opposite the creature. Hu Xiao was bewildered. What is happening? As he met the fox's gaze, comprehension dawned upon him. A black gaze? Cursed creature, you tricked us. Lu Cheng, despair etched across his face, looked at Hu Xiao. It seems our plan has failed. The black gaze has manifested, and it seeks our demise. After placing Lu Cheng in a relatively secure and concealed location, Hu Xiao instructed, wait for me here. I will return for you. Even if I cannot defeat it, I can outlast the effect of the black gaze, and then we shall escape. Lu Cheng offered a bitter smile, laden with regret. I'm sorry for being a burden. If only I had been so impulsive. We wouldn't be in this predicament. Hu Xiao waved his hand dismissively. Rest easy. Do not dwell on futile thoughts. It cannot harm me. I'm off. Watching Hu Xiao's departing figure, Lu Cheng clenched his fists, frustrated. If only I were stronger, we wouldn't be in this situation, dragging Hu Xiao down. Alone. Hu Xiao faced the nine-tailed fox, sword drawn, and without hesitation, charged forward. Meanwhile, two graceful figures wandered through the forest, Qin Ku and Shui Zilan. Shui Zilan pouted in discontent. Qin, let us find a place to rest. There is no need to push ourselves. With our strength, we can easily handle the first and second years. Qin Ku shot her a serious glare. This is about being prudent. Do you not realize how rare this opportunity is? Training under a spirit saint for 6 months is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. We must cherish it. Yes, our teacher Qin is wise. I shall obey your every command. O leader, just tell me whom to strike. Just then, both Qin Ku and Shui Zilan's expressions shifted to one of seriousness. Do you feel that, Lan? Yes. There's a surge of energy at the Spirit King level and another at the Spirit Master level. Good heavens. Who would dare challenge a Spirit King with a Spirit Master? This is as foolish as lighting a lantern in a restroom. Qin Ku responded. Let us head over and assess the situation. Thus, they raced towards the source of the energy fluctuations. Upon arrival, their eyes widened in shock. It's him. How can he be here? He is powerful, but he shouldn't confront the nine-tailed fox directly. Hu Xiao's armor was unmistakable. It was evident who he was. At that moment, his armor bore numerous tears, while the nine-tailed fox was not faring much better, adorned with its own injuries. Qin Ku's anxiety grew as she observed Hu Xiao, prompting Shui Zilan to suggest, should we assist him? He seems to be on the brink of collapse, and I sense the black gaze's influence here, which is highly detrimental to him. As Qin Ku remained silent, a feeble voice emerged, pleading, can you help Hu Xiao? I'm afraid he can't hold on much longer. Startled, Qin Ku and Shui Zilan turned to see a bloodied figure beneath a tree. It was Lu Cheng, whom they both recognized. What happened here? Qin Ku inquired. Lu Cheng offered a bitter smile, explaining, we fell into the illusion of the nine-tailed fox. After a hard-fought escape, we engaged in battle with the creature. I ended up like this. Hu Xiao has been fighting the nine-tailed fox to protect me, intending to escape once the effect of its dark gaze wears off, but I fear he may not last much longer. Exchanging a glance, the two resolved to protect their teammate, willing to confront a foe significantly stronger than themselves. A glimmer of determination appeared in Qin Ku's eyes. Lu Cheng implored, please, help Hu Xiao. I'm begging you. Taking a deep breath, Shui Zilan replied, all right, I will assist you. I can't stand to see such a situation. With that, a blue gem-like headpiece materialized behind her, surrounded by flowing white ribbons, revealing the POKÉMON Suicune adorned with blue and white patterns. Upon witnessing the POKÉMON's arrival, Lu Cheng's eyes widened in awe. That's Suicune, the legendary POKÉMON of water abilities. Without further ado, Qin Ku summoned her own POKÉMON, the Fairy-type EV, and charged toward Hu Xiao's direction. As Hu Xiao valiantly battled, a fragrant breeze swept through, heralding the entrance of two striking women wielding weapons against the nine-tailed fox. Hu Xiao was taken aback. Where had these two come from? Just then, Shui Zilan, adorned with a radiant gem upon her forehead and fluttering ribbons, quipped, why are you standing there like a decoration? You ought to come help us. Snapping back to reality, Hu Xiao quickly responded, thank you both for your assistance. I'm on my way. The trio confronted the nine-tailed fox, significantly alleviating Hu Xiao's burden. Upon seeing Qin Ku, Hu Xiao couldn't help but marvel at the serendipity of their meeting. She still had that warm-hearted nature about her. Remarkably, both women were formidable fighters, each a master of their craft, working in perfect harmony with a fierce ferocity. Chapter 91, The Spirit King Level Barbecue. Waves of Water. Magic Radiance. Both Qin Ku and Shui Zilan unleashed their powerful moves against the nine-tailed fox, while Hu Xiao, undeterred, synchronized his psychic abilities with the girl's assaults. The nine-tailed fox was forced to defend against the relentless onslaught from both women while simultaneously resisting Hu Xiao's mental strikes. Soon, fatigue began to take its toll on the nine-tailed fox, which couldn't withstand the combined might of the three skilled combatants. Especially with the presence of legendary Pokémon like Suicune and Mewtwo. Opting for retreat, the nine-tailed fox turned to flee. Shui Zhelan, with a playful smile, declared, "Trying to escape, are we? Qingke, and you, Hu Xiao, prepare for the grand finale." Qingke nodded affirmatively. Hu Xiao mused to himself about how these young women from the academy displayed a warrior's spirit, effortlessly turning the tide of battle, truly impressive. He resolved to express his gratitude later. Suddenly, a chilling aura enveloped Shui Zhelan as countless energies coalesced into icy power. With wide eyes, she shouted, "Ice Beam." An array of ice energy surged forth, striking the nine-tailed fox with formidable force. Simultaneously, Qingke's fairy energy began to surge. "Behold my ultimate move, Magic Radiance." A blinding light obscured the nine-tailed fox's vision, causing its form to vanish within the brilliance, only to be followed by the ice beam's punishing impact. After enduring these two devastating attacks, the nine-tailed fox let out a mournful cry. Hu Xiao's eyes sparkled with determination. "Now it's my turn. Prepare to meet your demise, nine-tailed fox." Pulses of psychic energy gathered around Hu Xiao, coalescing into a multitude of ethereal blades. Psychic waves, first wave, like flying swords. Countless energy-formed swords rained down upon the nine-tailed fox, piercing it relentlessly. With a thunderous crash, the nine-tailed fox collapsed, its eyes vacant, devoid of life. Hu Xiao exhaled in relief. At last, it's over. Both Shui Zhelan and Qingke gazed at Hu Xiao's technique with astonishment. They exchanged glances. Realizing how Hu Xiao effortlessly defeated Yu Qing, there was indeed a reason behind it. Approaching Shui Zhelan and Qingke, Hu Xiao expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you both for your assistance. Without you, I might have perished at the hands of the nine-tailed fox." "It's nothing," Qingke replied gently. "We are all classmates. Mutual assistance is only natural. No need for excessive thanks." Shui Zhelan, with a playful glint in her eyes, teased, "I see you have impressive strength. Since we rescued you, shouldn't you repay us?" Qingke lightly nudged Shui Zhelan, rolling her eyes at her friend. Observing the nine-tailed fox's corpse, Hu Xiao felt a pang of regret, but resolutely stated, "Since you saved us, the nine-tailed fox is yours. Its crystal core and body belong to you." This left Shui Zhelan and Qingke momentarily stunned, fully aware of the significance of the Spirit King level nine-tailed fox's crystal core for Hu Xiao. Yet he was willing to relinquish such a precious item. Noting their astonishment, Hu Xiao thought they were dissatisfied with his offer. He retrieved several Spirit Master-level water and Fairy-type crystal cores from his storage and presented them. "Here, take these as a token of my gratitude." With sincerity in his eyes, Shui Zhelan and Qingke felt a wave of guilt wash over them. Qingke, after a moment's thought, accepted Hu Xiao's crystal cores and hurried to the nine-tailed fox to extract its crystal core, tossing it back to Hu Xiao. "We will accept this as our reward. You keep the nine-tailed fox's Spirit King crystal core and its body." Hu Xiao stared, bewildered, at the radiant crystal core pulsating with psychic energy in his hand. Shui Zhelan, anticipating Hu Xiao's protest, quickly intervened, waving her hand. "Enough with the pleasantries. Take it. We're even now. And you need to prepare for the upcoming selection competition." Qingke nodded in agreement, saying, "Don't refuse, it's settled. If you still wish to express your gratitude, treat us to a meal. I, for one, am quite hungry." Hu Xiao acquiesced. "All right. In that case, let us roast the nine-tailed fox and savor its exquisite meat." Both women swallowed hard. Neither of them were skilled cooks, having subsisted on instant noodles for days, and the prospect of such a delicacy was tantalizing. They nodded eagerly. Hu Xiao smiled subtly, reclaiming the nine-tailed fox's body into his storage and leading the two women toward Lu Qing, not one to forget his friends. Hu Xiao lifted Lu Qing, saying, "Let us find a cave to tend to your wounds." Filled with regret, Lu Qing apologized. "I'm sorry. I was too weak." Hu Xiao shook his head, casting a reproachful glance at Lu Qing. "Stop saying such things. There is no dragging anyone down here." As the two young ladies observed the camaraderie between Hu Xiao and Lu Qing, their eyes sparkled with intrigue, resembling curious onlookers. They arrived at a cave, where Hu Xiao presented medicine for Lu Qing, before commencing the preparation of roasted meat for everyone. The delectable aroma emanating from the meat of a Spirit King level nine-tailed fox made everyone's mouths water. Qingke, gazing at the roasted delicacy, exclaimed with delight, "I never expected your culinary skills to be so remarkable." Hu Xiao, filled with pride, replied, "It's decent. But it would have been even better if I had some 13-spice seasoning." The four began to indulge in the roasted meat, savoring it to the point of gluttony. The energy infused within the meat was thoroughly absorbed, miraculously healing much of Lu Qing's injuries. With a hint of embarrassment, Lu Cheng exclaimed, "Oh my goodness. This is the most delicious thing I've ever tasted. A Spirit King level delicacy, it's beyond my wildest dreams." Shui Zilan cast a disdainful glance at Lu Cheng, retorting, "Can you not be so pathetic? It's just Spirit King level meat. You really are sheltered." Lu Cheng chuckled sheepishly, aware of the impressive background of the young lady before him. Belonging to the illustrious Shui clan, a formidable lineage indeed, rendering the Spirit King status inconsequential in her eyes. Hu Xiao shook his head, chuckling, "Well, both Lu Cheng and I come from small cities where even Spirit Master level cores are a rarity, let alone Spirit King level." Qin Ke quickly interjected, Lan, that's not the point. Don't take it the wrong way. She was merely joking." Realizing her earlier comments may have been inappropriate, Shui Zilan promptly apologized. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to imply that you lack experience. It was just a jest." Lu Cheng waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's all good. A little banter is enjoyable." Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Hu Xiao swiftly changed the subject. "What were you all mentioning about a selection competition?" Shui Zilan and Qin Ke exchanged exasperated looks, with Qin Ke stating, "You can't possibly be unaware of it." Lu Cheng and Hu Xiao exchanged glances, both reflecting confusion. "What is this about? We truly have no idea." Observing their expressions, Shui Zilan sighed. "Thank goodness you met us. Otherwise, you'd soon realize the regret of missing out." Qin Ke added, Lan is right. If you miss this, you'll surely regret it. The headmaster of the academy, Spirit Saint Chu Yiji, will personally mentor the top 5 selected participants, who will then compete against the 4 great sacred lands. Such an opportunity is incredibly rare. Upon hearing this, Lu Cheng was left utterly speechless, while Hu Xiao wore a perplexed expression. "What is going on? Chu Yiji teaching? The 4 sacred lands? What are these things?" Lu Cheng stammered, "Chu Yiji, one of the strongest individuals in the world, personally instructing. This is terrifying. And to face off against those 4 sacred lands? How exhilarating." Hu Xiao's mind was in disarray. What were these 4 sacred lands, sounding so imposing, yet somehow being referred to derogatorily? He timidly raised his hand. "Could someone clarify what the 4 sacred lands are? I am not familiar." Shui Zilan, Qin Ke, and Lu Cheng looked at Hu Xiao with expressions of disdain. "You seriously don't know about the 4 sacred lands? I seriously doubt you've ever attended school. They are so famous." Qin Ke, noticing Hu Xiao's embarrassment, kindly explained, "The 4 sacred lands were originally colossal families on Earth, but they later relocated to the mountain sea abyss, establishing their own domains. Since then, they have disregarded Earth's affairs, focused solely on strengthening their territories, and now seek to carve up Earth for themselves, even waging war against us when we were at our weakest, caught in a dire situation. If it weren't for Chu Yiji and other peak powerhouses rallying to our defense, Earth would have likely been completely divided among them." At this revelation, Hu Xiao's expression darkened. Such betrayal among kin. Truly, the 4 sacred lands deserve their ignominious title. Qin Ke continued, "Currently, the people from the 4 sacred lands scorn all nations on Earth, only paying some attention to the Academy City. However, they often poach talents trained there and now wish to hold a written examination to see whether we are stronger or if they, from the 4 sacred lands, are supreme. It's outrageous. Those wretches display no humanity. No, they aren't even human." Lu Cheng was incensed, but Hu Xiao gleaned something from Lu Cheng's sudden outburst. Such a strong reaction suggested that the matter involving the shape-shifting family was indeed related to the 4 sacred lands. "When does the registration close?" Hu Xiao inquired of Qin Ke. Qin Ke replied softly, "There are just 2 days left. If you don't register by tomorrow, it will be over." Lu Cheng fixed his gaze intently on Hu Xiao, declaring, "Hu Xiao, we must venture out of the mountain sea abyss tomorrow to register." "Agreed. Not registering would be a missed opportunity. And with the guidance from Spirit Saint, it's truly remarkable." Shui Zilan chuckled, "Then you must hurry. Qin Ke and I have already registered. We're just waiting to participate. We still need to train here a bit longer before heading back." Hu Xiao nodded. "After we register, we will certainly train diligently. Such a selection competition will undoubtedly attract numerous skilled participants. We cannot allow ourselves to be careless." Qin Ke smiled gently. "I wish you both great success." The night passed quietly. Hu Xiao and Lu Cheng understood the distinctions between the genders and opted to rest outside, leaving the cave for the 2 young ladies. Inside, the 2 girls continued to converse in hushed tones. Qin Ke, confess honestly, you are usually indifferent towards boys, yet today, you answered all Hu Xiao's questions and even smiled. TSK, you have feelings for him." Qin Ke's face flushed crimson, and she shook her head in panic. "No, please don't say such things. I merely find Hu Xiao to be different from others, a potential friend." Observing Qin Ke's expression, Shui Zilan smiled knowingly. "All right. I won't tease you anymore. Both boys are quite impressive, especially Hu Xiao. His strength is commendable, and he is loyal. Plus, He offered us the nine-tailed fox's core as a reward, which truly surprised me. It shows he values friendships. Thinking back to Hu Xiao presenting her with the core, Qin Ke felt a flutter in her heart. The night passed without further incident, and the following morning, Hu Xiao prepared a sumptuous breakfast for everyone, instantly boosting Qin Ke and Shui Zilan's fondness for him, showcasing his attentiveness. After finishing their meal, Hu Xiao and Lu Cheng bid farewell to Qin Ke and Shui Zilan. With a gentle smile, Hu Xiao said, "We'll be heading out to register now. You both take care in the Mountain Sea Abyss. In a few days, let us gather again." Shui Zilan and Qin Ke nodded, watching Hu Xiao depart. Qin Ke, this Hu Xiao is truly remarkable. If you don't want him, I might just take him. Qin Ke shot Shui Zilan an exasperated glance, ignoring her light-hearted banter. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, Chu Yiji frowned slightly as he reviewed the registration list for the upcoming selection competition. Why hasn't Hu Xiao registered? Without hesitation, he called Yuan Jing. The call was quickly answered, and a respectful male voice came through. "Master, how may I assist you? Are you aware that our Academy City is set to engage in a competition with the Four Sacred Lands?" Yes. Then do you know why Hu Xiao, whom you hold in such high regard, has not registered? The words of Chu Yiji were laden with significance. In his heart, he regarded Hu Xiao as a remarkable talent. One who, if nurtured well, could serve as a formidable secret weapon. Yuan Jing remarked, "Master, do not be impatient. I shall call him forthwith." Chu Yiji cast another glance at the report and suddenly broke into a smile. "No need. Hu Xiao has just signed up." Yuan Jing was momentarily taken aback and weakly commented, "It seems the lad is not foolish after all. Your personal guidance, Master, is indeed a rare opportunity." Chapter 93, Breakthrough to Spirit Master Level. Hu Xiao, accompanied by Lu Qing, swiftly traversed the Shanhai and, without pause, teleported to the registration location to enroll. Despite feeling as though he had accomplished little, he was utterly exhausted. The sheer toll of the teleportation had nearly drained his stamina. However, he had successfully registered. The receptionist smiled gently and said, "The selection competition will be held next Monday, and Principal Chu will be in attendance. Please do not be late." Hu Xiao and Lu Cheng nodded in acknowledgement, expressed their gratitude, and took a taxi to the Tiana shop. This time, they had a substantial number of crystal cores and beast corpses to sell, which promised a lucrative return. Hu Xiao had also obtained a Spirit King level crystal core, worth a fortune. He resolved to dedicate the upcoming week to intensive training, aiming to reach level 30 with the Spirit Master Crystal Core before using the Spirit King level Crystal Core to facilitate his breakthrough. Upon arriving at the Tiana shop, Hu Xiao presented his ranking from the combat tower to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper was utterly astonished. Entering the top 1,000 so swiftly was unprecedented. The shopkeeper quickly processed all the crystal cores and beast corpses, and with a 20 commission, both Hu Xiao and Lu Qing received 500,000 points each. They had struck it rich. After returning home and exchanging glances, Lu Qing said, "Hu Xiao, with my current strength, I can only hope to make a splash. Look at Qin Ke and Shui Zilan's abilities. I can only do my best. You, on the other hand, have real potential. Absorbing that Spirit King level crystal core should be enough to elevate you to Spirit Master, especially since it aligns with your attributes. Make sure to give it your all. If I lose, you owe me 300,000 points. I'll invest another 300,000 to manage our hunter team, balancing profit and training. Split the earnings." Hu Xiao nodded thoughtfully. Lu Cheng's perspective was not without merit. Given Lu Cheng's current strength, it was indeed lacking. One small skill was insufficient, and his attack power was too low. Lu Cheng clapped Hu Xiao on the shoulder. "Don't overthink it. Whether I make it or not, there's no loss. If you succeed, the Spirit Saint will instruct you. Remember to teach me a couple of moves upon your return." Hu Xiao nodded decisively. "All right, enough talk. Let us prepare for our training. Give it our all and leave no regrets. That's the true path." Returning to their respective training chambers, Hu Xiao ignited a peculiar incense candle and began to fervently absorb the 2 crystal cores. During registration, Hu Xiao had noticed that many participants possessed Spirit Master level abilities, intensifying his pressure. If he did not exert himself diligently, he might face a humiliating defeat. In the following days, Lu Qing developed a profound sense of urgency and trained tirelessly, consuming crystal cores one after another, ultimately breaking through to level 30 and continuing to push forward. Hu Xiao, finding it somewhat easier, also broke through to level 30 after utilizing a multitude of crystal cores. 2 days had passed, and with only 5 days remaining, Hu Xiao retrieved the Spirit King level crystal core. Contemplating his next steps, he realized that in these final 5 days, he must ascend to level 31 and solidify his new rank as a Spirit Master. Achieving level 31 would unlock new techniques, automatically enhance his armor with new skills, and elevate his weapons grade. Only then could he truly demonstrate his might. With a deep breath, Hu Xiu began to voraciously absorb the energy from the Spirit King level crystal core, which was teeming with vast energy. The sheer force of this energy soon filled the entire room, continuously flowing into Hu Xiu's being. He furrowed his brow slightly. The impact of this energy posed a certain resistance to him. As the days passed, the energy from the Spirit King core dwindled. Yet Hu Xiu had yet to achieve the Spirit Master level, only reaching its pinnacle. Anxiety gripped Hu Xiu. What was happening? Why had he not yet ascended? Was his POKÉMON abilities truly so formidable that even a Spirit King level crystal core could not elevate him? The Spirit Master level represented a critical threshold, demanding an immense amount of energy. Many prodigies, upon reaching this level, found that ascending required significant energy accumulation. The fire path had lingered at the peak of Spirit Master level for years, necessitating a corresponding Spirit Master crystal core for a successful breakthrough. However, Hu Xiu was unique. With two powerful POKÉMON abilities, both divine beasts, he required an even greater energy reservoir. With every ounce of effort, Hu Xiu endeavored to exhaust the remaining energy. On Sunday evening, his energy began to surge, and he finally achieved his breakthrough, though the Spirit King level crystal core had exhausted its utility, reducing to a mere stone. Hu Xiu opened his eyes, which glimmered like lightning, and his entire aura transformed. Was this the Spirit Master level? The difficulty of this breakthrough was indeed daunting. How would he manage in the future? The quantity of Spirit King level crystal cores needed would surely be astronomical, as he reveled in his newfound strength. A bittersweet smile crossed Hu Xiu's face as he contemplated his future. However, there was joy to be found. Both his Mewtwo and Mew had acquired new techniques. Mew remained true to form, having yet to learn an offensive move, instead mastering a skill called Ability Swap, allowing the exchange of abilities between himself and his opponent. Nonetheless, it was a valuable skill. Anyone with advantageous traits could benefit from this exchange. Mewtwo's ability, a long-desired skill, had finally manifested, Psychic Break. A signature move that materialized psychic waves to inflict physical damage on adversaries. Hu Xiu was thoroughly pleased with these skills, and Mew's teleportation and transformation abilities had undergone new transformations following their level enhancements. Curiously, Hu Xiu examined the transforming ring and psychic armor. Their appearances had shifted. Now adorned with dark dragon patterns, they had successfully upgraded to yellow-grade weapons. Such a weapon was remarkable, rare in the marketplace, and typically beyond the reach of ordinary families. The Academy City had such weapons available, but prices exceeded 5 million points, underscoring their rarity. Hu Xiu wondered what new form the transforming ring might take as a mode of transportation, undoubtedly surpassing a small car in utility. With a knowing smile, Hu Xiu felt a surge of determination. This selection competition would be his moment to establish his reputation and showcase the true strength of a champion. Chapter 94. Phoenix King Chu Yixi. Upon concluding his seclusion, Hu Xiu strode out of his chamber with a commanding presence that startled Lu Qing. Have you broken through to the Spirit Master level? Hu Xiu nodded with a smile. Indeed, I have broken through. I am now a master at the Spirit Lord level. Lu Qing couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy, having exerted himself tirelessly during this period, yet failing to achieve the same breakthrough. It was a classic case of comparison breeds envy, as Hu Xiu had surpassed him despite once being beneath him in cultivation. However, Lu Qing harbored no jealousy. Instead, he felt genuinely happy for Hu Xiu. It's great that you've succeeded. Your odds in this selection battle have significantly improved, Lu Qing remarked. Hu Xiu nodded in agreement, casting a slight smile at Lu Qing. You are doing quite well yourself, at the pinnacle of level 38, just a step away from becoming a Spirit Lord. Lu Qing chuckled ruefully. It's not that simple. The transition from Spirit Master to Spirit Lord requires a considerable amount of time. I can only leave it to fate. With luck, I might break through in a few months, or it could take a year or two. Hu Xiu pondered this, recalling that his own breakthrough was facilitated by a Spirit King level crystal core, which was still insufficient. They had both made significant progress. Come on, let's have breakfast. We need to head to the competition venue soon. We can't afford to be late for the selection battle. After finishing their meal at lightning speed, they prepared for the competition, scheduled for 8:30. Time was of no concern to them, especially with Hu Xiu's ability to teleport. After breakfast, they set off around 8:20. Hu Xiu swiftly teleported Lu Qing to the grandest arena of the competition tower. Upon their arrival, mere minutes had passed, yet the venue was already brimming with spectators. Among them were 3rd and 4th year students there to enjoy the spectacle, some competitors warming up, and 1st and 2nd year students who, aware of their own inadequacies, merely wished to partake in the excitement. Hu Xiu spotted several familiar faces from their military training. You two are quite late for such an important selection battle. The charming and lovely Shui Zilan approached with Qin Ke, addressing Hu Xiu and Lu Qing. Qin Ke smiled gently at them, remaining silent. Yet her heart surged with tumultuous waves of excitement. Hu Xiao had broken through to the Spirit Lord level in just a few days. Shui Zilan sensed Hu Xiao's newfound strength, her eyes reflecting surprise. Hu Xiao replied calmly, "It's all right. Whether we arrived early or late, the official start is still at 8:30, so there's nothing to fear." The four began to engage in light conversation, and Shui Zilan and Qin Ku, having grown closer, were easy to get along with, albeit causing envy among many male onlookers. Li Xiao, look at Qin Ku laughing and chatting with other guys, remarked a handsome, tall youth whose mere presence could captivate countless young women. His expression darkened, teeth clenched. He muttered, "Regardless of who they are, anyone who dares to approach my woman will learn what pain truly is." Many others shared a similar sentiment, casting resentful glances at Hu Xiao and Lu Cheng. The two soon noticed the hostile atmosphere, exchanging wry smiles. "Are we simply lying here and getting shot at?" Qin could quickly sense something was amiss and apologetically said, "I'm sorry for drawing attention to you." Hu Xiao surveyed the malicious stares around them and calmly replied, "It's a trivial matter. Why fear them? The competition is what truly matters." As the clock struck 8:30, a phoenix-like figure descended from the sky, its majestic form illuminating the stage with an overwhelming energy that left many pale. This immense pressure weighed heavily upon the crowd, and Hu Xiao found it challenging to breathe. Even his extraordinary dream POKÉMON sensed the excitement, feeling a sense of parity. There was no doubt about the identity of the figure, one of the world's top experts. The spirit Saint Chu Yiji, known for his formidable POKÉMON abilities, most notably the legendary Ho-Oh. This divine POKÉMON evoked deep respect, even from Shui Zilan, who possessed the Water Lord ability, as legend had it that Ho-Oh created the three elemental spirits, Suicune, Nti, and Raikou, all of whom were inherently revered. The students below gazed up in awe at the man cloaked in flames. As the flames dissipated, an elderly man with silver hair yet vibrant spirit emerged, appearing unassuming but possessing a gaze that commanded respect and prevented anyone from meeting his eyes. This was the embodiment of true strength. Hu Xiao was deeply shaken. He had only encountered those at the Spirit Emperor level before, and now he stood before the legendary Chu Yiji, feeling the weight of sheer power. "Everyone understands the purpose of this selection battle," Chu Yiji began, surveying the crowd. "The arrogance of the four sacred lands must be curbed. And thus we will select 5 outstanding individuals from among you first and second-year students to represent the academy and participate in the competition. I will personally oversee your rigorous training and guidance throughout this process." This simple statement ignited fervor among the crowd, as it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Everyone eagerly anticipated the competition, aware that being mentored by Chu Yiji was an extravagant privilege. "Furthermore, those who perform well will have the chance to become my disciples," he added, the weight of his words sending shockwaves through the audience. Eyes widened with envious students, even from the upper years, realized how long it had been since Chu Yiji had taken on an apprentice. The last known was the leader of the Red Dragon organization, Yuan Jing. Who wouldn't want to forge a connection with Chu Yiji? The atmosphere surged with excitement as everyone yearned for the competition to begin, knowing that only by making it into the top 5 could they gain any significance in Chu Yiji's eyes. Hu Xiao felt an exhilarating rush. Under Chu Yiji's guidance, few would dare to confront him. With his dual abilities and the potential discovery of his extraordinary items, who would have the audacity to challenge him? Driven by this ambition, Hu Xiao was resolute. No matter how many stood in his way, he would topple them all, proving who was truly formidable.